The ninja world is an unknown place. Under the moonlight, a breeze blew by, and the boundless sea of flowers suddenly began to sway in the wind. The silver moonlight, accompanied by the fresh and gentle fragrance, lingers in the sky above this world. The beautiful scenes make people feel relaxed and happy. In the middle of the sea of colorful flowers, an ordinary wooden house stands quietly here. In front of the cabin, a young man with short black hair and a black diamond-shaped mark carved on his forehead stretched his limbs and lay leisurely on the bench. What is the first impression this young man makes? That's only one word, I'm afraid. Handsome. Appearance is better than nature. Perhaps it is the most realistic portrayal of this young man. Although the handsome young man looks harmless. But if any senior ninja from the major ninja villages saw this talented young man, they would probably be shocked. Because this person is the third hokage who has been missing from Konoha for many years. Uchiha Fusuk, in other words, he also has another name, Jingfengja. Yes, this former third hokage was a Chinese who caught up with the time travel trend. And by coincidence, he also traveled through time and was reborn as a member of Konoha's strongest clan, Uchiha. But that was already decades ago. When Fusuk first traveled to the Hokage, it happened to be not long after the Battle of the Valley of the End, which was the period of alternation between the first generation and the second Hokage. Because the name Fusuk is homophonic to the name of his previous life, Maple World, so Uchiha Fusuk accepted his new identity with little effort. As a time traveler, Fusuk naturally has the cheats that are necessary for time travelers. And his cheat is also quite simple and crude. After traveling through time, Uchiha Fusuk discovered that he had an understanding beyond imagination. This is the so-called comprehension heaven-defying. No matter any ninjutsu, he can basically learn it immediately, and he can even easily draw inferences and create a higher-level ninjutsu. With this extraordinary talent, Fusuk easily rose to prominence within the Uchiha clan. At that time, second Hokage had just ascended the throne. In order to win over Uchiha, second generation chose to select a disciple from within the Uchiha ethnic group. Realizing this was a great opportunity, Fusuk took it. Relying on his strong talent, he easily defeated his original competitors. The son of the great elder Uchiha, Uchiha Kagami, Fusuk's move naturally aroused dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan. But after becoming a disciple of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan has lost its ability to restrain Fusuk. The discord between Uchiha and Fusuk only accelerated Tobirama's recognition of Fusuk. So Fusuk obtained a lot of resources through ninjutsu development master Senju Tobirama. Only then was he able to grow to cage level at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long. Because of the death of the first generation, turmoil broke out in the ninja world again. Fusuk followed second Hokage into the war and made great achievements. At the end of the First World War, Tobirama was unfortunately seriously injured due to the assassination of the Cloud Shinobi Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. Just before Tobirama's fall, that is when Tobirama was being chased by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, he decided to pass the mantle of Hokage to the 5 disciples who followed him at the time, namely one of Uchiha Fusuk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokato Homura and Udaten Koharu. What exactly happened that day is still unknown except for Uchiha Fusuk. Because except for Uchiha Fusuk, the remaining 4 disciples of the second Hokage all died along with Senju Tobirama. The next day, Uchiha Fusuk returns to Konoha. He brought back the token of Senju Tobirama, the Thunder God sword, as well as the token of the Hokage, the Fire Hat. Besides that, there are 2 things. That is, the heads of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. Of course, even with all of the above, Fusuk wants to serve as Hokage under the name Uchiha, but the resistance is still full. I don't know if it's luck or misfortune. The deaths of the second generation and its disciples left Konoha in an unprecedented state of weakness. Konoha is in urgent need of a reliable cage-level strongman to lead the overall situation. At that time, Konoha except Uchiha Fusuk. None of the other ninjas have experienced the test of war and have truly proven cage-level strength. Because all 4 of Sarutobi Hiruzen died, finally, after many hardships in various games, Uchiha Fusuk finally succeeded as the third Hokage. Since Uchiha Fusuk took over as Hokage, Konoha has entered a period of rapid development due to the good foundation laid by Senju Tobirama. All kinds of talents emerged in a spurt, and their strength began to grow rapidly. Uchiha has successively cultivated the legendary Sunin, Konoha's White Fang, Konoha Blue Beast, Konoha 8 Colors, Golden Flash, and many more top strongman. Also because of the existence of Uchiha Fusuk, it didn't make Konoha's White Fang hang up as unclearly as in the original work. Instead, Heitake Sakumo continued to serve as Umbu chief when Namikaze Minato took over the 4th generation project in the future. It can be regarded as one admiral reserved for Konoha. A few more years passed. The Second Ninja War broke out, led by Uchiha Fusuk. Because of Konoha's strong strength, even 1 against 3 can easily win. This makes third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk's reputation in the village unprecedentedly high. Since then, Hokage's position has been firmly established. Perhaps it was the appearance of the butterfly that flapped its wings, or perhaps it was due to Uchiha Fusuk's powerful strength. The third ninja war that was supposed to happen never broke out. Seeing the strength of Konoha's troops, Uchiha Fusuk, who was already a little tired of all this, chose to retreat bravely at this peak of life and abdicated his throne to others. Then, after all kinds of jumping up and downs, Uchiha Fusuk successfully got rid of the burden called Hokage and lived in seclusion in an unknown corner of the ninja world. Disappearing with Fusuk were his disciples. That is Orochimaru, the Cold King and Sunin. The only way to contact Uchiha Fusuk in Konoha village is for Fusuk to hand it over to 4th Hokage, Minato, for safekeeping. Time returns to the present. Today, Fusuk is lying in the sea of flowers he planted as usual, blowing the night wind and feeling the tranquility of the silent years. Suddenly, whoosh! Along with an inaudible sound, a figure fell into the flowers. Although this sound is extremely subtle. But who is Uchiha Fusuk? He still closed his eyes and meditated, but his ears moved slightly, and he roughly guessed the origin of the visitor. The place where it fell is the place where the kunao I gave Minato was engraved. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fusuk suddenly felt helpless, since he chose to retire. Over the years, people from Konoha have harassed him from time to time. The reasons are varied, but there is actually only one purpose. That is, tricking him into returning to Konoha. At first, Uchiha Fusuk did not dare to neglect, and was deceived and sent back several times. But later Fusuk saw through the tricks of these guys and began to ignore them. Therefore, Fusuk subconsciously assumed that the visitor was another member of Konoha's harassing army. So Fusuk remained motionless. He didn't even look back, he just lay lazily on the bench and said, "Tell me what happened this time." Xiao Gang suddenly suffered a heart attack. He only has a few days to live. That guy from Lianhua still has advanced cataracts. He hit a pillar while walking and suffered a brain hemorrhage. Or maybe that unfilial Jiraiya went to the women's bathhouse to peek at the baths, and was beaten to the point of paralysis and died. Fusuk reported one after another ridiculous reasons from Konoha over the years, but this uninvited guest from Konoha remained silent. Seeing the other party's silence, Fusuk frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Why? I know, it's Ayako, right? Her old injuries have recurred again. She can't stand it anymore, can she? Fusuk sighed first, and then said leisurely. Over the years, this reason has been the one used most often by Konoha to trick him into returning to Konoha. Once, in order to successfully trick Fusuk back, Ayako, that crazy woman, actually stabbed herself. A crimson kimono stained with blood was delivered to Fusuk. Fusuk was deceived again. And this was the only time he was deceived into going back twice for the same reason. This makes Uchiha Fusuk, who likes to call himself a saint will never be knocked down twice with one move, a little annoyed. After discovering the truth, Fusuk immediately said harsh words to Ayako, a crazy woman. If you try to trick me back by hurting yourself again, then we will never meet again in this life. At this point, Ayako finally calmed down. So at this moment, Uchiha Fusuk seriously suspected that Ayako couldn't bear it anymore and started to make trouble again. After saying that, Fusuk still made no move, quietly waiting for the reply from the man behind him. But for a long time, Fusuk still only received silence. Finally, Uchiha Fusuk frowned, looking a little unhappy. Click, he lazily stood up, stretched, and then slowly turned his head. Fusuk turned around and muttered, "I'm telling you, if something happens to someone else, there's still a small chance that I can go back. As for that woman Ayako, I..." Before he finished speaking, Fusuk's tone suddenly stopped, and his expression changed from lazy to serious. Because at this moment, he finally saw the person's face clearly. It's Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. After being teleported into the Sea of Flowers by the Silver Kunao, Heitake Sakumo immediately fell into a dizzy state. In the ninja world, if you rank the difficulty of ninjutsu with a single attribute, time and space ninjutsu ranks second. I'm afraid no one dares to rank first. Even senjutsu has its successors in almost every generation in the ninja world. But when it comes to time and space ninjutsu, the ninja world is so vast that few people except Tobirama's lineage have heard of it. Kamui's Mangekyo ability does not count. Without him, the reason is simple. There are extremely stringent requirements for using and even enduring spacetime ninjutsu. For Heitake Sakumo at this time, the situation is like that of a person who has never flown on an airplane. Suddenly I got on a plane and endured several 180-degree loops in the air. The strong dizziness made Heitake Sakumo's brain confused, and the violent feeling of vomiting kept hitting Sakumo's throat. Sakumo also relied on the powerful restraint of a cage-level expert to hold back from spitting out. This is why he has remained silent since landing. It wasn't until he rested for a minute that Heitake Sakumo finally straightened up. As soon as he got up, he saw Uchiha Fusuk looking at him seriously. "Fusuk, sir," Heitake Sakumo exclaimed, and then there was a surge in his heart. Even Heitake Sakumo, who has a tough personality and is like a steel sword, can't help but have a little red eyes at this moment. More than 10 years. This is the first time he sees Uchiha Fusuke. For a time, all the past events with 3rd Hokage Uchiha Fusuke came to Sakumo's mind. Sakumo, your Earth-style talent is pretty good. It will definitely support you in becoming a Jonin in the future. But you also have another talent, which is enough to make you famous in the ninja world. That's sword skills. Today, I will teach you what sword skills are. As the saying goes, all martial arts in the world are invincible, except speed. Sakumo recalled that when he was young, Fusuke gave Heitake Sakumo his full guidance and allowed him to grow rapidly. After becoming famous in the ninja world, Heitake Sakumo became famous and was targeted by interested people, which later led to the White Fang suicide incident. Fusuke-sama, I messed up the mission. I'm willing to bear all the consequences, even if it means death, to apologize. I'm Hokage, I didn't even ask you to die, why are you so anxious? Listen carefully, the mission is of course a ninja's life, but a ninja who abandons his companions is worse than trash. Do you understand? Laozi will take care of this for you. Go home and spend time with your wife and children. It will be fine after a while. In the end, it was Uchiha Fusuke who stepped in forcefully, took on all this, and saved Heitake Sakumo. I, Heitake Sakumo, swear to never betray Fusuke-sama. If I violate this oath, I am willing to go to Abi Hell and never be reincarnated forever. Finally, Heitake Sakumo took an oath and vowed never to betray. Think of this pile, piece by piece. Heitake Sakumo's vision finally became completely blurred. When a man sheds tears, he doesn't shed them easily, but they are not sad yet. Snapped. Heitake Sakumo suddenly lowered his head and fell to his knees. He choked and spoke to Fusuke. Fusuke, sir, you look, again, much younger again. After saying this, Heitake Sakumo finally couldn't stand it any longer, with crystal tears left in the corners of his eyes, and said with a trembling voice, Uchiha Fusuke. Heitake Sakumo's words immediately made Uchiha Fusuke's eyes twitch slightly. When meeting their elders, younger generations often express their concern for them by saying, you look a little older. But something went wrong. Heitake Sakumo looked at Uchiha Fusuke's dark temples, and that handsome face that was a little younger than him. Heitake Sakumo actually opened his mouth and said such a sentence that is likely to shrink the cerebellum. For the sake of Heitake Sakumo's true love, Uchiha Fusuke didn't care about anything. He just glanced helplessly at Heitake Sakumo in front of him. You're right, don't say it again next time. Let's go, Sakumo. We're going back to Konoha, Fusuke said with a hint of emotion. At the same time, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes was also turning slightly. This also shows that his heart is not peaceful. Opening Mangekyo requires the consumption of chakra. Uchiha Fusuke will close Mangekyo most of the time, leaving only the form of the 3 Megatama. Ah, yes. Fusuke-sama. Hearing Fusuke's words, Heitake Sakumo was shocked. The surprise came too suddenly. I haven't explained my purpose yet Fusuke-sama actually wants to go back to the village with me. When did Fusuke-sama become so easy to talk to? Or, Fusuke-sama actually values me so much? At that moment, Heitake Sakumo's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. After thinking about it for a moment, he became excited again. Suddenly, there was a surging feeling that a scholar dies for his confidant. Feeling that Heitake Sakumo was once again excited in front of him, Fusuke felt a little confused. But at this time, he had no intention of delving further. This time, I'm afraid that's the only thing that can make Sakumo come to me in person. Obito has indeed gone dark. Fusuke sighed inwardly, with a trace of vicissitudes in his eyes. Without any effort, Fusuke had already guessed the reason for Heitake Sakumo's arrival at this moment. Uchiha Obito invades Konoha. Because of him, the third ninja war that was supposed to break out a few years ago never happened. The Battle of Konoha Bridge that occurred during the Third War also turned into a large-scale friction between Konoha and Rock Shinobi. Although the process is slightly different, the result remains the same. The Battle of Konoha Bridge ended with Obito missing and Kakashi seriously injured. This also made Fusuke couldn't help but sigh, how powerful the correction power of the world is. Because of his appearance, everything seemed to have changed. But nothing seems to have changed. In fact, regarding Obito, Fusuke did interfere to a certain extent. But he didn't affect Obito's own destiny too much. On the one hand, it's because he has retired and doesn't want to get involved in too much trouble. On the other hand, it's because Fusuke also has his own selfish motives in this matter. But right now, Konoha is in trouble. Uchiha Fusuke really can't ignore it. After all, there are too many people and things that are important to him in Konoha. So it's time for him to return to Konoha. Uchiha Fusuke had a premonition that if he returned to Konoha this time, he might not be able to come back in a short time. So before leaving, there are some things Uchiha Fusuke needs to explain. He stood up and walked to the wooden house in the distance, opened the door and entered. Behind Fusuk, Heitake Sakumo rubbed his red eyes, suppressed his emotions and quickly followed suit. After walking into the wooden house, Heitake Sakumo discovered that the space inside the wooden house was much larger than it looked from the outside, almost like a villa. The reason for this is not because of the clever architectural techniques used by Uchiha Fusuk. It was because he used time and space ninjutsu to expand the space in the wooden house. Ah ha ha la 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 la. As soon as he entered the wooden house, Heitake Sakumo heard a pleasant singing voice. Another blink of an eye. A girl who was about 16 or 17 years old, with short ear-length hair and blue striped camouflage painted on her face, walked out of the house. The girl was humming a light song while happily cleaning the housework. This is. Heitake Sakumo was slightly speechless. He never expected it. The third-generation adults are so strong and strong, they even engage in the golden house hiding the beauty trick. Tamao confirmed again and again that there was no trace of the 100 healings mark on the girl's forehead. So it means that the other party is a real girl, not the two eternal 18-year-old girls in the village. This is no longer old cows eating young grass. Instead, it's a dinosaur fossil chewing on this year's first crop of cabbage. If the jealous people in the village knew about this, tisk tisk. Heitake Sakumo was stunned in his heart and swore secretly again. Even if Fusuk-sama is flirting with women outside, I will never let it out. Between his own morals and his loyalty to Fusuk. Without any hesitation, Heitake Sakumo threw his morality to the ground. After all, he is a ninja. How much is morality worth? Have you done enough poisoning and assassination? Brother Fusuk, are you back? The moment she saw Uchiha Fusuk, the girl's bright eyes suddenly brightened. Without saying a word, she jumped up and jumped into Uchiha Fusuk's arms, calculated based on the girl's speed and range of motion. If Uchiha Fusuk dodges, she will definitely fall over. Why? In the end, Fusuk couldn't bear it and did not dodge. Instead, he sighed softly and took hold of the girl's weak, boneless body. Hee, the girl chuckled, as if she was pleased that her plan had succeeded. Linear. How many times have I told you to call me Grandpa Fusuk? As he spoke, Fusuk rubbed Lin's little head helplessly. The other side. This warm scene has another meaning in Heitake Sakumo's mind. From the moment the girl called Uchiha Fusuk brother, Heitake Sakumo was already in a mess. He thought secretly in his heart, I didn't expect that. As expected of Fusuk-sama, you actually played like this. Before the word came out, Heitake Sakumo slapped himself twice. Bah! So innocent. Right, that is it. Heitake Sakumo immediately corrected his attitude and cut off some bad associations. But before he could recover, I heard Uchiha Fusuk's words. How many times have I told you to call me Grandpa? This moment, Heitake Sakumo's heart was completely broken. I take back what I said. Fusuk-sama, it's so, right, mature and prudent. Finally, Heitake Sakumo came up with a suitable adjective, but only he knows. The thing called morality shattered on the ground. He will never be able to pick it up again in this life. The girl Lin tilted her head, lay in Uchiha Fusuk's arms, and said to Fusuk naughtily, no way I'll call you brother. Brother Fusuk, brother Fusuk. Seeing that Lin has a tendency to gradually return to human nature and become a repeater stop, Uchiha Fusuk, who felt a little headache, stopped him immediately. Forget it, let's just be brother. In the end, Fusuk still rubbed Lin's little head and had no choice but to compromise. Looking at Fusuk's helpless handsome face, Lin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. She raised her head and fully felt the warm touch from Fusuk's big hand. Looking at Lin's pretty cheeks, Uchiha Fusuk's eyes showed a hint of complexity. That's right. The girl in front of me, Lin. It is no Rin, the protagonist in Obito's blackening incident. In fact, on the day Obito went dark, it was out of some selfish motives. Uchiha Fusuk also went to the scene and witnessed it all happening. Years ago. Pattering. In the gloomy sky, dots of drizzle fell from the sky to the dim earth. And on this land, tragedy is happening. Zizi. In the humid air, traces of purple electricity are escaping. Accompanied by traces of purple electric current, the air is filled with the smell of burnt beard. Feeling the sticky and warm touch on his palm, the white-haired boy looked at everything in front of him in pain. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Drink, but at this moment, all that could come out of his throat were some chaotic noises. Nohara Rin looked at her chest that was pierced by Kakashi, a hint of relief flashed in her clear eyes. Card, West. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to comfort Kakashi. But before she finished speaking, the last trace of life force on the girl's body had been drained away, and her clear pupils turned completely gray. Lin, no. At this moment, a heartbreaking cry suddenly came from not far away. The shout came from Uchiha Obito, who had just recovered from his injury and was released from the underground by Madara. Everything is naturally Madara's design. As soon as Obito arrived, he saw a scene that was enough to destroy his spirit. His best friend killed the girl he loved most with his own hands. The endless hatred, anger, unwillingness, and pain turned into an extremely powerful spiritual force, filling the Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Aha! For a moment, the Sharingan in Obito's eyes began to spin rapidly. The three scarlet Megatama began to collapse and merge, and finally combined into a brand new shape. At the same time, Kakashi on the other side also covered his left eye in pain. At this moment, in Kakashi's eyes, the same situation as Obito suddenly appeared. The severe pain actually caused Kakashi to pass out. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Obito, who suffered great stimulation, also completely fell into a state of madness and began to slaughter the surrounding mist shinobi ninjas. Mid-air, hidden on the clouds, Uchiha Fusuke is quietly watching everything happening below. Uchiha Fusuke's levitation ability comes from Iwagakure's Earth-style secret technique, Earth-style, light and heavy rock technique. During the first ninja war, he witnessed second Tsuchikage Nu perform this technique. With heaven-defying understanding, Fusuke also successfully understood the reenactment. Looking at the killing spree, Obito has obviously lost his mind. Fusuke's eyes flickered slightly. Then, without much hesitation, Uchiha Fusuke took action directly. He closed his eyes slightly, and as his mind flashed, his powerful perception ability instantly detected everything within a few kilometers. Found it. Fusuke opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flashed. The next second, whoosh! Through the flying thunder god technique, Fusuke instantly dodges to a hidden corner on the edge of the battlefield. This is an ordinary tree with an unremarkable appearance. Click! Fusuke suddenly took action, breaking through the trunk of the tree with lightning speed and digging into it. With a sudden tug, a pale, strange-looking guy was pulled out of the tree by Fusuke. Surprisingly, it was a white Zetsu. Uchiha Fusuke had already expected that Madara would definitely send white Zetsu to monitor Obito. In order to expose what he is going to do next, Fusuke must first deal with this white Zetsu. Who are you? White Zetsu was shocked. Everything happened so suddenly that he had no time to react. Before he could pass on the message through his connections with other white Zetsu, a pair of scarlet eyes occupied his field of vision. Immediately, white Zetsu's eyes became extremely dull. Illusion. This is not my technique. Fusuke unleashed a powerful genjutsu on this white Zetsu through Mangekyo Sharingan. With his illusion skills and the blessing of Mangekyo, even Madara would have a hard time finding the problem with this white Zetsu. Next, this white Zetsu will subconsciously avoid Fusuke's presence. No matter what Fusuke does, he will act like Fusuke doesn't exist. All the unreasonable things, this white Zetsu will also subconsciously automatically make up for them and make them reasonable. Jiraiya, please, teacher, teach me this move. It is obviously not advisable to kill this white Zetsu, as this will only alert the enemy. Only using illusions is the most appropriate method. After dealing with this white Zetsu, Fusuke ignored Obito, who was going crazy and losing his mind. Uchiha Fusuke walked to Lin's side in a swaggering manner. Lin's body was still warm at this moment. I want to drag him out and shoot him. After death, consciousness remains in the brain for about 5 minutes. Lin had just died at this moment, but her brain was still active. However, as time goes by, the brain that loses the body's supply will eventually suffer irreversible damage due to lack of oxygen. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusuke no longer hesitated and clasped his hands together. Aha! A dark eyeshadow suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Sage Mode. Stage 1. The next technique he wants to perform must rely on Sage Mode. Uchiha Fusuke's senjutsu comes from the Moist Bone Forest, one of the 3 holy places. He is from the same school as First Hokage. This can be regarded as some of the benefits Fusuke obtained through his position when he was Hokage. Afterwards, Fusuke began to form seals quickly. Sage Art. Ice Escape. Mokobotmo. The terrifying cold air spurted out from in front of Fusuke, freezing everything around Lin in an instant. After doing all this, he easily picked up the big ice lump in front of him. Fusuke glanced at Obito, who was still killing crazily in the distance, and said slowly, Obito, Lin asked me to keep it for you first. Don't worry, I will take good care of Linear. Then, with the activation of Flying Thunder God, Fusuke's figure disappeared from the place. Whoosh! The next second, Fusuke appeared in the wooden house in the sea of flowers carrying the frozen Linear. He slowly walked to a corner of the house and gently touched a hidden switch. Kuka! Along with the sound of mechanical collision, a passage appeared directly on the floor of the wooden house. This passage goes straight to the ground and looks extremely deep. Fusuke stepped into the dim passage and looked at the somewhat gloomy scenery in the passage with a slightly unhappy expression. With Uchiha Fusuke's personality, he still rejects this dark and cold environment. But helpless. Everyone's preferences are different. Some people just like to live in caves. After a while, Fusuke brought Lin to the end of the passage. This is a laboratory displaying countless exquisite mechanical equipment and various curious items. Looking at various formalin glass jars filled with organic objects and human organs, a trace of disgust flashed in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes. When Fusuk's eyes swept across the glass jar in the center of the laboratory, his eyes paused for a moment. In that glass jar, there was an arm that looked ordinary. And this arm comes from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Really, scientific experiments are still not suitable for him. In the laboratory, a pale-faced man with purple eyeshadow was studying something feverishly. Beside him, a woman with green hair was assisting him. The man was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who was a disciple of Uchiha Fusuk. And beside Orochimaru is his assistant, Konoha Shinobi Yakushi Nanoyu. She is also the adoptive mother of the little boss Yakushi Kabuto in the middle and later stages of the original work. It is different from the tragic fate of the two people in the original work. Because of the appearance of Uchiha Fusuk, the fate of Orochimaru and Yakushi has changed dramatically. First up is Orochimaru, because Fusuk knows Orochimaru's scientist nature. So after the end of World War II, Fusuk began to focus on guiding Orochimaru towards the scientific avenue. The result was just as he expected. Since coming into contact with the knowledge given by Fusuk, Orochimaru has become addicted to scientific research and cannot extricate himself. Orochimaru, ninja? What kind of ninja? Can you learn physical incense as a ninja? As a result, Orochimaru was willing to quit the ninja world and follow Uchiha Fusuk to live in seclusion here, just to study the path of science every day. Naturally, he avoided the ending of becoming a rebellious nin in the original work. As for Yakushi Nanoyu, because Shimura Danzo had long since burped, Konoha of course lost its roots. The subject that caused the tragedy of Yakushi Nanoya naturally no longer exists. So Yakushi Nanoya became an ordinary Konoha shinobi. Until later, she was discovered by Uchiha Fusuk and recommended to Orochimaru as a research assistant. Maybe it's because of the powerful corrective power of the world. Yakushi Nanoya still adopted Yakushi Kabuto and maintained the mother-son relationship with Kabuto. Without the original fate of bitterness and hatred, Yakushi Kabuto is still attending elementary school in Konoha village. In the laboratory, Yakushi Nanoya first noticed Uchiha Fusuk's arrival. Third generation Sama. Yakushi Nanoya bowed respectfully to Fusuk. It was also because of her actions that she woke up Orochimaru, who was obsessed with research. Teacher. Orochimaru first turned around and greeted Fusuk. Then he gave Fusuk a strange look. After all, he knew in his heart that Uchiha Fusuk was somewhat taboo about the scene in the laboratory. Therefore, Fusuk usually doesn't come if he can. Now that it is coming suddenly, it can only be said that there must be something that needs him to do. Fusuk nodded at the two of them and went straight to the point without saying too much nonsense. Little snake, I need your help to save this girl. Hearing the sound, Orochimaru looked at the big ice cube carried on Fusuk's shoulders, his snake eyes flickering slightly. It seems that this frozen girl is of great value. Otherwise, the teacher would not have bothered to use Mokobotmo to preserve it. Orochimaru is very aware of his teacher's laziness. The forbidden technique called Mokobotmo is a secret technique developed by Orochimaru and Fusuk. Although this move is called Ice Escape, it is actually an absolute forbidden technique. The so-called forbidden technique is a ninjutsu that requires a certain price or has serious side effects. Ordinary Ice Escape is just bloodline formed by the combination of wind and water nature transformation. And Mokobotmo is a top-notch forbidden technique developed based on ice release nature transformation, Zainjutsu and time and space ninjutsu. There is only one effect. That is, freezing time and space. Orochimaru cursed secretly in his mind as he responded to Fusuk's request. Understood, teacher. Saving someone is just a small thing for Orochimaru. Fusuk immediately placed the frozen Lin on an operating table. Then he reached out and easily penetrated the ice, took out Rin's damaged heart, and handed it to Orochimaru's hands. Later, Orochimaru took the broken heart to a precision instrument on the side. With the pouring of a large amount of chakra and some unspeakable operations, a factory new Nohara Rin brand heart appears again in Orochimaru's hands. Yes, this is one of the scientific research results of the collaboration between Fusuk and Orochimaru. True ninja world version of cloning technology. In order to conform to the characteristics of the ninja world, Fusuk also gave it a name of do as the Romans do. Secret technique. Organic cloning technique. Resurrection from the dead. This was something that could not be done either in the ninja world or in Fusuk's previous life. Not even if it was just a short time after death. To die is to die. No one can challenge Shinigami's authority. Even Orochimaru in the later stages of the original work can only make himself immortal at best. Even Orochimaru can't revive a recently deceased person. But for Uchiha Fusuk, as long as the conditions are met, even a dead person can be revived by me. Nohara Lin's situation is actually somewhat similar to the Kato Dan in the original work. All important organs were damaged, resulting in death. And with ninjutsu alone, even Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, could not save him. Although Fusuk's level of medical ninjutsu is high, it is actually similar to Tsunade's later level. Broken organs cannot regenerate. But when Fusuk used scientific, methods to clone a brand new organ, everything changed. By the way, because the appearance of Uchiha Fusuk directly put an end to Tsunade's puppy love. As a result, Kato-dan did not become Tsunade's lover as in the original work. In the Second Ninja World War, Kato-dan also died due to the powerful correction power of fate. Seeing that Orochimaru had already copied Nohara Lin's heart, Uchiha Fusuk no longer hesitated. He formed a seal with one hand and lifted the freezing effect of forbidden technique, Mocha Botmo. In an instant, the ice and snow melted, revealing the scarred Lin inside. To successfully revive Lin, this heart transplant must be completed before she is completely brain dead. That means the time is only 5 minutes. Fusuk immediately winked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood immediately and quickly stepped forward to start the operation. Scalpel, suture, scissors. While Orochimaru was operating at an extremely fast speed, he ordered Yakushi Nunwoya beside him to change the tools for him. In less than 3 minutes, a brand new heart had been replaced with Nohara Lin's body. Because the organs were cloned from Nohara Lin's own cells and tissues, there would naturally be no exclusive reaction to call. After doing all this, Orochimaru exhaled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Obviously, even for him, accomplishing all this is not easy. On the side, looking at Orochimaru's perfect movements, Uchiha Fusuk nodded with satisfaction. When it comes to surgery alone, Orochimaru can be said to have surpassed Fusuk. Then Orochimaru immediately stepped aside and made room. On the operating table, Nohara Lin still closed her eyes tightly, with neither heartbeat nor breathing, still in the state of corpse. Even after her heart was replaced, Nohara Lin could only be considered a complete corpse at this moment. Due to the loss of a large amount of life force, Nohara Lin's body was lifeless and she still could not be resurrected. Next is the most important step in this resurrection ceremony. I saw Fusuk stepping forward quickly to take over the vacancy left by Orochimaru. Call. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. Buzz. Suddenly, the natural energy in the air suddenly began to stir and began to pour into Fusuk's body crazily. If other practitioners of immortal art saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. Is it possible to use natural energy like this to save your life? Don't you see, those stone toads on Mount Mayaboku are the best fate? But Uchiha Fusuk still didn't stop this crazy behavior. As a large amount of natural energy poured into his body, a large amount of magical chakra also appeared in his body. Almost instantly, ink-eye shadow appeared in the corners of his eyes again. It's the first stage of Sage Mode. But this time, Fusuk didn't stop there. The ink traces in the corners of his eyes began to spread. Until the ink mark connected to the black diamond mark on his forehead, it evolved into a mysterious mark with complicated patterns. Fusuk's appearance has changed more than just that. His short dark hair suddenly began to grow rapidly, until it transformed into long black hair reaching his waist. In a moment, Uchiha Fusuk grew up from an ordinary handsome man. He turned into an immortal with a vague smell of being out of the world. Sage Mode. Perfect stage. After entering the perfect stage of Sage Mode, Uchiha Fusuk already has a physique that is infinitely close to the Sage body. He wasted no time and immediately turned to look at Nohara Lin on the operating table. There was no seal, Fusuk simply put his hand on Nohara Rin's forehead. Boom! A powerful force rich in vitality poured into Nohara Rin's body from Fusuk's palm. After this magical power entered Nohara Lin's body, it began to automatically repair the scarred body. In an instant, all the scars on Lin's body, including the incision made during the operation just now, were completely healed. Then this power spread to Nohara Lin's chest and began to stimulate her heart. The next second, boom, boom, boom. A weak but extremely powerful heartbeat resumed in Nohara Rin's chest. Aha! As her heartbeat resumed, Lin opened her dazed eyes. But because she had just been resurrected, her will was still in disarray. Seeing this, Fusuk slowly retracted his palm and released Sage Mode. Nohara Lin's resurrection operation was successful. Behind Fusuk, seeing Nohara Rin regaining her breathing and heartbeat, Orochimaru's snake eyes were filled with enthusiasm. See, Yakushi, did you see that? This is the power of a teacher. This is the power of science. Then, Orochimaru shouted wildly to Nanu, who was already stunned beside him. Hear the sound. Yakushi Nunwoyu, who had already fallen into panic, glanced blankly at Uchiha Fusuk, who looked calm. She said nothing, looking at Uchiha Fusuk with long hair reaching her waist. Yakushi Nanoya just bowed in awe to this man who was comparable to a god. Used this insignificant act to silently admire this great behavior. Lin's resurrection seems very easy, but in fact it is almost impossible to achieve. There is no one in the entire ninja world who can achieve this except Uchiha Fusuk. First, the body of the deceased must remain relatively intact, and it is necessary to prevent the brain of the deceased from dying quickly due to lack of oxygen. Only Uchiha Fusuk, who has mastered Mokabotmo, can rely on freezing time and space, an almost plug-in method, to freeze the dead and preserve a glimmer of life. Besides, it is also necessary to use technological, pseudo, means to clone and repair the damaged organs of the deceased, and after unfreezing time and space, there needs to be a doctor who has the ultimate understanding of the human body and can complete the organ replacement of the deceased within 5 minutes. Finally, there is the most difficult point. That is, there must be an immortal who masters the power of immortality and yang escape, and infuses vital force to stimulate the resurrection of the deceased's body. Look at the entire ninja world today. Apart from the Sage of Six Paths, there is no true Six Paths level combat power. Even Uchiha Fusuk barely managed to master this ability by relying on the perfect Sage mode of the infinitely close Sage body. So unless Sage of Six Paths is willing to take action, otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to replicate such a miracle. The forbidden technique that freezes time and space, the technology of cloning organs, the doctor who has the ultimate understanding of the human body, and the immortals who master magic, all added together, Nohara Rin's only chance of survival was taken back from Shinigami. After resurrecting Nohara Rin, Fusuk released Sage mode immediately, but still felt tired. Why? It's a bit forced after all. Fusuk sighed secretly in his heart. The bottleneck called Six Paths is not so easy to cross. Even Uchiha Madara. It was also when he was about to die of old age that he reluctantly obtained the Immortal Eye and entered the Six Paths level. At this time, it is not yet mature for Fusuk to enter the Six Paths level. Just as he was gathering his thoughts, suddenly, a slight sound came from behind him. Fusuk turned around and saw a confused Nohara Rin, covering her head and slowly getting up from the operating table. You're awake. Is there anything uncomfortable? Fusuk slowly came to Nohara Rin, put his hand close to Nohara Rin's arm, and checked her condition. He found that the girl's body was fine except for being a little weak. At most, it's just a bit of irregular menstruation. Who are you? No, who am I? Nohara Rin stared blankly at the approaching Uchiha Fusuk and asked softly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin covered her head in pain. Seeing this, Fusuk immediately understood what was happening. While using medical ninjutsu to relieve Lin's headache, he turned to Orochimaru behind him and said calmly, "Little snake, record this. After the deceased is resurrected, the brain will still be damaged due to lack of oxygen. The specific manifestation is amnesia." Upon hearing the sound, Orochimaru immediately took out the small notebook he carried with him and wrote it down. On the notebook, there are 4 large characters written scientific research notes. After a while, Uchiha Fusuk informed Nohara Rin, who had lost his memory, of his name, identity, and general information. In other words, Nohara Rin is my name, right? Lin tilted her head with dull eyes and asked Uchiha Fusuk in front of her. That's right. Fusuk Kaido. What about you? What's your name? Lin seemed to have thought of something and still asked blankly. Me? My name is Uchiha Fusuk, you can just call me Grandpa Fusuk. Fusuk said matter-of-factly. Although he looks impressive on the outside, he is still only a young man in his 20s. But inside, Fusuk is old enough to be Lin's grandfather. Lin's dull eyes flashed with sparkle, and her confused mood began to revive. Fusuk, Grandpa, you lied. I lost my memory, but I didn't become a fool, Lin said softly, looking at Uchiha Fusuk with slightly angry eyes. You are so young and so handsome, whispering, you are not a grandpa, then I'll call you Fusukenii. After thinking for a moment, Lin said to Uchiha Fusuk seriously. For some reason, Lin's face turned unnaturally red when looking at Uchiha Fusuk's beautiful face. Tama. Grandpa is grandpa, you have to call me Grandpa Fusuk. No, just call me brother. It's grandpa. Brother. Time goes back to the present. Fusuk's thoughts gradually returned from memory to reality. Looking at the pretty and lovely Lin in his arms, a trace of apology flashed in his heart, although he later tried to find ways to restore Lin's memory. But it turns out that the damage caused to the brain by death from hypoxia appears to be irreversible. This resulted in Lin still being unable to remember past events. For some selfish reasons, Uchiha Fusuk does not intend to let the outside world know about Lin's existence. Therefore, he could only choose to hide the beauty in the golden house and temporarily let Lin live in this carefree sea of flowers. I'm sorry, Linear. I need to get away for a while. Fusuk gently rubbed Lin's head and smiled lovingly. Hearing the sound, a trace of emotion flashed in Lin's eyes, and a trace of yearning for the outside world flashed in her clear eyes. Fusukenii, can I? Before Lin could finish speaking, Fusuk's expression immediately changed, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Cannot. Take good care of your home. I'll be back in 2 days. Fusuk rejected Lin with a tone that could not be rejected. Oh. Lin's mood immediately dropped, and her originally excited eyes instantly dimmed. At this time, Lin was as pitiful as a puppy abandoned by its owner. Seeing this, Fusuk felt unbearable in his heart. Be obedient, I'll be back soon. Remember to tell the little snake. Fusuk instructed again. Before leaving, the person he was most worried about was Linear. Losing her previous memories meant that Lin had lost everything she had as a ninja. At this moment, Lin was not a professionally trained ninja, but just an innocent girl. Then, Fusuk I must come back soon, Lin said to Fusuk in a muffled voice with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Must. Seeing this, Fusuk promised again. The other side. Heitake Sakumo watched everything in front of him quietly. There was no expression on his face, but the thoughts in his heart were already far away. If the two people in Konoha knew that Master Fusuk was hiding in the secluded place, Golden House. Hiss. Heitake Sakumo suddenly took a breath of air. It's no wonder Master Fusuk, his methods are brilliant. The two jealous Shura fields in Konoha were eliminated without a single blow. Sakumo glanced at Fusuk, who refused Rin's request to follow, with a slightly respectful look. As if he noticed something, Fusuk, who had finished explaining everything, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Heitake Sakumo behind him, but all he saw was Sakumo's stern face. Fusuk's eyes flashed with confusion. It shouldn't be. I clearly feel a malicious force coming from behind. Forget it, never mind. Looking at Sakumo's stern face, Fusuk secretly wondered in his heart, so far so good. I was born with a poker face. Heitake Sakumo, who broke into a cold sweat, rejoiced in his heart. Let's go back to Konoha. Without giving Heitake Sakumo time to react, Fusuk reached out and grabbed Heitake Sakumo's shoulder. Whoosh! With a slight sound, the two bodies disappeared directly from the spot. Konoha. These two guys are too strong, we are no match at all. Puffed. Before he finished speaking, the screaming Konoha shinobi had his throat slashed with a sharp blade and died on the spot. The howling of the ninja was accompanied by the sound of blood splattering as the sharp blade sliced through the limbs. From the beginning of the battle, this scene keeps happening. The two warring parties tacitly divided the battlefield into two parts. On one side are the Konoha Umbu ninjas, who are responsible for holding back darkness and flame. On the other side, the fourth Hokage battles Uchiha Obito alone. On Konoha Umbu's side, at first glance, this is a bullying the few with more advantageous match. But judging from the results, the Konoha side with more people always had an absolute disadvantage. The mysterious ninjas named Fire and Darkness can deal with the elites of Konoha Umbu as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. No doubt. The hidden Yan and Darkness are both cage-level strong men, although people will die if they are killed. There is no absolute strength or weakness in the battle between ninjas, but usually, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to defeat a cage-level strong man with quantity. Even if you do it, you still have to pay a heavy price. It won't be long before these Umbu elites summoned by Minato will be dead or injured. Ho. Hateful. Namikaze Minato panted violently and couldn't help but curse when he heard the screams of Konoha shinobi in his ears. The strength of the three Uchiha Obito is far stronger than imagined. Minato wanted to quickly deal with Obito and then rush to support him, but reality made his thoughts fall into place. Whenever Minato is ready to step aside and go to support, Uchiha Obito will stick to Minato's side like brown candy. If Minato makes the slightest move, he will be attacked by Obito like thunder. Over time, under the influence of the surrounding environment, Minato fell somewhat at a disadvantage. No, we can't continue like this. Minato forced himself to calm down and kept thinking about ways to break the situation. After several battles, he has roughly figured out some of the basic characteristics of Obito Kamui. It seems that when he attacks, he cannot continue to maintain the state of escaping into a different space. If you want to defeat him, you must seize the flaw at the moment when he attacks. Minato thought. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The other side. Uchiha Obito looked at the slightly defeated Namikaze Minato in front of him and listened to the screams of the Konoha shinobi around him. A twisted sense of revenge flashed in his heart. Obito glanced at the Yan and Darkness not far away without moving his expression. At this moment, the two of them were still killing each other. Konoha Umbu's cannon fodder is almost dead. It is expected that Fire and Darkness will soon be free to help him besiege Minato. When the time comes, 3 versus 1, the advantage will be mine. Even Minato-sensei doesn't stand a chance. The fatigue shown by Minato and the successful plans made Uchiha Obito's heart feel unprecedentedly swollen at this moment. With a Sherwin mentality, he looked at Namikaze Minato in front of him mockingly like a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, whoosh, Minato took the initiative again and threw a kunao at Obito. Snort, sucker punch. Obito laughed indifferently. Using the power of Kamui, Obito easily ignored the kunao thrown by Minato. Instead of retreating, he advanced, ignoring Minato's attack and charging away. As expected, the kunao thrown by Minato pierced Obito's body. But when this kunao pierced Obito's body, it came out directly as if it had encountered air. Seeing the attack fall into the air, Whoosh! Minato activated Flying Thunder God again and quickly came towards Uchiha Obito to kill him. Court death. Seeing Minato take the initiative to activate Flying Thunder God and come forward, Obito's face under the mask showed a hint of ferocity. Just because for Obito, as long as he can touch Minato, with the power of Kamui, he can exile Minato to the Kamui space. And this is tantamount to directly, instantly killing Minato. Seeing the opportunity for victory right in front of him, Obito no longer hesitated. He cancelled the alienation of Kamui and stretched out his hand directly towards Minato. But the moment he was about to touch Minato, whoosh, Minato disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared behind Obito. This time, Minato was condescending and stared at Uchiha Obito below him with cold eyes. Flying Thunder God. Part 2. How can it be? Uchiha Obito was shocked when he saw Minato coming around behind him. When he was about to release Kamui again to enter the invincible state of alien space, everything was over. Minato aimed at Obito and opened his hand, and a beautiful blue sphere appeared in his palm. Raise-nan. Without any hesitation, Minato pressed the Raise-nan firmly onto Obito's back. Boom! The violent explosion stirred up dust in the sky, proving the Rasengan's destructive power. It turns out that the kunai Minato threw before was a Flying Thunder God special kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark engraved on it. He first took the initiative to approach Obito and used himself as bait to lure Obito to remove Kamui. Then he used Flying Thunder God. The second stage flashed behind Obito. Finally, he took advantage of Obito to relieve Kamui and severely injured Uchiha Obito with Rasengan. Just when Minato was about to take advantage of his illness and kill him, his flanks were suddenly and violently attacked. Fire style. Head hard. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. The swift wind blades and blazing flames perfectly hindered Minato's offensive rhythm. As a last resort, Minato had no choice but to give up attacking the remaining HP Obito and activate Flying Thunder God to dodge. Turn out to be. The fire and darkness on the other side have now slaughtered all the Umbuk cannon fodder around them. The two are preparing to attack Minato together with Obito. Then we saw the scene where Uchiha Obito was hit hard by Namikaze Minato. Without any hesitation, fire and darkness simultaneously chose to launch ninjutsu to rescue Uchiha Obito. Take advantage of this gap. Fire and darkness immediately flew to Uchiha Obito's side. One on the left and one on the right are like two door gods, firmly blocking Obito. Hateful. A trace of regret flashed in Minato's eyes, and his mood fell to the bottom. He knew it in his heart. That moment was his only chance to turn the tide of the battle. If we can take advantage of the opportunity just now to kill Uchiha Obito, the unfavorable situation of the battle will be reversed immediately. As the saying goes, opportunities cannot be missed and they will never come back. Due to the timely action of fire and darkness, Minato has completely missed this opportunity. For him, the situation was far more unfavorable than that. The Konoha shinobi who had previously held back fire and darkness were now dead and wounded. This means that Minato can only face 3 cage-level strong men alone next. Although among cage-level, there are indeed strong and weak ones. As the famous Golden Flash, Minato's strength is considered to be among the top among cage-level experts. But no matter how strong cage-level is, it is still cage-level. Of course, Minato was no match for the combined attack of 3 strong men of the same level. Not to mention, in the battle between ninjas, there is no absolute strength or weakness. Intelligence is the most important. Once a ninja's weakness is found, it means that his death is near. Obito just now is the best example. In order to defeat Uchiha Obito, Minato is already using his trump cards frequently. And the other side. The mysterious ninjas named Fire and Darkness spent little effort in the battle just now and have been waiting on the sidelines. Regarding what they are good at and what abilities they have, Minato basically knows nothing about it. So for now, not only does he have to defeat the masses with a small number, but he also faces the unfavorable situation of the enemy is in darkness and we are in the clear. Minato understands that he may only have a slim chance of survival at this point. And this only glimmer of hope exists in Uchiha Fusuk. Fusuk-sama, please come back soon. Minato prayed silently in his heart with a bitter feeling. The other side. Ahem. Accompanied by a violent cough, Uchiha Obito struggled to get up from the ground. Even Obito, who had been transformed by Hashirama cells, was seriously injured by the Rasengan shot just now. The severe physical pain was bearable, but the heartbreaking pain in his heart made Obito's mind go crazy. Minato-sensei, you are still so good. Holding back the pain in his heart, Obito looked at Minato on the other side and said complicatedly in his heart. Even though he had just experienced a bloody fight with an unfavorable situation, Minato still maintained his calm and elegant posture at this moment. Obito, on the other hand, had the advantage, but was left disgraced and bruised. Compare the two. A flawless jade dazzling in the sun. The other is like a gloomy rat crawling in the gutter. Minato's dazzlingness undoubtedly stimulated Obito again. Minato-sensei, Why are you so good, but you still can't protect Lin well? Why? Obito's heart was screaming crazily. If Obito was asked to list the targets he hates the most in his heart, it must be only one person: Namikaze Minato. The reason is also very direct. First, from Obito's perspective, the culprit who killed Lin was Mist Shinobi, but it was Konoha's top brass who sent Lin to die. Namikaze Minato, as the Hokage, the supreme leader of Konoha, bore the brunt of Obito's jealousy. Second, Minato, as Rin's teacher, failed to protect Nohara Rin, resulting in Nohara Rin's tragic death. This is responsibility in Obito's eyes. As the saying goes, deep love brings deep responsibility. As much as Obito respected Minato in the past, Obito now hates Minato. But even though there was a storm in his heart, Obito remained as calm as an iceberg on the surface. Ahem. He coughed twice violently. As expected of you, the man who can bear the name of Hokage, Namikaze Minato. As Obito spoke, he shook his body and silently used Yang Release Ninjutsu to heal himself. Although his words seemed to be praising Namikaze Minato, the hoarse voice was filled with an eerie flavor. Obito then dragged his body back to his feet. Now, let me take a look at your measuring again, Namikaze Minato. After saying that, Obito took the initiative to attack Minato. At the same time, fire and darkness also moved to the left and right, attacking Minato mercilessly at the same time. In a hurry, Minato could only barely resist. Namikaze Minato, danger. The interior of Konoha Shinobi Village. The giant Nine-Tails demon fox is ravaging the once peaceful village. One after another, Konoha Shinobi came to stop Nine-Tails' destruction, but they were all succumbed to Nine-Tails' sharp claws, just like a worm shaking a tree. Roar! Nine-Tails' crimson beast eyes were wide open, with 3 crimson Megatama stars rotating slightly in them. Obviously, Nine-Tails is still under Obito's control at this moment. Suddenly, the crimson Megatama in Nine-Tails' eyes disappeared quickly, and its eyes quickly returned to clarity. Due to the heavy damage, Obito on the other side is now unable to continue to control Nine-Tails. As a result, his control over Nine-Tails was temporarily released. Immediately afterwards, Nine-Tails' huge beast eyes were quickly filled with anger and cruelty. Roar! Konoha! Uchiha! You bastards! I'm finally free! Nine-Tails looked up to the sky and roared, the originally suppressed aura around him rising to a higher level again. For Konoha, Nine-Tails' sudden return to sanity is not good news. Even without Uchiha Obito's control, once Nine-Tails is broken, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm in Konoha. Of course, the reason goes without saying. A majestic-tailed beast, the darling of Sage of Six Paths. It was actually sealed in a mere human body, and its power was extracted, sealed, and kept in captivity like a pig or dog. This is simply a shame. Not to mention, Nine-Tails is the most powerful and aloof being among the tailed beasts. After being tortured by such humiliation for many years, one can easily imagine the resentment in his heart. After regaining his senses, Nine-Tails thought of the humiliation of being defeated by Hashirama and Madara. Coupled with these years of dark sealed life, old and new hatred suddenly surged into my heart. Roar! Nine-Tails roars at the moon. The terrifying aura radiated from its surroundings to the entire Konoha village. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the weaker ninjas had lost their fighting spirit under this ferocious aura and began to hesitate and tremble in place. Facing the destruction of Nine-Tails, Konoha was leaderless because Namikaze Minato was dragged down by Obito. But he didn't sit still and wait for death. Konoha's elite ninjas spontaneously began to gather to stop Nine-Tails. Things seemed to be getting worse. A Konoha shinobi who was round and fat said with a worried look on his face, "It appears that an unknown enemy has released control of Nine-Tails. But that's not good news for us." Another man with a ponytail and indifferent eyes replied calmly, "Where did Minato and Sakumo go?" A ninja with yellow hair said helplessly and anxiously, "The 3 are exactly the contemporary Inoshikacho trio, Akamaike Kaifeng, Nara Shikamiki, and Yamanaka Yuichi. As the saying goes, there is no empty person under a great reputation. The reputation of Inoshikacho in the ninja world is inseparable from its own ability. Not only do the 3 of them have the basic strength of elite jonin, but they can also deal with ordinary quasi-shadows when combined together. There is no way, we can't just watch the village be destroyed like this. We can only bite the bullet and go ahead." Nara Shikamaru rubbed his temples and said weakly, "One's own family knows one's own affairs." Nara Shideo knew clearly. Even though Inoshikacho has some strength, this strength is not enough in front of the rampaging Nine-Tails. But seeing their home destroyed, Inoshikacho could only know what to do. "Let's go." Akamaiki looked solemn. Secret technique. Super expansion jutsu. There is no holding back. Akamaiki takes the wind and strikes with all his strength. A little giant that was only slightly smaller than Nine-Tails suddenly appeared and rushed towards Nine-Tails. Boom! Under the sudden impact of Akamika's wind, Nine Tails was knocked directly and staggered. Just when Nine Tails looked fierce and prepared to fight back, whoosh! Suddenly, dense black shadows turned into chains and wrapped around the joints of Nine Tails, binding it tightly. Shadow Suture Technique. Black Flower of the Other Side. This is the blockade from Nara Deer Trail. Yuichi, take advantage of the moment. I can't hold on much longer, Nara Shikamika said anxiously to Yamanaka Yuichi beside him. And Yamanaka Yuichi had already been prepared. Regardless of his own safety, Yamanaka Yuichi unleashed the Yamanaka family's unique secret technique on Nine Tails. Secret technique. Heart turning technique. The effect is to temporarily replace the opponent's spirit and control the opponent's body. As Yuichi Yamanaka performed his secret technique, a trace of trance suddenly flashed in the eyes of Nine Tails in the distance, but it only lasted for an insignificant moment. The next second, puffed, Yamanaka Yuichi's 7 orifices spurted out a large amount of blood at the same time, and he fell to the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Obviously, Yamanaka Yuichi was unable to control Nine Tails with his ability, and instead suffered a backlash. Click! At the same time, Nine Tails began to exert force slightly, and the dark chains wrapped around its body began to crack inch by inch. Not good. Nara Shikami was shocked and quickly wanted to enhance the effect of the secret technique. Once the restraint he exerts is broken by Nine Tails, Akamika's wind attack will be in danger. But no matter how much he infused chakra, it was still only a drop in the bucket. Collapse. Finally, as Nine Tails exerted force again, the dark shadow chain completely collapsed. After losing its restraints, Nine Tails looked down at Akamiki, who was trying to wrestle with it, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It only moved slightly, and then Akamiki, who turned into a little giant, fell to the ground with the wind. Boom! Akamiki was about to get up. Violent. The violent sound of breaking wind has been heard. Nine Tails' sharp-pointed claws shining with metallic luster ruthlessly stabbed at Akamiki. No one can doubt the sharpness of Nine Tails' claws. This one blow was definitely enough to kill Akamiki on the spot. My life is over, Akamiki lamented in his heart and closed his eyes in despair. At this critical moment, Tooth, Water Style, Water Cannon, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Several attacks came suddenly, hitting Nine Tails' side hard, interrupting Nine Tails' attack on Akamika's wind attack. Get the wind and run. A wild male voice reached the ears of Akamiki, who was waiting for death. Akamiki opened his eyes in surprise and realized that it was other elite jonin from Konoha who had arrived to support him. The one who spoke was none other than Inyazuka Oiki, the elite jonin of the Inyazuka clan. Akamiki dared to hesitate. He immediately disengaged the expansion jutsu, rolled over and ran away. It was like saving a life. Take advantage of this opportunity. Inyazuka Oiki led the crowd to use ninjutsu to bombard Nine Tails, and for a while suppress Nine Tails. At the same time, Uchiha clan land, in the deepest courtyard. Now the head of the Konoha security department, he is the powerful young man in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, kneeling in the courtyard, asking for instructions from inside the house. Master Patriarch, are we really not going to take action? Thinking of the huge evil shadow under the blood moon, Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and said worriedly. But what he just said seemed to be given to air and did not receive any response. The courtyard was still filled with a deathly silence. For a long time, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but raised his head carefully and glanced forward calmly. The hazy moonlight shines into the house through the thin red gauze, and only a graceful figure of Pingting is blurred, although it is impossible to see the true face of the people in the house. But from the shadow revealed, it is not difficult to imagine that the owner of this figure must be a stunning beauty in the world. As if thinking of the owner of this figure, Uchiha Fugaku's mind wavered slightly, but soon, this strange emotion was wiped out by him. A long time passed. Except for the faint fragrance like poppy flowers that penetrated Fugaku's nostrils, there was still no deathly silence in the air. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't sit still at all, and he was about to continue asking questions. A lazy and charming voice finally came from the room. Wait. Just this word, like a binding spell, made Fugaku freeze in place. Yes. After a moment, Fugaku just responded in a low voice. Almost at the same moment, on the other side of Konoha, a very similar scene was taking place in an antique house. The two brothers Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hisashi were kneeling in front of a tea table in a Tagiza position, with a very respectful attitude. Sister clan, you can't hesitate any longer. Now that Konoha is in crisis, it's time for me to take action to win the favor of the fourth generation. If we keep standing still, if fourth generation didn't say anything after the incident, I'm afraid the village would inevitably be suspicious of it. Hyaga Hayashi earnestly advised the person on the other side of the tea table, keeping his posture extremely low. If his posture were seen by other Konoha shinobi, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Almost all the ninjas in Konoha knew one thing clearly. Although Hyaga Hayashi did not actually obtain the position of head of the Hyaga clan, but for many years, he has been fulfilling the rights of Hyaga clan leader and managing Hyaga, the huge Konoha family. It is hard to imagine that Hyaga Hayashi, who has a high status, would ask for help in such a humble manner. Yes, clan sister. Even if you don't consider these things, there will be no eggs left after the nest is overturned. As a member of Konoha, we must also help Konoha tide over the difficulties. Hisashi followed closely behind his brother and echoed. He tried to persuade from another angle. After all, Nine Tails is wreaking havoc outside right now, and it is unjustifiable for the Hyaga clan to ignore them. As the leader of the branch house of the Hyaga clan, Hisashi has not been in the same trenches with Hayashi as the clan for a long time. But today, it was extremely rare that the two brothers agreed on one thing. This also means that Hayaga's Zone family and branch house have an unprecedentedly consistent attitude towards this matter. And faced with the persuasion of the two people, the person across the tea table seemed unfazed. Drink tea. In this way, the words Lang Luo Hanshuang reached the ears of the two brothers Hayashi and Hisashi. Although they have long been accustomed to the character of this sister, the two of them still couldn't help but tremble. Nothing else. It's just a little too cold. The two brothers looked at each other, then reluctantly picked up the teacup in front of them and took a sip. The tea is very sweet in the mouth and leaves a fragrant aroma on the lips and teeth. But unfortunately, neither of them had the intention of tasting tea at this time. Hayashi raised his head again and carefully observed the person on the other side, as if he wanted to read some message from her face. And on the other side of the tea table, a woman who could be called flawless was sitting here holding a teacup in her hand. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with a girly appearance. Her appearance is stunning, but her temperament is as cold as ice. From the appearance, she looks like Hisashi and Hayashi's sister. In terms of aura alone, she completely crushed the two of them. She is said to be flawless not only because her skin is as white as snow and her face is as cold as frost. More importantly, her hair, eyelashes, eye pupils, clothes, accessories, everything is immaculately white. There was only a black diamond mark on her forehead, which became the only different color on her body. At first glance, she doesn't look like an ordinary person existing in the world, but they are winter elves that only exist in the world of ice and snow. Looking at the girl's face that was as perfect as the ice of 10,000 years, Hyaga Hayashi finally gave up on his meaningless move. I was stupid. How could I possibly see other expressions on Sister Clan's face? Hyaga Hayashi smiled bitterly in his heart. Everyone in the entire Hyaga clan knows about the coldness of this clan's sister. It is said that she has never been hypocritical about anything since she was born. Even the death of her parents could not make the clan sister's expression change at all. At this moment, how could Hayashi judge the other person's thoughts through her expression? If there is such a creature as a cold beauty in this world, then the clan sister in front of Hayashi is the real super iceberg. A long time passed. The big iceberg opposite Hayashi and Hisashi still had a cold face and said nothing. Other than that, her only action was to keep pouring tea into the teacups in front of Hisashi and Hayashi. After drinking the tea in front of him again, Hisashi finally couldn't sit still, because if he drinks anymore, he may not be able to help but think about releasing himself outside. He turned and glanced aside. It was discovered that his brother was facing the same dilemma as him, so Hisashi no longer hesitated and winked at his brother beside him. You are from the Zone family, come here. From Hisashi's eyes, Hayashi understood what he meant. Helpless, as a clan member and an elder brother, Hayashi could only grit his teeth and plan to persuade him again. Sister clan, I. But before he finished speaking, the big iceberg on the other side turned his face slightly and glanced sideways at Hayashi. The clear white eyes that were as clear as glass were reflected in Hayashi's eyes, and an indescribable coldness hit Hyaga Hayashi's heart. At that moment, Hayashi's unfinished words were frozen in his throat. Then, the woman withdrew her gaze and said calmly with no fluctuation in her tone, I said that. Wait. Although her voice was clear and sweet, like the sound of nature, there was an inexplicable chill in her tone. When this heavenly voice reached the ears of the two Hayashi brothers, the feeling it brought them was no less than that of the harsh winter of March 9th hiss. The two of them couldn't help but gasped at the same time and shrank their necks. Afterwards, the two of them made a tacit agreement not to mention the matter again. Sitting there quietly, sipping the tea in the cup, they looked like two obedient babies. Boom! With a dull impact, Minato's body hit the ground like a stray cat that had been hit by a truck. Ahem! Minato coughed violently, and blood poured out of the corners of his mouth as if for free. With great effort, he struggled to get up from the ground. The originally elegant and handsome divine robe was now stained by bloodline and mud. The other side. Looking at the embarrassed Minato, Obito's inner joy reached its peak. Under the mask, his twisted face couldn't help but grin. The pleasure brought by revenge makes Obito almost unable to extricate himself. Konoha Hokage, nothing more than that. Beside Obito, the ninja named Fire taunted Minato in a hoarse voice. Weak, too weak. Is this enough to be a Hokage? The ninja named Yan also echoed fire. Maybe it was Minato's illusion. He always felt that in addition to ridicule, there was also a bit of jealousy in their words. Ahem. After coughing twice more, Minato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the three enemies on the opposite side, his heart filled with bitterness. Since Minato's debut, today's battle was the worst he's ever suffered. Obviously. Although Minato tried his best to hold on, he was still no match for Obito and others. The cooperation of the three Obitos made Minato suffer a lot. The first is the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato is proud of, which has been repeatedly cracked because of encountering Kamui with the same attributes. Whenever Minato activates Flying Thunder God, Obito always follows immediately. Even if Minato wants to escape, Obito can also use Kamui to catch up again. Not only that, after Minato fought against ninjas named Darkness and Fire, he finally understood why the elites of Konoha were like lambs to be slaughtered in the hands of Fire and Darkness, because Yan and Darkness are not only two cage-level strong men, moreover, they are two combination-type ninjas who are good at cooperating in combat and have a tacit understanding. The power of two people fighting together is far more than 1 + 1 = 2. The level of difficulty between these two people is even greater than that of Cloud Shinobi's of combination, but not as bad. And Yan and Darkness have extremely rich combat experience. Several times, I judged the landing point of Minato Flying Thunder God based on experience alone. The attack was as dense as mercury pouring down the ground, leaving Minato with nowhere to dodge. After several battles, how can Minato remain undefeated? At this moment, Minato has reached his limit. The time of defeat is probably right around the corner. Seeing that Minato is at the end of his strength, Uchiha Obito will certainly not miss this opportunity. Don't take action. I'll personally send this fourth Hokage on his way, Obito ordered in a serious tone to the Fire and Darkness beside him. Hearing the sound, the two looked at each other and then backed away together. They also understood that Minato was unable to resist at this moment. Since the nominal boss Uchiha Obito insists on grabbing this head, they naturally will not choose to stop him. Just like that, Obito looked at Minato with a twisted smile and cold eyes. At the same time, his inner joy also reached its peak. Mr. Minato, let me send you on your way. When you get to Suntachuan, don't forget to apologize to Linear, he said secretly in his heart, while taking out the kunai without mercy, preparing to kill Minato. Kushina, I'm here to accompany you. Minato looked at the three powerful enemies in front of him, with a flash of pain in his eyes. At this moment, Minato suddenly remembered his wife who had just been taken out of the tailed beast not long ago and was dying. As soon as he thought about meeting the whirlpool Kushina on the road to the underworld, Minato suddenly felt relaxed. I'm sorry, Fusuke-sama. I have failed you. Finally, after Minato silently apologized in his heart, he closed his eyes in despair. Nisnia, Obito roared angrily and galloped towards Minato. The gleaming kunai in his hand was aimed right at Minato's heart. Uchiha Obito's eyes are full of excitement. He had already imagined the scene when the kunai pierced Minato's heart and blood splattered everywhere. If Lincoln knew anything about it, she would definitely be very happy. Obito thought slightly morbidly. But at this moment, an inaudible sound suddenly came. Whoosh! Obito hasn't figured out the situation yet. A size 44 foot stepped heavily on Obito's face. Boom! With a muffled sound and two front teeth flying in the air, Uchiha Obito's body flew back to the starting point. Whoosh! As soon as Uchiha Fusuke landed, he saw a strange man wearing an orange mask rushing towards him with excitement on his face. Before he had time to think about it, Fusuke immediately raised his leg and kicked him. After kicking the masked monster away, Fusuke suddenly woke up. This spiral mask. Isn't this the boy Obito? Ignore Uchiha Obito who was brutally beaten by Athlete's Foot. Fusuke began to search around for Namikaze Minato. It wasn't until he turned around and found the seriously injured Minato behind him that Fusuke breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm not late. Thanks to me for anticipating this day, I left the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God on Minato. Fusuke was secretly glad in his heart. Next to Uchiha Fusuke, Heitake Sakumo's condition doesn't look so indifferent. Originally, Minato was immersed in a revolving door state, quietly waiting for death. But unexpectedly, the expected pain never came. Instead, the discordant sound of retching kept coming from his ears, interrupting Minato's originally depressed mood. As soon as Minato opened his eyes, he saw a white-haired man vomiting while holding onto a tree. It looks like you were hungover last night. After going to the foot massage shop for a massage, you came home in the morning and vomited while hugging a tree. After regaining consciousness slightly, he also directly recognized the identity of the white-haired man in front of him. The abstract scene in front of him caught Minato off guard. The corners of his eyes twitched subconsciously, and then he immediately covered his nose and moved away from the white-haired man in front of him. Heitake Sakumo swears. If he could, he really didn't want to make such a shameful move at this moment when his great enemy was at his current moment. But, who would his family understand? He really couldn't help it. Originally, the first time Minato used the Flying Thunder God to send Ryusuke to him, Sakumo had already endured it very hard. And just now, Uchiha Fusuke didn't even say hello, and suddenly activated Flying Thunder God with Heitake Sakumo. This naturally allowed Heitake Sakumo to directly break through the defense. The severe dizziness continued to stimulate Heitake Sakumo's senses. His cramped stomach protested against his throat. Then, Heitake Sakumo held on to the tree trunk and vomited again. Uchiha Fusuke turned his eyes slightly, looked at Heitake Sakumo who was almost vomiting his intestines, and shook his head lightly. Young people are indeed still too young. Afterwards, Uchiha Fusuke immediately went to Namikaze Minato's side. He put a hand on Minato's arm and checked Minato's condition. 3 broken ribs. The heart, kidneys and spleen all suffered varying degrees of damage. In an instant, Fusuke had found out Minato's situation. It was obvious that Minato, who had been so seriously injured, had completely lost his ability to fight. Fusuke-sama. Looking at Uchiha Fusuke in front of him, Minato's eyes flashed with excitement. But soon, a hint of guilt flashed in his blue eyes. Looking at Fusuke's profile, which was almost the same as before, still handsome and young, Minato recalled the scene between the two of them on the day he succeeded Hokage. Under the spotlight, Uchiha Fusuke personally handed the bamboo hat symbolizing Hokage status to Minato. Minato, the village is in your hands. Uchiha Fusuke looked at Minato with eyes full of affirmation, smiled and encouraged the young man in front of him. At that time, Namikaze Minato was in full swing. Don't worry, Fusuke-sama, I will definitely protect the village. He took the bamboo hat from Fusuke's hand with high spirits and replied to Fusuke with extremely affirmative words. But judging from the current situation, Minato still failed to keep his original promise. Not to mention the village, he couldn't even protect his wife. I'm sorry, Fusuke-sama. I failed to protect the village. Minato said to Fusuke with a guilty look on his face, his voice trembling slightly. Hearing this, Fusuke didn't mean to blame Minato at all. He just silently used Yang Escape to treat Minato's more serious injuries, and then slowly spoke to Minato. You've done a great job, Minato. Next, leave it to me, this old guy. Saying that, Fusuke just smiled at Minato, with the same expression as when he handed the hat to Minato. Seeing this, Minato's eyes became slightly blurred. This feels like it is. Children who have never been beaten in fights outside come home and tell their parents about being bullied. Not only did your parents not blame you, but they also took the initiative to say that they would definitely help you find your place. Not to mention the subtle emotions in Minato's heart at this moment. The other side. Uchiha Obito, who had 2 front teeth knocked out by a kick, has climbed up from the ground again. Obito didn't speak, but stared at Uchiha Fusuke who suddenly appeared with cannibalistic eyes. As a former member of Konoha, and he is also a member of the Uchiha family. Of course, Obito is no stranger to Uchiha Fusuke, the legendary ancestor. Although Uchiha Obito has never seen this legend of Uchiha in person since he can remember, but over a long period of time, Fusuke, who ascended to the position of Hokage in the name of Uchiha, has actually always been Obito's idol. Or, there are few people in all of Uchiha who don't admire Uchiha Fusuke. It wasn't until Obito turned black that he turned his love for Fusuke. He turned into a little Kuriko with anti-Konoha thoughts in his mind. Quite literally. Uchiha Fusuke's current prestige within the clan is even more than that of Uchiha Madara, who worked with Hashirama to bring peace to the world. Of course, this is just a digression. For Obito, it was because he had already met Madara. Therefore, he was not too surprised by the sudden appearance of such a legendary figure. But as the saying goes, a person's shadow is the shadow of a famous tree. Thinking of the various legends of Uchiha Fusuke, Obito did not dare to be careless at all. He still needs to weigh whether to choose to take action against Uchiha Fusuke. At this moment, rational emotions reoccupied the high ground in Obito's brain, just when he was about to re-evaluate the combat capabilities of both sides. Suddenly, the situation on the scene changed drastically. You, Chi, Wave, Fang, Ji, a heartbreaking cry came from Obito. The hatred and resentment contained in this voice is enough to make anyone who hears it feel terrified. Uchiha Obito turned his head and looked to the side with a surprised expression. I saw the fire and darkness that were still on both sides of him, silently guarding him like door gods. At this moment, they were like 2 wild horses running wild, rushing towards Uchiha Fusuke on the opposite side like crazy. Obito was shocked for a moment. Where did these 2 guys go wrong? Obito cursed in his heart, looking annoyed. Before Uchiha Madara died, he indeed handed fire and darkness into Obito's hands as his inheritance. Inform him that these 2 cage-level strong men will assist him in completing his plan. But as for the origins of these 2 guys, Fire and Dark, and how they were recruited by Madara, Uchiha Obito doesn't know anything about it. He probably knew only one thing. That is, Yan and Yan, like him, both have an extremely deep hatred for Konoha. Originally, Obito was only filled with hatred for Konoha and had no intention of caring about others. But for now, Uchiha Obito suddenly seemed to understand. Where does the source of fire and darkness's hatred for Konoha come from? Chi, wave, fang, ji, fire howled like a wild beast and killed Uchiha Fusuke desperately. While galloping, Yan quickly formed the seal. Pang, along with a burst of mist, two identical clones appeared beside Yan. Shadow clone technique. The three of them started to form seals again while running. You don't need to look closely to find that Yan and the two clones around him have three completely different seals. The first clone completed the seal first. I saw him slapping his hands towards the ground. The ground instantly began to tremble slightly. Earth style, quagmire technique. The ground under Uchiha Fusuke's feet instantly became muddy, and the strong suction force made it impossible for him to move his legs. The second clone completes the seal with Yan at the same time. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style. Fire dragon fire bullet. Yan and the second clone opened their mouths at the same time. The violent flame dragon crashed towards Uchiha Fusuke carrying the hurricane of wild hunting. Compound ninjutsu. Hurricane flame dragon. The ninja named Fire has a killer move when he strikes. Not only can he release 3 types of ninjutsu at the same time, but he can also directly release a powerful compound ninjutsu. As the saying goes, an expert will know if something is there as soon as he makes a move. As you can tell from the name, Yan is a ninja who is quite confident in fire style. The fire style released with cage level strength of fire is at least equivalent to 5 jonin using fire style at the same time. The wind assists the fire, making the already violent flame dragon even more terrifying. Since Fusuke was trapped by the earth style previously performed by Yan, he could only passively move in place, looking at the terrifying fire dragon coming. In desperation, he could only use water style, which restrained fire style, to defend. Water style. Water formation pillar. The advanced water style ninjutsu was performed by Fusuke. A huge water ball like a meteorite was released by him and headed straight towards the fire dragon. The terrifying flame dragon collided with the meteorite-shaped water ball. Puffed. The moment water and fire merged, a huge amount of water vapor was generated. The thick steam obscured everything in front of Fusuke, making it impossible for him to see clearly the movement of fire. Fusuke carefully sensed everything in the fog, guarding against the sudden attack of fire. But that's it. The crisis has quietly struck. A dark figure emerged from behind Fusuke. It is the darkness that has been hidden for a long time. It turns out that Yan's seemingly ferocious attack turned out to be just a feint, just to attract Fusuke's attention. Even the thick steam created by the blending of water and fire was only part of the two people's plan. The purpose is to make Fusuke focus on the steam, thereby subconsciously ignoring the threat from the underground. The real killer move is Yami, who sneaks into the ground early in the morning using earth style. Heart beheading technique. Whether it's tactics, placement, or the timing of launching ninjutsu and assassinations, the combination of fire and darkness was perfect, leaving no time for Uchiha Fusuke to react. By the time Uchiha Fusuke noticed it, the blue light shining Morion blade had already approached his neck. It was obvious that the kunao in Yan's hand had already been fed with poison. At an extremely close distance, Yami could clearly see Uchiha Fusuke's eyes trembling violently with fear. Burn, my cold, heartless hatred, an extremely excited roared in his heart. Next, everything was just as darkness had imagined. Puffed. The blue kunao successfully pierced Uchiha Fusuke's neck, then just twisted his wrist slightly again, and a huge headshot directly into the sky. A rain of blood spurted out, falling directly on the mask covering Dark's cheeks. Yami covered the mask on his face with one hand, and the other hand holding the kunao lowered slightly. His body was shaking constantly, as if he was suppressing something. Hum hum. Ha 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 ha. After a while, who was covering his face, finally couldn't bear it anymore and started laughing wildly. He has waited too long. Now, he finally has his revenge. The other side. See darkness and succeed. Yan looked stunned for a moment, then he stood there stupidly without moving for a long time. He couldn't imagine it. The terrifying shadow that has shrouded his life, that he can't get rid of Uchiha Fusuke. He actually died because of his cooperation with darkness. Incredible joy washed over Yan's heart, but he didn't laugh maniacally like Dark. Instead, an inexplicable tear fell from the corner of his eye. These are not tears of sadness, but the moved tears shed under the joy of ultimate, because he actually, really did it. The pleasure of revenge makes Yan feel as good as being in heaven. Inflammation in the heart. At this time, there is quite a feeling. I am alone on the top, with the cold wind blowing constantly. He held his head high and let tears fall from the corners of his eyes. All of this forms a beautiful picture that symbolizes victory. That's it? That's it. No, this will be the legend of Uchiha. Uchiha Obito on the other side was stunned. He couldn't believe that the legendary third Hokage died so easily and tragically at the hands of darkness and fire. It's not that he looks down on the strength of darkness and Yan, but this scene is a bit too exaggerated. Suddenly, Obito seemed to think of something. Shua. The next moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate crazily, as if to remind him of the approaching danger. Wrong, there must be something wrong. Obito suddenly woke up. He quickly turned to the side. There, Namikaze Minato and Heitake Sakumo were performing repetitive actions like two non-existent NPCs. Both showed no reaction to Uchiha Fusuk's death. Heitake Sakumo was still retching, while Namikaze Minato was sitting there like a puppet. No matter how slow Obito was, he finally realized what was wrong with the problem. It was as if someone had poured cold water on him, making Obito's heart suddenly freeze to the bottom. Illusion. Uchiha Obito immediately realized that he had been possessed by a genjutsu from unknown time. Immediately, Obito's brain began to work rapidly. When did he activate the illusion? Is it after the Yan attack? Wrong, maybe from the beginning. Uchiha Obito became more frightened the more he thought about it. When it comes to playing genjutsu, Uchiha is ranked second in the entire ninja world, and no one dares to be ranked first. Especially since Obito awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, any illusion seems to be a child's play in his eyes. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito even easily controlled Kirigakure's fourth Mizukage, secretly manipulating everything in Mist Shinobi. To a certain extent, after awakening Mangekyo, Uchiha's tribe is equivalent to opening the buff of immunity to illusions. Certainly, bug-level illusions like distinguished heavenly gods and Izanami are not among them. Obito thought he might flip over, but never thought about it. He will overturn the car by using an illusion. This is like a seasoned hunter who makes a living by hunting geese all day long. One day, he was suddenly pecked by wild geese and was blinded. It was so outrageous. No matter how unbelievable Obito's heart was at this moment, but the reality was right in front of him, and he couldn't tolerate the slightest disbelief. He forced himself to calm down and began to think about solutions. Right now, the only glimmer of hope that can break the situation lies with Uchiha Obito himself. Otherwise, do you expect Yan and darkness to decipher such a weird illusion? Looking at Yan, who was immersed in the illusion in front of him, he still put on a posture of how lonely it is to be invincible. Obito could only grit his teeth and curse secretly waste. Generally speaking, there are several different solutions for solving illusions, but Obito knew it. The effect of this illusion is so extraordinary that even he who turned on Mangekyo was hit by it. That means conventional means are basically useless. Then there is only one way left. That is, with Mangekyo Sharingan's resistance to illusions, hard solution. At that moment, Obito immediately transformed a large amount of chakra into eye power and injected it into Mangekyo. His Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to be stimulated by something and began to spin crazily. Immediately, a line of blood tears overflowed from Obito's eyes and slowly flowed down his face. Under this overload operation, Obito's Mangekyo suffers huge load damage. And with Mangekyo overloaded, the effects obtained by Obito are also extremely obvious. In just an instant, all the scenery in front of him began to distort and transform, eventually transforming into a bizarre and colorful world. But after staying at this step, Obito was unable to continue to explore the illusion. He knew very well that if he flinched even a little bit at this moment, everything would return to the starting point again, back to the world of illusion. Break it for me. Obito's expression became extremely ferocious, he was heartbroken and roared desperately. Obito actually chose to inject all the pupil power into his eyes regardless of the cost. Puffed, a large amount of blood immediately spurted out from Obito's eyes. The results obtained are naturally immediate. The bizarre and colorful world in front of Uchiha Obito disappeared in an instant, and the real world finally appeared in front of him, after dispelling the illusion. Ho, ho. Uchiha Obito was breathing heavily, and the cold sweat all over his body had already soaked his clothes. Click. The huge consumption of pupil power and chakra made Obito a little unable to support, and his knees suddenly softened and he was half kneeling on the ground. He forced his head up and observed the scene in front of him with one eye. Obito first looked at his two companions. An extremely abstract scene suddenly came into his eyes. I saw Yan holding his head up with an arrogant look, assuming a lonely mastered posture, letting two lines of clear tears flow down his cheeks and fall to the ground. On the other side, darkness kept laughing maniacally at a big tree that was cut down. He shouted while laughing wildly. I succeeded. The two people's actions made Obito shudder uncontrollably. He immediately turned his head and looked to the other side. The scene he saw made his pupils shrink violently. Only a distance is seen. Uchiha Fusuk still squatted in front of Namikaze Minato and used Yang release to heal Minato's injuries. Heitake Sakumo has recovered from vomiting. He pulled out the famous white short sword White Fang in the ninja world on his back, and was about to step forward to kill the three people who were possessed by the genjutsu. He seems to be aware of Obito's gaze. Uchiha Fusuk suddenly turned around and looked at Obito. The two people's eyes immediately focused together. From Uchiha Fusuke's eyes, Obito only saw two words. That is, peace. This kind of calmness does not make people feel at all at ease. Instead, an inexplicable fear suddenly arose in Obito's heart. This kind of panic is like a sampan and a small boat on a deep and calm sea. Although the sea around him was extremely calm, he never knew when this bottomless ocean would swallow him. In the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, it seems that there is a sea of stars hidden in it at this moment. Unknown, deep, ancient well without waves. But it makes people unable to see through it, dare not look at it, and even make them panic. After a while, Uchiha Fusuke's handsome face just smiled slightly, and his face looked like that of an amiable family elder woke up. Fusuke said softly, with a tone as normal as a parent asking a child who has just woken up if they want breakfast. Boom! But just these two words made Uchiha Obito's head feel like it exploded. Aha! Obito, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly bounced up and fell backwards, sitting down on the ground. At this moment, Obito's face hidden under the mask was distorted, filled with fear. Run! At this moment, there was only this one voice in his heart. Unless the plan reaches its final stages. Never, never do anything to Konoha. At this moment, Madara's voice suddenly sounded in Obito's ears again. Uchiha Obito suddenly understood. Why did Madara leave such words to him before she died? Just because this man named Uchiha Fusuke is so terrifying. A glimpse of Madara reveals the whole story. This illusion, which had no warning and had terrifying effects, was used alone. This shows the unfathomable strength of Uchiha Fusuke. Looking at Yan and Darkness who are still showing off on the side, Obito knew in his heart that if he had to face Uchiha Fusuke forcefully, there would be no chance of winning. Hesitation leads to defeat. After forcibly breaking the illusion cast by Fusuke, Obito's condition has deteriorated to the extreme. If I don't run now, when will I wait? After thinking about quitting, Obito's fighting spirit completely lost. What is revenge or not? Only by keeping your life alive can you have the chance to continue your revenge. Not to mention, I want to create a world with Lin, Obito said hysterically in his mind, looking for excuses for his retreating behavior. Just wait. Uchiha Fusuke, one day I will get back to where I am today. Obito said a harsh word in his heart, and then he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He endured the severe pain in his eyes, ignored the eyes that were in a state of near failure, and forcibly drove Kamui. With the activation of Kamui, Obito instantly came to the side of Fire and Darkness. Then, he put his hands on the shoulders of Yan and Darkness, preparing to lead them to run away. Predictably, take advantage of Kamui's features. The three of them will disappear without a trace in the next second. Because of Kamui's ability, this all happens almost instantly. Heitake Sakumo, who was holding the short sword White Fang, wanted to stop it. But facing the ghostly Kamui, Sakumo seemed to be powerless. Base. In desperation, Sakumo could only move forward with an angry slash at the fastest speed in his life. Ninja technique, White Light Slash. The famous swordsmanship in the ninja world emerged from Sakumo's hands. In an instant, a sharp blade shot out and headed towards Obito. No one would doubt the sharpness of this sword. As long as he is struck by this sword, Obito will be cut into pieces directly on the spot. But it's a pity. Before the sword arrives, Obito has enough time to activate Kamui and escape. As Uchiha Obito touched the shoulders of Fire and Darkness, his mind finally relaxed slightly. But at this moment, going to leave. A gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. These three short words caused a flash of fear in Obito's eyes. Immediately, something incredible happened. Obito suddenly woke up. He couldn't move. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get his body to make even the slightest movement. Even a ninjutsu like Kamui that relies on Mangekyo Sharingan power requires Obito to mobilize chakra to achieve it. But now, let alone mobilizing chakra, he couldn't even blink. Obviously, this is another extremely advanced illusion. The effect is to temporarily sever the connection between the subject's mind and body. Illusion. See illusion again. Obito immediately understood that he had inadvertently fallen into Uchiha Fusuke's trap again. Move, Obito roared in his heart. But no matter how depressed he was in his heart, his body seemed to be dead and unable to make any movement. As an elder, I can't let your hard work go in vain. Please take some little gifts back with you. While Obito was struggling, Fusuke's meaningful voice sounded in his ears again. Wait until the words fall. A sword with unparalleled sharpness struck at just the right time. Obviously, this extremely sharp sword is the little gift Fusuke calls it. Puffed. As the sword flashed, blood spurted out instantly. Because of the location, Fire and Darkness happened to be blocking Uchiha Obito's body, which had the effect of blocking the knife. But the dignified Konoha's White Fang struck an angry blow. How could two flesh and blood bodies be able to stop it? So after the sword light cut through the bodies of Fire and Darkness, it still slashed unstoppably towards Obito's neck. If this attack were to be carried out, What awaits Obito is that his body and head will inevitably be separated. At this extremely close distance, Obito's eyes were filled with the dazzling silver light of the sword. No, Obito's eyes were about to split, and he screamed in his heart unwillingly. And when the sword light was less than 1 centimeter away from Obito, I wonder if his struggle had an effect. His body suddenly regained its freedom. Buzz, the moment he was freed, Uchiha Obito performed Kamui at the fastest speed in his life. Before leaving, Obito took one last look at Uchiha Fusuke in the distance. It was still the ordinary pair of 3 Megatama, and Obito didn't see even the slightest bit of surprise in Fusuke's eyes. Some are still just as indifferent and calm as ever. A cold feeling came from Obito's heart. Under these eyes, Obito felt as if his whole body had been completely seen through. Aha! Suddenly, Obito seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, Kamui activated. The 3 bodies disappeared from the spot. Boom! Sakumo's sword finally cut into the air, leaving only a crack on the ground that stretched for tens of meters. However, Sakumo's sword was not without its rewards. In a pool of blood on the ground, 2 severed limbs with very smooth cuts were lying. Zizzy! These 2 fresh severed limbs were still bleeding. An arm, a thigh. It is obvious that the owners of these 2 parts are the 2 people Yan and Dark who were still in the concave shape not long ago. After the 3 Obitos escaped, looking at a broken leg and a broken arm on the ground, a trace of guilt flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes. I'm sorry, Minato, Fusuke-sama. It's all my fault for making a mistake, Heitake Sakumo said to Fusuke and Minato standing aside, full of shame. Sakumo's attack just now was originally made out of anger. Therefore, the targets he chose to attack were not fire and darkness who were possessed by illusions, but Uchiha Obito, the only one of the 3 who can function normally. A slight difference meant that this cut only cut off one of Yan's thighs and one of Yan's arms. If Sakumo's initial attack target was the darkness and fire that could not be avoided due to the illusion, then this chop can remain these 2 guys in Konoha forever. Instead of finally allowing these 3 guys to escape with remaining blood, Sakumo, who blamed himself, took the responsibility on himself. Fusuke, who knew the reason for Sakumo's self-blame, did not take it seriously. He just responded to Heitake Sakumo nonchalantly. It's okay, Sakumo. Just 3 rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. Just run away. As he spoke, Fusuke took back his hand on Minato's arm. After this period of treatment, Minato's injuries were no longer serious. Thank you, Fusuke-sama. Minato looked at Fusuke with grateful eyes. Fusuke just smiled and shook his head slightly. After all, Minato is not only his hand-picked successor, still his disciple. Under this dual relationship, Fusuke should put Minato's life first, both emotionally and rationally. It was natural for Fusuke to prioritize treating Minato. Fusuke stood up silently. Just now, his words were meant to comfort Heitake Sakumo, but deep down in Fusuke's heart, he really didn't care about the hidden fire and darkness, even if these 2 guys showed extraordinary hatred towards him. Uchiha Fusuke has been in the ninja world for many years, and the people he has offended are as countless as catkins in the March wind. In Fusuke's army of enemies, Yan and Darkness can only be regarded as 2 relatively inconspicuous guys. The fact that someone came to seek revenge was not a once-in-a-lifetime experience for him. As the saying goes, if you have too many debts, don't worry about them. If you have too many lice, don't bite them. He had gotten used to this over the years. This is actually one of the reasons why Fusuke finally chose to live in seclusion. After all, people come to your door every day looking for revenge, so the danger is out of the question. But being disturbed every day can annoy him to death even if it is annoying. Speaking of which, these 2 guys look a bit familiar. Thinking of the 2 guys just now, Fusuke muttered to himself. Afterwards, Fusuke stopped thinking about it and just stood up and stretched out slowly. I haven't fought with anyone in a long time. This is really a hearty battle. After stretching his body, Uchiha Fusuke said seriously, Namikaze Minato. Heitake Sakumo. Ignore Namikaze Minato with a black question mark on his face and Heitake Sakumo who is silent. Uchiha Fusuke cast his sights in the center of Konoha village. There, a huge evil shadow was wreaking havoc on everything around it. Looking at 9 tails in the distance, Uchiha Fusuke's eyes flickered slightly. Uchiha Obito cannot die. At least for now, he must not die. An unknown heartbeat flashed through Fusuke's heart. The next moment, his eyes immediately returned to calmness. Let's go, it's time to go to the next stop, Fusuke said calmly to Sakumo and Minato behind him, and then directly launched Flying Thunder God to go to the location of 9 tails. Looking at Uchiha Fusuke who suddenly disappeared, Heitake Sakumo suddenly realized something. He turned his head sharply, looking pale and wanting to say something to Namikaze Minato beside him. Well, Minato, I will. But before he could finish his words, Minato had already put his hand on his shoulder with a smile. The next second, Whoosh! The figures of the two people suddenly disappeared from where they were. The ninja world is somewhere unknown. Three extremely miserable figures lay motionless on a piece of grass. If the chests of the three people were not still rising and falling a little, people might have mistaken them for three corpses. These three people are Obito, Yan and Yan, who just escaped death. Due to excessive blood loss, Yan and Darkness had already passed out. Uchiha Obito was lying quietly on the grass, with a look of horror on his face, as if he was a stiff corpse. The severe pain in his eye sockets continued to stimulate Obito's brain, but Obito paid no attention to this. His mind was still stuck on just now. Obito's memories are flashing back to everything that happened after Uchiha Fusuke appeared. Finally, he seemed to be sure of something. Although Obito was still shocked, his eyes gradually regained clarity. He did it on purpose. I didn't break free of that technique on my own. Obito sat up suddenly from the grass. Huge malice and unknown confusion filled Obito's heart. He doesn't understand. Why did Uchiha Fusuke, who was the third Hokage just now, let him, the invader of Konoha, go? Obito slowly raised his slightly trembling hand and gently stroked his neck where there was a constant tingling sensation. There, a clear scar was oozing blood. This scar was caused by Sakumo's slash. Even though they were only 1 centimeter apart, the slash with the ultimate edge still hurt Obito. Obviously Fusuke only needs to maintain the illusion for 1 more second, and Obito will be dead in the branch house. But why did that man let him go? Obito was haunted by great confusion. As an elder, I can't let your hard work go in vain. Please take some little gifts back with you. The indifferent and elegant voice echoed in Obito's ears again. There is no doubt that the blood mark on his neck is the little gift Fusuke calls it. Obito understands. This is a very deliberate warning. He had a splitting headache and covered his head. How does he know that I am a junior? Does he know anything? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Obito seemed to suddenly think of something and fell into a state of anxiety again. In this forest meadow, a young man named Uchiha Obito suffered the most painful moment in his life. Endless doubts and fears filled his heart, but it was impossible for anyone to answer his doubts at this moment. Under the cold night wind, Uchiha Obito could only endure his inner suffering alone. It wasn't until a long time later that Uchiha Obito, who had not thought of any answers, left with the Yan and Darkness in a coma. Only the remaining blood stains on the ground showed that the three of them had been here some time ago. The center of Konoha. The huge orange demon fox was still wreaking havoc, but compared to just now, Nine Tails looked a little aggrieved at this moment. Fireballs, lightning, and wind blades filled the sky, overwhelmingly submerging every inch of Nine Tails' body. Led by a group of Konoha elite ninjas, the Konoha shinobi began to join forces to bombard Nine Tails with ninjutsu, which also made Nine Tails seem to be gradually being suppressed. That's it. Well done. The scene in front of him made Inyazuka Oiki, one of Konoha's elite jonin, shout excitedly. But Nara Shikamiki, who was beside him, had no joy at all on his face. Instead, he showed a worried expression, due to Hokage's absence. At this moment, Nara Shikamiki was forced to take over the leadership position. Different from the simpler-minded Inyazuka clan, the Nara clan has always been known as the most powerful brain in Konoha. Therefore, Nara Shikamiki took command, and all the Konoha ninja had no objections. From a situation perspective, at first glance, at this moment, the Konoha ninjas firmly had the upper hand by virtue of their strength and numbers. But be aware, ninjas' chakra is limited. Until now, no arrowhead figure has appeared in Konoha to cause substantial damage to Nine Tails. I'm afraid it won't be long before Konoha's continuous offensive fails to keep up, giving Nine Tails a chance to breathe. Then Nine Tails will launch a brutal counterattack. And that was the moment when Konoha's front collapsed. Although Nara Shikamiki has already foreseen the next ending, but he still could only remain silent. Nothing else. Even if Nara Shikami expresses his thoughts, it will still have no effect. On the contrary, it will spread negative and pessimistic emotions and affect the morale of Konoha. In the face of absolute power, Nara Shikamiki can only be regarded as a slightly smarter ant at best. It was the only thing he could do at this moment. Just pray that fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato can come soon. Another moment passed. As expected, the wave of attacks by Konoha's ninjas began to show signs of decline. Most Chunin and even some Jonin began to suffer from chakra deficiency. Nine Tails, who was originally unable to stand up straight under the weight of the intensive attacks, slowly began to stand up bit by bit against the gradually weakening wave of attacks. For all this, Nara Shideo saw it in his eyes and was anxious in his heart. At this moment, several young voices in the distance reached Lu Deo's ears. Shikamika-sama, we are here to help. Hearing the sound, Lu Deo immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw dozens of young ninjas rushing toward him. The young ninjas at the head were all faces familiar to Nara Shikamiki. Heitei Kakashi, Ui Hong, Might Guy, Yamanaka Hiki. And among the ranks of this youth army, there is also Shikachi's own son, Nara Shikaku. These young ninjas are either talented people or the next generation of various ninja clans in Konoha. Although many of them have advanced to Jonin, their talent potential has not yet been fully realized. Therefore, during this turmoil, these young ninjas, together with Konoha's genin, were arranged to be isolated in a safe area, and were the key protection objects of the village. Seeing these seeds of Konoha's future entering danger, Nara Shideo immediately said angrily, "Nonsense, who asked you to come here?" Faced with Nara Shikamika's reprimand, Kakashi and others remained firm and indifferent. At this time, it was Ui Hong, a woman, who stepped forward and spoke resolutely. "Lord Shikamiki, as a member of Konoha, we also have the obligation to protect our homeland. We are ninjas, why not let us go to the battlefield?" Looking at the pretty and resolute profile of the girl Ui Hong, Shikamiki couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart, although his face was still full of anger. Zhenhong gave birth to a good daughter. Although deep in Lu Dao's heart, he was deeply moved by the appearance of the youth army. But with Lu Dao's maturity, it is certainly impossible to allow these young people to continue taking risks, even if these old guys were completely wiped out here. As long as these seeds are present, Konoha will be reborn sooner or later. All this confirms Konoha's village building philosophy: where there are leaves flying, there is fire burning. But if all these seeds are folded here, the inheritance of Konoha is considered to have been discontinued. This is something that the entire top management of Konoha will never allow to happen. Also, let's look at it from another perspective. Deal with natural disaster level enemies like Nine Tails. A few more people or a few fewer people will not have much impact at all, unless there is a cage level strong man who can influence the situation by himself. Otherwise, with the combat power of these youth army, even if they join, it will only be a drop in the bucket. Perhaps one day in the future, one of these youth troops will be able to grow up enough to stand alone against Nine Tails. But not now. At this moment, Nara Shikami glanced at the young ninjas in front of him. His eyes quickly picked out his son with evasive eyes. "Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku, tell me, what is the mission of a ninja?" Shikamiki asked Shikaku with a serious face. "Mission accomplished." Hearing the sound, Shikaku's eyes flickered, and then he reluctantly answered, "Okay, then tell me, what is the task assigned to you by the village now?" Nara Shikami continued to ask. But this time, Nara chose silence. Nara Shikamiki emphasized his tone and looked directly at Nara Shikaku with extremely sharp eyes. Due to bloodline suppression, Nara Shikaku was ultimately unable to withstand the pressure from Shikamiki. "In a safe place, wait for the unrest to end," he whispered in a very reluctant voice. As these words appeared, all the young ninjas were like deflated rubber balls at the same time. Their expressions were ashen. From the first day they became ninjas, they understood one thing deeply. That is, the mission is the life of a ninja. Disobeying the mission is an absolute taboo for ninjas. No matter what the mission is, all the ninja has to do is comply and fulfill it. Very good. Now, carry out your mission. Finally, Nara Shikamaru ordered with a solemn expression. Yes. It wasn't until Nara Shikamika brought out the ninja code that the young soldiers spoke reluctantly. At the same time, Konoha's attack wave also began to decline further. Nine Tails has broken away from the passive state of lying on the ground, unable to move and being beaten. It stood up with force against the intensive bombardment of ninjutsu like raindrops. After the violent bombardment just now, the anger in Nine Tails' heart has obviously reached its peak. Its canine teeth crisscrossed back and forth, and its pair of vertical pupils showed unconcealable hatred. "Humanity." Nine Tails gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words from between his teeth. Then it forcibly raised its head and opened its bloody mouth. Buzz. The dark energy ball began to condense in its mouth, symbolizing the wave of destruction spreading from between its sharp teeth to the surroundings. Nine Tails' actions were clearly reflected in Nara's eyes. This is. Nara Shideo's eyes flickered violently, and his cheeks were filled with horror. Nara Ludeo naturally knows what the dark ball in Nine Tails' mouth means. It's over. Ludeo sighed in his heart, his eyes full of despair. For Konoha at this moment, it can be said that the situation is over. He turned his head and looked at Ui Hong and the others, who had a somewhat dazed look around him, with a look of defeat on his face. Now not only old guys like them, but also the future of Konoha will be ruined by Nine Tails. These young ninjas still didn't know how terrifying the attack Nine Tails was about to release, but they just looked at Nara Shikaku with some doubts, whose expression changed greatly. Only Kakashi, who has experienced the Nohara Rin incident, knows something about this. Suddenly, a trace of heaviness flashed through Kakashi's dead fish eyes, which seemed to have no energy for anything. "Tailed beast bomb." Kakashi squeezed out 3 words from his mouth one by one. "What is a tailed beast bomb?" Might Guy, who looked confused and was still in adolescence, asked in confusion. "It's a technique that can destroy a village with one strike." Kakashi clenched his fists and explained to Guy beside him. What? The adolescent mite was shocked, and his eyes widened when he looked at Nine Tails. At the same time, all the young Konoha ninjas beside Might Guy took a breath of air and looked stupidly at the tailed beast bomb that Nine Tails was about to complete. Even after hearing Kakashi's answer, the youth army of Konoha who had not seen the big winds and waves were still a little unbelievable. Impossible, Yui Hong asked with doubts. She didn't seem to believe that there really existed in this world a ninjutsu that could destroy a village with one strike. Sorry kids. It's us adults who are so useless. At this moment, Nara Shikado, who had a look of decline on his face, suddenly said with a wry smile. Hearing the sound, all the youth army in Konoha lowered their heads and became completely silent. If there were still people who couldn't believe it just now. So now Shikamika's words are undoubtedly equivalent to acquiescing to Kakashi's answer. Despair began to permeate everyone's hearts. Seeing that Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb is about to be charged up, the Konoha shinobi who knew what this meant all stood there with gloomy faces, waiting to die. But at this moment, the sky suddenly turned red. Whoosh! A giant great fireball that dyed the entire night red suddenly hit Nine Tails' side. The next second, the red flames directly engulfed Nine Tails' huge and vicious body. The tailed beast bomb that Nine Tails had been brewing for a long time was also interrupted due to this sudden attack. Boom! The splashing sparks and the crackling sound of high-temperature burning reached everyone's ears. This terrifyingly powerful fire style is even much stronger than the fire style previously released jointly by Konoha's elites. Looking at the fire that seemed to burn a big hole in the sky, Nara's eyes regained their luster. Seeing such a powerful fire style, Nara Shikamiki could only think of one name: Uchiha. These guys are finally here. Shikado finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shikamika's eyes kept searching rapidly among the Uchiha ninjas, but in the end he could not see the target he was searching for. Pity. That person still hasn't come, Nara Shikado said regretfully in his heart. Under the night illuminated by firelight, more than 100 ninjas were galloping in from a distance, and these ninjas all have the same characteristic. That is, there is a mark similar to a round fan on their backs. In the ninja world, this mark represents an extremely glorious ethnic group. Exactly, Uchiha. The fire that burned the sky earlier was released by more than 100 Uchiha ninjas. Taking the lead is Uchiha Fugaku. Looking at Nine Tails in the distance, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with an imperceptible strange color. But soon, he suppressed the strange color in his eyes. Seeing that the flames were about to fade away, Nine Tails' huge body was about to appear under the night again. Uchiha Fugaku didn't leave Nine Tails any breathing room. Ninjutsu preparation. Fugaku raised his hand and ordered to the tribesmen behind him. In an instant, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan began to form neat seals at the same time. Fire style. Massive fire technique. The sky-burning flames bombarded Nine Tails again. After finally standing up, Nine Tails could only feel frustrated and was pushed to the ground again, shrinking into a defensive posture. With the new force of the Uchiha clan joining, Konoha has once again turned the corner. Uchiha Fugaku just glanced at Nara Shikamiki from a distance, and then nodded to Shikamiki without saltiness. Seeing this, Shideo also nodded slightly in response. Neither party had the intention to come forward to communicate. Obviously, Nara Shikamiki has long been accustomed to Uchiha's arrogance. Because of this arrogance, there has always been an invisible barrier between Uchiha and other high-level officials in Konoha. At this moment, a Konoha shinobi next to Shikamika suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that's Hyaga." The Hyaga clan has also come to support. Nara Shikami immediately turned around to look, but they saw another group of ninjas wearing white kimonos, speeding towards the battlefield from the completely opposite direction to the Uchiha clan. Taking a closer look, Shikamiki discovered that Hyaga was leading the charge here, Hyaga Hayashi. As expected, that person didn't come either, Lu Deo said regretfully in his heart again. But soon, Nara Shikamaru frowned slightly. Even though he had just survived his life, but as Konoha's most powerful brain, Nara Shikamiki was not dazzled by this joy. At this moment, Shikado fell into deep thought. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Shikamiki began to think. Since the beginning of the Nine Tails turmoil, Uchiha and Hyaga have been invisible. For this situation, Nara Shideo was naturally helpless. The relationship between these great ninja clans and the village is undoubtedly sensitive and complicated, and it is far from Shikamika's turn to comment too much. But at this time, Uchiha and Hyaga, who had been invisible all night, suddenly appeared together. Is there any unknown secret behind this? The more Nara Shikamiki thinks about it, the more likely it is. Suddenly, Lu Deo suddenly thought of the scarlet and dull beast eyes when Nine Tails was manipulated before. Hiss. Thinking of this, Shideo took a breath of air and did not dare to continue thinking about it. No doubt, Nine Tails' previous manipulated state was definitely trapped in Sharingan's illusion. Shikamiki glanced at Uchiha Fugaku in the distance with suspicious eyes, his wise eyes filled with uncertainty. His mind immediately started to have random thoughts. What the hell is going on? Lu Dao thought in confusion. No matter how smart he is, it is still difficult to guess the truth in this situation of lack of intelligence. The other side. After Hyaga Hayashi led his troops to the battlefield, he began to dispatch his tribe members to join the battle. Hisashi, you take the branch house over there. Ajiro, take the 3 jonin over there. Shiro, go over there. Hyaga Hayashi immediately transformed into a battlefield traffic policeman and directed his tribe to provide support everywhere. After hearing Hayashi's order, the Hyaga ninjas dispersed and entered the battle. After doing all this, Hyaga Hayashi looked into the distance. His eyes happened to overlap with Uchiha Fugaku's. For a moment, both of them looked at each other with suffocation. Since the Senju clan gradually became lonely, Uchiha and Hyaga have become the first and second respectively within Konoha. Therefore, in order to compete for development space and status, the two ethnic groups often have conflicts in the village due to some conflicts. Coupled with some historical reasons, both sides dislike each other. But at this moment, when Hayashi's eyes met Fugaku's, both of them were keenly aware. The other person's eyes seemed to be the same as his own, with a hint of deep-hidden gloominess suppressed. The two of them were stunned at first. Then they all thought of the other party's situation. Afterwards, both of them understood something, and there was a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Then, hey, X2 the two of them sighed at the same time and fell into memories. About 10 minutes ago. At this time, Uchiha Fusuke has just returned to Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku still sat on his knees in the courtyard deep in the clan with anxious eyes. After the red tool in front of Fugaku, the mysterious patriarch of Uchiha was still not in a hurry, curled up quietly on the couch, looking calm and composed. Over time, Fugaku couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and looked into the distance. But seeing Konoha's attack to suppress Nine Tails begin to weaken little by little, Fugaku's mood became more and more depressed. Of course he knew what was waiting for Konoha once it failed to suppress Nine Tails. There are no eggs left under the overturned nest. This is not only true for Hyaga, but also for Uchiha. Over the years, the ambition of the Uchiha clan has been to recreate the miracle that Uchiha Fusuke accomplished and become Hokage again. But if the village is gone, then the Hokage is nothing. But when he thought of the elusive figure behind the red gauze, Fugaku felt helpless. When did this end? What on earth is going on in her head? Thinking of this, Fugaku felt a trace of resentment in his heart. He turned around and looked at the thin red gauze, preparing to try to remonstrate again. But unexpectedly, something unexpected happened to Fugaku. In the red gauze, the figure who was curled up on the couch calmly stood up at some point. The hazy moonlight passed through the thin red gauze, although the moonlight blurred her face. But it also reflects the woman's charming body curves. He is back. The woman's heart trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, extremely excited emotions suddenly came to her heart. She raised her hand trembling slightly and gently touched her forehead. There was a dark diamond-shaped mark. Seal of Eternity. This is the forbidden technique developed by Uchiha Fusuke inspired by Tsunade's 100 Healings mark. The properties are similar to 100 Healings mark, but the effect of the spell is even better. This technique can not only preserve youth forever, but also liberate it at critical moments to increase combat effectiveness. And most importantly, the Seal of Eternity can slow down the aging of the soul. As long as the Eternal Seal is engraved, the aging rate will only be 1/5 that of normal people. And that also means, wait until you can live 5 times longer than ordinary people. The reason why this technique is called Forbidden Technique is because it has a unique condition for its execution. Within each Eternal Seal, there remains a trace of the perfect immortal chakra. This kind of chakra can only be refined by Fusuke in the ninja world. Therefore, this technique is definitely Uchiha Fusuke's unique ninjutsu in the ninja world. Because in every Eternal Seal, there is the chakra of Uchiha Fusuke. Therefore one who holds the Seal of Eternity. As long as you get closer to Uchiha Fusuke, you can feel the restlessness of the magical chakra in the Eternal Seal. After the red gauze, I felt the slight movement between my eyebrows. The woman with poppy charms suddenly revealed a heart-stirring smile. Uchiha Fugaku, take all the tribesmen who can fight to support Konoha. Go now, immediately. The woman opened her red lips lightly, and although her voice was as charming and soft as the night wind, there was an undeniable determination in her tone. Looking at the hazy silhouette behind the red gauze, a trace of surprise flashed across Fugaku's resolute face. Fugaku, who had been extremely anxious for a long time, had no time to think. Why does a woman's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees? Yes, he just responded hurriedly and prepared to lead the tribesmen who were ready for battle to the battlefield. Wait, suddenly, the woman's tone paused again. Fugaku's body suddenly stopped, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the woman behind the red gauze with careful eyes, wondering why she was doing this time. The thin red gauze was slightly lifted from the inside, and a pure and tender jade hand slowly stretched out from the red gauze. Take this. When you get to the place, give this to the person it belongs to. The charming voice reached Fugaku's ears again. Only then did Fugaku realize that the woman was holding a small wooden horse with extremely rough carvings in her hand. He did not dare to delay, and immediately approached the woman and took the thing that looked like a child's toy from her hand. Go ahead. The woman did not explain who was the person who should give it, she just urged Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku originally planned to ask carefully, but seeing the woman's attitude, Fugaku, who was already depressed, just turned around and left. After the red gauze, the woman looked at Uchiha Fugaku's leaving figure, with an imperceptible cold light flashing in her charming eyes. Idiot. With a pair of mangekyo, I want to be a hokage. Do you really think you can hide yourself well? After whispering softly, the woman turned around and walked into the boudoir without caring, and began to dress up in front of the mirror. Looking at that charming face in the mirror, the woman was dressing up and murmuring in an inaudible voice. No matter what, it's precisely because of this that this ambitious idiot is worth using. This time, we must never let him leave again. After saying that, the woman turned her head slightly and looked at a small bottle containing a suspicious liquid on the dressing table. The next second, she seemed to suddenly think of something, and her charming cheeks turned crimson. Around the same time, Kanaha, Hayaga family. Suck. Hayaga Hayashi swallowed the sweet tea in his mouth again with great difficulty. Beside him, Hayaga Hizashi was also holding a teacup with a look of discomfort on his face. He seemed to notice Hayashi's eyes. Hizashi winked at his brother again. That look seemed to be saying, "Brother, I can't hold it in anymore." Seeing this, Hayashi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He first clamped his legs and then gave Hizashi a sharp look in return. "I've already advised you, now it's your turn." Facing Hayashi's gaze, a trace of helplessness flashed across Hizashi's face. He looked up at Big Icebird's pretty face full of coldness, and a trace of struggle flashed in his heart. Just when he gritted his teeth and was about to speak, suddenly, I saw Big Icebird, who was repeating the actions of pouring tea and refilling water, actually dropped the teapot in his hand and stood up suddenly. Facing the behavior of this Icebird clan sister, Hayaga Hizashi and Hayaga Hayashi were shocked at the same time. "Sister clan, what are you doing?" Hayaga Hayashi asked cautiously, fearing that somewhere he might have offended the Icebird clan sister in front of him. "Go help." But unexpectedly, Hayashi responded with 3 cold words. "What?" Hayaga Hayashi thought he was hallucinating, so he asked again stupidly. But on the other side, Hayaga Hizashi, who had been unable to suppress for a long time, immediately jumped up from the ground. "Yes, clan sister, I'll take the branch house to support now." After saying that, Hizashi strode towards the door with lightning speed and calmness. If he had to worry about his appearance, I'm afraid Hizashi would have been ready to use the blinking technique to get on his way. See it. Hayaga Hayashi didn't have time to blame his brother for his lack of martial ethics. "Sir, please allow me to retire. I'm going to help Hizashi." He reacted immediately, got up, and apologized before running out the door. After the two left, silence returned to the room again. Looking at the two people's anxious backs, Big Icebird stretched out his hand and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something else. But due to the eagerness of the two brothers Hizashi and Hayashi, she finally had no time to say what she said. Big Icebird tilted his head slightly, seeming to be thinking about something. She carefully raised a small white hand and gently touched the ink diamond mark between her eyebrows. After confirming that everything was not her illusion, a lot of color suddenly appeared in her flawless eyes like glass. "Forget it, then I'll go see him by myself." The heartbeat of confusion suddenly sounded. That pretty face that looked like the ice of 10,000 years quietly revealed an undetectable arc. If the two brothers Hayaga Hayashi and Hayaga Hizashi saw this scene, they would inevitably doubt their lives. Afterwards, she hurriedly went to sit in front of the dressing table that had not been used for many years, and carefully caressed her beautiful face. Even without the use of pink and white, her beauty is enough to be called breathtaking. But in her heart, she still doesn't think this is a perfect state. As the saying goes, women should look good to those who please themselves. 9 heavens and 10 earths are nothing more than this. No matter how powerful a woman is, she cannot avoid this law. Non-canon. A minute later, the Hayaga clan was in the toilet. "Hizashi, brother, you are here." Hayashi, "Well, here we come." Hizashi looked sideways slightly, and then a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then, accompanied by a mysterious sound of water, the two brothers stood side by side. Time returns to the present. With the addition of Uchiha and Hayaga, Konoha once again suppressed Nine Tails' counterattack. But the dignified Nine Tails is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated at will. With their cruel and cunning instincts, Nine Tails can always find some openings between Konoha's attacks. It either uses sharp claws or 9 giant tails like Shinigami. With just one swipe, dozens of lives can be taken away. After a previous farce, Konoha's youth army were eventually driven back by Shikamiki. At this moment, the young ninjas were dejectedly rushing towards the safe forest outside the village. And for the girl named Ui Kurane, the current scene only existed in her bizarre nightmares in the past. Ferocious and huge monsters, fierce and bloody battlefields, constant separation and death. After seeing the destructive power of tailed beasts and the insignificance of individuals, young Ui Hong couldn't help but feel confused. Gradually, she began to let go of the childish and immature thoughts in her mind. I understand that Shikado's order to let them retreat first was right. Kakashi, can we really win? Ui Hong couldn't help but asked Kakashi in front. Even among the talented youth army in Konoha, Heite Kakashi is undoubtedly the one who shines the most. Not only because his father is the famous cage-level strongman Heite Sakumo, it's even more because of Kakashi's own excellence. Although he is still young, he has already become a jonin and has completed extremely difficult tasks perfectly several times, whether it's vision, courage, or means and combat prowess. At this stage, Heite Kakashi is undoubtedly a long way ahead of his peers. Therefore, Kakashi has good prestige among Konoha's youth army. It's not just Ui Red. Hearing the sound, all the youth troops in Konoha turned their attention to Kakashi, waiting for Kakashi's answer. After pondering for a moment, a trace of hesitation flashed across Kakashi's indifferent eyes. Ever since Lin's death, he had always looked this cold. Kakashi seemed to have no intention of replying. On the other hand, Kakashi's good friend Might Guy doesn't care that much. Hey, Kakashi, say it quickly. I'm so anxious. He quickly rushed forward and tried to put his arms around Kakashi's neck, intending to question him. Looking at the speeding Might Guy, Kakashi's eyes flashed with disgust. He suddenly dodged to avoid Guy's attack, and then spoke calmly. Although with the joining of Hyaga and Uchiha, the village temporarily has the power to suppress Nine Tails, but because there has never been the emergence of cage-level combat power, the quality of the attack is not high enough. So the village has actually never been able to cause real trauma to Nine Tails. If this continues, I am afraid. Kakashi analyzed the current situation, a hint of unnoticeable worry flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped going any further. But everyone present understood what Kakashi's unfinished words were about. Suddenly, a heavy atmosphere began to permeate the youth army. At this moment, Ui Hong seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly asked Kakashi, Kakashi, where is Sakumo-sama? If it's Sakumo-sama, he can definitely defeat the demon fox, right? Looking at Kakashi, Kurane Ui naturally thought of Konoha's White Fang Heitake Sakumo. Hearing the sound, Kakashi did not answer, and a trace of worry flashed in his indifferent eyes. Obviously, Kakashi certainly did not know the location of Heitake Sakumo at this time. Seeing that Kakashi didn't answer, Ui Hong knew that she had asked the wrong question, so she stopped asking further and just remained silent with a gloomy expression. When a wolf fights hand-to-hand with an adult human, who wins? The answer is of course, without a doubt, of course people will win. Even in the eyes of most people, wolves are beasts that are not easy to mess with. They have sharp teeth and claws and will be scratched if they are touched. But this only stays at the level of injury. Human beings instinctively feel that wolves are powerful, just because they are afraid of getting hurt. And once life is at stake, when human potential is unleashed, teach you in minutes what terrifying ape erectus is. For Nine Tails, the current situation is actually quite different. The reason why Nine Tails has always been suppressed by Konoha is just because they don't want to get hurt. If it is willing to trade injuries for lives, it can resist a wave of Konoha's offensive. It can cause a huge amount of damage to Konoha in just a few minutes. It's just that as the darling of Sage of Six Paths, Nine Tails is not willing to trade injuries for lives with a group of inferior bugs like humans. But as time went by, its mentality began to gradually change. Originally, Nine Tails saw Konoha's offensive weakening. It planned to wait until the Konoha shinobi's chakra was exhausted, and then directly end the battle with a tailed beast bomb. In fact, Nine Tails has always done this. But seeing that Nine Tails' plan was about to come true, Konoha's group of annoying ants would soon be turned into ashes. The sudden addition of the Uchiha clan ruined Nine Tails' plan. After being pushed into the corner by Konoha again and beaten hard, although Nine Tails was still uninjured, that didn't mean he still felt nothing. After all, the pain still really fell on it. To describe it in one sentence, the harm is still not great, but the insult is extremely strong. After enduring it for a moment, the anger in Nine Tails' heart had reached its peak. Seeing another cluster ninjutsu attack, Konoha's side is still not done yet. Nine Tails was completely angry. It decided to kill these tiny insects even if it was injured. Nine Tails opened his eyes full of malice. Roar! After the beast roared, Nine Tails actually rushed forward to face Konoha's cluster ninjutsu. Boom! This ninjutsu hit Nine Tails' unprepared weak spot firmly, causing the fur on its vulnerable parts to be burned a little black. Before the Konoha people could be happy, the next second, Nine Tails rushed out of the fireball and began ruthless harvesting and killing. Nine Tails' sudden move undoubtedly completely disrupted Konoha's arrangement. Nara, who originally directed all parties to cooperate, was instantly shocked. He forced the ninja of Konoha to use ninjutsu in an attempt to suppress Nine Tails again. However, Nine Tails, who had managed to escape from the trap this time, was like a dragon entering the sea and could not be restrained. Seeing the attack coming from behind again, a trace of disdain flashed in Nine Tails' beast eyes, and with a slight leap, it jumped directly several kilometers away. Boom! As Konoha's attack fell into the air, Nine Tails was completely unable to be restrained. Ui Hong and others looked at Nine Tails, who suddenly jumped in front of everyone, with varying degrees of panic on their faces. That's right. I can't tell if it's bad luck or luck. Nine Tails jumped in front of Konoha's youth army. In a sense, this is what everyone wants to do to fight Nine Tails. Thanks to Nine Tails' proactive door-to-door service, Ui Hong also had the opportunity to see clearly how terrifying the giant beast in front of her was. The sharp teeth glowing with cold light, the terrifying sharp claws under the long limbs, the 9 giant tails that cover the sky, and the burning cruel beast eyes. Suddenly, a harsh sound brought Ui Hong's consciousness back to reality. Zizzy. As bursts of electricity sounded like birdsong, they flashed by. A dazzling electric light appeared on Kakashi's palm. It is the S-level ninjutsu that Kakashi learned from the sealed book Reikari. Obviously, Kakashi does not intend to sit still at this critical moment. He planned to make a preemptive strike. Not only Ui Kurane, but other young ninjas were also attracted by Kakashi's actions. Kakashi, great job. Might Guy excitedly praised Kakashi. But it's a pity. As a physical ninja, Might Guy faces huge enemies like Nine Tails. Unless he can open the third gate behind the 8 inner gates, Guy has no means to effectively attack Nine Tails. At the moment, Guy, who is still in his teenage state, has obviously not grown up to this point yet. Ui Kurane, who is already quite beautiful, looked at Kakashi's actions and her eyes lit up. Similar to Guy, as a Genjutsu-type ninja, Kurane Ui is helpless against enemies like Nine Tails. Therefore, she could only encourage Kakashi. Kakashi, come on. Immediately afterwards, all the young ninjas followed suit and began to cheer for Kakashi. Just imagine, as a young man of 16 or 17 years old, even though Kakashi is mature far beyond his age, but teenagers will be teenagers. Under the expectant gazes of all his friends, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little elated in his heart. Especially among the crowd, there is a beautiful girl with outstanding appearance like Ui Kurane. Let's not talk about whether you like it or not. Male compatriots have an innate desire to show themselves in front of women. This is the nature of male creatures, and no one is immune to it. It's like when you face a beautiful woman with sparkling eyes who looks at you expectantly. As long as the request is not too much, most men will agree to this beauty's request. Not even Kakashi, of course. Kakashi nodded to Ui Kurane and others as if it was serious, in response to everyone's encouragement. Suddenly, an inexplicable power emerged from Kakashi's heart. This made him vaguely feel that his next attack would definitely be effective. As a result, Kakashi jumped hard with Reikari in hand and quickly approached Nine Tails. Zizzit! The dazzling lightning in Kakashi's hand was accompanied by a harsh chirping sound, which looked extremely powerful. It is said that when the third Hokage Uchiha Fusa created this technique, he used it to cut off thunder from the sky. Hence the name Reikari. This also illustrates the horror of this lightning-style attack. Finally, as Kakashi galloped, he struck his right hand heavily on Nine Tails' orange fur. Zizzit! After the fierce sound of electricity passed, a dark mark less than 5 meters in diameter appeared on Nine Tails' fur. At first glance, this trace, which is several times larger than Kakashi, is very impressive. But in fact, on Nine Tails, who is hundreds of meters tall, this mark is not worth mentioning at all. Even Kakashi's attack had just ended. Nine Tails' dark fur is constantly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Being the most important part of 10 Tails, Nine Tails' recovery ability is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Here, Nine Tails just jumped over, before it could gain a firm foothold. Suddenly, it felt a pain like a mosquito bite coming from its side. This is of course nothing to Nine Tails, who was surrounded just now and was bombarded by thousands of ninjutsu. Nine Tails didn't even think about turning back. It just waved its huge tail slightly and swept it directly towards the area where the weak and painful feeling was felt. For Nine Tails, it was just a slight wag of the tail. For Kakashi, this is the end of the world. The giant tail looks like it moves slowly, but it actually swings extremely fast. Boom! With almost no ability to resist, Kakashi was swept away by a giant tail of Nine Tails. Nine Tails' movements were extremely easy, as simple as dusting off the body. Might Guy, Ui Hong, all the young ninjas, everyone was silent. They thought that Kakashi just held the big one in, but they didn't expect that he rushed up and pulled the big one. After the silence, all that filled everyone's hearts was despair. Kakashi's attack was not effective, but it also succeeded in making Nine Tails notice a few little bugs in front of it. It lowered its head, turned its cruel beast eyes slightly, and saw the tiny ants standing in front of it. Without any hesitation, Nine Tails waved its claws at the youth army call. Accompanied by the harsh sound of breaking wind, the giant claws shrouded everyone like a dark cloud. In the face of absolute power, the young soldiers felt their own powerlessness and insignificance. The other side. Maybe Kakashi is luckier. The sweep of Nine Tails' tail just now did not cause any serious damage to him, so Kakashi was still struggling to get up at this time. But before he could stand up completely, what came into view was the scene of Nine Tails waving its giant claws at Ui Kurone and others. No, Kakashi was shocked. At this moment, he recalled the Battle of Kanabi Bridge again. He recalled his powerlessness that day and the scene where Obito died in front of him. Is all this going to happen again? A flash of fear flashed in Kakashi's heart. Then, the three Tomo Sharingan in his right eye also began to rotate rapidly. Call! The sharp sound of the wind seemed to penetrate Ui Hong's eardrums. Facing the sharp claws of Nine Tails that shone with cold light, the girl had already lost the courage to open her eyes. She closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Seeing that the giant claw was less than an inch away from Ui Hong, the girl was about to die. Whoosh! Suddenly, an inaudible sound appeared in the air. The next second, Hong felt herself falling into a warm embrace. It's just enough time to perform a hero saving the beauty. I'm such a time management guru. Then, a gentle and elegant voice, but one that seemed to have no energy, came into Hong's ears. After dealing with Obito's matter, Fusuk then started to leave for the battlefield. For precautionary reasons. About 20 years ago, when Uchiha Fusuk just ascended the throne of Hokage, he left a mark of Flying Thunder God on Nine Tails' body. The purpose is to add a layer of insurance to the precious property of Konoha, Nine Tails, to prevent the property from being lost and unrecoverable one day in the future. Just didn't expect it. It was not until today, more than 20 years later, that Uchiha Fusuk used this Flying Thunder God mark for the first time. After activating this Flying Thunder God mark, Uchiha Fusuk instantly came to Nine Tails' side. At this time, Nine Tails is preparing to attack Ui Hong and others. Fusuk was also able to take action at the right time to save Konoha's seeds from danger. Hearing the teasing voice in her ear, Ui Hong opened her eyes in disbelief. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face that could be called divine. So handsome. Hong was slightly startled at first, and then an unnatural blush flashed across her pretty face. In the blink of an eye, after she understood the situation in front of her, the charm in her heart faded away. A huge, extremely sharp claw stopped just an inch in front of Ui Hong, and at the tip of the giant claw, resisting the giant claw, is a white hand that looks extremely small. The owner of the palm is none other than the Shinai young man holding Hong in his arms at this moment. This seems to be an extremely disproportionate and dangerous scene. It also made Ui Hong, who was extremely insecure in her heart, feel extremely worried again. So, she subconsciously hugged the young man's straight and strong body tightly. Not only that, she wasn't even satisfied with that. Like an ostrich, Kurone Ui shrank her little head and squeezed her entire body into Uchiha Fusuk's arms. After completing all this, she closed her eyes with satisfaction. In an instant, Ui Hong was enveloped in a sense of security that she had never felt before. Uchiha Fusuk didn't pay attention to Ui Kurone's small movements in her arms. His attention was now focused on Nine Tails in front of him. At first glance, Uchiha Fusuk has the claws of Nine Tails with just one hand. But in fact, Uchiha Fusuk is not easy at all. Even after decades of training, upgrading, and beating, the power contained in Fusuk's body is comparable to that of a humanoid beast. But on one side is a human being who is 1.85 meters tall and weighs less than 160 pounds. On the other side was a tailed beast that was hundreds of meters tall and weighed hundreds of tons. Of course, there is no need to say which one is better and which strategy is better. Feeling that his claws were being blocked, Nine Tails' beast pupil shrank suddenly. It looked at Uchiha Fusuk in front of its claws in surprise. In fact, it was just a casual strike from Nine Tails like a cat and mouse. It didn't even take more than a third of force. But despite this, Nine Tails did not expect that this blow would be caught. But soon, a trace of anger flashed in Nine Tails' malicious eyes. Shame, this is an absolute disgrace. For Nine Tails. It's like you are walking on the street one day and suddenly want to crush the ants on the ground. But unexpectedly, this ant actually lifted one of your feet. Feeling provoked, Nine Tails certainly wanted to completely stomach the ant Uchiha Fusuk. As a result, Nine Tails, who was in a serious state, naturally used all his strength, vowing to pierce Uchiha Fusuk with one blow. Feeling the change in the tip of Nine Tails' claws, Fusuk's eyes also flashed with seriousness. Nine Tails' actions were expected by him, so he had already thought of a way to deal with them. Forbidden technique. 8 inner gates. 7th gate. Open, boom. Blue chakra suddenly burst out from Fusuk's body. The strong air current blew his hair straight up. If this were another universe, I'm afraid Uchiha Fusuk would be suspected of being the lost prince of a certain planet. As a disciple of the second generation, Fusuk is no stranger to 8 inner gates. With his heaven-defying understanding, it is not that difficult to learn it. Incomparable power surges out of Fusuk's body. With the blessing of 8 inner gates, his power was instantly increased dozens of times. Then, under the eyes of Nine Tails with disbelief and astonishment, Uchiha Fusuk still used only one hand to push back Nine Tails' already full-strength claws. He didn't give Nine Tails time to be shocked. Aha! Fusuk used his strength again and actually shook off Nine Tails' claws. With the huge force coming from the tip of the claw, Nine Tails was thrown away by Fusuk's blow and lost its center of gravity. At this moment, the life-and-death crisis that endangered all Konoha's youth army was resolved. Now that the danger has been eliminated, there is no need for Fusuk to continue to take advantage of others and hold the girl in his arms without letting go. But after Fusuk let go, he found that Ui Kurane was still holding him tightly, like an octopus sucking a submarine. Uchiha Fusuk. Looking at the blushing girl in his arms, Fusuk's eyes were full of helplessness. "It's all my fault for my charm that has nowhere to go," he secretly complained to himself. Then, Fusuk turned his eyes and looked at Nine Tails, who was losing his balance and leaning sideways. As the saying goes, opportunities cannot be missed and they will never come back. This is a good time to give Nine Tails a head-on blow, and Uchiha Fusuk certainly can't miss it. So he simply hugged Ui Hong's waist and started to move. Whoosh! The next moment, Uchiha Fusuk dodged and appeared beside Nine Tails. The turbulent breath continued to condense towards Uchiha Fusuk's toes. Then, he aimed a kick at Nine Tails. Day Tiger! The violent airflow instantly condensed into a ferocious-looking tiger, and then hit Nine Tails' side hard. With a burst of huge force, the ferocious tiger directly pushed Nine Tails' huge body several kilometers away. He happened to fall back into the circle surrounded by Konoha's ninjas. Looking at Nine Tails, who was kicked away, Fusuk had some thoughts in his mind. Can you block this kick with 20 years of skill? After kicking Nine Tails away, Fusuk did not choose to use the light and heavy rock technique to float in the air. He hugged Uri Hong and fell back to the original place very lightly. His movements were very elegant and natural. Since Fusuk appeared, not only did he easily block Nine Tails' attack, but he even drove Nine Tails back with one blow. That light kick, as if what he kicked away was not a ferocious-tailed beast. It's like a wild dog blocking the road. Block, get up, counter-attack. A set of movements is completed in one go, which is extremely handsome and unrestrained. The sight of this scene falling on the young Konoha army had already stunned these young ninjas, especially Might Guy. At this moment, he opened his mouth in disbelief, and his jaw seemed to fall to the ground. As the descendant of 8 inner gates, of course he could see the move Uchiha Fusuk had just performed at a glance. Hirutora, Might Guy stammered, his eyes gradually changing from dull to excited and feverish. Recalling the power Uchiha Fusuk showed just now, Guy subconsciously clenched his fists. He couldn't help but feel a trace of yearning in his heart. Dad didn't lie to me. I can become an amazing ninja just by relying on taijutsu. Aside, Kakashi, who was knocked out by Nine Tails, saw many young ninjas being rescued. His 3-tomo Sharingan, which was spinning wildly, also calmed down. After landing, Fusuk lowered his head and looked at Ui Kurane, who was still hugging him tightly with her eyes closed and not letting go. "Little girl, it's time to let go." In desperation, he could only take the initiative to speak. After all, the matter has not been settled yet, and he is in no mood to bask in the moonlight with a beautiful girl in his arms. Hear the sound. Ui Kurane, who had kept her eyes closed tightly as if she was asleep, slowly opened her eyes. Ui Hong raised her head slightly. Under the red moon, the watery moonlight shines on Uchiha Fusuk's body, making his perfect cheeks even more transcendent and divine. Seeing this situation, a hint of shyness flashed in the girl Ui Hong's big, pure, water-like eyes. The moonlight is like water, the hero saves the beauty. This scene in a shoujo manga made Ui Kurane's heart tremble slightly. Thump, thump. For a moment, the little deer in the girl's heart began to hit her heart. After a while, Ui Hong suddenly realized that her behavior was inappropriate. "Yes, I'm sorry." Ui Hong, who was shy in her heart, apologized, and at the same time let go of her little hand as if she was electrocuted, and took a step back to the side. "No problem." In response to Ui Kurane's apology, Fusuk just shook his head slightly and said gently. Taking advantage of the gap just now, he glanced at everyone calmly. Kurane Ui, Might Guy, Heite Kakashi. After seeing a few familiar faces, he had roughly guessed what was going on. His eyes lingered on the faces of Heite Kakashi and Might Guy respectively. These two people are both good young talents with outstanding talents, and will be the pillars of the next generation of Konoha in the future, especially Might Guy. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fusuk couldn't help but take another look at Might Guy. To put it in one sentence without exaggeration, although the Might family is inconspicuous in the huge Konoha, but as a descendant of 8 inner gates, the existence of the Might clan is basically equivalent to the nuclear weapons hidden by Konoha shinobi. At the time of the Second Ninja War, Mist Shinobi's unruly sneak attack on Konoha. You know, the team led by Mist Shinobi at that time was the famous 7 ninja swordsmen, and there were also some elite ninjas. Konoha only used Might Dai, the father of Might Guy, to defeat the invading Mist Shinobi, and it also directly cast a psychological shadow on the surviving Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon among the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the original work, Might Guy's glory far exceeds that of his father. Later generations of netizens jokingly called him the man who almost kicked out the finale. Even Uchiha Madara, who has been unruly all his life, recognized Might Guy's power and praised him heartily. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. It seems that he noticed Uchiha Fusuk's gaze. You are. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stepped forward to ask. After all, for these Konoha youth troops who are generally only 16 or 17 years old, third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk is basically identical to the legendary character, so it's normal for them to not recognize Fusuk's appearance. And who would have thought that Uchiha Fusuk, who became Hokage decades ago, would look so young? Facing Guy's question, Uchiha Fusuk did not answer directly, he just said softly, "Your father, Might Dai, was a great ninja. Even with the existence of Fusuk, the traveler, some things still haven't changed. For example, Might Dai died in battle." Hearing the sound, Guy's body trembled, and the vision in his eyes became a little blurry. Seeing that Might Guy fell silent, Fusuk said nothing more. Looking at the young guy in front of him, he thought that if he had been a few seconds late, he would have lost its strategic nuclear weapon. Even Uchiha Fusuk couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. Of course, although he was thinking this in his heart, his face did not show any unnecessary emotion. "Just wait here. It will be over soon," Uchiha Fusuk said with a very firm tone. It seems that for him, solving the troubles in front of him is as simple as eating and drinking. Hearing this, all the young ninjas in Konoha looked at each other with a trace of hesitation in their eyes. But when I think of the fighting power that the mysterious young man in front of me just showed, they finally chose to obey Fusuk's arrangement, so they nodded silently. Seeing this, Fusuk didn't intend to stay any longer. He was ready to set out to end the matter once and for all. Just when Uchiha Fusuk was about to leave, please wait. Seeing that he was about to leave, Uihong took a step forward and stammered with a pretty red face. Is there anything else you can do?" Fusuk looked sideways slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Excuse me, can you tell me your name?" Uihong asked softly with a shy face. If it weren't for Fusuk's extraordinary hearing, it might be difficult to hear the girl's voice clearly. Seeing Kurane Ui in front of him, who looked like a pregnant girl, how could Fusuk not know her little thoughts? But it's like ancient times. Whenever a woman in distress is rescued, two situations usually occur. If the other party is a young and handsome scholar, the woman will most likely say, "There is no way to repay a great kindness. A young woman can only pledge herself to him." And if the other person is a big-hearted butcher, the woman will say something like this: "There is no way to repay a great kindness. A little girl can only repay her benefactor by working as a cow or a horse in the next life." No way, that's the reality. At this moment, Uchiha Fusuk is probably getting the treatment of promise with one's body. It's all my fault for the charm that has nowhere to be found. Uchiha Fusuk sighed inwardly, looking at Ui Kurane with a somewhat strange look. But let's be honest. At Fusuk's age, he certainly wouldn't have any unnecessary thoughts about this girl who was old enough to be his granddaughter. It was enough to have a Nohara Lin at home, but Fusuk had no intention of finding a companion for Linear. It seems that he noticed Uchiha Fusuk's slightly strange look in his eyes. Uihong's face, which was already as pretty as a tomato, instantly turned even redder. She spoke suddenly and explained. "You don't misunderstand. I just want to repay you for saving my life. It's just me, Ui Kurane stammered an explanation, but no matter what she said, something seemed wrong. Therefore, the more she spoke, the more confused she became, and her little face became redder and redder. It's okay if she doesn't explain, but the more she explains, the more she seems to be covering up. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Fusuk felt dumbfounded. But as a man, it is certainly a happy thing to be favored by a pretty girl. Therefore, although Fusuk has no idea about Ui Kurane, he is not opposed to it. "Just call me Grandpa Fusuk." After thinking about his words for a while, Fusuk spoke with some meaning. "Fusuk, Grandpa," Uihong said blankly. But soon, she seemed to realize something, and a hint of squeamishness appeared in the corners of her delicate eyes. You took advantage of me." Looking at Uchiha Fusuk's young and handsome face, Uihong immediately said shyly. The girl's coquettish movements gave her a delicate and charming temperament, adding a bit of charm to her. Uchiha Fusuk did not explain this. He just smiled and turned around and rushed to the battlefield. Looking at Uchiha Fusuk's leading back, Ui's red eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of reluctance emerged in her heart. Fusuk, is that his name? This name sounds so familiar. Yui Hong muttered quietly. Then she thought about Uchiha Fusuk and asked her to call him Grandpa Fusuk. Pook, hate. This guy is quite humorous. Not only was Yui Hong not angry, she suddenly smiled coquettishly. Obviously, she still didn't take Fusuk's words seriously. As the saying goes, as long as my brother is handsome, his outlook will follow his facial features. When you like someone, even if he does some inappropriate behavior, you will find this behavior charming. Uchiha Fusuk's mystery made Yui Kurane a little unable to extricate herself at this time. Who is he? If he doesn't wear Konoha's forehead protector, is he not a Konoha shinobi? 2. He is so young and so powerful. If I were a Konoha shinobi, how could I not know? Then can I see him again? Yui Hong analyzed and thought in her heart secretly, feeling a little worried about gains and losses. It wasn't until Fusuk's figure disappeared completely that she gradually came back to her senses. Subsequently, Kurane Yui turned to look at her friends around her, only to see Might Guy staring blankly into the distance with a look of shock on his face. This made Yui Hong feel a little puzzled. She looked in the direction where Might Guy was looking. That is a scene that all Konoha members are extremely familiar with. It is also the iconic attraction of Konoha, Hokage Rock. The appearance of Hokage from past generations will be carved on it for future generations to admire. At this moment, looking at a certain face on the Hokage Rock, Yui Hong's pupils contracted violently. Fusuk, Grandpa, Uchiha Fusuk. Third generation, Hokage. In the noisy night, only the girl's absent-minded mumbling was left. This way. Originally, Nara Shikamiki was worried about Nine-Tails' escape, but he didn't have to worry for long. Suddenly, a fierce tiger full of murderous aura pushed Nine-Tails back. It just so happened that Nine-Tails fell into the circle of Konoha ninja again. That is 8 inner gates technique, Nara Shikami said in surprise. As Konoha's top thinker, he naturally recognized this as the forbidden technique created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. But as far as he knows, this generation of 8 inner gates descendants should not have grown to this point yet. How is this going? Lu Dao was puzzled, but his doubts did not last long, because the answer will soon be revealed. Under the red moon, a thin-looking figure soared quickly through the air. Under the light of the red moon, Nara Ludeo saw the face of the visitor very clearly. Third generation Sama. Nara Shikami shouted in surprise. Immediately afterwards, Nara's heart was immediately filled with ecstasy. If you are third generation Sama, dealing with Nine-Tails should be easy, Nara Ludeo said happily in his heart, because he knows it in his heart. The appearance of Uchiha Fusuk means that everything is about to end. Attracted by Nara Shikamika's exclamation, Uchiha Fusuk looked down. Hey, it's a little deer. Long time no see, you are getting old too. Afterwards, Fusuk lowered his head and greeted Nara Shikamika familiarly. Hearing this extremely familiar nickname, a flash of surprise flashed in Nara Shideo's eyes. The last time I heard someone call him Little Deer was more than 10 years ago. At that time, Uchiha Fusuk was still in power in Konoha, and Nara Shikamiki was still in his young adulthood. Time passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Nara Shikamiki has completely entered middle age. On the other hand, Uchiha Fusuk still looks so young in appearance. It's an incredible technique. Looking at the black diamond mark between Fusuk's eyebrows, a trace of envy flashed in Nara Shikamika's heart. Fusuk-sama, you are still so young. Afterwards, Nara Shikato praised it heartily. The conversation between the two also caught the attention of everyone present. Many senior Konoha shinobi fans who have experienced the Fusuk era burst out in exclamation. Look, it's Mr. Third Generation. Third Generation Sama is back. Konoha is saved. Third Generation Sama is still so handsome. Not only the Konoha elites, but also the Uchiha clan on the other side burst into exclamations. It's Fusuk-sama. What? He is the legendary Uchiha Fusuk. It's back, it's all back. My proudest ancestor is back. Here, all the Uchiha clan members were talking a lot, and their eyes looking at Fusuk were full of admiration and enthusiasm. For the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fusuk exists and is completely a living god. And at the front of the queue of the Uchiha clan, looking at Fusuk who suddenly appeared, Uchiha Fugaku's face didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, at this moment, his face was ashen and he secretly clenched his fists. How so? Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth secretly in his heart. It seems that Fusuk's sudden appearance made some of Uchiha Fugaku's plans fall into place. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly took out a very crudely carved wooden horse. Looking at this crudely made wooden horse, an instruction suddenly sounded in Fugaku's ears. When you get to the place, give this to the person it belongs to. While recalling these words, Uchiha Fugaku once again turned his attention to Fusuk. So that's it. That woman. She already knew it. A hint of gloom flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could only forcefully suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. Because now, it's not time for him to fall out with that woman. Hayaga's sighed. Hayaga Hayashi and Hayaga Hisashi looked at each other and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. It's Mr. Third Generation. It seems the village can be saved. Hayaga Hayashi took a long breath and said to Hisashi. Hearing this, Hayaga Hisashi also nodded seriously. Both brothers are very clear about this third generation's purpose and ability. After a while, Hayaga Hayashi said with some emotion again, "No wonder the clan's sister hasn't let us come to support for a long time. It turns out that I want to take this opportunity to force Mr. Third Generation to come out." Hearing the sound, Hisashi could only remain silent. Neither of them is stupid. If you knew that you still don't know the purpose of the sister from the Iceberg clan at this moment, then they have been leaders of the Hayaga family for so many years for nothing. Here, Nine Tails, who was beaten by Fusuk's day tiger kick, just got up. Regarding the pleasantries and thoughts of everyone in Konoha, Nine Tails naturally knew nothing about it. At this moment, there is only one emotion in Nine Tails' heart. That is anger. Endless anger burned in Nine Tails' heart. This was the first time it had been truly traumatized since being released tonight. Fusuk's kick couldn't help but hurt Nine Tails' body, and also severely bruised Nine Tails' proud heart. Roar, humans, damn humans, you are all going to die. Nine Tails raised its head, its cruel beast eyes now covered with bloodshot eyes because of its excessive anger. Buzz. After roaring and cursing, a dark sphere formed in Nine Tails' mouth again. The yin and yang attributes of chakra are condensed in the mouth by Nine Tails in a ratio of 8:2. In less than a moment, the tailed beast bomb symbolizing the ultimate power of destruction was successfully condensed by Nine Tails. Maybe it's lessons learned from the last failure. This time Nine Tails gathered the tailed beast bomb at an extremely fast speed. It stared at Uchiha Fusuk in the distance with its bloodshot ferocious eyes. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Nine Tails sprayed the tailed beast bomb directly at Uchiha Fusuk. Obviously, because of the day tiger shot just now. At this time, Uchiha Fusuk has become the first target of Nine Tails. Facing this tailed beast bomb that carried unparalleled power, Uchiha Fusuk's expression remained extremely calm. But among the crowd below, there was already an explosion. It's over. This is the tailed beast bomb. Once it explodes, the whole village will be razed to the ground. A younger Konoha Jonin said with a look of despair. Don't worry. With Lord Third Generation here, Nine Tails can't make any trouble. But a middle-aged ninja next to the young ninja didn't care at all, as if he had almost blind trust in Uchiha Fusuk. At this moment, tailed beast bomb's attack also arrived in front of Fusuk. But Uchiha Fusuk still didn't take any action, as if he was in a daze. But only by taking a closer look can you find that the original 3 Megatama in Uchiha Fusuk's eyes have now turned into a pair of large circular windmills like sawtooths. Surprisingly, it was none other than Mangekyo Sharinan. Aha! With the injection of pupil power, inexplicable fluctuations flowed out of Fusuk's eyes. Something strange happened. It was as if a transparent barrier appeared in front of Fusuk out of thin air, and the menacing tailed beast bomb stopped in front of him, unable to move an inch. That's not all. Immediately afterwards, something even more incomprehensible happened. The tailed beast bomb, which was originally the size of a truck head, began to dissipate and dissolve rapidly, as if it were a snowball that encountered hot water. Less than a moment. The tailed beast bomb, which was capable of destroying the entire Konoha village, disappeared into thin air. It was as if someone had eaten him. After the tailed beast bomb was completely dissolved, the Mangekyo Sharinan in Uchiha Fusuk's left eye stopped spinning. The tailed beast bomb is still very powerful. Feeling that his total amount of chakra had increased slightly again, Fusuk nodded with satisfaction. When members of the Uchiha clan awaken Mangekyo Sharinan, each Mangekyo will awaken different powerful abilities. Fusuk just used the power of his left eye Mangekyo. Uchiha Fusuk named it Soul Eater. Uchiha Fusuk can use Soul Eater to devour any art powered by chakra, including Senju chakra. Not only that, after using Soul Eater to swallow the opponent's chakra, Uchiha Fusuk's own chakra will be permanently increased. Relying on the ability of soul eating, Uchiha Fusuk's chakra amount has grown to an extremely terrifying level in the past few decades. This results in the general devouring ninjutsu being unable to continue to increase Fusuk's chakra amount. Until just now, after devouring Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb, Fusuk's chakra volume has increased slightly for a long time. Nanny! In the distance, Nine Tails was looking at what just happened with a ferocious expression and dumbfounded eyes. What did it see? The tailed beast bomb, which symbolizes the absolute destructive power of tailed beasts, was eaten by Uchiha Fusuk. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nine Tails was furious in his heart and still refused to believe that what was happening in front of him was true. Naisuna. Nine Tails gritted his teeth and said angrily. As if unwilling to give in, it began to accumulate power in its mouth again, preparing to release the tailed beast bomb again at Uchiha Fusuk. In the distance, Fusuk clearly saw Nine Tails' actions, but he had no intention of stopping it. After all, chakra is given to you for free. This time, in order to completely destroy Uchiha Fusuk. Whoosh whoosh, Nine Tails directly transformed into a continuous cannon, spitting out three-tailed beast bombs in succession. Looking at the three-tailed beast bombs speeding away, Nine Tails grinned slightly and showed a cruel smile. Boy, I don't know how you did it just now, but that kind of ability comes at a cost. Now, let me see how you can swallow me, Nine Tails said with a hint of mockery in his heart, and a trace of pride flashed in his cunning and cruel beast eyes. As a fox, it is Nine Tails' nature to be cunning. It deeply understands that the more powerful the ability, the more expensive it is to display it. For example, the Tailed Beast's signature move Tailed Beast Bomb. Releasing the Tailed Beast Bomb is not even easy for most tailed beasts. Even Nine Tails with its wireless chakra cannot release unlimited Tailed Beast Bombs. And to a certain extent, Nine Tails' guess is not wrong at all. There is indeed a price to pay for using Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. Depending on the strength of your ability, the price you have to pay varies accordingly. The more you pervert a Mangekyo ability, the more serious the price you have to pay. In the original work, the cooldown time after each release of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo ability Distinguished Heavenly Gods is even in years. As for Uchiha Fusuk's Mangekyo ability Soul Eater, the load that needs to be endured every time it is used is roughly similar to that of Amaterasu. Looking at the three-tailed beast bombs fired towards him, Uchiha Fusuk still looked calm. As before, he still made no move. He just stared quietly at the approaching tailed beast bomb. Subsequently, as the circular windmill in Fusuk's left eye rotated slightly, invisible power radiated from his eyes again. Buzz! Three-tailed beast bombs were once again targeted in front of Fusuk. Then, hiccup Uchiha Fusuk felt that the chakra had grown a lot again, and he burped with satisfaction. Nine Tails. What's the agreed usage price? Coach, someone is cheating here. Looking at Uchiha Fusuk who still had a plain face, the whole Nine Tails fox felt depressed. Yes, using Mangekyo does come with a price. But Uchiha Fusuk never said that his eyes are ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. To be precise, Fusuk's eyes have another name. That is, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Decades ago, not long after Uchiha Fusuk succeeded the Hokage, he had already solved the problem of Mangekyo's side effects. So as long as the chakra and pupil power are enough, Mangekyo's pupil technique can be used on Uchiha Fusuk as many times as he wants. Therefore, Nine Tails wants to defeat Uchiha Fusuk by relying on ability limitation, which is completely fantasy. Seeing that Tailed Beast Bomb has no effect on Uchiha Fusuk, of course Nine Tails will not continue to be stubborn. Seeing that Nine Tails was unwilling to continue to be a power bank, a trace of regret flashed in Fusuk's eyes. So, he no longer hesitated and directly activated Flying Thunder God. Just when Nine Tails was about to fight to the death, a gentle and elegant voice suddenly appeared in its ear. Hey, Nine Tails. Let's talk. Hearing the sound, Nine Tails' beast pupils shrank violently. When it turned its head suddenly, only to find that Uchiha Fusuk had arrived less than 10 meters away from it at some point. Aha! Nine Tails glared at Uchiha Fusuk in front of him hatefully, then quickly turned around and jumped to put a safe distance away from Fusuk, with a pair of beast eyes full of vigilance. It looked at Uchiha Fusuk in front of it, and it was relieved after confirming that Fusuk didn't seem to be planning to kick him this time. Fusuk, is he that scared of foxes? Faced with Uchiha Fusuk's negotiation request, Nine Tails had no intention of stopping. Knowing that the tailed beast bomb was useless, Nine Tails simply swung its claw at Uchiha Fusuk, intending to continue the fight in close combat. The sharp sound of breaking wind came, but Nine Tails' inevitable claw fell directly into the air. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Fusuk appeared less than 5 meters in front of Nine Tails. Seeing Nine Tails' extreme performance, Fusuk's eyes flashed with a hint of speechlessness. Obviously, in front of the Flying Thunder God technique, Nine Tails' attack is like drawing water from a bamboo basket, and it is completely in vain. Before taking action, you'd better see the form clearly. Fusuk spoke to Nine Tails, and the scarlet Mangekyo that turned slightly in his eyes was clearly reflected in Nine Tails' eyes. Uchiha. Looking at these evil eyes, Nine Tails was suddenly shocked. Only then did it notice that the person it had been fighting with for a long time was actually an Uchiha. Of course, there is no need to say much about Mangekyo Sharingan's restraint on tailed beasts. No matter how powerful the tailed beast is, there is only one ending when faced with these eyes. That is, being killed instantly. At that moment, Nine Tails froze in action and retracted its claws. Under the threat of Mangekyo Sharingan, a trace of human powerlessness flashed in Nine Tails' eyes. Human, what's there to talk about? You humans are both selfish and cruel. I have nothing to say to despicable creatures like you. Nine Tails bared his teeth and said coldly to Uchiha Fusuk in front of him. After hearing this, Fusuk did not explain anymore. What Nine Tails said is correct. In the eyes of the tailed beasts, humans do have this image. Even as great as first Hokage Senju Hashirama, his greatness is only for the humans in the ninja world. As for the tailed beasts, Senju Hashirama is definitely the target of hatred and hatred. After all, anyone who is arrested for no apparent reason and locked up in a prison for decades will probably be filled with hatred. So from the perspective of the tailed beasts, they are the ones being coerced. Uchiha Fusuk is naturally aware of this, so of course he won't make any unnecessary excuses. In the face of facts, this kind of hypocritical nonsense will only make the other party disgusted. My sincerity has been evident. I just want to have a nice talk with you, Uchiha Fusuk said to Nine Tails seriously again, with a pair of scarlet eternal eyes full of sincerity. Nine Tails. Faced with this kind of sincere negotiation with a knife to the neck, Nine Tails could only choose to hold its nose and admit it. Say it, stupid human. I want to see if you have anything to say. Nine Tails pouted and was about to reluctantly agree to Fusuk's request. Suddenly, Nine Tails suddenly felt an inexplicable suction coming from Fusuk's pair of scarlet eternal eyes, causing some inexplicable dizziness in his consciousness. What this feeling means, Nine Tails is naturally very familiar with. After all, it had just experienced this feeling not long ago. This is a precursor to being manipulated by Sharingan. Despicable, you lied to me. I'm not saying you don't have to. Nine Tails subconsciously believed that it was about to be manipulated again, and it was so angry that it couldn't help but curse. But before it could finish cursing, Nine Tails' consciousness was pulled into an illusion space. Outside world. All the Konoha shinobi saw was Uchiha Fusuk suddenly walking in front of Nine Tails, seemingly communicating with the demon fox. Then, one person and one fox fell into silence and looked at each other, motionless. Seeing this, Nara Shideo was not anxious at all, because he knows that Uchiha Fusuk is absolutely right in his heart. At this time, whoosh, accompanied by a subtle sound, three figures appeared in front of Nara. A blond man with a tired face suddenly appeared, and in his arms, there was a red-haired woman who was as angry as a gossamer. None other than Namikaze Minato and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Next to the two of them was Heitake Sakumo, who was being hitchhiked by Namikaze Minato. In addition, Sakumo was holding a swaddled baby in his arms. The next second, Heitake Sakumo, Nara Ludeo. Seeing this situation, Nara Shikamike had no choice but to turn his attention to Minato. At this moment, Minato was undoubtedly in a very embarrassed state. Not only did his face look tired and dusty, but the royal robe that had always been spotless now became filthy and stained with bloodline. Everything together is undoubtedly telling Nara Shideo. Namikaze Minato had a tough fight previously. Minato, what's going on here? Shikamike quickly asked Minato. The situation is like this. Minato smiled bitterly and told Nara Shikamike everything about the situation. It turned out to be like this. Nara Shideo frowned. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Turn out to be. After defeating Obito, Minato knows that with Fusuk's intervention, the village's crisis will be eliminated. So he took Heitake Sakumo and first found Kushina and little Naruto, who were as energetic as silk. Then he rushed back to Konoha. Namikaze Minato looked at his wife in his arms, with a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. He had been holding back from finding his wife before because of the Hokage responsibilities he shouldered. At this moment, facing Uzumaki Kushina, whose life is about to come to an end, Namikaze Minato is just a fragile husband. Faced with the tragedy in front of him, Nara Ludeo could only say helplessly, "Why, Kushina, she can only wait for Fusuk-sama." Perhaps with Fusuk-sama taking action, there is still a glimmer of hope. Hearing the sound, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope at the same time. Yes, if it's Master Fusuk, there will definitely be a way. Minato immediately comforted Kushina softly in her arms. Even though he knew in his heart, the chance was very slim. After all, no matter how powerful Uchiha Fusuk is, he is only a human, not a god. Hearing the sound, a glimmer of hope flashed in Kushina's originally gloomy eyes. Really, Minato? Like a drowning man grasping at straws, Kushina looked at her husband with longing eyes. Of course no one wants to die if they can live. What's more, it's a woman who has just become a mother. Looking at Kushina's eyes, Minato felt a pain in his heart. But in order to comfort Kushina, Minato could only answer with absolute certainty. Then, the couple cast their sights on Uchiha Fusuk in the distance. In the illusion space. Despicable. Shameless. Dirty. Nine Tails, with a face full of irritation, kept spitting fragrance at Uchiha Fusuk in front of him. Because he was so angry, several of the beards on Nine Tails' face stood on end. What about the most basic trust between foxes and people? It was agreed to just talk, no mangekyou required. In the blink of an eye, you, an old boy, no longer control yourself with martial ethics, lousy? Nine Tails glared at Uchiha Fusuk in front of him hatefully, wishing to devour him in one gulp. That look seemed to be saying, "I knew you Uchiha Pink Eyes had a dirty heart." Seeing this, Fusuk just smiled slightly, not angry at all. Facing Nine Tails' misunderstanding, he knew that the explanation in words was pale, and the reason why he pulled Nine Tails into the illusion space was just to facilitate showing something to Nine Tails. At this moment, with a wave of Uchiha Fusuk's hand, the scene in the illusion space has undergone earth-shaking changes. Nine Tails glanced calmly, the anger and hatred in his eyes still not fading at all. It still just glared at Fusuk hatefully. Fusuk also understood the message in Nine Tails' eyes. That is, don't think that your kid can calm me down by inviting me to watch a movie. In response, Fusuk still just chuckled and motioned to Nine Tails to read it first. Although Nine Tails was resentful, he had no choice but to continue watching. After all, man is a knife and he is a fish, and there is nothing you can do if you don't give in. As the scene in the illusion space changes, a real-time 3D movie begins to play. A dozen years ago. At that time, Konoha had just defeated Rain Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi in the Great Ninja War, and achieved a glorious victory. Konoha's momentum in the ninja world also reached the pinnacle of the ninja world again, because a rising tide lifts all boats. The third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk led Konoha to win this battle, and his reputation in the ninja world reached its peak. At this moment, Uchiha Fusuk, who had reached the peak of his life, began to quietly plan his retirement. In order to completely eliminate some hidden dangers before retirement, one day, Uchiha Fusuk quietly came to the bottom of the Uchiha tribe's land. At the same time, he also saw the stone tablet symbolizing the source of all evil. This stone tablet was originally a relic passed down to the Uchiha clan from the Sage of Six Paths. It contains some information about the origin of Uchiha, but later, the information on the stone tablet had been maliciously tampered with by Black Zetsu. It is precisely because of this that Uchiha Madara, who saw this stone tablet later, was misled and started Project Tsukinomi. Since he already knew everything, Fusuk showed great disdain for the broken stone in front of him. In order to prevent this broken stone from continuing to mislead and harm the Uchiha clan and others, Uchiha Fusuk chose to destroy the stone monument directly. After destroying the stone monument, Fusuk didn't stop and left without looking back. At the same time, the ninja world, somewhere dark underground, the old man with a withered face suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of fluctuation flashed in his indifferent purple rippled eyes. This person is none other than Uchiha Madara in his elderly state. The spell I left on the stone tablet was triggered by someone. Some Uchiha tribesmen saw the stone monument. Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, whispering in a hoarse voice in the empty underground space. Aha! At that moment, a dark thing like mud suddenly appeared out of thin air. Oh, someone actually got in there. It's impossible to discover that place unless Mangekyo is turned on. Black Zetsu responded to Uchiha Madara gloomily. Mangekyo Sherinan ah. It should be a good seedling. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Madara's haggard face. You mean? Black Zetsu's eyes flickered slightly, as if he heard what Madara meant. After I die, the executor of the plan must be Uchiha's people. It's rare to have a good idea and know the truth. Isn't this the successor God gave me? Madara said in an indifferent tone, a hint of joy flashed in her purple rippled eyes. That's fine. The Uchiha people who opened Mangekyo. As far as I know, there should only be the third Hokage who is currently in the limelight in Konoha. After hearing what Madara said, Black Zetsu agreed and directly locked the identity of the air in Madara's mouth. Hokage. Snort. It's just childish and ridiculous playing house. After knowing the truth, he should understand. After hearing the word Hokage, it seemed to remind Madara of some not-so-good memories, and he immediately frowned and said coldly, That is. But what if? Black Zetsu first echoed Madara, and then hesitated again. Although Black Zetsu didn't finish what he said, Madara certainly knew what Black Zetsu meant. Nothing unexpected. From the second he knew the truth. There are only two outcomes. Either I submit to the truth or I get an extra pair of Mangekyo in my collection. Madara smiled sinisterly, her indifferent purple rippled eyes full of indifference and cruelty. A few more days passed. One night, Uchiha Fusuk walked out of the Hokage building, rubbing his somewhat dazed forehead. Since the Second Ninja World War had just ended, there were many things going on inside and outside Konoha. As the leader of Konoha, he is naturally too busy to keep his feet on the ground. Must retire soon. It's like this every day, but when will it end? Fusuk lamented inwardly. In his innate worker's holy body, the long-dormant Moya bloodline could not help but wake up. Just on Fusuk's way home from his walk suddenly, there was a suspicious rustling noise in the dark alley nearby. Who was Uchiha Fusuk? He just moved his ears slightly and absorbed the suspicious sound. Without much hesitation, Fusuk frowned and entered the alley. At the end of the dark alley, two extremely suspicious voices were facing Uchiha Fusuk. I saw that both of them were wearing extremely large, dark robes. The robes covered their bodies so tightly that it was impossible to see even a little bit of their facial features. The purpose of these two people being so secretive was of course to plot something nefarious. Suddenly, both of them turned to look at Uchiha Fusuk. GG, third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk, I have been waiting here for a long time, one of them said in a dark and hoarse voice, with no trace of malice in his tone. Uchiha Fusuk certainly didn't pay attention to the cliched opening remarks. His eyes were now firmly attracted by another man in black robe, unlike the other guy whose cheeks were still shrouded in darkness. As the person turned around, her appearance was clearly visible to Uchiha Fusuk. Immediately, Uchiha Fusuk's pupils shrank violently, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. This is a girl with dignified and elegant appearance and quiet and noble temperament. Her dazzling golden hair was still dazzling at this moment, but her eyes that used to be lively were dumbfounded at this moment. If it were the past, the moment I saw Uchiha Fusuk, the girl might have already thrown herself into Fusuk's arms desperately. How could he be so stupid and stunned in place? Needless to say, she was obviously under an illusion. GG, Uchiha Fusuk. It seems you are no stranger to this little girl. If you want your apprentice to survive, come with me alone now. The black-robed weirdo laughed sinisterly again, and then threatened Uchiha Fusuk in a cold voice. Secret technique. Mayfly technique. Then, the weirdo in black robe used a strange ninjutsu, and he immediately grabbed the blonde girl and quickly escaped at an eerie speed. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusuk's eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent. I don't know when, but Fusuk's eyes have transformed from ordinary 3 megatama into a pair of large ring-shaped windmills. Just now, through the information Mangekyo gained insight into, he had already guessed the identity of the person coming. Not someone else. It's Black Zetsu. The person Black Zetsu kidnapped was Tsunade, who had just received the title of Sunin. Fusuk understands. The appearance of Black Zetsu can only mean one thing, that is Uchiha Madara has noticed him. As his thoughts flowed, Fusuk understood everything in an instant. It seems Madara has also tampered with the stone tablet. He thought of the stone tablet he had destroyed a few days ago. Although Tsunade is young at this time, but after experiencing the test of the Ninja World War, he has become a solid cage-level strongman. In the heavily guarded Konoha, he can quietly use illusions to confuse and kidnap a cage-level strong man. Black Zetsu obviously doesn't have this ability. Not only that, unknowingly just now, Uchiha Fusuk had quietly used his Mangekyo ability to try to remove the genjutsu from Tsunade. But what he didn't expect was that the level of the person who released the genjutsu far exceeded Uchiha Fusuk's expectations. Even Fusuk couldn't remove the genjutsu from Tsunade in just a few seconds. In Uchiha Fusuk's memory, there is only one person who can do this. That is Uchiha Madara. Madara's existence is a secret to others, but not so for Fusuk. Now that Uchiha Madara has jumped out, there is no way to hide. There is only one thing Fusuk can do. That is, completely solve the trouble of Madara. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fusuk's eyes gradually flashed with despair. Then he no longer hesitated and began to pursue Black Zetsu. Have to say, although Black Zetsu is just a War 5 scum, but when it comes to escaping, this guy is really good at it. Even Uchiha Fusuk, who possesses the Flying Thunder God, has difficulty stopping Black Zetsu who is intent on escaping. Finally, the two of them chased each other and escaped, arriving at a deserted no-man's land somewhere in the ninja world. It wasn't until here that Black Zetsu stopped escaping. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusuk understood that the surrounding area should be the battlefield carefully selected by Madara early in the morning. After all, Madara's existence is a secret that must not be leaked to the ninja world. In order to avoid the leakage of her own intelligence, Madara will of course try to do her job in an uninhabited place. The other side. Seeing Uchiha Fusuk follow him here as he wished, a look of amusement flashed across Black Zetsu's face. GG. Old man, my mission is accomplished. The rest is up to you, Black Zetsu said to the air beside him. After saying that, Black Zetsu immediately turned around and ran away with Tsunade again. At the same time, as Black Zetsu's words fell, pang, along with a puff of smoke, a haggard figure appeared in front of Fusuk. It is none other than Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Uchiha Fusuk looked at Uchiha Madara who suddenly appeared, but his hands quietly went behind his back and silently formed a seal. After Black Zetsu left, the old and young Uchiha pair were left in this deserted environment. At this moment, the two of them were looking at each other quietly from a not too far distance apart. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Fusuk in front of her. Looking at the high-spirited Fusuk in front of him, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. It's so similar. But this kid is even more handsome than I was when I was young. As her thoughts flowed, Madara recalled the glorious years of her youth. But his thoughts only stayed for a moment, and he soon recovered again. After all, for the old Madara at this time, those are memories worth mentioning and worthy of being abandoned. Aha! The next second, Madara's pupils turned slightly. The pair of Rinnegan with purple ripples suddenly changed into a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. As the advanced form of Eternal Mangekyo, Rinnegan can naturally return to the Eternal Eye form at any time, and when Madara's eyes returned to the Eternal Mangekyo, they began to rotate rapidly. An invisible wave began to spread outward from Madara's eyes. At the same time, Fusuk, who looked at Madara, also silently moved his eyes. Without a word of nonsense, an invisible duel has quietly started between the two. In the ninja world, mention the name Uchiha. All ninjas subconsciously associate two abilities, and the first of them is definitely illusion. As for Fusuk and Madara, who successively became the absolute leaders of Uchiha, the contest between the two naturally started with illusion. Neither of the two men's bodies showed any movement, but in the bizarre spiritual world, a desperate fight has quietly begun. In Fusuk's spiritual world, at their peak, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were controlling the nine-tailed beasts to join forces to strangle Fusuk. Every move seemed to be able to destroy the world, but these were all solved one by Fusuk. In Madara's spiritual world, the pictures are much more abstract. Godzilla, Sadako, Ultraman, Voldemort, all kinds of life forms have launched continuous attacks on Madara. But since this is the spiritual world, these are of course just illusions. Therefore, it is impossible to exert the true power of the body at all, and it can only scare people at best. But despite this, these creatures with different styles still surprised Madara. What's going on in this kid's head? While Madara had no choice but to use her pupil power to resolve the attacks of these abstract creatures, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Finally, the two of them cracked each other's illusion almost at the same time, broke away from the illusion and returned to reality. Looking at Uchiha Fusuk on the other side, Madara praised sincerely. Yes, you are really good. I never thought that in my Uchiha clan, there would be a hero like you after me. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Madara's eyes, and he spoke to Fusuk on the other side with slight admiration. Apparently, he was extremely satisfied with Fusuk's display of genjutsu abilities. But suddenly, Madara's eyes froze slightly and her tone suddenly stopped. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Ignoring the shock in his heart, Madara suddenly forced the power of his pupils into his eyes. This is exactly how Uchiha Obito later used to forcibly remove Fusuk's genjutsu. That is, using Mangekyo's illusion resistance to hardly resolve the illusion. At that moment, tears of blood flowed from the corners of Uchiha Madara's eyes. As Sharingan spun wildly, the world in front of him began to rapidly twist and collapse. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of Madara changed again. Uchiha Fusuk, holding the Thunder God's sword with a cold face, was already killing him very close to him. That's right. The previous Madara was in the midst of Uchiha Fusuk's double illusion. Fusuk, who was holding the Thunder God's sword, showed no mercy and sliced Madara's neck with his sword. Zizit! With the injection of a huge amount of Thunder Attribute Chakra, the lightning on the Thunder God's sword skyrocketed crazily. Dangerous waves flickered crazily from the blade of the Thunder God's sword. A disciple of Senju Tobirama and the third hokage of Konoha, this Thunder God's sword naturally ended up in Fusuk's hands. As the legendary ninja tool used by second-generation Senju Tobirama to conquer the ninja world, the power of the Thunder God sword goes without saying. As for why the majestic Thunder God sword was later easily shattered by a shot of Raiznan, this can only be said to be related to the characteristics of the Thunder God sword. As a lightsaber, the strength of the Thunder God sword is absolutely related to the user's own ability. Therefore, once the Thunder God sword is used by Jia Jia, it will also turn into Jia Jia. When it comes to strength, it becomes strong, and when it comes to scum, it becomes scum. These are the characteristics of the Thunder God sword. Because the illusion was solved in time. Facing Fusuk's fierce offensive, Madara had time to react. Base, the eternal eyes in Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly rotated. Ugh! As a huge amount of pupil power burst out, several purple ribs carrying an unknown aura immediately appeared around Madara. This is clearly the first stage of Susanoo. Due to rib obstruction, the Thunder God's sword struck the purple ribs hard. Boom! The terrifying electric light burst out in an instant, illuminating the entire wasteland like daylight. Although the attack was so violent, Uchiha Madara, surrounded by ribs, remained unscathed. Seeing this, a trace of regret flashed in Fusuk's eyes, and he just silently withdrew the Thunder God's sword. Sure enough, this alone is not enough to deal with Uchiha Madara. Call! Almost instantly, two huge purple skeletal arms stretched out from the sides of the rib. Two purple skeletal arms clenched their fists at the same time and struck hard at Uchiha Fusuk. In this regard, Fusuk did not choose to retreat. In his eyes, the scarlet ring-shaped windmill also began to rotate rapidly. Aha! Then, a pair of jet-black skeletal arms that were almost the same as the purple skeletal arms suddenly appeared beside Fusuk. Boom! The four huge arms suddenly struck together, erupting into waves of terrifying waves. After the blow, the two of them stopped in tacit agreement. After a while, except for the messy ground around him, everything disappeared. It seemed that the attack between the two of them just now was just a dream. Uchiha Madara raised her hand to wipe the blood and tears from the corners of her eyes, and looked at Fusuk with a hint of excitement in her eyes. No doubt. In the test just now, Uchiha Madara actually fell into a disadvantage. Even though she was suppressed in the previous illusion showdown, Madara didn't seem to be angry at all. Okay, Uchiha Fusuk, you are even better than I thought. On the contrary, Madara was laughing heartily at this moment, her words full of appreciation for Uchiha Fusuk. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, and such terrifying strength. There's only one person I can think of. You're not dead? Shura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara. Fusuk deliberately pretended to be unaware and said in surprise, "Ha ha ha, smart boy, I really appreciate you more and more." Uchiha Madara laughed wildly again, looking at Fusuk with burning eyes. "I didn't expect you to reach this point. Open those eyes that symbolize eternity. The illusion just now should be your ability. Yes, you are really good. As the saying goes, an expert will know if something is there as soon as he makes a move." Although it was just a tentative encounter, but Uchiha Madara still found out a lot of information from Fusuk, including the fact that Fusuk's eyes are in an eternal state, and the ability of Uchiha Fusuk's right eye that is unknown to outsiders. Also thanks to the power of his right eye, Fusuk was able to suppress Uchiha Madara at the illusion level. Hearing the sound, Fusuk's eyes flashed with solemnity. Facing a powerful enemy like Uchiha Madara, he cannot slack off at all. Since he became a ninja, the Uchiha Madara in front of him is the most powerful enemy he has ever encountered. Fusuk's Mangekyo is roughly similar in type to the later Uchiha Itaki, that is, the type of left eye ninjutsu and right eye genjutsu. In addition to the left eye's ability Soul Eater, Fusuk named the right eye's ability Kyoka Suijutsu. As the name suggests, the ability of his right eye is very straightforward, and the effect is very simple and crude. That is, greatly enhancing the effects of all illusions cast by Fusuk, at the same time making himself immune to most illusions. That's why Uchiha Fusuk can make Obito, who also opens Mangekyo, easily fall into illusions. Also because of the existence of Kyoka Suijutsu, Fusuk can even surpass Uchiha Madara in terms of illusion alone. To put it in a word that is no exaggeration, Uchiha Fusuk is the current illusion god. Have you seen that stone tablet? After a brief exchange of greetings, Uchiha Madara went straight to the point. He asked Fusuk with burning eyes. Looked at it. Fusuk's expression was natural and he didn't deny it. Very good. How do you feel now after knowing the truth? Uchiha Madara asked again, locking his burning gaze firmly on Fusuk. Looking at Uchiha Madara's crazy gaze, Fusuk couldn't help but feel a trace of sad pity in his heart. Whether it is scheming, means, capacity or strength, Uchiha Madara can be said to be the most amazing and talented person in the Hokage world. But helplessly, the naturally extreme character of the Uchiha family eventually led him to extremes. Uchiha Fusuk knew there was nothing he could do to change this. He will not give unnecessary persuasion to Madara. Not to mention, in his private desires hidden deep in his heart, Madara is also needed to execute the so-called Project Tsuki no Mi. Uchiha Fusuk's thoughts flashed through his mind for just a moment. Soon, he returned to reality again and uttered 4 words with an indifferent expression to Madara in front of him. Not my business. And it was these 4 faint words that made Uchiha Madara's originally enthusiastic expression freeze on her face. What did you say? Uchiha Madara's expression turned cold instantly, and he said coldly to Fusuk in a gloomy voice. Before asking the question, Madara had already anticipated Fusuk's answer. He thought that Fusuk would refuse with anger, and he also thought that Fusuk would happily and enthusiastically agree. I just didn't think about it. Uchiha Fusuk would spit out 4 words with such indifference. Not my business. This made Madara's heart instantly filled with anger. Without him, Uchiha Fusuk's blunt and cold answer is undoubtedly a kind of extreme disapproval. This seems to be saying, what do you mean by broken rocks? I didn't take that thing seriously at all. Of course, this is unacceptable to Madara, who has regarded everything said on the stone tablet as the truth of destiny. Not only that, Madara even noticed it keenly. Uchiha Fusuk looked deep into his eyes, and there seemed to be a trace of undetectable pity. Uchiha Madara can be defeated, despised and insulted, but the only thing unacceptable to Madara is pity. Anger began to emerge from Madara's heart bit by bit. It's just that his anger is not just superficial, but deeply suppressed in his heart, just like an undersea volcano about to erupt. Although the sea is still calm, once it erupts it will have the power to destroy everything. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who had completely changed his face, Fusuk also knew that a fierce battle would inevitably break out next. In his eyes, at this time, Madara is probably just a smelly old man with an extreme temperament. But no matter what, he had something he had to say first. If I say it 10 times, it won't make any sense. Different road non-phase plan. I don't care what you want to do. If you can do it, just do it. But there's just one thing. Uchiha Fusuke looked directly into Madara's cold and dangerous eyes without any hesitation, and spoke bluntly without any scruples. He suddenly paused and then spoke word by word again. That is, don't come, me. And without saying a word, Uchiha Fusuke's aura became even more powerful. Until the words fell. Uchiha Fusuke's black hair began to grow continuously, and a complex and mysterious ink mark appeared on his forehead. Obviously, he has fully activated Sage Mode. Perfect stage. Hum. Okay, it's good that we are different and don't conspire against each other. Uchiha Madara was not angry but smiled, and her laughter sounded a little breathtaking. Since you are so stubborn, then I'll let you know what Uchiha's true power is. You have gone astray by listening to Hashirama's childish words. Looking at the changes that appeared on Fusuke, Madara knew that this was Sage Mode with her eyesight. The appearance of Sage Mode also reminded Uchiha Madara of the old friend who had suppressed him all his life. In an instant, old and new hatreds arose in Madara's heart at the same time. Boom! He was no longer suppressed, and endless killing intent burst out from Madara's body. The turbulent pupil power surged crazily from Madara's eternal eye. The purple giant began to condense from around him. First the bones and muscles, then the body, armor, and even weapons. Unfaithful for a long time. A purple armored giant with a size as big as the sky and the earth appeared in front of Uchiha Fusuke. Susanoo. Perfect stage. In the original novel, Uchiha Madara never uses his Mangekyo ability. In fact, it's not that Madara doesn't have it, but it's not necessary at all. Although Mangekyo's ability is powerful, it is only relative. In a real high-end game, Mangekyo's abilities can only play a supporting role at best, and Uchiha Madara happens to be the type who only plays high-end rounds. Therefore, with the more powerful Susanoo, Uchiha Madara does not need to use Mangekyo's ability. Looking at the purple giant that was 100 meters tall and bigger than 9 tails appeared in front of him, Uchiha Fusuke's expression still did not change significantly. It's just Susanoo, he will naturally do it. Boom! In an instant, dark energy surged from Uchiha Fusuke's body. Almost the same scene happened again, but unlike Madara, the color of the Susanoo giant summoned by Fusuke is pitch black. A jet black body, jet black armor, and a pair of jet black wings. A moment later, a dark Susan Titan suddenly appeared opposite the purple Susan Titan. In the original work, after activating Susanoo, everyone's color is basically different. Except for Madara and Sasuke, because they are both reincarnations of Indra, they are both purple. Obito is blue, Itachi is red, and Shisui is green. But the color of Uchiha Fusuke's Susanoo is the most domineering black. Then, Uchiha Fusuke manipulated the black Susanoo to raise his hand and hold it in a virtual gesture. Zi-La, accompanied by a terrifying black electric light. A huge thunder god sword completely black appeared in the giant's hand. Looking at the complete Susanoo performed by Uchiha Fusuke, the killing intent in Madara's eyes continued to surge. After Fusuke showed that he was different from him, the better his performance, the more Madara's determination to kill Fusuke is stimulated. Because in Madara's heart, it is impossible to tolerate the existence of unplanned variables like Uchiha Fusuke. Present. Madara didn't hold back at all, controlling the purple Susanoo sword to slash at the black giant. Uchiha Fusuke also chose to raise his hand to fight. Boom! In an instant, a force as strong as the sky and the earth collapsed escaped from the place where the two met. The terrifying fluctuations make people feel frightened just by seeing them. After one blow, the two sides were basically evenly matched. Soon, the two Susanoo giants fought together again, fighting each other dozens of times in just an instant. At the same time, Black Zetsu is hiding somewhere in the wasteland. Beside him, Tsunade was still looking blank, trapped in a genjutsu and unable to break free. Looking at the battle scene between Fusuke and Madara that could destroy everything, a trace of panic flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. What two monsters! Black Zetsu sighed in a hoarse voice, his eyes full of envy. But soon, Black Zetsu's eyes flashed with amusement. So what if it's strong? As strong as Uchiha Madara, isn't it also played by him in the applause? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu felt even more proud. What Black Zetsu didn't notice was that danger was slowly approaching. Underground at the moment, one of Uchiha Fusuke's shadow clone is quietly hiding and waiting for an opportunity using Earth style. Heart beheading technique, turn out to be. As early as the moment when I came into contact with Madara, Fusuke quietly put one hand behind his back and used the shadow clone technique, and sent this clone to escape underground to search for traces of Black Zetsu and rescue Tsunade. At this moment, he seemed to notice Black Zetsu's relaxation. Advertisement. The shadow clone, which had been waiting for the opportunity for a long time, burst out of the ground. What? Facing the shadow clone that suddenly appeared, Black Zetsu was so shocked that he had no time to react. Sage Art. Big Ball Raisnon. Boom! Shadow Clone was seen holding a huge Raiznon and hit Black Zetsu hard. Ah-ha! Black Zetsu let out a painful howl, and countless jet black liquids were directly evaporated by this big ball Raiznon. Due to his special body, ordinary ninjutsu cannot harm Black Zetsu, but what Shadow Clone just used was a real magic. Although this blow would not kill Black Zetsu, it was enough to seriously injure him and bring him to the point of death. After screaming, Black Zetsu immediately used his ninjutsu instinctively and ran away like crazy. And seeing Black Zetsu escaping, Shadow Clone had no intention of chasing him. He just stayed quietly by Tsunade's side, waiting for the battle between the main body and Madara to end. After a while, the two huge Susanoo giants have reached a climax in their fight. In the entire wasteland, everything except the two Susanoo giants has been completely destroyed. But it's a pity. Susanoo is both a perfect body, so the two sides can basically kill each other without any results. If the consumption continues, the young and strong Uchiha Fusuke is fully capable of directly consuming Uchiha Madara to death. Madara, who knows this in her heart, no longer intends to continue to entangle. He made up his mind to destroy Uchiha Fusuke in front of him at all costs. Even if you expose something, you won't hesitate. Madara's originally scarlet Mangekyo once again turned into fairy eyes with purple ripples. At the same time, Madara controlled the purple Susanoo giant and began to form seals continuously. Huge amounts of chakra fluctuations began to spurt out from Madara's pair of Rinnegan. Boy, open your eyes. See clearly what is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara shouted loudly, with cold and ruthless killing intent in his eyes. Although his body is extremely old, his body is still full of aura. Seeing Madara's actions, Fusuke's eyes flashed with solemnity. He had already anticipated Madara's next attack. At the same time, he also has to choose to increase his position. It is obviously impossible to defeat Madara with the power of the Eternal Eye alone. At that moment, a dark mysterious sphere suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. The next second, endless gravity burst out from the black ball. Under this terrifying gravity, boom, mountains and rivers are shattered, and the earth is cracked. The endless pulling seemed to attract and devour everything around it. Even the black Susanoo giant controlled by Uchiha Fusuke was unable to withstand this terrifying gravity. At this time Uchiha Madara uses the ability. It is the 6 paths level ninjutsu that first appeared in the original work, Planetary Devastation. It is different from the Planetary Devastation that Nagato reluctantly used when fighting Naruto in the original work. The Planetary Devastation effect exerted by Madara completely crushed Nagato. Even the power of Uchiha Fusuke's perfect form, Susanoo, cannot stop this gravitational pull. Unfaithful for a long time, Uchiha Fusuke was sucked into the Planetary Devastation together with the broken earth and mountains, and condensed into a huge moon in the night sky. Under this moon, the horizon within a radius of tens of kilometers dropped by about tens of meters. The dilapidated land is covered with devastated scenes. Hundreds of kilometers away, a civilian family felt the slightly trembling earth, thinking it was just an ordinary earthquake, until the children at home pointed to Sky's path in surprise. "Dad, look, there are 2 moons in the sky." Hearing the sound, the father of the family turned his head and looked into the sky. It was just as the child said. In the sky tonight, there are actually 2 moons at this moment. Ha 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 ha, ahem. Uchiha Madara looked at the moon he recreated in midair and laughed heartily, but before he could smile for long, he coughed up a lot of blood from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, for the elderly Madara, barely able to use the fairy eye ability will also cause a great burden on him, but the good thing is, once the power of 6 paths comes out, no one can compete with it, not even the perfect Susanoo. Looking at the planetary devastation in midair, a trace of regret flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Pity. If this kid is willing to help me, he will be the perfect help for my plan, Madara regretted secretly in her heart. In Madara's heart, Fusuke, who was sealed by planetary devastation, has become a butterfly caught in a spider's web. He didn't feel at all that Uchiha Fusuke had any chance of breaking free from planetary devastation. This kid is pretty good, just drag it back and use it as nutrition for the golem. Later, Madara silently decided Uchiha Fusuke's fate in her heart. Just when Uchiha Madara thought everything was settled, mid-air, the second round of the moon suddenly appeared and suddenly there was some strange movement. After just arriving in the ninja world, Uchiha Fusuke knew one thing very clearly. That is, if you are not at the 6 paths level, you are still a chess piece after all. If you want to get out of the chessboard and become a chess player, it is a necessary condition to reach 6 paths level in strength. Otherwise, you can only be at the mercy of others as a chess piece. So reaching the 6 paths level has always been Uchiha Fusuke's goal. Want to become a 6 paths level combat power? Basically there are only 2 ways. One is to get Sage Body based on Ashura, the other is to get Fairy Eye based on Indra, but it's a pity. neither Sage Body nor Immortal Eyes can be achieved casually. As a member of the Uchiha clan, naturally, the one that is easier for Fusuke to achieve is Sky Eye. But as a time traveler, Uchiha Fusuke knows that the power of Sage Body can faintly crush Sage Eyes. The most intuitive expression is that Senju Hashirama can always suppress Uchiha Madara. So in the end, Uchiha Fusuke's choice was simple. That is, only children will make choices, while adults will only want them all. Uchiha Fusuke plans to start from both sides at the same time. Fairy Eyes aspect. Since Uchiha Fusuke succeeded Hokage, he has easily obtained Hashirama cells and fused them with himself. This also allows Fusuke's Sharingan to directly cross the Mangekyo level and enter the Eternal Eye stage. This is similar to how Obito obtained the Eye of Eternity in the original work, but after reaching the Eternal Eye, Fusuke's Sky Eye progress was completely stuck and he could no longer make any progress. He knew it in his heart. This is because the time has not yet come. Even for Uchiha Madara, after fusion with Hashirama cells, it took a long time for her eyes to complete their transformation. Therefore, if Uchiha Fusuke wants to get Sky Eye, he must wait quietly. That is to say, you can't eat hot tofu if you are in a hurry. And in terms of Sage Body, in the original work, in addition to becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, there is no plot description on how to obtain Sage Body. Uchiha Fusuke can only rely on his own understanding, but there is no doubt about it. If you want to get Sage Body, Hashirama cells play an absolutely key role in it. On the other hand, based on Uchiha Fusuke's years of exploration, he finally determined that the source of the Sage Body he wanted to obtain was the Sage Mode. It can be said, if you think of Sharingan as a degraded version of Fairy Eye, then Sage Mode is the degraded version of Sage Body. Use a wave of reverse thinking here. That is, as long as Sharingan and Sage Mode are optimized to ultimate, you can get Immortal Eyes and Immortal Body. From that day on, Uchiha Fusuke focused his practice on Sage Mode. Hard work pays off. With strong understanding and many years of unremitting efforts, Uchiha Fusuke finally mastered the perfect form of Sage Mode. It is the Sage Mode that is infinitely close to the Sage Body, allowing it to barely use a trace of the true power of the Sage Body. Not only that, because of his strong understanding and his own bloodline of Uchiha, Fusuke's Eternal Eye has also evolved to the point of being infinitely close to the Immortal Eye. Same as his perfect Sage Mode. Uchiha Fusuke can also barely use a hint of the power of Sky Eye, but he has to pay some price. So, Uchiha Fusuke has the power of infinitely close to Sage Body and infinitely close to Sage Eyes. Its own strength is infinitely close to the 6 paths level. Back in Planetary Devastation, feeling the pressure inside Planetary Devastation that could seal everything, Uchiha Fusuke's eyes flashed with depth. Then, a mysterious and magical wave began to bloom from Fusuke's eyes. The next moment, the Eternal Eye in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes began to tremble violently as if it had been stimulated by something. Trickle. 2 lines of bloody tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Then, the large ring-shaped windmills in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes turned into a pair of Rinnegan with dark ripples. This is exactly what Fusuke temporarily achieved after driving the Eternal Eye to ultimate. He endured the severe pain in his eyes and felt his new power. Without much delay, Fusuke quickly stretched out a hand in front of him. Then, a repulsive force capable of destroying everything erupted from Fusuke's body. Super Shinra Tianzheng. Just when Uchiha Madara was bowing his head in regret, an extremely clear and subtle sound suddenly reached his ears. Click. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and there was a faint premonition in his heart. He raised his eyes and looked at the full moon in the sky. I saw that the surface of the huge full moon was cracking inch by inch. Masaka, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and a trace of disbelief flashed on his face. Kaka. The next second, the crackling sound began to become extremely dense, even until it was deafening. Finally, boom, a huge sound came from inside the full moon. Countless fragments exploded all over the sky. Rubbles and dust suddenly fell from the sky like raindrops. This apocalyptic scene made Uchiha Madara freeze in place subconsciously. This is not over yet. An extremely dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the sky, instantly covering the entire sky. It also swallowed Uchiha Madara's body directly. Next moment, any area shrouded by this white light was directly crushed into powder by a terrifying repulsive force. Until much later, the white light gradually stopped. It was replaced by a semicircular pit that stretched for dozens of kilometers. In midair, Uchiha Fusuke, who was floating using the light and heavy rock technique, glanced at the messy scene around him. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, there was no sign of life other than his own. Even Uchiha Madara has disappeared without a trace. Trickle. Fusuke's eyes still maintained the pseudo-Rinnegan state. Therefore, his eyes continued to overflow with blood. At the same time, the price that followed was that Fusuke's vision began to blur rapidly. Originally, Uchiha Fusuk, who had the Eternal Eye, did not need to worry about the loss of vision caused by excessive use of pupil techniques, but at this moment, forcefully opening Sky Eyes also made Fusuk pay a certain price. Good thing, because he has a constitution that is infinitely close to a sage body, Fusuk's eyesight will slowly recover on its own. Take advantage of the powerful awareness provided by perfect sage mode. Uchiha Fusuk began to scan the sky above the battlefield for traces of Uchiha Madara. Obviously, he didn't think that Uchiha Madara could be easily killed with just one shot of Super Shinra Tensei. To be too old to die is to be a thief. This sentence could not be more appropriate for Madara. Really, it didn't take long. Fusuk sensed that there was a powerful life form lurking deep underground. At the same time, Madara, who was hiding underground, also noticed Fusuk's exploration, so he no longer stayed underground. Whoosh! With a dodger, a somewhat embarrassed Madara appeared in front of Fusuk again. At the last moment when he was about to be crushed into pieces by Super Shinra Tenzen, Madara also used Shenra Tianzhang as a defense, so she barely escaped. But even so, Madara still suffered some injuries, so she looked a little embarrassed. After reappearing, Uchiha Madara's expression has undergone earth-shaking changes. He looked at the pair of dark pseudo-Rinnegan in Fusuk's eyes, and a hint of complexity flashed in his lilac-rippled eyes. Even though he could see something was wrong with Fusuk's Rinnegan pair, but it was enough to shock Madara deeply. At first, his attitude towards Fusuk is dismissive. After Fusuk revealed the eternal Mangekyo, this contempt turned into appreciation. Until this moment, when Uchiha Fusuk revealed the fake Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara has completely regarded Fusuk as an equal. At the same time, Madara also understood. After Fusuk reveals these eyes, today is doomed. The outcome of the battle between him and Fusuk cannot be determined. On one side is the incomplete pseudo-Rinnegan, although the other side is a complete Rinnegan. But due to the limitations of Kukaki's body, Madara was unable to unleash the Rinnegan's truly powerful abilities. Therefore, in Madara's opinion, this chess game can only end in a draw. Thinking of this, Madara has lost the desire to continue fighting, because in his opinion, the next battle will be meaningless. Since he can't do anything to Uchiha Fusuk, the next efforts he can make can be foreseen. If you can't beat him, just talk to him. In fact, this can be regarded as an old tradition in the ninja world. Uchiha Fusuk, I admit, I underestimated you before. About the Eye of the Moon project, as long as you are willing to join, I can give you the chance to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara suddenly persuaded Fusuk again. This time, he looked at Uchiha Fusuk with sincerity and longing. That's a real opportunity to become Sage of Six Paths. As long as you agree to join hands with me to achieve eternal peace, I am willing to give you this opportunity. Madara continued to persuade, with a hint of bewitching in her tone. If previously, Madara's attitude towards Fusuk was similar to that of a company boss recruiting a temporary worker. Apart from cheating, it's just painting. So now, Madara is truly sincere in recruiting Fusuk. At this time, Madara is even willing to share the shares of the Eye of the Moon project with Fusuk, and he also promised to give up the bulk of the money to Uchiha Fusuk. This time, Fusuk's treatment changed directly from employee to senior partner. On the other side, after hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Fusuk silently exited the pseudo-Rinnegan state. Seeing his behavior, Madara mistakenly thought that his talk therapy was successful, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation to become an immortal. Uchiha Madara secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and sighed slightly. But the next second, Fusuk's behavior once again made Uchiha Madara confused. Uchiha Fusuk slowly put his hands together. This is just an ordinary seal. Pang! With a burst of smoke, a shadow clone identical to Fusuk appeared next to him. What do you mean? Madara asked in confusion, frowning again. In response to this, Uchiha Fusuk had no intention of answering. He just stared at Uchiha Madara not far away with extremely calm eyes. Judging from the situation, it seems that a draw is inevitable. But he never thought so. He will not be able to defeat the aging Madara. Uchiha Madara wants to draw? He just wanted to deliver a killing blow. After summoning the shadow clone, Uchiha Fusuk looked at Madara in front of him and once again stated his position. I already told you, none of this has anything to do with me. As he spoke, his body and shadow clone underwent some subtle changes at the same time. This world is too big, and there are too many people in it. I can't save him, and I don't want to save him. What kind of plans you have, I don't even bother to care about them. But there is only one premise. Don't come, me. As his resolute voice fell, invisible powers suddenly emerged from his body. At the same time, the changes to Fusuk's main body and shadow clone have also been completely completed. On the body, Fusuk quietly exited the perfect sage mode state, and his eyes returned to the eternal Mangekyo. The state in the avatar is completely opposite. The complex ink marks quietly appeared on the clone's forehead, and the clone turned on the perfect sage mode state. Even a fool can see that Uchiha Fusuke has no intention of stopping, let alone Uchiha Madara. After hearing Fusuke's words, a trace of disappointment flashed in Madara's eyes, and then he looked at Fusuke with a slightly mocking look. Childish brat, don't you understand yet? Even if I can't use the full power of these eyes, but in front of the immortal eye, everything is in vain. But in the face of Madara's ridicule, Fusuke remained indifferent. Shua, I saw Fusuke's immortal clone quickly forming seals. The endless celestial magic chakra frenzy is quickly absorbed by the celestial being's clone. Snapped. As the seal was completed, the immortal clone suddenly clasped his hands together. Sage art. Wood style. True several thousand hands. Boom! A wooden statue of Guanyin towering over the sky and the earth rose suddenly from the ground. The size of the wooden cannon is roughly the same as that of the complete Susanna. Behind the Buddha statue, there are thousands of solemn arms. At first glance, it seems powerful, but compared to the true several thousand hands summoned by Senju Hashirama in the original work during his heyday, the size is probably less than half. This is wood style? Haha, boy, I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve? Ha 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 ha. But who would have expected that Uchiha Madara would laugh wantonly while looking at the wood style performed by Uchiha Fusuke? At the same time, a hint of contempt appeared in Madara's eyes again. To be honest, in Madara's eyes, the tangible and godless true several thousand hands in front of me are even less threatening than Fusuke's fake Rinnegan. The strength of ninja has never been due to the difference in skills. Yamato and Senju Hashirama in the original work are the best comparison. The gap between the two is really hard to judge. After all, no one would compare construction team foreman and ninja god together. But why is there such a huge difference between the two even though they are both wood styles? The reason is simple. That is, people are always stronger, not ninjutsu. Anyone who cannot understand this will be nothing more than a minion until the end of the play. Danzo is the best example. He believed that the strength of first generation was due to wood style, so he copied Yamato, a construction team foreman. He believed that Uchiha's strength was due to Sharingan, so he gave himself a Sharingan on his arm. But in the end, Danzo, who had a Sharingan in one arm, was killed by Urju, who had two eyes. So it's no exaggeration. Senju Hashirama is strong simply because he is Senju Hashirama. He uses wood style and is the god of wood style. If he uses ice escape, then he is the god of ice escape. So, in Uchiha Madara's opinion, at this moment, Fusuke is simply seeking medical treatment in a hurry, which is just a copycat. Facing Uchiha Madara's ridicule, Fusuke remained calm, and his expression did not even change at all. Then, Fusuke's sage clone just let out a gentle breath. An extremely subtle change suddenly appeared on the wooden Guanyin's body. This change was like a breeze blowing across his forehead. It seems that everything has changed, but it seems that nothing has changed. Buzz! A mysterious wave appeared on the huge body of the wooden Guanyin, and a trace of splendor flashed in the eyes of the Guanyin statue. At this moment, the wooden Guanyin, which was originally dull and dead, seemed to suddenly come to life. At the same time, Uchiha Madara, who was laughing loudly, suddenly stopped laughing. He glanced at the true several thousand hands not far away with slight surprise, and a trace of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. Because at that moment, his intuition told him. The pile of broken wood that was originally non-threatening suddenly became more threatening. Madara didn't have time to react. Whoosh! Fusuke directly casts Flying Thunder God and goes to the top of true several thousand hands. Buzz! The next second, the eternal eye in Fusuke's eyes began to spin crazily. A jet-black color began to spread along Fusuke's feet and towards true several thousand hands' body. It didn't take long for the darkness to spread all over true several thousand hands. The thousands of arms behind it were all wrapped in a layer of pitch-black armor. Susanoo. Intimidating. In the original work, Madara once trapped Susanoo in 9 tails. At this moment, Fusuke chose to put it on wood style. True several thousand hands. Uchiha looked at the true several thousand hands wearing black armor in front of him, and his eyes were filled with confusion. When seeing Uchiha Fusuke standing above the head of true several thousand hands, at this moment, Uchiha Fusuke's sight seemed to overlap with Senju Hashirama across time and space. Armor Guanyin on the head. Fusuke glanced coldly at Madara, who was like dust on the ground. Uchiha Madara. This time, it's a kill. As the indifferent voice reached Madara's ears, Fusuke also controlled Armor Guanyin to launch an attack. This is Uchiha Fusuke's strongest attack in his current state. Sage Art. Susanoo Costume. Become a Buddha on the top. Then, thousands of pitch-black hands behind the Armor Guanyin moved in unison and bombarded Uchiha Madara at the same time. The familiar feeling came to Madara's mind again. His intuition told him. This blow, he couldn't block it. No, this is impossible. You are from the Uchiha clan, how can you possibly master Hashirama's true power? Yep, I still have Rinnegan. I won't lose. At the critical moment, Madara said a little madly that he was superstitious about the power of Fairy Eye. A pure white aperture radiates from Madara's body. This is exactly one of Rinnegan's abilities, Shinra Tensei. The dark punches from the powerful true several thousand hands fell like raindrops on the Shinra Tenzen. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by violent explosions, a pale light suddenly obscured everything in the wasteland. The light faded, and all the dust and dust dispersed. Silence returned to heaven and earth again. The moon, which symbolizes eternity, quietly sheds its bright white light on the devastated earth. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Fusuke slowly fell from midair. Click! As his feet touched the earth again. The sudden thick feeling under the solace of his feet made Fusuke's legs suddenly feel weak. Shua unexpectedly, he staggered uncontrollably. Subsequently, Fusuke's strong black hair also began to turn gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his originally handsome face began to become wrinkled and aged rapidly. Ahem. The consumption this time is too great, it's a bit of fun. After coughing slightly, Fusuke rubbed his wrinkled face and looked up helplessly. And now in Uchiha Fusuke's sight, the silvery moonlight shining in midair has already become blurry. Then, he lowered his head silently and untied the seal of eternity on his forehead. The ink-colored rhombus seal melted quickly like ice cream falling on the ground. Zizzy. The next second, a powerful vitality spread from Fusuke's forehead to his whole body. Uchiha Fusuke's originally old face has returned to its youthful state again. You can only find it if you look closely. There were tiny invisible wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and his hair remained pale. It is clear. Just relying on the power of the immortal body sealed in the seal of eternity is simply unable to replenish the life energy he lost. Fortunately, this allowed him to temporarily get rid of his weak state. Feeling the vitality returning to his body, Fusuke also showed a hint of relief on his face. No doubt, he paid a heavier price for his victory over Uchiha Madara, but on the contrary, he also achieved extremely brilliant results. He defeated Uchiha Madara head-on, and killed him. From this moment on, Uchiha Fusuke is undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world. It's just a pity. The sage art he used, the Susanoo outfit, and the Buddha on top, did have the power to kill Madara, but it couldn't stop Madara's resurrection from the dead. This is just like when Hashirama defeated Madara. Do not forget, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Madara also has a trump card, Izanagi. Certainly, it doesn't matter if Madara uses Izanagi to fake death and escape again, because what Fusuke needs to achieve has already been achieved. After this battle, as long as Uchiha Madara isn't an old fool anymore, I will never take the initiative to mess with Fusuke again. After this battle, Fusuke has also completely eliminated the secret threat from Uchiha Madara. Pang! White smoke flashed as Fusuke clasped his hands together again. A shadow clone was summoned by him. Next to this shadow clone is Tsunade, who is still in the illusion state. With Fusuke's shadow clone taking care of him, Tsunade was not affected by the previous battle and was still fine. But in the face of Madara's powerful illusion skills, Tsunade did not have the ability to break free from the illusion on his own. Seeing this, Fusuke just walked slowly to Tsunade. Then he turned his gaze and looked into Tsunade's eyes, turned slightly with Kyoka Suijutsu. Buzz! The illusion was solved immediately. Tsunade's dumbfounded eyes finally returned to normal. Then, she blinked and her pupils shrank violently. As the scenery in front of you comes into view, as soon as Tsunade takes notice, his handsome face is immediately visible. A trace of confusion flashed in her gem-like blue eyes. Then, Tsunade, who was still a little confused, hesitated in a low voice with a clear and elegant voice. Teacher, master? After saying that, the memory in her mind appeared in her heart like a rewinding film. This moment, she recalls being kidnapped by Uchiha Madara. After reacting, Tsunade looked at Fusuke's pale hair in front of him and the devastated scene around him. How could she not guess what happened? A flash of fear and pain flashed through Tsunade's heart. Without any hesitation, she jumped directly into Fusuke's arms and hugged Fusuke's body tightly. Master, master. She buried her head in Fusuke's arms and sobbed softly, her hidden gem eyes already filled with mist. Uchiha Fusuke carefully hugged Tsunade's delicate body and whispered comfort in Tsunade's ear. It's okay, Zayazuna. Master is here. As he spoke, Fusuke gently reached out and stroked the top of Tsunade's head. Feeling Uchiha Fusuke's tenderness, Tsunade finally couldn't hold it any longer. Whoa! Master, I'm so scared. The girl's raging tear ducts were suddenly activated. The warm little pearl instantly soaked Fusuke's chest. Looking at Tsunade, who was losing his temper, Uchiha Fusuke felt a flash of distress in his heart, and quickly comforted the girl in his arms in a soft voice. He only thought that Tsunade's gaffe was due to fear of being kidnapped. Little did I know. What Tsunade is afraid of is not being kidnapped, nor is it death. The moment after waking up, the memory was restored. There was only one thing Tsunade feared in his heart. That is, she is afraid that she will never see Uchiha Fusook again. Especially when she saw Uchiha Fusook's pale hair, the smart Tsunade understood instantly how hard Fusook went to save her. Endless fear, distress, and self-blame flooded Tsunade's heart. Tsunade greedily felt Fusook's body temperature, releasing her emotions. At the same time, she also secretly made a decision in her heart. After a while, Uchiha Fusook carried his sleeping disciple back to Konoha, considered for various reasons. The existence of Uchiha Madara is obviously not suitable for Tsunade to know. Therefore, Fusook once again used Kyoka Suijutsu to cast an illusion, hiding Tsunade's memory tonight. After tonight, Tsunade will only think that everything that happened tonight was a dream. Soon, Fusook carried the sleeping Tsunade back to her home. After carefully placing Tsunade back on her bed, Fusook was ready to quietly get up and leave. Before leaving, Uchiha Fusook heard an inaudible murmur in his sleep. "Master, hug, my favorite, master." Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fusook's body trembled suddenly, and a trace of depth and complexity flashed in his eyes. But eventually, he just turned around and silently covered Tsunade with the quilt, then got up and left Tsunade's house. At the same time, downstairs of Tsunade's house, a young man with a white hair and a short head was holding a broken and withered flower while muttering to his mouth, "Confess, don't confess, confess, don't confess." At this time, the white-haired young man suddenly raised his head. "I vaguely saw a guy with the same white hair walking out of the goddess's house." Next moment, the flower in the white-haired young man's hand fell weakly to the ground. In the illusion space, with the final scene comes disillusionment. This unique movie has finally come to an end. And at this time, Ninetales, who has taken in all the contents of the movie, has long since lost the gnashing of teeth on his face. Its originally ferocious fox face was replaced by a complex and human expression. As you can see, what I just showed you is just a section of my memory. As to whether any of this is true, I think you should have the ability to judge. Uchiha Fusook still just looked at Ninetales with a smile and said in a calm voice. Ninetales' expression became increasingly complicated. As Fusook said, regarding the content just mentioned, Ninetales has its own way of judging authenticity. As the darling of Sage of Six Paths, it has survived since ancient times. Ninetales knows countless secrets. It just needs to be slightly corroborated with what Uchiha Fusook showed just now. It can clearly know whether Fusook is lying. There is no doubt that these are true. Regardless of the strength shown by Project Tsukinomi, the surviving Uchiha Madara, and Fusook, all these gave Ninetales an unparalleled shock. After the shock, Ninetales felt a bit of bitterness in his heart. As a smart fox, it has become acutely aware of the crisis it faces. For Madara's Eye of the Moon plan to succeed, someone must become the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails. The necessary condition for the emergence of 10 Tails is to fuse the 9-tailed beasts. Once 10 Tails appears, the consciousness of the 9-tailed beasts will also die directly. This is basically equivalent to death to the tailed beast. No one in this world wants to die, not even tailed beasts. So the tailed beasts are undoubtedly the ones who least want to see Madara's Project Tsukinomi succeed. And Ninetales understands. With Uchiha Madara's strength, catching wild-tailed beasts is as easy as eating and drinking. Stop talking about Madara. Even any Uchiha tribesman who has turned on Mangekyo can easily capture wild-tailed beasts. So once Ninetales leaves Konoha, it will be like delivering food to Madara's doorstep directly. After all, it was back then. It's Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who are a little friend. He captured the 9 brothers and sealed them inside Jinchuriki. Of course Ninetales, who has already suffered a severe beating, will not be discouraged. In this case, instead, he was willing to be sealed and it would be safer to accept the protection of Konoha. After all, Uchiha Fusook is the only person in the entire ninja world today who can defeat Uchiha Madara. Only by staying by Fusook's side can we ensure relative safety. As his thoughts flowed, Ninetales had already figured out the stakes. And this also caused a flash of fear and panic in Ninetales' heart. But before Ninetales could think it through, Fusook spoke again. "I'm telling you by the way, the people from Madara are the ones who released you tonight. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been in the belly of Gedo statue. Uchiha Fusook's timely words also made Ninetales' huge body tremble suddenly. At this moment, Ninetales' eyes couldn't help but be filled with loneliness and helplessness. Even its long ears and furry tail drooped to the ground. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusook couldn't help but smile a little. After all, this guy was as fierce as a wild dog guarding his food just now. Now it's like an eggplant beaten by frost, wilted. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusook suddenly had a bad taste in his heart. Ninetales, I also know that in the matter of Jinchuriki. It was indeed first Hokage who did something unethical back then. Tailed beasts should also be free. So now, you're free. At the moment, Uchiha Fusuk pretended to be a little guilty, waved his hand to Nine Tails and said, this. Hearing this, Nine Tails was suddenly shocked and stammered at a loss. Originally, Nine Tails was thinking in his mind, the worst case scenario is that the hard-won freedom is gone and sealed back again. But unexpectedly, when Uchiha Fusuk opened his mouth, he directly wanted to give him freedom. This freedom came so suddenly. It was so sudden that Nine Tails felt a little depressed. Now, Uchiha Fusuk seems to have transformed into a release master who loves to release freshwater fish into the sea. And Nine Tails is the fish that he released. If he didn't struggle, he would be thrown into the sea and spit out foam. In the face of survival. No matter how proud the tailed beast was, he had to put down his posture at this moment. Lord Hokage, you are worrying too much. What is freedom and not freedom? I've been in Konoha for so long, I'm used to it. You see. Nine Tails said to Fusuk with a slightly lowered eyebrow, and there was even a bit of flattery in his words. Isn't this bad? You also know that I, Konoha, never raise idle foxes. Hearing this, Uchiha Fusuk was deliberately a little embarrassed. After hearing this, Nine Tails didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed Fusuk's words. I am willing to accept your seal. As long as you are willing, I am always ready to help Konoha. As Nine Tails said this, he immediately raised his paws and slapped his chest. Real? You have to do your best for Konoha at all times. Uchiha Fusuk suddenly said, surprised, looking at Nine Tails with a somewhat profound look in his eyes. Watching Always Ready replaced by Always Ready by Uchiha Fusuk. Nine Tails could only endure the helplessness, knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. For the sake of its own life, even though it knew it was a deed of sale, it had to sign it at this moment. Forehead. That's it. Nine Tails wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said solemnly, okay, then I reluctantly agreed. Konoha welcomes you, Nine Tails. At that moment, Uchiha Fusuk smiled gently and looked at Nine Tails like some black-hearted boss in the future. In this regard, Nine Tails only feels that the future is gloomy. After accepting the sellout contract, Nine Tails looked hopeless. Uchiha Fusuk suddenly said seriously again, Nine Tails, to be honest, I still like your unruly look just now. Nine Tails. Seeing Nine Tails compromise, Uchiha Fusuk felt a flash of satisfaction in his heart. They are all foxes who have been around for thousands of years, so there is no need to play a fairy tale. It seems that Nine Tails agreed reluctantly, but in fact, one person and one fox have already reached a consensus in their hearts. In the heart of Uchiha Fusuk, it is completely impossible to leave the infinite power bank of Nine Tails without using it. Therefore, he must conquer it. But the twisted melon is still not sweet after all. Giving both grace and power is the way to go. With Nine Tails agreeing to join Konoha, Fusuk's eyes flickered slightly and he began to think silently about how to handle Nine Tails. The role of Nine Tails is mainly reflected in two aspects. First of all, there is the combat power of Nine Tails itself. Nine Tails' combat power exceeds the average cage level, which is naturally no problem, but once they encounter a truly powerful enemy, Nine Tails' little power won't play a decisive role. Especially in front of Fusuk, whose strength is infinitely close to 6 pads level, Nine Tails' combat power is simply not enough. Secondly, there is the attribute of Nine Tails' unlimited power bank. It's really easy to use, but it is indeed a bit tasteless for Fusuk, because with the amount of chakra he has, there is basically no situation where the chakra is not enough. And if you want to borrow this unlimited power bank, it is not without cost. The prerequisite is to become a Jinchuriki. In the original work, Jinchuriki was severely restrained by Rinnegan. Madara relied on Rinnegan's ability to easily kill all Jinchuriki except Naruto. There is absolutely no need for Uchiha Fusuk to lose his watermelon for sesame seeds. For the sake of Nine Tails, this power bank just adds a weakness to itself. So of course Fusuk has absolutely no interest in the option of becoming a Jinchuriki. After much thought, Fusuk finally decided what to do with Nine Tails. Nine Tails, starting today, I'll give you 3 years. During these 3 years, I allow you to move freely within Konoha village. During this period of time, you must choose a satisfactory partner in Konoha and then take the initiative to accept the seal. Otherwise, when the time comes, I will no longer protect you. Do you understand? Uchiha Fusuk said to Nine Tails with a solemn expression. Hearing the sound, Nine Tails had a look of surprise on his face. What? Yes, of course. But soon, it agreed with a happy face. If nothing else, Fusuk's conditions are absolutely preferential treatment for him. Not only does it allow it to proactively select a host, but it can even get an additional 3 years of free time. This is undoubtedly perfect for Nine Tails. And for Uchiha Fusuk. As the saying goes, the rich water should not flow to outsiders' fields. Just because he doesn't like it doesn't mean it's useless to others. Becoming a Jinchuriki of 9 tails is an opportunity for most ninjas in the ninja world to reach the sky in one step. Therefore, he might as well leave this opportunity to Konoha. At this point, everything has been dealt with, and Uchiha Fusuke simply lifted the illusion and returned to reality. In the illusion space, at first glance, it seems that a long time has passed. But in the real world, only a moment passed. Looking at 9 tails, whose body was like a hill in front of him, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes. At that moment, he opened his mouth and gave a direct order. Tailed beasts should be able to adjust their body size on their own. 9 tails, make yourself smaller. After returning from the fantasy world, 9 tails also continued its previous lowbrow performance. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hearing the sound, 9 tails eagerly obeyed Fusuke's order and changed into the size of a normal fox. Looking at 9 tails after being shrunk countless times, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes. This guy looks pretty cute after he's shrunk. It's also good to keep as a pet. Uchiha Fusuke thought secretly in his heart. With this thought in his mind, Fusuke waved slightly to 9 tails. In this regard, 9 tails' performance was also very good. It jumped slightly into Fusuke's arms. Holding 9 tails' furry fox body, Fusuke turned around and flew towards Minato and others who had been waiting for a long time. This way. Minato and others looked at the demon fox who had a fierce and unruly face just now. After making eye contact with Uchiha Fusuke, he instantly transformed into a gentle and well-behaved pet fox with a flattering look on his face. Fusuke-sama, this is. Nara Shideo was the first to say in shock. Even as smart as he is, it is really hard to accept that 9 tails, who was so vicious and violent just now, has now become like this. As you can see, cheese, this is 9 tails. Uchiha Fusuke didn't explain too much, but responded to Shikamiki in a somewhat inscrutable way about this earth-shaking gap. To everyone's surprise and complexity, they thought it was Fusuke who used genjutsu to control 9 tails. After all, Mangekyo's restraint on tailed beasts is well known. Of course they would not have thought that 9 tails was voluntary at this moment. Here, Minato, who was already impatient, immediately took a step forward holding the weak Uzumaki Kushina. Fusuke-sama, is there any way you can save Kushina? Minato looked at Fusuke expectantly, his eyes full of anxiety and nervousness. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fusuke did not delay. He released the pet fox from his arms and turned around to check the status of Kushina Uzumaki. 9 tails was also happy, just lying lazily on the ground and watching quietly. It also really doesn't like Kushina, who has trapped its freedom for many years. Kushina ended up like this. The source can only be blamed on human beings' own greed. Why? After some investigation, Uchiha Fusuke sighed slightly, with a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing this, the eyes of Minato and his wife, who were originally full of hope, instantly turned gloomy. Just as the two of them were immersed in the grief of their upcoming separation. Suddenly, Minato, come here with me. Uchiha Fusuke spoke softly to Minato, then turned and walked away. Minato was stunned for a moment, then gently comforted Kushina. Then, he followed with heavy steps. In the corner. At this moment, there were only Fusuke and Minato. At this moment, Minato finally took off his superficial disguise. Endless falls hit his heart, crushing this man who was as determined as steel. Fusuke-sama, is there really no hope at all? Minato suppressed the pain in his heart and asked Uchiha Fusuke in a trembling voice. The huge ninja world. If even Uchiha Fusuke is helpless, then Namikaze Minato could only be forced to accept his wife's departure. Seeing this, Fusuke's eyes flashed with confusion and hesitation, but he finally chose to speak. Life force, soul, body. Everything she had has been completely drained. If it had been when the tailed beast had just been extracted, I might have been able to save it. But now. With that, Fusuke's words stopped abruptly. Although he didn't finish what he said, Minato also knew in his heart the cruel consequences hidden in Fusuke's unfinished words. Minato lowered his head suddenly and gritted his teeth silently without saying a word. A dead silence began to spread between the two men. Finally, all the emotions that Minato had endured all night came to his mind at this moment. Endless self-blame and loss engulfed this depressed man. Thinking of the past with his wife, his eyes finally began to become blurry little by little. Tick-tock. Dots of water stains suddenly made the ground wet. He looked at Minato clenching his teeth and the corners of his eyes were wet with tears. The hesitation in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes eventually faded away. To be honest, is there really nothing he can do about Kushina's situation? The answer is of course not necessarily, but following Fusuke's approach will inevitably involve some sacrifices. From a selfish point of view, Uzumaki Kushina's significance and value to Fusuke is not great. Relatively speaking, Namikaze Minato, his handpicked successor, is more important to him. After all, without Minato, Fusuke will no longer be able to live his comfortable retirement life. But at this moment, looking at Minato's appearance, Fusuke finally relented. Asking what love is in the world can teach you how to make love between life and death. After all, he had experienced the pain of separation and death. Because of this, Fusuk knew clearly what is most important to Namikaze Minato at this moment. Originally, Minato was completely in despair. But at this moment, Uchiha Fusuk's voice sounded again. Actually, it's not completely impossible. It's just that this approach comes at a heavy price. To be honest, I don't want you to make this choice. Hear the sound. Namikaze Minato suddenly moved like a mechanical doll activated by clockwork. Fusuk-sama, I do. As long as I can save Kushina, I will give up whatever I can. He looked directly into Uchiha Fusuk's eyes, without escaping his gaze at all. How could Namikaze Minato be a stupid person to inherit the position of Hokage? In an instant, he seemed to have thought of something and added again, even the position of Hokage. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fusuk stopped insisting. After returning to the whirlpool Kushina, Namikaze Minato said to his wife with a surprised look on his face, "Kushina, we are saved." As he spoke, Minato held Kushina's hands tightly. At this moment, Kushina, with a pale face and longing eyes, was taking the time to say goodbye to her newborn child. What? After hearing Minato's words, Kushina, who had a dead look on her face, immediately spoke in a weak tone of disbelief. "Fusuk-sama has a way to cure you. Don't worry, Kushina. When you get up after a good night's sleep, our family of 3 will be fine." As he spoke, Minato smiled softly and formed a seal with his hands in an extremely gentle arc hypnosis. A very simple illusion was cast by Minato. Whirlpool Kushina fell into a deep sleep. "Let's begin, Fusuk-sama." Seeing Kushina sleeping, Minato immediately turned to Fusuk and urged her. At this point, Fusuk did not hesitate, but immediately entered sage mode and silently began to form hand seals. Aha! With Uchiha Fusuk in action. A dark ink mark seems to be alive, linking Namikaze Minato and the Whirlpool Kushina together. Snapped. As Fusuk clasped his hands together, the effect of the ninjutsu begins to take effect. Forbidden technique. He was reincarnated as technique. In the original work, in order to save the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara who was extracted from the tailed beast, Cho, the elder of Sand Shinobi, once performed a forbidden technique called Sasei reincarnation. The effect is also very simple. That means sacrificing everything you have to save the other person's life. At this moment, the forbidden technique performed by Fusuk was improved based on reincarnation. The effect is pretty much the same. The only difference is that one sacrifices everything he has to save the other person. The other is to extract everything from others to save them. Then the result is obvious. What Fusuk is doing now? It is to extract the soul power and life force from Namikaze Minato to fill it into the Whirlpool Kushina. And the result of this is, Minato exchanged his drastically reduced life for Kushina's short survival time. After a while, Uchiha Fusuk silently stopped, and at both ends linked by forbidden technique. The vitality and soul power of the Whirlpool Kushina and Namikaze Minato have also been roughly balanced. Based on Fusuk's estimate, both men probably had 5 to 6 years to live. Theoretically speaking, Minato has at least 40 years left to live. On average, it should be 20 years each for both of them. But in reality, the price to pay to save a dying person is extremely harsh. Minato's large amount of vitality and soul power were used as patches to fill the holes in Kushina's body. Until the end of forbidden technique, his reincarnation, Minato's originally bright blonde hair had completely turned into a dead pale color. After tonight, Admiral has been added to Konoha's white-haired army. Despite this, the smile on Minato's face was extremely bright. "Thank you, Fusuk-sama." A slightly tired Minato thanked Fusuk sincerely. Hear the sound. Uchiha Fusuk didn't say anything, but shook his head slightly and left alone, leaving space for the family of 3. "Fusuk-sama, please give me a name for my son." Minato suddenly stood up and asked Fusuk's back. "Naruto." Fusuk didn't look back, he just paused slightly and uttered 2 words. Looking at Fusuk's leaving figure, a trace of guilt and gratitude flashed in Minato's eyes. Just now, his choice was indeed a qualified husband, but not a qualified Hokage. Wait until Fusuk leaves. Minato picked up little Naruto and said with loving eyes while shaking him gently, "From today on, your name will be Namikaze Naruto." After bidding farewell to Minato, at this time, there was only one person and one fox left in the moonlight, a somewhat lonely shadow. "No need to follow me, just do what you want." Uchiha Fusuk did not look back at Nine Tails behind him, but simply spoke towards Nine Tails. Hearing the sound, Nine Tails stopped on the spot, a trace of confusion flashed in his fox eyes. Being imprisoned for too long, now that it was free, it felt a little dazed. Ignoring Nine Tails who stood there dumbfounded, Fusuk walked alone in the somewhat messy Konoha. Until Fusuk walks away, Nine Tails finally came back to his senses. It turned around and looked around. All around, the Konoha shinobi enthusiasts were spontaneously cleaning up and repairing the streets and buildings, and no one paid any attention to this inconspicuous fox. After hesitating for a moment, Nine Tails began to wander aimlessly in the vast Konoha. After a while, after some searching, Fusuk first came to Nara Shikamiki, and at this moment, Nara Shikamiki, Heitake Sakumo, Hayaga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku and others were gathering together, seeming to be discussing something. Third generation Sama. X4 seeing Fusuk's arrival, several people saluted Uchiha Fusuk at the same time. Afterwards, Nara Shikamiki immediately and respectfully began to report to Fusuk. Master Fusuk, the basic statistics of casualties and losses in the village have been calculated. The specific losses to the village include. Before Nara Shikamiki finished his report, Uchiha Fusuk waved his hand and interrupted. I have been away from the village for more than 10 years. You know better than me about the situation in the village. How to deal with it, let's do what Xyla wants first. After Minato recovers, you will report to Minato. Sakumo, you are responsible for assisting Xyalu. At the moment, Uchiha Fusuk gave orders directly to Heitake Sakumo and Nara Shikamiki. Hear Fusuk's command. After the two looked at each other, they responded at the same time. Yes. X2 compared to Heitake Sakumo's straightforwardness, Nara Shikamiki's eyes had a hint of complexity, but he didn't say much, and left with Heitake Sakumo. In Minato's current state, of course, he would not be able to get to work right away, and after the turmoil of Nine Tails Night, the current Konoha is not only a mess, but also full of chores. And Uchiha Fusuk has been away from Konoha for more than 10 years, and rashly pointing fingers at this moment may only add chaos. Therefore, he did not intend to intervene. These matters are temporarily left to the intelligent Nara Shikamiki and the loyal Heitake Sakumo to handle. Naturally, it is also an extremely decent treatment. Wait until Sakumo and Shikamiki leave. Only representatives of the two major ninja clans, Hayaga and Uchiha, were left here. For Fusuk, Hayashi and Fugaku are no strangers either. After all, when he was the hokage, both of them accepted Fusuk's leadership, so Uchiha Fusuk is the real old leader of the two. Before the two of them could speak, he took the initiative to ask, "Tell me, what else do you want?" Hearing the sound, Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other, their eyes flashing at the same time. In fact, the two of them are here. It's not that I have to discuss things with Shikamiki and Sakumo. It's just that this is the place where Uchiha Fusuk is most likely to appear, and he is simply waiting here. In the end, it was Hayaga Hayashi who spoke first. Third generation Sama, long time no see. I'm really happy to see that your appearance remains the same. As the saying goes, you can wear everything you wear, but you can never wear flattery. Hayaga Hayashi skillfully flattered Fusuk when he opened his mouth. Okay, let's just talk about it. As for Hayashi's behavior, Fusuk obviously didn't have time to listen to his too much praise, so he simply interrupted. Seeing this, Hayaga Hayashi stopped making rainbow farts and went straight to the point. That's right, I haven't seen Mr. Third Generation for a long time. I really miss him, so I would like to invite you, sir, to go and talk to the Hayaga clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Fusuk frowned slightly, and a complicated fluctuation flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a woman as pure as snow seemed to appear in front of his eyes. That's what you meant. That's what Lianhua means. After a while, Fusuk asked again. Both. Hayashi bowed his head in response, his attitude becoming more humble. I see. Facing Hayashi's humble request, Fusuk only replied with 3 words. Why? Yes. After hearing Fusuk's reply, Hayaga Hayashi didn't bother too much, just sighed in his heart and simply left. After Hayaga Hayashi was completely gone, Uchiha Fugaku slowly approached Fusuk. Fusuk-sama. At that moment, Fugaku's body dwarfed, and he respectfully made a tuxia seat towards Fusuk. Compared to Hayaga, the relationship between Fusuk and Uchiha is naturally much closer. It's Fugaku, you're getting old too. I remember, you married Mikato, right? How is the situation now? Therefore, Fusuk pretended to be calm while helping Uchiha Fugaku, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were surprised at first, and then he was happy. More than 10 years ago, he was just an unknown person among the Uchiha clan. He didn't expect that a big shot like Fusuk would remember his situation so clearly. Return to Fusuk-sama. Mikato and I have a very good relationship. We gave birth to a son a few years ago. He is now 6 years old and named Itake. Not long ago, Mikato gave birth to another son for me, named Suzuki. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly Kaido, trying to continue to get closer to Fusuk. That's it, not bad. Uchiha Fusuk's eyes moved slightly and he replied with a perfunctory smile. Afterwards, he stopped talking and seemed to be thinking about something silently in his heart. By the way, Master Fusuk, the patriarch asked me to give this to you. Seeing that the scene turned cold, Fugaku immediately spoke again and handed something to Fusuke. Fugaku's words disturbed Fusuke's thoughts. He looked down and saw that what Uchiha Fugaku handed him was an extremely rough wooden horse. Although the wooden horse looks funny, but it exudes a radiant luster under the moonlight. Obviously, it is often played and cared for by its owner. Seeing this, Fusuke's eyes were slightly stunned, and then he gently reached out and took the wooden horse. His movements were gentle, as if he were holding something fragile and precious. Suddenly, Fusuke felt two childish voices ringing in his ears. What happened in the past resurfaced in Fusuke's mind. Ayako, do you know? In my hometown, there is a word called childhood sweetheart. There's no bamboo around here, so I'll make you a wooden horse, the young boy said to the lowly in front of him with a gentle expression. Fusuke, what is childhood sweetheart? Riley tilted her head in confusion and asked with a puzzled look on her face. It just describes that the two people have always had a good relationship since they were young. The boy was chipping away at the wood while explaining Loli's doubts. That's it. Well, then, can our childhood sweethearts be together forever? The innocent Loli asked with expectant eyes. Certainly. Of course, childhood sweethearts should always be together. The young man answered with an affirmative look on his face. Very good. Then I want to be childhood sweethearts with Fusuke and forever. Just like that, amidst Loli's excited laughter, a crudely made wooden horse was born in the hands of the boy. Does she have anything to say to me? Fusuke's eyes were locked on the wooden horse in his hand without blinking, and he asked Fugaku beside him. She didn't say anything. Just tell me to put this thing in the hands of the person it belongs to. Fugaku responded in a low voice, as if he remembered the scene again, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Call. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fusuke sighed softly, but his eyes suddenly softened. Let's go. Go to the Uchiha clan land. With that said, Fusuke put the wooden horse in his arms and stepped forward. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Fugaku was slightly startled. But he didn't say much, he just followed Fusuke silently and returned to the Uchiha clan. It was originally because of second Hokage Senju Tobirama's policy. The area where the Uchiha family lives is arranged on the edge of the village away from the center. At that time, Tobirama's move was to isolate Uchiha in the village. After Fusuke succeeded Hokage, in order to improve this situation, although he did not make any changes to the area where the Uchiha clan lived. However, it was allowed that the Uchiha clan members could move out of the clan area and integrate into the village to live. Under Fusuke's initiative, over the years, many Uchiha people have chosen to leave their clan and integrate into Konoha. But even so, most of the Uchiha people still choose to live outside the village and live with the tribe. In this regard, Fusuke did not interfere too much, but chose to let it develop. Due to tonight's turmoil, most of the Uchiha people have just returned from the village. Therefore, in the clan area at this moment, Uchiha people can be seen everywhere in a hurry. Fusuke and Fugaku walked in the clan territory one behind the other. Walking again among the Uchiha tribe after a long absence, Fusuke's inner emotions were somewhat subtle. When you revisit your old place, you will inevitably feel a little emotional. Looking at the unfamiliar faces in the tribe, Fusuke couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. People today cannot see the moon of ancient times, but today's moon once illuminated the ancient people. This feeling is nothing more than that. At this moment, a middle-aged ninja from the Uchiha clan suddenly exclaimed, You are Fusuke-sama. After looking over again and again, he made sure he had found the right person. The next second, he took 3 steps and then 2 steps at a time. Like a groupie who saw his idol, he quickly rushed to Fusuke. Fusuke-sama, have you forgotten? It's me, Kosaburo. I fought with you in Rain Shinobi's battle. The middle-aged ninja was excited. Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar name, Fusuke's eyes flashed with confusion. Oh, I remembered. It's you, Kosaburo. Although he was confused, Fusuke still pretended to be enlightened and said, Great, you still remember me. Uchiha Kosaburo was overjoyed, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. And with this little Saburo's surprising behavior, it has already attracted the attention of a large number of Uchiha people. Fusuke? Uchiha Fusuke. Fusuke-sama? It's really Fusuke-sama. He's back. Uchiha's pride is back. Hurry, come over quickly, I will definitely ask for Fusuke-sama's signature. For a time, noisy discussions could be heard everywhere. Oops. Uchiha Fusuke secretly said something bad. But before he could react, he was instantly surrounded by enthusiastic Uchiha tribesmen. Now, Uchiha Fugaku had already been pushed aside by the excited crowd. Looking at Fusuke in front of him, he was surrounded by countless Uchiha tribesmen like a star out on the street. A trace of weakness flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. But soon, his expression returned again and he clenched his fists silently. Fusuke-sama, do you still remember me? I am Nobita. This is my son Xiaoxiong. Fusuke-sama, I grew up listening to your stories. Please, sign your name for me." The noise and shouting were so loud that Fusuk had one head and two heads. But despite this, he could only pretend to be happy and calm on his face. Looking at the familiar or unfamiliar faces in front of me, Fusuk forced a smile and made a few casual remarks. So he quietly put his hands behind his back and silently activated the chakra seal. "If you don't run now, when will you wait?" 36 strategies, move into position. Whoosh! At that moment, with a slight noise, Fusuk's figure disappeared directly from the spot. Looking at the empty scene in front of them, all the Uchiha clan members stood there in silence with blank expressions. But the next second, all the Uchiha turned around and ran towards their homes. Next, they want to tell their families the news of Uchiha Fusuk's return quickly. Ever since, on this night, the entire Uchiha clan knows the news of Fusuk-sama's return. Whoosh! Using the flying thunder god, Fusuk arrived in a room in the blink of an eye. This is an engraving he left many years ago, located in a room deep in the clan. Fusuk lived in this room for a long time when he was young. It's just that he hasn't used this flying thunder god mark for a long time. At that moment, Fusuk looked around the room. Everything in the house is clean and tidy. The furnishings and layout remained unchanged as when he left. It was obvious that this room had been cleaned over the years. After a moment of silence, he opened the door and walked out. Outside the door, it is a familiar corridor. The corridor is now brightly lit. It seemed that someone was afraid that he would be in the dark and turned on the light early in the morning in anticipation of his return. Go through the long corridor. Fusuk came to a warm and bright living room. In the middle of the living room, a woman in a red dress has been waiting here for a long time. At the moment, her back was to Fusuk. A red dress made her perfectly curvy figure look extremely plump and charming. Looking at the woman's back, Fusuk could only think of one word at this moment. That is round and round. Perhaps hearing the noise coming from behind, the woman suddenly looked back. Just like more than 10 years ago, her appearance has not changed at all. The woman has ink-colored waist-length hair, and her fair and rosy skin shimmers with a pearl-like luster. On her perfect cheeks, the most eye-catching thing is her pair of enchanting and deep beautiful eyes. In these eyes, there is a poppy-like magic that attracts crime. Under the corner of the eye, a small and delicate tear mole made the already charming eyes even more captivating. Regardless of appearance, body shape, or clothing, everything about her reminds people of just one word. That is, a goblin, and a goblin who eats people without spitting out their bones. For a moment, Fusuk's eyes locked with the woman's, and it was this look that made both of them freeze on the spot. From the woman's eyes, Fusuk instantly read 10,000 complex emotions. Excitement, joy, longing, excitement, love, sadness. The next second, she suddenly smiled. She smiled very naturally and calmly, just like she did decades ago. "Welcome back, Fusuk." She suppressed the trembling in her heart and spoke, her voice still soft and sweet. "I'm back, Ayako." Fusuk responded subconsciously, his voice as gentle as the spring breeze. As the words fell, Uchiha Ayako finally couldn't bear it anymore and threw herself into Fusuk's arms. Holding the plump and soft body in his arms, a faint fragrance penetrated Fusuk's nostrils. Feeling all the beauty in front of him, Fusuk's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Inside him now, reason and sensibility have completely contradicted each other and become two conflicting areas. Fusuk's sensibility is immersed in the joy, heartbeat, and nostalgia of seeing each other again after a long absence. But Fusuk's reason told him otherwise. Uchiha Ayako cannot be a woman who is willing to be honest, and he needs to be on guard and take precautions. Just when he was troubled in his heart, suddenly, a warm and wet feeling came from Fusuk's shoulders. In silence, Fusuk knew clearly. Uchiha Ayako cried. At this moment, a twinge of pain and self-blame suddenly flashed through Fusuk's heart. Exactly when? Is his suspicion of Ayako to this extent? Was it when Ayako showed an unusual possessiveness towards him and began to drive away the opposite S*X around him? Or does Ayako keep sneaking into his room every night, trying to night attack him? Or maybe it was when Ayako started to seduce him in a subtle way, even if she didn't hesitate to put down her pride? In the end, Ayako stood beside his bed with a knife in her hand, her eyes blank and a sweet smile on her face. He said to him, "Since I can't be with Fusuk, then I would rather die with Fusuk." There are too many scenes like this. Fusuk can no longer remember where the change in Ayako began. At this moment he could only remember. The once beautiful childhood sweetheart relationship has already deteriorated due to Ayako's yandere over and over again. So much so later, when Fusuk retires. Unwilling to give up, Uchiha Ayako began to use all possible means to trick Fusuk into returning to the village. Tonight, Uchiha Fusuk originally planned to go back to seclusion after dealing with the turmoil in Nine Tails. But when Fugaku took out the crude Trojan, Fusuk was finally shaken. The reason is also very simple. It's been so many years. For the only time, Ayako didn't lie to him, nor did she try to force him. she delivers the Trojan to Fusuk. I just told him very directly but also very implicitly. She missed him, wanted so much, and in the heart of Uchiha Fusuk. How could he not miss his charming sister Ayako who was always obedient to him? Think of this. Fusuk put aside the warning his reason gave him, gently put his arm around Ayako's slender waist, and silently said to himself, perhaps people change. Ayako is no longer as extreme as before. Just for one night, let's spend some time with Ayako. It's just that Uchiha Fusuk's actions, I don't know if he is comforting Ayako or himself. Here, feel the warm touch coming from your waist. A thrilling smile suddenly flashed across Ayako's cheek hidden in Fusuk's arms. Brother Fusuk, I won't let you go this time. No way. A soft heartbeat suddenly appeared in Ayako's heart. She hugged Uchiha Fusuk's body tightly, a hint of intoxication flashed in her charming eyes. After a while, on a dining table that's not exactly spacious, Ayako and Fusuk were sitting at the dining table, and there were several exquisite side dishes on the table. These dishes are very suitable for Fusuk's taste, and the taste is also excellent. Savoring the familiar taste in your mouth, Uchiha Fusuk's mood gradually calmed down. Once upon a time, the relationship between him and Ayako is also so fleeting and beautiful, and the years are peaceful. At that time, Fusuk is still the powerful third hokage and is always busy in the hokage building until late at night. Whenever Fusuk returns home, Ayako always turns on the lights in the corridor in advance, prepares a table of Fusuk's favorite side dishes and waits quietly. Wait until Fusuk walks out of the room. Ayako would always step forward with a smile and say sweetly, welcome back. The beautiful past comes to Fusuk's mind bit by bit. This made him completely immersed in wonderful memories. As a result, Fusuk didn't taste it at all. Every dish on the table contains a subtle hint of fishy sweetness. Uchiha Ayako silently put the dishes on Fusuk's plate and tasted the taste of each dish. Take every bite. The smile on Ayako's face will become brighter and brighter. After tasting all the dishes on the table, a strange blush flashed across Ayako's charming face. Looking at Ayako's smiling face, Fusuk just assumed that she was very satisfied with her cooking skills. Ayako, your cooking skills are still so perfect. Fusuk sincerely praised Ayako, his eyes full of admiration. In response to Fusuk's compliment, Ayako just shook her head slightly, a trace of water-like warmth flashing in her charming eyes. No, Fusukenai. It's just that I happen to know what you like, Ayako said softly, a ripple flashed in her watery eyes. Hear this, Fusuk brother. Uchiha Fusuk's body trembled slightly, as if everything was really back to the past. Is that so? Yes. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have opened up a chat box, and started chatting and laughing familiarly. Both parties made a tacit agreement not to talk about the past events that they didn't want to mention, and just talked about the beautiful and long past. Just when the two of them realized that Fusuk had an embarrassing incident when he was a boy. Ha ha, it turns out that's the case. At that time, I just thought. Uchiha Fusuk's tone suddenly choked, and his originally smiling face instantly became calm and indifferent. Seeing Fusuk's suddenly cold expression, Ayako felt a twinge in her heart. But on her face, she still had the charming and flowery smile. Uchiha Fusuk stared at Ayako's beautiful face, his eyes full of anger and a hint of deep disappointment. Ayako, I am a sage body whose physique is infinitely close to that of an immortal. Toxins are of no use to me. Tell me why? Fusuk asked dully, his tone full of weight and seriousness. Hearing this, Ayako just smiled foolishly and returned with a sweet voice. Giggle. Of course I know. She stared at Uchiha Fusuk's slightly angry face, with endless fascination and deep love in her charming poppy eyes. Looking at Uchiha Ayako's unrepentant appearance after being caught, Fusuk finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Then you still. He was about to open his mouth to condemn, but he swallowed his words again. Because this moment is in front of him. Uchiha Ayako's charming face began to turn an unnatural blush, and strands of bright red bloodline began to slowly flow out of her mouth and nose. This moment, Fusuk suddenly remembered. She also ate the meal just now. Ayako. Fusuk's pupils contracted violently. Regardless of being angry, he quickly came to Ayako's side and placed his hands on Ayako's round shoulders. All of a sudden, the power of the immortal body seemed to be free of charge, rushing towards Ayako's body, trying to help Ayako get rid of toxins. But it's a pity. The power of the immortal body that was always invincible in the past is now ineffective. Or to be more precise, whenever the immortal body power drives away the toxins in Ayako's body, this toxin is like maggots in the tarsal bones, which cannot be burned away by wildfire and regenerated by the spring breeze. After repeated attempts several times, Uchiha Fusuk felt helpless. At this time, Fusuk could only look at Ayako. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, you must tie the bell. The poison was administered by Ayako herself, so she would definitely have a way to cure it. When he thought of this, Uchiha Fusuk gave Ayako a hard look in front of him. This time, Ayako undoubtedly stepped on Fusuk's bottom line once again. She once again chose to force herself to keep Uchiha Fusuk by hurting herself. But no matter what, Chi returns to Chi. Now that the matter has come to this, it is still important to save people. No matter how yandere Ayako is. That is also Fusuk's most important sister. He didn't want to, and couldn't lose Ayako like this. Tell me quickly, how to cure this poison? Fusuk questioned and urged Ayako with anger in his eyes. But who would have expected that after hearing this, Ayako just smiled coquettishly, her eyes still filled with sticky fascination. Giggle. Fusuk brother, I love you so much, Ayako said infatuatedly, not paying attention to her own increasingly serious poisoning situation. Of course, Fusuk knew about Ayako's distorted emotions early on. It's just that Ayako has never expressed it directly. At this critical moment, Ayako suddenly came and made Uchiha Fusuk feel suffocated. At this moment, Fusuk suddenly felt enlightened. He suddenly woke up. The poison in Ayako's body right now is nothing compared to the love poison Fusuk planted on her. There is a solution to the extremely poisonous disease. But how can the love poison in Ayako be cured? Fusuk's thoughts flashed only for a moment, and he soon recovered again. He is keenly aware. This poison is so powerful. Within a few breaths, it has become stronger again. When has it been? You still have the guts to say this. I'm almost dying of anxiety. Please tell me how to cure this poison. Fusuk eagerly asked Ayako again, his eyes full of harshness, but also full of deep love. In his eyes. At this moment, Ayako was like a child who hurt herself without knowing the severity in order to win the love of her parents. It makes people both cherish and criticize him. His eagerness caught Ayako's eyes, but made the smile on Ayako's face brighter. She said softly while reaching out her warm jade hand to caress Fusuk's cheek. Brother Fusuk, you know, life is too long and it's actually quite painful. Without you, what's the point of holding on to my memories alone? Every word Ayako said made Fusuk feel a little heavier. Seeing you worried about me makes me so happy, because only at this moment can I feel your heart caring about me. Just let me sleep in your arms, I'm so happy. She just talked to herself, smiling at Fusuk with eyes as sweet as honey. Uchiha Ayako still made no attempt to mention the detoxification method, but the strange blush on her pretty face became more intense. This is a sign that the poison is getting deeper and deeper. By the time Ayako finished speaking, Fusuk's heart had sunk to the bottom, and based on Ayako's attitude at the moment, he knew it clearly. Ayako didn't mean anything at all. At this moment, Uchiha Fusuk no longer hesitates at all. There was a hint of dominance in his eyes. It was impossible for him and he would never allow Ayako to have such thoughts of committing suicide. Even if Ayako would be in pain and lonely, that wouldn't work. Even if it is considered selfish, he must stop Uchiha Ayako from seeking death. At this moment, Uchiha Fusuk's scarlet pupils twitched slightly. A pair of large ring-shaped windmills suddenly appeared in his eyes, which was the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan Shua, accompanied by the injection of pupil power. Under the absolute Genjutsu blessing of Kyoka Suijutsu, Uchiha Fusuk invaded Ayako's consciousness instantly. Since Ayako doesn't want to tell him, let him see for himself. It's just reading memory. It's easy for Fusuk. Just for a moment. Fusuk then learned everything about this strange poison that Ayako remembered. The next second, Fusuk's eternal eye returned to the 3 Megatama state again, and he also exited Ayako's consciousness. At this time, Fusuk already knew the solution to this strange poison. It was not until this moment, after checking Ayako's memory, that he suddenly understood. Ayako didn't lie to him this time, and she didn't intend to force him. Everything is Ayako's conspiracy. Of course, Uchiha knew everything about what Fusuk had done, but she had no intention of obstructing him at all. Ayako just curled up quietly in Fusuk's arms, looking at Fusuk's side face and smiling foolishly. After coming back to his senses, Fusuk's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and dullness. Nothing else. All because of this strange poison solution. As the saying goes, the ninja world is so vast that there are no shortage of surprises. Even Uchiha Fusuk isn't sure he understands everything in this world. At this moment, this strange poison that Ayako Uchiha got from nowhere is one of them. This poison is said to be strange precisely because of its unique characteristics. Once inside the human body, this toxin exhibits different properties depending on the bodies of men and women. And want to detoxify, there is only one method. That is, men and women with this kind of poison in their bodies will complement each other. This way, the originally strong toxins will be eliminated automatically. This is the weird part of this poison. As for the complementary method, naturally there is no need to explain it, everyone understands it. In the memory of Ayako Uchiha, this strange poison is extremely precious, not only unique in the ninja world, but it is also rare in 100 years. Therefore, in the ninja world at this time, the only one who can detoxify Ayako is Uchiha Fusuk. About Uchiha Ayako's conspiracy. In fact, it is not complicated to understand. As for Ayako, she already loves Fusuk miserably. Self-esteem, emotion, reason, body, soul. As long as she can get Uchiha Fusuk, she can throw away all of them. This is a kind of love without dignity, and it is also an almost absolute and paranoid love. For this, let alone Konoha being attacked, it doesn't matter to her even if Uchiha wipes out the clan. This is the emotion of the Uchiha clan that easily goes to extremes. In Ayako's heart, the extreme in her heart is her extreme love for Fusuk. In order to achieve her goal, Ayako launched the plan a long time ago. Originally, she would choose another time when Fusuk had to return to the village to implement her plan, but what she didn't expect was that the turmoil on Nine Tails Night actually helped her. Fusuk was forced to return to Konoha in advance. From this, she started to implement the plan. At the beginning of the turmoil, she always suppressed the Uchiha clan and prohibited support for Konoha. The purpose is to force Fusuk to return to the village to quell the unrest. Then, after offering the ace named childhood sweetheart, Uchiha Fusuk also returned to her as she expected. After that, without Fusuk's knowledge, the poisoning happened naturally, until Ayako herself was poisoned and was discovered by Fusuk. However, she remained tight-lipped and refused to tell Fusuk how to detoxify. The reason is simple. She said it herself, and Fusuk found out. The meaning is completely different. Until now, she placed a multiple-choice question in front of Uchiha Fusuk. Either accept her, or lose her. But isn't she afraid that Uchiha Fusuk will never accept her and eventually die? Uchiha Ayako's answer is, not afraid. She had already said so. Instead of holding on to her memories and enduring the emotional torment every day, she would rather die happily in Fusuk's arms. This is enough for Uchiha Ayako. This is her extremely pure and extremely twisted love. No matter life or death, Ayako has gotten everything she wanted. That's it, that tiny trace of love and care that leaked from Fusuk's fingers. So no matter what Fusuk chooses, Ayako has already got it. Therefore, this is not her calculation, nor is it a gamble, it is just a conspiracy. At this moment, the scale of choice was placed in front of Uchiha Fusuk. Feeling that Ayako Uchiha's body was being eroded by toxins every second and becoming more fragile, Uchiha Fusuk felt helpless in his heart. He looked at Ayako's pretty face so close, and his heart trembled slightly. No matter how hard-hearted a man is, he will not choose to blame Ayako at this moment. Because from the beginning, he had given nothing, so naturally there was no loss. Including saving or not saving at this moment, it all depends on his thoughts. At both ends of this scale, it's never fair. Ayako was betting her life and everything she owned, and all Uchiha Fusuk needs to pay is just a tiny bit of love. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fusuk no longer hesitated. He gently picked up Ayako's plump and charming body and walked towards the room, and in Uchiha Fusuk's arms, Ayako suddenly showed a happy smile, because she knows. This time, she won the jackpot. Uchiha Fusuk still has her in her heart after all. In the bedroom. Snapped. With a slight sound, Ayako's plump and charming body was thrown onto the soft bed by Fusuk. Fusuk looked at the woman on the bed who didn't know life or death with anger in his heart. Even though Fusuk knew he couldn't blame Ayako, but Ayako's actions also brought his anger to its peak. So he had made up his mind to give this woman a little color. Things have come to an end. Looking at Fusuk, whose eyes were almost burning, Ayako's charming poppy-like eyes flashed with a hint of shyness that should be expected of a woman. She looked up at Uchiha Fusuk. In an instant, the three tomo sherinan in her eyes rotated rapidly, and instantly formed a large ring-shaped windmill shaped like a heart. Surprisingly, it is exactly a pair, Mangekyo sherinan. As Ayako poured her eye energy into it, a mysterious wave burst out of her eyes. In an instant, Uchiha Fusuk on the other side was keenly aware that he had been affected by Ayako's Mangekyo. Under the influence of this force, the Ayako in front of him began to become more and more perfect and charming, almost to the point where he couldn't control it. And this is exactly Uchiha Ayako's Mangekyo ability. The effect is, it can instantly amplify a certain desire of a person several times. And the emotion Ayako chose to influence Fusuk just now was exactly that, lust. In this regard, Fusuk did not choose to resist. After all, he was still struggling a bit in his heart to attack Ayako, whom he had regarded as his sister for many years. Under the influence of Ayako's Mangekyo ability, the desire in his heart completely overwhelmed this struggle. After a night, a young poppy bloomed completely on this blood moon night. Some time ago, Hayashi returned to the Hyuga clan's clan. Hayashi has just returned to the gate of the clan. Then he saw a beautiful figure of Pingting stepping out from the clan. He took a closer look and saw that it was the elder sister who was known as Iceberg in the clan. Not only that, this family sister is already naturally beautiful and elegant. At this moment, she also put on a layer of charming and colorful light makeup. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what she plans to do next. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi sighed secretly in his heart. This clan's sister's wish may come true next. See Hayashi appear in front of me. Hyaga Renhua simply asked directly and coldly. Where is he? Hayashi knew exactly who he was asking about. Hayashi has long been accustomed to the cold way of speaking of this iceberg sister. At this time, he was keenly aware that Hyaga Renhua's ice-cold speaking speed seemed to be suddenly a few points faster. Hyaga Hayashi hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I think we went to Uchiha. Hearing the sound, Hyaga Renhua's already cold and pretty face became even colder. This inexplicable coldness made Hayashi shrink again. Feeling the cold chill emanating from his clan sister, Hayashi could only complain secretly in his heart. He has tried his best. But there was nothing he could do if Uchiha Fusuke didn't want to come. Sister clan, there are still important matters in the clan, so I will take the first step. Saying that, Hyaga Hayashi immediately turned around and ran away quickly. After Hayashi left, Hyaga Renhua still just stood there, but if you look closely you can see it. Deep in her eyes as pure as glass, there was a hint of entanglement at the moment. At the same time, her white little hands were already tangled together. She looked into the distance. That is the direction of the Uchiha tribe. He hesitated for a long time. Renka remembered the promise between her and Uchiha Ayako. The thought of this. A trace of disappointment flashed in Hyaga Renhua's eyes. Why? She sighed slightly, turned around and returned to the Hyaga tribe again. Then, Miss Hyaga's first going-out plan in more than 10 years ended up failing. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have put on makeup. A confused heartbeat of self-pity suddenly passed away. It's still this night. In addition to the 2 messages, third generation returns and 9 tails unrest subsides, another rumor directly detonated the entire Konoha. That is fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato may be dying soon. And as this piece of gossip spread wildly, the entire Konoha instantly became undercurrents. Original. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is in his prime, and has the full support of 3rd Hokage Uchiha Fusuke. This also makes some people who covet the position of Hokage see no hope, so they naturally settle for peace. But now, with the news that Minato is about to die soon, this group of people who originally thought there was no hope of becoming a Hokage suddenly saw hope. After all, we all know it. The 3rd Hokage has a lazy personality and has no interest in regaining power in Konoha. Most likely, it is the top management of Konoha who will arrange to select the 5th Hokage to fill the vacancy after the death of 4th generation. Ever since, countless careerists lurking inside Konoha began to take action. Uchiha tribe land. Shortly after breaking up with Fusuke, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to get the news. Without any hesitation, he got up, put on his clothes and walked out. The sleepy Uchiha Mikato was also directly awakened by Fugaku's movements. Anata, do you want to go out so late? She asked Fugaku softly, holding little Suzuki in her arms. I'll go to the great elder. Fugaku turned sideways and left the room without looking back. Uchiha Mikato looked at her husband's back, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She has always been very clear about her husband's inner ambition, but as a woman, she was unable to thwart her husband's will. We can only let it go. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku came to another place in the clan area. This is the residence of Uchiha Kagami, the current grand elder of the Uchiha clan. Due to the appearance of Fusuke, Uchiha Kagami's fate has also changed dramatically. The mirror who was supposed to die young, after being robbed of the opportunity to become a disciple of 2nd generation by Fusuke, he survived peacefully. Now, Uchiha Kagami has taken over his father's position and become the new generation of great elder of the Uchiha clan. After entering Uchiha Kagami's residence, Fugaku discovered that Uchiha Kagami had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kagami said unwillingly, if it hadn't been for Uchiha Fusuke's sudden appearance, by your Mangekyo, today is the best time for you to establish your authority within the village. Hearing this, Fugaku silently clenched his fists. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku actually started Mangekyo Sharinan a long time ago, and Uchiha Kagami seems to have learned the information early on that Konoha will be attacked and 9 tails will make a big fuss. Therefore, under the planning of Uchiha Kagami, prepare for Fugaku to reveal Mangekyo Sharinan at the most crucial moment. Suppress 9 tails and become Konoha's biggest hero, in order to gain huge reputation and prepare for the fight for Hokage. But I didn't expect it. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Fusuke completely ruined their plans. But that's okay. Your Mangekyo is not exposed, so just keep it as your trump card. At tomorrow's Jonin meeting, 4th generation will announce the news of re-electing the Hokage. Your chance has come. Uchiha will fully support you in becoming the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Kagami swept away his previous unwillingness and said to Fugaku in front of him with a somewhat excited tone. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's body trembled slightly, and a trace of fire flashed in his eyes. But soon, the heat gradually faded from Fugaku's eyes. But the patriarch? He asked Uchiha Kagami slightly worriedly. But unexpectedly, after hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami just sneered. Uchiha Ayako, that stupid woman. It's just relying on that guy Fusuke to dominate. It's nothing to worry about. Uchiha Kagami said with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It seems that she doesn't take Uchiha into consideration at all. And after hearing the name Fusuke, Fugaku's eyes immediately flashed with worry. In an instant, the scene that seemed like a star out on the street appeared in his mind again. But what should Master Feng do? Uchiha Fugaku said quietly, with a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. As Uchiha Kagami said, the reason why he was so respectful to Ayako, it was never Ayako who was afraid, but Uchiha Fusuke behind her. Hearing Fugaku's words, Uchiha Kagami seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Fusuke, it's Uchiha Fusuke again. A hint of coldness and jealousy flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. If it weren't for him, the position of clan leader and fourth Hokage would have been mine. Uchiha Kagami said bitterly. The scene from that year reappeared in front of his eyes. More than 20 years ago. Father, I heard that the clan leader is planning to abdicate. What are the clan's considerations for the next clan leader? Uchiha Kagami, who was in his prime, asked eagerly to his old father, the previous great elder. Ahem. Mirror, Fusuke has only become a Hokage not long ago. The clan hopes that the next clan leader can repair the relationship with Fusuke after he takes office. So we unanimously plan to let Ayako serve as the clan leader. Just come and pick up my shift, Jing, the old great elder said to Uchiha Kagami meaningfully. At that time, it was Uchiha Fusuke who had just assumed the role of Hokage and was at the height of his popularity. In order to repair the relationship with Fusuke, the Uchiha family also wanted to gain Fusuke's favor. Simply push Fusuke's confidant Ayako into the position. Even though he was unwilling at all costs, Uchiha Kagami, who had insufficient strength at the time, had no choice but to compromise. Good thing. Although Uchiha Ayako became the clan leader, she had no intention of managing the clan. Therefore, the power of the Uchiha clan fell into the hands of the great elder Uchiha Kagami. Several more years passed. The Second Ninja War ended. In order to retire, Fusuke began to select and train the fourth Hokage. At this time, the expanding ambition in Uchiha Kagami's heart also began to drive him to attack the position of Hokage. Originally Uchiha Kagami had a huge advantage, but in the end, at a high-level meeting in Konoha, Uchiha Fusuke just gave him a faint look. Then he denied him with 4 understatement words. You're not qualified. And these 4 words have become a nightmare that plagues Jing's life. Until now, Kagami is already old and frail, knowing that he has no hope of becoming the Hokage in this life. He began to cultivate and support Uchiha Fugaku, trying to make Fugaku the 5th Hokage. Recalling everything in the past, Uchiha Kagami hated Fusuke even more and went crazy. Please give me flowers. Uchiha Fusuke. He has left Konoha for more than 10 years. He is no longer the powerful 3rd Hokage he was back then, Uchiha Kagami said with a sneer. But as the saying goes, a person's name is like the shadow of a tree. But, he is Fusuke-sama. Under Fusuke's reputation, Uchiha Fugaku still hesitated. Fugaku's hesitation seemed to irritate Uchiha Kagami. Madness, what do you do to be a Hokage? It's strength. How do you think Uchiha Fusuke became the Hokage back then? He first cursed, and then asked Fugaku with a gloomy look. Regarding Uchiha Fusuke's accession to the 3rd Hokage, there have been divergent opinions within the village for many years. Of course Uchiha Fugaku, who was just an unknown person at that time, didn't know the inside story. So he just looked at Uchiha Kagami with a blank expression. Humph. Uchiha Fusuke killed all his competitors, so he became the Hokage. Do you understand? Idiot. Uchiha Kagami snorted coldly, and then spoke emphatically, with a trace of wolfishness flashing in his eyes. What's more, I still have a trump card in my hand. As long as I throw this card, it will be enough for Uchiha Fusuke to take care of himself. For other things, I'm afraid he will have more than enough ambition but not enough energy by then. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagami's eyes flashed with pride and pride. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes trembled slightly. Although he didn't know what this so-called trump card was. But seeing Uchiha Kagami so complacent, he knew that the other party would not take the target for granted. And now, it is indeed the best time for Fugaku to get involved in the Hokage position. If he misses this opportunity, he will probably regret it for the rest of his life just like Jing. In the end, it was Fugaku's inner ambition that overcame everything else. Master Jing, I am willing to obey all your orders, as long as I can be a Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku said excitedly, and immediately said loyally to the mirror. Ha ha ha, very good. This time, as long as I can get back the Hokage position. The Konoha of the future will be Uchiha's Konoha. When the time comes, you and I will be the heroes of the tribe. Uchiha Kagami laughed and said. This enthusiasm also directly infected Uchiha Fugaku next to him. The two immediately began to plan the details of how to compete for the position of Hokage. The next day. It's still dark. Uchiha Fusoke has already woken up. At this moment, the ridiculous memories of last night filled Feng Ge's mind. Fusoke lowered his head slightly and saw Ayako's happy sleeping face with tear stains. For a moment, Fusoke's heart was filled with complexity. After all, he broke the vow he made. Suddenly, the girl's voice and smile came to Fusoke's ears again, and what she said to Feng Ge before parting. You are not allowed to fall in love with anyone else before we meet again. But until now, he still failed to abide by the agreement he made with her. Before getting together, Fusoke could still lie to himself. His feelings for Ayako are just family affection, but now, everything has happened. He couldn't continue to deceive himself any longer. Whether he admits it or not, everything last night proved to Fusoke again. That is, he really has love for Ayako in his heart. The thought of this, Uchiha Fusoke's mood suddenly became a little depressed. At this time, Ayako, whose eyes had been closed, opened them. She slightly raised a tender little hand and gently caressed Fusoke's right chest. And that's where the heart is. I know that there is someone who has lived here for a long time. She's filling this place up. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is a gap here that belongs to me, it is enough. Uchiha Ayako said softly, her voice a little muffled. Listening to Ayako's words, Hokage felt a little guilty. This trace of guilt made him feel even more depressed. Ayako, He was just about to say something, but Ayako gently raised her hand and blocked Fusoke's lips. Needless to say, the wind is not high. I'll give you time to accept this. Ayako smiled gently, and then said softly. Hearing the sound, Fusoke stopped talking, just quietly enjoying the tenderness of this moment. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door. Afterwards, no one was seen. A female voice suddenly appeared in Fusoke's ears. Fusoke-sama. I am a member of Umbu, codenamed Raccoon. I am ordering you to attend the high-level meeting of Konoha on the orders of Lord 4th Generation. This is a secret telephony ninjutsu. It is one of the compulsory ninjutsu for Umbu ninjas. It is not surprising that the Umbu ninja would know the location of Uchiha Fusoke. After all, Fusoke made a lot of noise yesterday when he entered the Uchiha tribe's territory. With a little thought, you can guess where Fusoke is new. Fusoke also used the sound transmission ninjutsu to reply to this Konoha Umbu. After receiving the answer, the Umbu ninja stopped continuing the mission. He should have left silently. Afterwards, Fusoke got up from the couch and started to put on his clothes. Ayako stood up obediently and followed Fusoke like a good wife and mother, serving him and dressing up. After a while, the neatly dressed Feng Ge planned to leave. Ayako, it's me. Before leaving, Feng Ge said goodbye to Ayako with a twinkling look in his eyes. Well, I'll wait for you, brother Fusoke. In response, Ayako just smiled softly, and then pecked Fusoke's lips gently. Regarding Ayako's behavior, Fusoke did not choose to stop it, but chose to accept it with a stiff face. After the touch of warm and soft lips left the corner of Fusoke's lips, he jumped away with Figzushin. Puck. Seeing Fusoke's embarrassed escape, Uchiha Ayako suddenly smiled. The delicate and charming aura began to spread on her face again. Then, a trace of confusion flashed across her dangerously charming poppy-like eyes. It was as if the expression and behavior like a good wife and mother just now were all faked by her. With Fusoke-ai's temperament, he should choose to temporarily run back to his secluded place to escape for a while. Uchiha Ayako smiled infatuatedly, with a hint of success at the corner of her mouth. Her expression was like a fox that had stolen a chicken. But that's okay. I've told you before, this time, you can't run away. Feng Ge, brother. While murmuring softly, a charming danger flashed in her charming eyes. After leaving the clan, just as Ayako expected. On the way to the Hokage building, Uchiha thought over and over what happened yesterday. After thinking about it again and again, he still felt that he was not ready to establish an intimate relationship with Ayako. Hey, wait until the matter in Konoha is over. I'd better go back and live in seclusion. Perhaps time is the best medicine. Uchiha Fusoke thought silently in his heart. Not long after, Uchiha Fusoke has already arrived at the conference room on the top floor of the Hokage building. In the past, many important decisions of Du Zi were issued here. And at this moment, the conference room was already full of people. The importance of this meeting can be seen from the participants. The average Konoha Jonin wasn't even qualified to attend. The last person at the table was elite Jonin who had been active within Konoha for many years. Fusoke-sama. With Fusoke's arrival, everyone stood up silently and saluted Fusoke. In response, Uchiha just nodded slightly, and then walked to the main seat calmly. At the front of the conference room, 2 seats are placed here. The seats are on the left and right, with the seats on the right slightly behind those on the left to show respect for the left. At this moment, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was standing in front of the seat on the right, waiting for Fusuk's arrival with a smile. "Master Feng, you are here," Minato said to Fusuk warmly, his voice still a little tired. Fusuk glanced slightly at Minato in front of him. At this moment, Minato looked extremely haggard. Not only was his complexion sallow, his eyes were bloodshot. Moreover, the originally sunny and handsome face now had many fine wrinkles, plus his withered white hair. At first glance, Minato at this time does not look like a young man in his 20s. Instead, he looks like an uncle in his 50s or 60s. Originally, Fusuk was Minato's grandfather in terms of seniority and age, but now that the two of them are standing together, Minato looks more like Fusuk's elder. Ought. Fusuk sighed. He knew that this was the sequelae of having a large amount of soul power and life force extracted. Have no choice. All this is Minato's own choice, and Feng Ge can't say anything else. At that moment, he was not polite and sat down directly on the main seat. He glanced thoughtfully at the main attendees. They are representative of the Senju clan, Senju Noeki. Due to Fusuk's influence, Senju Noeki did not die in battle. The great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami. The leader of the Hyoga clan, Hyoga Hayashi. Konoha security chief, Uchiha Fugaku. Umbu Chang, Heitake Sakumo. Jonin squad leader, Nara Shikamiki. As well as representatives of various small and medium-sized ninja clans such as Sarutobi, Shinura, Akamike, Yamanaka, and several elite jonin. Obviously, everything that should come and should not come has come. Fusuk's eyes flashed, and he guessed the hidden meaning behind it. He turned his head slightly and took a deep look at the haggard Minato beside him. "Minato, you don't have to do this." Fusuk sighed heavily inwardly. "Let's start." Then, without further delay, Fusuk, as the most noble being in Konoha, directly announced the start of the meeting. After finishing speaking, he stopped talking, just leaned back slightly and began to close his eyes to rest, as if he was asleep. At the same time, Minato answered the call and became the host of the meeting. "Everyone, let me talk about the losses caused by yesterday's turmoil and how to deal with it." Minato, who looked haggard, picked up a document in front of him and began to preach with the help of Nara Shikamiki. Originally, what Minato said was extremely important, but no one present was interested in listening to what Minato said. Instead, they focused their attention on Minato's withered white hair and haggard face. "It seems that the news is true," everyone said silently in their hearts. Soon, Minato quickly finished all the contents of the document. "Everyone, do you have any objections to these?" Then, he glanced at everyone present. I found that everyone just didn't say a word, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing this, although Minato seemed calm on the surface, he knew it well in his heart. In fact, it is said that Minato was affected by the other life reincarnation technique, and his lifespan was greatly shortened. It should have been a top secret that no one knew except Minato and Fusuk, but this incident was leaked very strangely, causing it to spread throughout Konoha overnight, and the person who leaked it was no one else. Exactly Namikaze Minato. Thinking of this, Minato calmly glanced at Uchiha Fusuk, who seemed to be sleeping next to him. This matter must be resolved while Master Fusuk is in the village and rely on Master Fusuk's absolute prestige. Otherwise, there will definitely be chaos in the village. Minato thought silently, and suddenly felt a trace of guilt in his heart. After all, if he hadn't saved Kushina, this situation wouldn't have happened. This news about Minato's death is not long. For Konoha, it is a booby trap that will be triggered sooner or later. Once the news is revealed, a thunder explosion will occur. A slight mishandling will cause chaos within Konoha again. Instead of waiting until you can no longer hide it and then letting it explode, it is better to be the first to explode it. The reason why Minato is so eager is because he has no choice but to do so. And all of this starts with the current situation in Konoha itself. As the undisputed #1 force in the ninja world, there is no doubt about the powerful nature of Konoha. Just look at paper strength. In addition to the two existing Hokages in Konoha, Konoha's White Fang, Sunin and the heads of the Hyoga and Uchiha clans are all recognized as cage-level strong men in the ninja world. There are also young ninjas with extraordinary talents such as Son of Senju Shisui and Copy Ninja Kakashi. Although the heads of the Hyoga and Uchiha clans rarely take action or even show up, but during the Second Ninja War that year, the sudden strength of the two men was enough to deserve the title of cage-level powerhouse. Therefore, there are 8 cage-level in Konoha's bright side. Cage-level all have 8 bits. One can imagine the intertwining of large and small forces and factions within Konoha. Quite literally, Konoha's Hokage has a difficult job that cannot be compared to any cage in the other 4 major ninja villages. Because of Fusuk's appearance, Tsunade did not suffer from hemophobia, Orochimaru did not defect, and Hyakuga did not commit suicide. Although for various reasons Sunin is not inside Konoha. but when the village really needs it, Sunan will naturally not shirk it. Plus the appearance of Rinhua and Ayako. It can be said that Konoha's unprecedented combat power is completely opposite to that in the original work. In the original work, due to the departure of each of the Sunan in Konoha at this time, the 100 craftsmen's hundreds, we have reached an embarrassing situation where there is no work to do. At this point in time, there are only two talents that Konoha can use. Uchiha Shisui and Namikaze Minato died in the village's internal fighting. Wait until Nine Tails Night is over. Konoha was completely prosperous and then in decline. This leads to the future when the plot officially unfolds. Konoha has reached an era of unprecedented weakness. The Hokage was actually replaced by a mere Orochimaru with a pair of hands. It can be said like this. It is precisely because of the incompetence of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original work, his connivance to danzo, and his long-term control of power. This led to the emergence of the weakened Konoha in later generations. A strong Konoha and a weak Konoha. The difficulty of governance is of course completely different. Facing the major ninja clans in the village and a large number of cage level. Even though Namikaze Minato is considered top-notch at the cage level, being a Hokage is extremely stressful. And the reason why he can successfully sit in the Hokage seat and give orders, everything has only one reason. Uchiha Fusuk. Sunan is Fusuk's disciple. White Fang is Fusuk's biggest fan. The two chiefs are Fusuk's old lovers. Who in the entire ninja village dares not to sell Uchiha Fusuk's 3-point thin noodles? With the strong support of Uchiha Fusuk, Minato was able to secure the position of the fourth Hokage, but Minato knew it. Being able to secure Hokage's position does not mean that he can handle everything in Konoha. Just like right now. Once the news came out that Minato was dying, for a force as huge as Konoha. Of course, it was impossible to wait for Minato to suddenly die suddenly. Identify the next generation Hokage in advance. Ensuring a smooth transition of power is imperative. By then, on the bright side, except Minato himself and Fusuk, there are 6 people who are powerful enough to become Hokage. Behind the scenes, there are still many people vying for Hokage's position. In this situation, Minato has lost the ability to handle the situation. Nothing else. Minato alone can't control the situation at all. Therefore, the only person in Konoha who can take charge of the overall situation is Uchiha Fang. And with Fusuk's temperament, Minato was afraid that he would suddenly become silent and quietly run back to live in seclusion. It will be really troublesome then. So Minato had no choice but to take the initiative to expose the news that he was not going to die soon. In order to quickly stabilize the situation and confirm the candidate for the next generation of Hokage while Fusuk is still in Konoha, Minato retracted his thoughts. He stood up silently, looked at the high-level officials of Konoha present, and announced in a calm voice, "Next, I have something to announce. That is, in yesterday's battle with Nine Tails, I suffered irreversible injuries. I'm afraid he will die soon." As soon as these words came out, the room was filled with excitement. Whether you know the news or not, everyone was involved in discussions at the same time. What? The fourth generation is dying. What should we do? Isn't the village going to be in chaos now? Why are you panicking? You didn't see that Mr. Third Generation is here, so, is the village going to elect a new Hokage? The noisy discussion instantly flooded the conference room. At the same time, everyone at the table who was interested in Hokage's position had a look of depth in their eyes. The next moment, they all focused their attention on Uchiha Fusuk, who was resting at the end of the day. The eyes of several people are different. Except for a sight filled with intense hatred, a trace of fire flashed in the eyes of the other people at the same time. Obviously, they all know it. The key to deciding the next Hokage still lies with Fusuk. Seeing the noisy discussion getting more and more intense, suddenly, Uchiha Fusuk opened his eyes suddenly, and an invisible menace suddenly burst out from his body. Quiet, accompanied by his low shout. Everyone's movements suddenly stopped, and the room instantly became silent. See, everyone calm down. Minato also continued speaking at the right time. I know that with my physical condition, I cannot continue to serve as Hokage, carry the burden of the village. I'm sorry everyone, I failed the village's high expectations. Minato smiled bitterly and said to everyone present. But when he said the last sentence, he was facing everyone on the surface, but he was actually looking at Uchiha Fusuk. Obviously, Minato felt that the person he had let down was not the village, but Fusuk. Looking at Minato's apologetic eyes, Fusuk felt a little depressed in his heart, but it was nothing. Fourth generation. During the dinner, some ninjas who were familiar with Minato showed sad expressions after hearing this. Gather everyone together today. I just want to discuss a solution with everyone. Minato spoke again, he glanced at everyone, and finally set his sights on Heitake Sakumo. After seeing the look in Minato's eyes, Heitake Sakumo also stood up very simply and called Kaido. In that case, I propose. It's better for third generation Sama to come out and take charge of Konoha again. what do you think? As he said that, Heitake Sakumo glanced at everyone at the table with a burning gaze. His words spoke to everyone's hearts. For a time, almost everyone agreed with Daozu. Yeah, it's most appropriate for third-generation Sama to come out. If you are third-generation Sama, I agree with both hands and feet. For a time, the crowd at the banquet was excited and everyone expressed their agreement. On the main seat, facing the excited crowd, Fusuk still just sat quietly with his eyes closed and did not react. Seeing this, Minato glanced at Heitake Sakumo calmly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes, although he did not discuss it with Heitake Sakumo beforehand. But Minato knows. As Uchiha Fusuk's most loyal fan, Heitake Sakumo will definitely do this. This is undoubtedly what Namikaze Minato wants to see. There is no doubt that Fusuk is coming out. This is undoubtedly the best ending for Konoha. Uchiha Fusuk is the one everyone in Konoha hopes for. For a moment, everyone focused their attention on the silent Fang. At that moment, silence returned to the table, and everyone was waiting for Fusuk's answer. But in this regard, Uchiha Fusuk still just leaned on the seat quietly without any intention of speaking. Aha! Heitake Sakumo stood up suddenly. His action shocked other Konoha senior officials around him. Before everyone could react, Sakumo raised his neck and said impassionedly, "The Heitake clan, please come out of the third generation." As his words fell, everyone at the table looked at each other. The eyes may be shocked, excited, helpless, or unhappy, but there is no way Heitake Sakumo has already sang this high note. Like it or not, everyone stood up and agreed. The Senju clan, please come out of the third generation. The Hyuga clan, please come out of the third generation. The Nara clan, please request Lord third generation to come out. After everyone expressed their opinions, as the representative of the Uchiha clan, the great elder Uchiha Kagami could only stand up reluctantly. The Uchiha clan requests third generation lord to come out. Even though Jing's heart was already filled with hatred and gnashing of teeth. But under the general trend, he can only be coerced by the general trend. Uchiha Kagami tried to look as calm as possible, but the meaning of his actions was still exposed to everyone. As the head family of 3rd Hokage Uchiha Fusuk, the Uchiha clan actually expressed their support for Fusuk at the end. It is self-evident what kind of information this contains. On the other hand, there is the Senju clan on one side. When facing Uchiha Fusuk, who is supposed to be the archenemy, Senju's attitude is so clear. Senju Noeki, the representative of Senju of the forest. The excitement and fanaticism on his face at this moment is beyond words. He is second only to Heitake Sakumo. This world has really changed. 843. When they thought of this, everyone at the table showed a hint of complexity in their eyes. At last, as a final appearance, Namikaze Minato, who planned this forced palace, turned slightly sideways and looked at Fusuk beside him. The Namikaze clan, please request third generation lord to come out. Then, Minato spoke with a firm voice. Obviously, this one call and 100 responses seen is inseparable from Fusuk's huge reputation in Konoha. But Namikaze Minato's contribution to the cause is inevitable behind the scenes. Heitake Sakumo is just a pioneer among them. Finally, Fusuk, who had been silent for a long time, let out a sigh. At this time, silence returned to the conference room again. He thought he could escape by playing dead. But I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape Heitake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato's deadly serial calls in the end. Fusuk glanced helplessly at Heitake Sakumo, who was full of excitement, and Namikaze Minato, who was smiling and silent beside him. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be moved or blamed. Fusuk seems to know the helplessness of Teiju of the Song dynasty, who was wearing a yellow robe at that time. Then, he stood up slowly, glanced at everyone, and took in the expressions of all the living beings at the table. Excitement, joy, expectation, resentment, dissatisfaction. Looking at these different eyes, in the end Fusuk just said calmly, "I'm old and just a bad old man. Remnants of the old days like me. Where is my place on the ship to the new world?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions at the table were filled with complexity. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into Uchiha. Newgate. Fusuk. Old Den. The disappointment in Heitake Sakumo's eyes could no longer be concealed. There are even some people with twitching eyes and weird expressions. Who can become an elite jonin or a representative of the ninja clan who is not middle-aged? In this conference room, Uchiha Fusuk is almost the youngest one in appearance. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Looking at Fusuk's handsome young face, everyone didn't know what to say. Even though everyone knows that the so-called bad old man is just Fusuk's excuse, but it is still irrefutable. And what he said was indeed the truth. Because of age and seniority. Just because Fusuk looks physically young, and is actually physically young, doesn't mean he should be considered a young man. If Fusuk wanted to cling to power, he would not have passed the throne to Namikaze Minato 10 years ago, BCFH. Everyone looked at the two Hokages on the main seat with complicated expressions. One is the young and strong who is in his youth, has a withered face in his 20s and is not going to die soon. The other is an old bad old man who has a history similar to that of Konoha, but is still handsome and has red lips and white teeth. The gap between people is so big. Everyone sighed silently in their hearts. Minato looked at Fusuke's handsome face beside him, with a hint of bitterness on his face. Although he already knew it. Fusuke has no idea of getting involved in power. But what Minato didn't expect was that Fusuke had no intention of changing his attitude even when faced with the forcing of the entire village. But no matter what, Uchiha Fusuke's words were tantamount to a polite refusal to take power again. This disappointed most of the people at the table, but also made a small number of people who coveted the position of Hokage suddenly feel ecstatic, especially Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku. After hearing Fusuke's words, the two people's eyes flashed with visible excitement. Minato smiled bitterly to himself. I can only comfort myself silently in my heart. At least Fusuke-sama is willing to attend the meeting. It can be said that the situation in the village has been stabilized, although I expected Fusuke might refuse. But when this scene really happened, he still felt a little disappointed in his heart. No matter how disappointed Minato felt, the decision to decide on the next generation of Hokage still needs to continue. And once this motion is initiated, it is destined that Konoha will not be peaceful in the future. In that case. Next, let's start nominating Hokage servants according to the rules of the village. Minato forced him to calm down and said in a solemn tone, according to the beginning of Konoha's establishment, the rules set by first Hokage Senju Hashirama, whenever the position of Hokage in the village changes, Hokage, Konoha's top leaders, Chief Umbu, Jonin squad leader, Hokage advisor, and the three major ninja clans of Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha can nominate candidates for Hokage. As long as the nominee is recognized by more than 30% of Konoha's elite, you can officially obtain the status of Hokage candidate. In the Hokage candidate, as long as someone is recognized by the previous Hokage, they can officially take over the position of Hokage. Both Fusuke and Minato were selected through this process. It is worth mentioning that, when competing for third Hokage, except Uchiha Fusuke, all other Hokage candidates, and even the second Hokage himself, died in the battle. As a result, Uchiha Fusuke became the only choice for the current Hokage, with Minato officially announcing the start of the Hokage alternate nominations. Seeing that the done deal is completely over, third Hokage Uchiha Fusuke confirmed that he has no intention of continuing to take charge of Konoha. A heated discussion broke out again during the dinner. Is there really going to be a Hokage alternate nomination? Who do you think is suitable? Who else could it be? Of course it would be Shuumao Tianren. Fart, I think Master Jiraiya is clearly the most suitable. Master Shikado is not bad either. After all, the most important thing for a leader is his mind. Compared to the heated discussion at the table, the few people who really have the right to make nominations have never said a word. Obviously, they had already made a reservation in their minds before coming. After giving the table some time for discussion, as the current nominal and de facto person in power in Konoha, Minato took the initiative to speak. As the fourth Hokage, I nominate Lord Jiraiya from Sunan as the next Hokage candidate. Minato was the first to speak. Nominated as Hokage, no one was surprised that Minato would nominate Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama? I think it will work. I think so. Jiraiya-sama is the teacher of the fourth generation and the disciple of the third generation. Identity and strength, no matter how you look at it, being a Hokage is enough. At the moment, the discussion about Minato's nomination started at the table. Not long after, voting begins under the chairmanship of Minato. Nearly half of Konoha's elite and high-level officials approved of Minato's nomination. Therefore Jiraiya officially became the first fifth Hokage candidate. Immediately afterwards, classes Senju, Hyuga, Umbu, and Jonin all submitted nominations. Their respective nominations are Senju Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi, Heitake Sakumo, and Nara Shikamiki. Four people also passed the nomination vote separately. Finally, because the position of Hokage advisor in Konoha is now vacant, so only the third Hokage Fusuke and the Uchiha clan were not nominated, and everyone tacitly ignored the mirror that represented Uchiha. The reason is also very simple. It is true that the Uchiha clan has the right to nominate Hokage. This is due to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's visit to that time Uchiha chief, Madara's promise. But it's embarrassing, since the first generation period to the present day, including Uchiha Madara himself. Over the years, the Uchiha clan has nominated ninjas, let alone competing for the Hokage. He never even made it past the voting stage and was not even qualified to be a candidate. There are many reasons for this, it is difficult to list them all. The only exception is Uchiha Fusuke. The reason is also very simple. Because it was not the Uchiha clan who nominated Fusuke at that time, but a Jonin squad leader who couldn't bear to have his talents buried. Therefore, Uchiha Kagami will be ignored until now. Naturally, Uchiha Kagami is well aware of everyone's contempt. He just sneered and didn't rush to speak. Everyone once again focused their attention on Uchiha Fusuk, waiting for the birth of the last Hokage candidate. This isn't just the last one. Also, most likely to get one. But unexpectedly, Fusuk just spoke slowly. I abstain from voting. As soon as this statement came out, everyone felt a little disappointed. But it also gave birth to a hint of contradictory hope again. The reason for such a very contradictory mood is actually not difficult to understand. Disappointed because Fusuk's support will most likely directly determine the next Hokage candidate. Hope is because Fang Jie chose to abstain from voting, preserving a chance for the Hokage candidate they hope to see. See Fusuk abstain. Disappointment flashed again in Minato's eyes. Fusuk's support is undoubtedly extremely powerful for the upcoming 5th Hokage. In fact, for Minato, it doesn't matter who takes over Hokage, what matters is whether Konoha can be stable in the future. Whoever Fusuk supports will gain a great say in Konoha. This is the necessary foundation for becoming a Hokage. It seems that Master Fusuk really doesn't want to interfere too much in the village's affairs, Minato said with disappointment in his heart. As everyone knows, Minato really misunderstood Uchiha Fusuk this time. It is true that Fusuk has no intention of getting involved in power, but this does not mean that he wants to see chaos in Konoha. In Fusuk's mind, Tsunade is naturally the most suitable candidate for 5th Hokage. Except for Tsunade after all, the remaining few people are not particularly suitable. Although Narashikami is smart, he is not strong enough to convince the public. Heitake Sakumo is strong enough, but too loyal and has a poor outlook on the overall situation. As for Jiraiya, he is used to being a Hokage, so he is not the material to be a Hokage. Hyaga Hayashi, not to mention, is just here to run with him. So, since the Senju clan has already nominated Tsunade, the 4 of them will naturally not add any unnecessary extravagance. Repeated nominations will have no effect. Fusuk also believes in Tsunade's ability. As long as you want to be a Hokage, you can easily win the competition. Not only that, at that time, Fusuk can also secretly help Tsunade. It seems that the Hokage will only be born among these 5 people. This is probably the lowest number of nominations in the past few years. Seeing that Fusuk abstained from voting, the discussion broke out again. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami suddenly spoke loudly. Wait, I, the Uchiha clan, nominate Uchiha Fugaku, the Minister of Security. At that moment, the room became quiet again. After all, a bad relationship is a bad relationship. Because of Uchiha's prestigious reputation, he is unwilling to give any more face that should be given to him. With Uchiha Kagami's words, the voting began again in tacit agreement. Agree, be opposed to, I object to. At the moment, as expected. Except for a few elite jonin from the Uchiha clan and a few leaders of the small ninja clan who relied on the security department for their meals, there were only a few at the table. Most Konoha shinobi fans chose to oppose it. We are seeing this trend develop. Uchiha's Hokage dream will be embarrassingly shattered once again. But for that, Uchiha Kagami, however, still looked at ease and didn't care at all. Everyone just thought that Uchiha Kagami had become accustomed to it over the years and gave up hope. But what I didn't expect was, at this moment, amidst the wave of opposition, several particularly harsh voices suddenly appeared. Agree, I agree. Only 7 or 8 elite jonin actually agreed to the Uchiha clan's nomination at the last moment. Seeing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami smiled coldly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally worried, was immediately overjoyed. Because of these last-minute votes of approval, it happened that Uchiha Fugaku stepped into the ranks of candidates by stepping on the 30% threshold. In the main seat, Uchiha Fusuk suddenly opened his eyes and looked. In an instant, he caught the sight of those ninjas who voted yes. I saw that those few people were exactly the same. Sarutobi, Shinura, Mito, and several other elites of the ninja clan. A strange color flashed in Uchiha Fusuk's eyes. Then, he closed his eyes slightly again. Just when his eyes were slightly closed, a cold light suddenly flashed from Fusuk's eyes. Although the Uchiha family has made an unprecedented breakthrough from 0 to 1, this shocked everyone. But the matter has come to this, and everyone can only accept the result. With the closing of nominations, the village began to send Umbu ninjas to contact Tsunade and Jiraiya who had been traveling abroad. In fact, since Uchiha Fusuk's retirement, the combination Sunin can be regarded as existing in name only. The 3 of them also stayed outside the village most of the time for their own reasons. Before Tsunade and Jiraiya returned to the village, the competition for 5th Hokage will not officially begin. After the meeting regarding the nomination of Hokage alternate, at Minato's request, Fusuk promised not to go back to seclusion for the time being. Knowing that Fusuk wouldn't suddenly run away, Minato showed a relieved expression. Afterwards, the exhausted Minato said goodbye to Fusuke and started to go home. Minato wants to use his limited life to spend more time with his family, which is of course human nature. Fusuke looked at Minato's leaving figure. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he chose to swallow it back. The reason is also very simple. Because at this moment Fusuke suddenly discovered something very embarrassing. Because of what happened last night, Fusuke could not face Ayako calmly. This has resulted in the majestic Konoha 3rd Hokage becoming homeless at this moment. Fang 590 Suke originally wanted to call Minato, and planned to stay at Minato's house for a few days. But when I thought about Minato's current situation, I decided not to cause trouble to Minato. Forget it, Konoha is so big. You will always meet someone who is destined for you. Thinking of this, Fusuke smiled and left the Hokage building. Wandering on the streets of Konoha, looking at everything familiar and yet unfamiliar around me, Fusuke's heart gradually calmed down. At the meeting just now, anyone with eyesight can see it. The ambitions of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku are already evident. This time is different. Uchiha's strength is already strong, plus several ninjas who are suddenly connected with Uchiha at this moment. This makes it possible for the Uchiha clan to aspire to the position of Hokage. Fusuke is usually lazy, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. Recalling everything that just happened, Fusuke's eyes flashed with a strange color. Why? Uchiha, don't do anything stupid. Tobirama's past instructions, the intricate forces within the village, and the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. Everything flashed through his heart and finally turned into a leisurely sigh. Be it Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Kagami, after all, he is not Hokage material. Today is different from the past. The miracle that Feng Ge achieved in becoming Hokage cannot be replicated. Unless Fusuke is willing to stay in the village at all times to protect Uchiha, otherwise even if Fugaku has enough talent, there was no way other forces within Konoha could just sit back and watch him become the Hokage. And with Fusuke's relationship with the Uchiha family having been close to each other for many years, he certainly would not do this for Uchiha. In addition, if Fusuke is really willing to stay in the village, there is no need to choose 5th Hokage, so for the sake of stability, he is not optimistic about Uchiha Fugaku becoming Hokage. Uchiha's inflated ambition. It also reminded Uchiha Fusuke of an incident that would not and should not happen. That is the night of genocide. I hope Uchiha Fugaku can retreat. Thinking of this, Fusuke's eyes flashed with depth. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. After walking for a long time, Fusuke couldn't help but feel a little hungry. At this moment, an izakaya appeared in front of Fusuke. Without much hesitation, he planned to go in and have a full meal first. In an izakaya. Because it was late at night, there were not many customers inside. A tall and slender beautiful girl with bright red eyes, not Uchiha, was sitting in front of the counter, taking a drink from the wineglass in front of her. Well, what a shame. After drinking, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the girl's angry face, and her watery eyes were full of frustration and shyness. Thinking of the embarrassing things that happened last night, a trace of red cloud flashed across Ui Hong's pretty face again. I actually tried to strike up a conversation with 3rd generation Sama. Woo, it's dead. Thinking of her depressed mood again, the girl Ui Hong suddenly picked up the wineglass again and drank it all in one gulp. Even with her good drinking capacity, she could not help but feel dizzy at this moment. But 3rd generation Sama is really handsome. I really want to see him again. Ui Hong lay on the table and murmured, her eyes blurred and her expression began to become a little extravagant. At this moment, her mind was filled with the handsome scene of Uchiha Fusuke suddenly appearing and knocking down 9 tails with one blow. Just when Hong was immersed in his thoughts, suddenly, a gentle and elegant voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Oh, is the 3rd Hokage really that handsome? Hearing the sound, Shiri Hong's expression froze. Then she immediately stood up, shouted loudly and turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. Of course, he's very handsome. But just in the middle of speaking, Ui Hong's expression froze on the spot. All she saw was the handsome face that he had longed for, appearing in front of her at some point. Ui Hong's stiff expression only lasted for a moment. The next second, her expression returned to composure again, and she murmured stupidly as if to comfort herself. No, I must be drunk and hallucinating. 3rd generation Sama has so many things to do, why are you here? Hong rubbed her little face while deceiving herself with a silly smile. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusuke's eyes flashed with a smile. Ui Red Chinin. It is a village rule that you should say hello to Hokage when you see him, Fusuke said with a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. This look seemed like he saw some interesting little animal on the street and planned to play a trick on it. Hear the sound. Ui Hong's movements of rubbing her face suddenly froze. The hazy drunkenness also quickly fades from the brain. The next second, Ui Hong's big, bright eyes began to lose focus. Then, steam seemed to come out of the girl's head, and her cheeks turned red like big apples in autumn. Woo! Along with a mournful scream that echoed through the sky, Hong felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark before her. 10 minutes later. Hong, who had regained some sense, locked her neck, lowered her head and whispered in an inaudible voice. Simi Marseille, third generation lord. Looking at the cute behavior of the girl Uchiha Kurane, Uchiha Fusuk's playfulness has increased. Your father should be Jonin. If I remember correctly, the Ui family has always been a ninjutsu family famous for its illusions. You can't even tell the difference between illusion and reality. Uchiha Fusuk continued to smile at the red tone. Fusuk's words caused Hong's already lowered head to be completely buried in her chest. Oh dollar. In response to Fusuk's teasing, the girl could only protest in a low voice with an inaudible whimper. Seeing that if the teasing continues, Kurane Ui will transform into the steam princess, Fusuk also stopped at the right time, smiled, stopped talking, and started eating to fill his stomach. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat silent. There was no movement on Fusuk's side for a long time. Hong, who was filled with shame and anger, turned her head carefully and took a peek to the side. Seeing that Fusuk didn't leave, Hong felt ashamed, angry, and secretly happy. The contradictory and complex psychology of a girl makes Hong full of tangles in her heart. She prepared to speak several times, but in the end she swallowed the words back due to shyness. After a long time, Fusuk has packed a meal and is ready to say goodbye to Hong and leave. But as soon as he wiped his pocket, his expression suddenly froze. As the saying goes, people make mistakes and horses make mistakes. Since he has lived in seclusion for many years, Fusuk has long forgotten that he still needs to use the currency bank to make transactions reliably when going out. Now something embarrassing happened. After finishing the meal, Uchiha Fusuk realized that he didn't bring any money. What to do? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Fusuk's face. Certainly. With the existence of Flying Thunder God, it is certainly not a problem for Fusuk to leave. But if this happens, tomorrow the whole of Konoha will probably know about third Hokage eating the king's meal and running away. Not to mention the shame, Tobirama would be so angry that he would jump out of the coffin. Lao Zi's Flying Thunder God, you just use it to eat the overlord meal. When he thought of this, Uchiha's eyes flashed with helplessness. As the saying goes, a penny can stump a Hokage Han. That's all, we can only return to our clan first. At this time, Ayako is probably still waiting for me. After much deliberation, Fusuk had no choice but to prepare to return to the Uchiha tribe and get some money from Ayako to pay the bill. Uchiha Fusuk was helpless in his heart. When thinking of Ayako, Fusuk's heart was complicated and softened. Perhaps even Uchiha could not have imagined that Fusuk might go home late at night because of this ridiculous day. Just when he was about to use Flying Thunder God to go home and withdraw money, suddenly Hong, who had been silent for a long time, finally made some move. In the original work, among all the female characters who appear, Hong is undoubtedly the one with the most good wife temperament. As a typical woman with the character of a good wife and mother, being considerate is naturally a characteristic of Hong's character. The attribute of being considerate has naturally existed since she was a girl, although she remained silent. But the girl had actually been watching Uchiha Fusuk silently. After thinking for a moment, Kurane judged the reason for Fusuk's embarrassment from his actions. 3. Lord Third Generation. I haven't thanked you for saving my life last time, so I want to treat you to dinner. Hong suddenly raised her head, suppressing the shyness in her heart, and stammered to Fusuk beside her. Hearing the sound, Fusuk's movements suddenly stopped. He turned his eyes and looked at the shy girl Hong next to him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. With Fusuk's insight, he could tell at a glance that Kurane was taking the initiative to rescue him. Compared to going back and facing Ayako, Fusuk is more willing to accept Kurane's help. What a considerate and good girl. Fusuk thought secretly, and also had a good impression of Hong in his heart. Then, Hong picked up the wineglass in front of her that had very little left in it, raised her head and drank it all in one gulp. Gudu, avoiding waste is of course the virtue of a good wife that is engraved in the bones of young girls. Then she paid the bill happily with a flushed face. The wine has passed 3 rounds, and the food has passed the 5 flavors. The two walked out of the store one after the other. Throughout the whole process, the two of them had no unnecessary communication. Third Generation Sama. I'm going home first. It wasn't until she arrived at the door of the izakaya that Hong opened her mouth to Feng with a shy face goodbye. Facing the girl's farewell, Fusuk just smiled and nodded in response. Then, Hong turned around and left with some reluctance, until she gradually walked away. Uchiha Fusuk was still standing at the door of the izakaya, thinking about how he would spend tonight. At this time, Hong on the side suddenly gritted her teeth, turned around suddenly with a flushed face, and trotted back to Feng Ji. Third Generation Sama. That, I want to invite you to my house. Ui Korone ignored her eyes and face that were about to become at and spoke loudly to Fusuk. Obviously, the girl had already noticed it. Fusuk's dilemma is not only that he has no money to eat, but also has nowhere to stay. It's just that due to shyness Ui Hong is simply embarrassed to continue to express her kindness to Fusuk. Besides, it's late at night. If a single girl invites a man to go home for the night, it will inevitably lead to misunderstandings. After struggling in her heart for a long time, Yuri Hong's inner kindness still overcame her shyness. The girl who couldn't bear to see Uchiha Fusuk sleeping on the street finally sent an invitation to Fusuk. Looking at Ui Korone, who has reached the limit of shyness, Fusuk felt a warm feeling in his heart. Present. In addition to being cute and understanding, Ui Korone's label in Fusuk's heart is also kind-hearted. After hesitating for a moment, Fusuk still did not let the girl's courage to show kindness fail. Okay. Fusuk nodded in agreement. Seeing that Fusuk really agreed, the steam on Ui Hong's head intensified again. Then, with a red face, the girl stiffly took a certain Uchiha old man home. At the same time, somewhere in the ninja world, a middle-aged ninja with a hedgehog white hair wearing a forehead protector with the word oil on his head, just lying down near a mist-shrouded hot spring, he stared at the inside of the hot spring with an extremely lewd expression. Yes, this is good. Well, that's not bad. While smiling obscenely, he also took out a notebook and kept writing in it. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of smoke appeared out of thin air around Jiraiya. Then, an ugly toad with a colorful body and upright legs suddenly appeared out of thin air beside the white-haired man. This is none other than a toad summoning beast from Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya-sama. Kanaha has sent the news to Mount Mayaboku, asking us to contact you. The Toad liaison officer who used reverse summoning to show up on his own initiative obviously hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he spoke loudly. Oops. Seeing this, Jiraiya suddenly felt bad. The commotion here also caused a harsh explosion to erupt from the spring. There are gangsters. At that moment, tubs, bath towels, brushes and other items began to be thrown out in the direction of Jiraiya. Not caring about anything else, Jiraiya could only pick up the Toad liaison officer and run away. Jiraiya just left. Mengen, who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed 200 kilograms, rushed out with a look on his face. Hole. Looking at the empty crime scene, the fierce woman could only curse angrily. Here, after Jiraiya escapes, he frowned, his face full of regret and nostalgia. Then, he turned his head and said unhappily to the Toad liaison officer, "Why did you come out so suddenly without notifying me?" Faced with Jiraiya's complaints, the Toad liaison officer also looked helpless. It was an emergency, and he rushed over as soon as he got the news. Who knew that Jiraiya would peek at girls taking a shower at this time? I'm sorry, Jiraiya. Please tell Mount Mayaboku in advance next time you peek at a girl taking a shower. I promise I won't interrupt. The Toad liaison officer replied in a nonchalant manner. This also made Jiraiya suddenly speechless. The Toad liaison officer thrust a scroll into Jiraiya's hands, then took the initiative to cancel summoning and return to Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya was not upset when he saw that he had hit a soft nail. He just opened the scroll silently and read the contents inside. Soon, Jiraiya had a clear view of the contents of the scroll, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. The contents of the scroll come from Minato's own handwriting. It informed Jiraiya of the situation in the village and that he had been listed as a hokage candidate. With Jiraiya's temperament, he naturally has no interest in becoming a hokage. He was more concerned about other things. Has the teacher also returned to the village? In this case, she will come back too. Jiraiya's eyes flashed and he thought secretly in his heart. Korone Ui is already a fully independent shinin. Therefore, she separated from her parents long ago and chose to live alone. Not long after, Korone took Uchiha Fusuk back home, although living alone. But the attentive girl had already anticipated the problem of staying overnight after a friend came to visit, so she chose a 2-bedroom apartment as her residence. What I didn't expect was that the first person to stay in this cozy little house was Uchiha. Mr. Third Generation. This is the bedroom, this is the bathroom. The girl blushed and introduced her nest in a somewhat reserved manner. Call me Grandpa Fusuk. If you really mind, just call Feng. Sensing the girl's restraint, Fusuk smiled slightly. In Neon culture, calling each other by name is something only people who are close to each other can do. Fusuk said this, which was equivalent to recognizing the girl in front of him. Facing this lovely girl in her prime of bloom, a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. After hearing Fusuk's words, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Ui Hong's eyes. She recalled her rash conversation with Fusuk before. Obviously, the two names Grandpa Fusuk and Fusuk cannot be called. A very strange one. The other one is too close. After thinking again and again, the girl still said softly and delicately, "Yes, Master Feng." Shy girls are afraid to go see Fusuk. Then, she pretended to be sleepy and spoke to the wind again. I'm drunk, I feel dizzy. Well, I'm going to rest first. Good night, Fusuk-sama. After saying that, Yui Hong fled back to her bedroom like a frightened little deer. Snapped. Looking at Hong's closed door, Fusuk smiled and shook his head. Of course, he has no unnecessary thoughts about a cute girl of this age who can be his granddaughter. Afterwards, Fusuk went to the bathroom and planned to wash up a little. But who would have expected? As soon as I entered this small bathroom, Fusuk saw the suspicious black cloth hanging on the clothes drying rack. This girl has an unexpectedly bold style. Looking at the lace black cloth that was no bigger than a palm, a strange look flashed in Fusuk's eyes. In a bedroom full of girly style. At this moment, Yui Hong was already lying on the bed, wrapping her into a silkworm chrysalis. Yui Hong put the quilt over her head and kept thinking wildly in her heart what to do. If Fusuk-sama suddenly comes in at night, then I am. What if I agree? Then Fusuk-sama will think that I am very casual. The girl covered Xyla's pounding heart, and a series of stories continued to appear in her mind. It wasn't until a long time later that wine and exhaustion gradually overwhelmed Ziri Hong. The girl who wrapped herself into a silkworm chrysalis also breathed evenly. Master Feng, don't. There, be. Along with the girl's shy babble, she gradually fell into a deep sleep. It's still this night. Some are happy and some are sad. Uchiha Fugaku was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, feeling a little restless. Until dawn, he did not feel the slightest sleepiness. Finally, at dawn, a subtle and secret voice reached Fugaku's ears. At that moment, he suddenly stood up from the bed. He ignored his sleeping wife beside him. He resolutely dressed and left the bedroom. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku appears again at Uchiha Kagamai's mansion. As soon as he arrived, he found that besides Uchiha Kagamai, there was also a young man with delicate red phoenix eyes in the house. Fugaku is no stranger to this boy. This person is the grandson of the great elder Uchiha Kagamai, Uchiha Shisui, who became known as Shunshen Shisui at a young age. Shisui is about the same age as Kakashi. He looks only 12 or 13 years old, but his level of genius is definitely better than Kakashi. Fugaku. Everything is going smooth. Next, just follow the plan. The hokage position is ours, Uchiha Kagamai said proudly, with a bit of arrogance in his eyes. It seems that becoming hokage is already a certainty for Fugaku. Thanks to the great elder for his brilliant plan. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes also flashed with excitement, and he praised the mirror with gratitude. Only one side, Uchiha Shisui, remained silent, with a hint of worry deep in his eyes. Great elder, what should we do next? Excited, Fugaku asked Uchiha Kagamai about his next plan. Of all the candidates, I understand Jireya's character fairly well, but he will not be a hokage. So your real competition is only 4 people. The arrogance in Uchiha Kagamai's eyes did not diminish, and he still just analyzed it quietly. Of the remaining ones, Nara Shikato poses the least threat, so I will arrange for someone to do it tonight. Get rid of Nara Shikamika directly. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagamai's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Shisui's body trembled suddenly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, because Uchiha Kagamai had vaccinated him in advance, so Fugaku's plan for mirror madness is not too surprising. As for Hyaga, Fugaku, go ahead. Uchiha Kagamai ordered Fugaku coldly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku looked a little uncertain. What should I do? Directly assassinate Hyaga Hayashi? Then, he tentatively asked Uchiha Kagamai. Humph, stupid. Hyaga is just a low-level character, but the woman from the Hyaga family is difficult to deal with. Don't worry, I have a better way. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagamai's eyes flashed with pride. He leaned close to Uchiha Fugaku's ear and whispered something. As the two of them whispered, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Okay, the great elder really has a clever plan. He applauded repeatedly and seemed to agree with Jing's method. There are 2 people left at the end. That girl from Senju won't be able to come back anytime soon. I will confirm this again. As for Heitake Sakumo and 4th generation. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagamai turned his attention to his grandson, Shisui. Show that to Fugaku. As he spoke, Uchiha Kagamai's expression became more and more arrogant, and his eyes were full of pride. Hearing the sound, a trace of struggle flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, but in the end he obeyed Mirror's order. Whoa! In an instant, the 3 scarlet megatama in Shisui's eyes began to rotate and fuse rapidly, until it finally turned into a brand new square windmill. This is indeed a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with horror. He never expected that Uchiha Shisui, who was only a teenager, would already activate Mangekyo Sharinan. This talent almost makes Fugaku feel a little jealous. Hey, take Sakumo and the 4th generation. Leave it to Shisui's ability to do it. Uchiha Kagami said with great confidence. It seems that the famous golden flash in Konoha's white fang in front of Shisui, he is like a lamb to be slaughtered. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't know what Shisui's Mangekyo ability is though, but seeing Uchiha Kagami so confident, he believed that Kagami had enough control in his heart. Fugaku, after you become a member of 5th generation, leave it to Shisui to do the 6th hokage. As for the 7th generation, I heard that your eldest son has a good talent, so I'll leave it to your eldest son. In this way, Konoha will be my, Uchiha's, world from now on. Uchiha Kagami said with feverish eyes, already fantasizing about turning Konoha into Uchiha's bag. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Kagami in shock. His eyes were full of shock. He never expected that Uchiha Kagami had even started a great cause plan that would make contributions to the present and benefit the future. Yes, I will definitely go to pieces for the great elder. Fugaku immediately responded to the mirror with the same enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, okay. Uchiha Kagami laughed and responded with a huge expression on his face. But what neither of them noticed was Uchiha Shisui, who was next to the two of them at the moment, had pain and struggle in his eyes. After a while, Uchiha Kagami walked out of the house and walked towards the deepest part of the clan. And in a family with ancient heritage like the Uchiha clan, there is a strong idea of honor and inferiority everywhere. Therefore, the more noble the status in the family, the deeper the place where they live is. Therefore, the clan leader often lives in the deepest part of the clan territory. This is not only to maintain the quietest and most elegant environment for the patriarch, but also to demonstrate the authoritative status of the patriarch. As Jing walked toward the deepest part of the clan, a secret hatred flashed through his heart. Uchiha Ayako, this be **ch. As soon as my plan succeeds, the patriarch is mine, and so are you. Uchiha Kagami thought with greed in her heart, and then walked into the patriarch's residence. And at this time, Uchiha Aoi is sitting in the middle of the courtyard, her charming eyes full of soft colors at the moment. She threaded the needle and thread with gentle movements, and her jade-like delicate hands were sewing carefully. Far away, looking at Ayako's stunning appearance and this beautiful scene of natural harmony, a trace of greedy possessiveness flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Lord Patriarch, why is it so rare to find embroidery fun today? Uchiha Kagami suppressed the desire and greed in his heart and pretended to be calm. Ayako just glanced at the visiting Uchiha Kagami, then returned her gaze and said calmly, "It's the great elder. Fusuk is back, I want to make him some clothes myself." Mentioning Uchiha Fusuk, a hint of tenderness flashed in Ayako's charming eyes. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami's body trembled suddenly, and a trace of terrifying distortion and jealousy flashed in his eyes. "Tell me, why did the great elder come here specially?" She didn't seem to notice Uchiha Kagami's gaffe at all, and just asked lightly without raising her head. "That's right. The village is running for hokage. The person the clan supports this time is Fugaku." Uchiha Kagami suppressed the jealousy in her heart and spoke in a calm tone as much as possible. Hear the words. Regarding Uchiha Kagami's kill first and tell later and play later, Ayako was not angry at all. Her expression was still as calm as water, and she was just quietly concentrating on the half-sewn clothes in her hands. It seemed that what Jing was talking about was not as important as the embroidery in her hands. Just leave these matters to the great elder to decide. Ayako still just said calmly, her tone calm and indifferent. As for Ayako's indifference, Uchiha Kagami has long been accustomed to it. Of course, he did not come here specifically to report to Uchiha Ayako, but for another matter. And one more thing. This time, among Fugaku's competitors is Senju's woman. I would like to ask the clan leader whether she will be able to come back in the short term. Uchiha Kagami asked, with a hint of depth in her eyes. She wants to return to Konoha, and it will take a week at the earliest. Ayako replied without raising her head. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami felt calm. If so, then I won't bother the clan leader. After saying that, Uchiha Kagami glanced at Uchiha Ayako greedily, then turned and left directly. Uchiha Ayako still didn't respond at all. She doesn't seem to care whether Uchiha Kagami goes or stays. What Uchiha Kagami didn't see was, in the eyes of Ayako, who lowered her head and focused on embroidery, a heart-shaped triangular windmill was rotating slightly. Finally, wait until Ayako finished pricking the last stitch of the clothes in her hands. She stood up slowly and raised the clothes in her hands with a satisfied look and scanned them carefully. "Fusuk brother, this is my gift to you." Then, Ayako suddenly smiled and said, in her charming eyes, the scarlet heart-shaped windmill exudes the charming charm of a poppy flower. In the ninja world, in an unknown town, a blonde beauty with a proud figure and a noble and elegant temperament was holding a huge pictorial and wandering around the streets of the town to post it. To the men in this remote town, it's natural to be shocked when you meet a beauty of this level. Soon, a long tail appeared behind the woman. For these guys, evil intentions may not be a thing, but it's also good to look at beautiful women and be eye-catching. Whoa! The woman just turned her head slightly. The long tails behind her scattered at the same time, each pretending to be indifferent, and started wandering around. And when she turned around again, these guys followed her again. Seeing this, a trace of helplessness flashed in the blonde beauty's eyes. Sometimes, being too good-looking is also a kind of helplessness. Of course, she would not choose to take action directly just for these slight offenses. Soon, she came to the notice board of the town, took out the illustrated magazine, unfolded it, and posted it on the notice board. This time, a slightly bolder man approached the notice board. He carefully glanced at the contents of the pictorial. Except for the portrait of an extremely handsome man, there is also a line of small words at the bottom: missing person notice. If anyone sees this person, please contact me as soon as possible. Anyone who provides valid information will be greatly thanked. Seeing this, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. No other reason, just because the man in the pictorial is so handsome. Miss, may I ask who you are above? Stimulated by jealousy, the man asked sourly. The blonde beauty hesitated for a moment and finally responded. He is mine husband. Her face turned slightly red, a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, and then she said with absolute certainty. Hearing this, the jealousy in the man's eyes became more and more obvious. Before he could speak, the blonde beauty spoke with a hint of expectation. Have you seen him anywhere? Can you tell me? Hearing the sound, the man didn't lie, he just shook his head sourly. Seeing this, the blonde beauty's eyes darkened. At this moment, a beautiful woman with short black hair trotted up to her. She was panting, her face flushed with exhaustion. Tsunade-sama, there's news from the village. I hope you will go back and succeed 5th Hokage, Shizun said breathlessly to Tsunade. Hearing the sound, Tsunade just frowned slightly, and she spoke to Shizuru without looking back. Shizun, how many times have I told you? Girls should be dignified and not be so impetuous in doing things. As he spoke, Tsunade gently smoothed the wrinkles on the husband search notice in front of him. Ha. Shizun, who was already running out of breath, bent over and stroked his knees, lowered his head and panted heavily. Until a moment later. After Shizun felt her breathing became slightly smoother, she slowly stood up and said, also, and, 3rd generation, Mr. 3rd generation has returned to the village. Although it was just a short sentence, Tsunade's calm movement suddenly shocked the whole room, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The next second, she turned around with lightning speed and grabbed Shizun, who still couldn't calm down. Shizun said in an excited voice while shaking her head. What did you say? Can you say that again, present? Poor Shizun was shaken to pieces by Tsunade's strange power. She spoke against the weakness that had turned into a mosquito-repellent incense. I said. 3rd generation Sama, you have returned to the village, Shizun said again in a weak tone. Hearing this, Tsunade looked stunned for a moment, and then a trace of ecstasy flashed in her eyes again. Go back to the village. At that moment, Tsunade dragged Shizun beside him and started running wildly. Under Tsunade's strange power, he could only be passively dragged around. And this is painful for Shizun. In order to deliver the news to Tsunade as soon as possible, Shizun had been working non-stop and was panting from exhaustion. Now he was dragged away by Tsunade again, which almost killed Shizun. Tsunade-sama, I promised that girls should be more dignified, Shizun complained secretly in his mind. But the next second, Shizun looked at Tsunade's back and secretly blessed him in his heart. I hope Tsunade-sama can really gain happiness this time. Then, since 3rd Hokage Uchiha Fusuk chose to retire quietly and left Konoha, Tsunade dropped everything and began to search for traces of Fenga in the ninja world. But in the vast ninja world, if you want to find someone in the vast ninja world, it is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not long ago, Tsunade got the news from nowhere. It seems that Fusuk has been seen far away from the land of fire. Ever since, Tsunade just came to this remote town. For many years, Tsunade has never found a trace of Fusuk. Even though Fusuk was tricked into returning to Konoha several times, Tsunade missed the reunion with Fusuk due to various coincidences. At this moment, after learning that Uchiha Fusuk has returned to Konoha, Tsunade naturally wanted to return home long ago. Master liar. This time, I will never let you escape again. Tsunade bit her lip and swore secretly in her heart, her jewel-like eyes full of determination. Konoha, land of the Hyaga clan. After some dressing up, ignoring the surprised looks of the Hyaga clan members, Hyaga Lotus stepped out of the door once again. In the midst of the Hyaga clan, looking at the leading figure of Hyaga Lotus, Hyaga Hizashi turned around, looked at Hayashi beside him with complicated eyes and said, Brother, in this matter of competing for the position of Hokage, can I get the support of 3rd generation through my clan sister? Hearing this, Hyaga Hayashi's expression did not change and his eyes were extremely calm. Do you still remember why the clan elder sister succeeded the clan leader? After a while, Hayashi did not answer Hisashi's question, but chose to ask a rhetorical question. Of course I remember. Hayaga Hisashi nodded, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. A dozen years ago. At that time, it was the time when the leadership of the Hayaga clan was changing. At that time, the last old patriarch of the Hayaga clan was Hisashi and Hayashi's father. Logically speaking, the position of the new clan leader should be handed over to Hayaga Hayashi. But before the old patriarch died, he insisted on his own way and passed the position of patriarch to Hayaga Renka. Hayaga Hayashi was puzzled at first. Until later, I heard that the new leader of the Uchiha clan was actually Uchiha Ayako. Only then did Hayaga Hayashi understand the old patriarch's good intentions. I decided to hand over the position of clan leader to the child Lianhua. Father, why? Of course it is to leave a layer of insurance for the Hayaga clan. Why? Is it because of the relationship between the clan sister and the third generation? Yes. You still don't understand the power of Uchiha Fusuk. One day you will know my good intentions. Recalling everything in the past, Hayaga Hayashi now only feels that the past is like smoke. Brother, what do you want to say? Hisashi asked with a puzzled expression, his eyes full of doubts. I want to say, Hisashi, you've crossed the line. How can we allow you and me to comment on the position of Hokage? Do you really think that if you are nominated, you will really have a chance to compete for the Hokage? Looking at his younger brother in front of him, Hayaga Hayashi's eyes flashed with hatred. I'm sorry, brother, it's me who is stupid. Hearing this, Hisashi's expression changed slightly and he immediately apologized to Hayaga Hayashi. Hisashi, you have to understand. You can only take the position of Hokage if Master Feng wants you to take it. He doesn't want you to be. No one can do it. In the end, Hayaga Hayashi could only sigh deeply and said, as for the clan sister, let her be. Hayaga will be stable as long as she is around. Thinking of Hayaga Renka's leading figure, Hayaga Hayashi's eyes flashed with helplessness. As the ultimate stay-at-home, Hayaga can only leave the house for one thing. Not long after, Hayaga Lotus came to the Uchiha tribe and walked straight towards the depths of the tribe. Ignoring the shocked looks from the Uchiha tribesmen along the way, Renka walked straight into Ayako's door. As two female legends active in the history of Konoha, rumors about the relationship between the two had been overwhelming in the streets of Konoha. But no matter what the rumors say, there is always one thing that is recognized by the public. That is, the relationship between the two seems to be very poor. Therefore, Hayaga Lotus appeared in front of Uchiha Ayako. This is considered the sun coming out in the west. See the visit of Hayaga Lotus. Uchiha Ayako didn't show any surprise at all. She seemed to have expected Renka's arrival. Uchiha Ayako showed a beautiful and bright smile. It's Xiao Lianhua, welcome. Sit down, she said to Hayaga Lianhua enthusiastically, and at the same time warmly invited Lianhua. Hear the words. Hayaga Renhua frowned slightly. That cold, beautiful face instantly showed a chill that could not be seen from thousands of miles away. Faced with Uchiha Ayako's invitation, she did not choose to comply. I hate it when you call me that. She just stood there and said coldly. Xiao Lianhua, you're still so awkward. Ayako smiled brightly again, but a hint of danger flashed in her eyes. What about him? Hayaga Lotus cherishes words like gold. He asked Ayako in a voice that was too cold to pay for his life. Have no idea. Ayako just smiled and shook her head. When Sheng, Hayaga Lotus, although his expression did not change, a heart-stopping chill suddenly erupted from his body. You promised me. I'll keep him this time. You lied to me. Hayaga Renhua said word for word. It's hard to imagine that someone with such a cold temperament would say such a long paragraph at once. With every word she spoke, the coldness on her body became more obvious. By the time he finished speaking, Lianhua's eyes as pure as glass had become completely white. Invisible intimidation radiated from her eyes. That was no less powerful than Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil surge. Shua. At the same time, Ayako's eyes also turned into a state of heart-shaped windmills. A poppy-like aura that was both charming and dangerous also burst out from her body. The two women were tit for tat for a while, neither of them willing to back down. Until much later, it was Ayako who spoke again. I'll do anything for Fusuk. Kr. Do you have such a consciousness? Ayako still asked with a smile, but there was a sense of danger in her tone that sent chills down the spine. Hayaga Renka returned coldly. She still cherished words like gold, but her eyes were full of determination. Seeing this, Uchiha Ayako's eyes returned to the state of 3 Megatama again, and the dangerous aura on her body suddenly stopped. Don't worry, Bulet and Lianhua. I'll keep him, but you must listen to me. Ayako smiled coquettishly again, her charming eyes filled with mystery that no one could see through. Hearing this, the biting coldness on Hayaga Lianhua's body gradually subsided and turned into that cold look again. Good, what should I do? After a long silence, she asked coldly. Very good, I'll tell you now. With that said, Ayako slowly walked up to Rinhua and whispered something in her ear. After a while, Hyuga Lotus left the Uchiha tribe. Ayako was once again the only one left in the courtyard. Uchiha Ayako stood in the courtyard and pondered for a moment. It wasn't until a long time later that Ayako returned to the house. Bang! Then, she formed a seal with her hands and summoned a black crow. Ga! As the three Megatama in Ayako's eyes moved slightly, the crow flew out along the window as if it had received some order. Then, Ayako sat quietly by the window, seeming to be waiting for something. Another moment passed. Lord Patriarch, a man wearing an umbu mask suddenly appeared in front of Ayako's window, and then knelt down on one knee respectfully. Just by looking at this person's elusiveness, you can see that his strength, money is good, is impressive. Where was Fusuk last night? Ayako asked softly. It was as if just mentioning the word Fusuk made her attitude become extremely gentle. Fusuk-sama, I spent the night yesterday at the home of a female ninja named Uchiha Kurane. Umbu man hesitated for a moment, and then told Uchiha the truth. Ah! At that moment, Ayako's infinitely tender expression froze, and dangerous murderous intent suddenly burst out from her eyes. Seeing this, a drop of cold sweat instantly dropped from Umbu man's forehead. What about today? He did something, Ayako asked expressionlessly. Reporting to the clan leader, Master Fusuk went to the Hokage building early this morning. It hasn't come out until now. Umbu man replied again. I see. Find out all the information about this Ui Hong and bring it back to me. Ayako opened her mouth and ordered to the Umbu man. Umbu man's body trembled, and he secretly thought that this little girl named Zihi Hong was going to be in bad luck. But as the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend will never die a poor Taoist. Yes, Mr. Patriarch. Of course he would not disobey Ayako for an insignificant person. Go down. After a brief inquiry, UNZI planned to send Umbu man away. Lord Patriarch, I. At this moment, Umbu man struggled to speak. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to say something. Rest assured, everything is under my control. But unexpectedly, Ayako just spoke calmly, interrupting Umbu man's unspoken words. Yes. At that moment, Umbu male immediately lowered his head and responded. Go and carry out Ayako's arrangements. After Umbu left, they were confused. Uchiha Ayako's originally stiff expression gradually turned helpless. A fool would rather wander than go home, she murmured softly, with a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes. Sunset Red Ayako recited the name silently, her eyes lost in thought as she didn't know what she was thinking. It's getting late. Uchiha Fusuk walked out of a room with a large forbidden sign on the door. In front of the room door, there are several Umbu members who are on duty 24 hours a day. The reason why the security here is so strict, it's because in this room, all the top secret information and mission data of Konoha's past are sealed. Seeing Fusuk walking out, several people saluted respectfully at the same time. Third generation Sama. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Fusuk just nodded lightly, but several Umbu could clearly see it. Compared with when he went in the morning, Feng Ji's face was obviously a little gloomy at this moment. Several people looked at each other and said nothing, just watching Uchiha Fusuk walk away. On the way, walk through the Hokage building. Fusuk's eyes were floating, and his face was downcast. He didn't know what he was thinking. Starting early this morning, Fusuk dived into the top-secret data room. He looked through all the mission records and member information of the Konoha Security Department and the Uchiha clan in the past 10 years. What he learned made him feel a little heavy. As we all know, ninjas usually conduct activities in teams of 4. And according to the task record, for more than 10 years, every Uchiha ninja has performed tasks. Among the team members, the proportion of people of the same race is increasing year by year. This shows that since Feng's retirement, Uchiha's isolation from the village once again became serious. And in all relevant task records, whether it is Jonin class, Umbu or Hokage, the evaluation of Uchiha ninja is very average or even dissatisfied. Only within the guard force, Uchiha is still praised highly. But the so-called Konoha Security Department is just the private territory of the Uchiha family. There is a saying that goes well. Self-proclaimed strengths are often the shortcomings that most destroy you. If God wants it to die, it must first let it go crazy. Arrogance and conceit are always the main causes of destruction. Just like in the original, the top brass of Konoha were always dissatisfied with Uchiha. There were many targets, but what led to the ultimate demise of the Uchiha clan? It was still due to their gradually colliding pride and conceit. If Uchiha in the original work is compared to a mountain that is about to avalanche, then Uchiha Itachi was just the person who happened to sneeze at the foot of the mountain. Even if Itachi doesn't take action, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo will also attack Uchiha sooner or later. Then it will be nothing more than a lose-lose situation for both sides. Itaka's actions minimized Konoha's losses. Just like this moment. Facing such an expanded Uchiha clan, the four of them couldn't help but feel a little worried. Ayako, what are you thinking about? Fusuke rubbed his head and said to himself, feeling a little dull in his heart. Logically speaking, with Ayako's ability and intelligence, Uchiha shouldn't have fallen into the situation he is in now. Gradually, in Fusuke's heart, everything about Ayako gradually became a mystery. His intuition told him that Ayako seemed to be planning something, but no matter how much he thought, he still couldn't get a clue. At this time, in the distance, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of Yin-Ji's eyes. Fusuke raised his eyebrows slightly and subconsciously moved closer. It was completely dark outside now, and most of the ninjas working in the Hokage building had gone home from get-off work. There are not many people who are so busy in the Hokage building right now. As Fusuke gradually approached the light source, he saw the busy figure. It was none other than Nara Shikamiki, the squad leader and think tank of Konoha Jonin. It's normal for Shikado to work overtime late at night. After all, Minato is in extremely bad condition right now, and he, the Jonin squad leader, needs to help Minato handle some of the work. The sound of Fusuke's arrival also alerted Nara Shikamiki. Master Feng, why is Tao here? He raised his head and asked in an unbelievable tone. After all, who is familiar with Fusuke? In the blood flowing in his innate working body, commuting to and from get off work at the right time and if you can, just hang out, if you don't, just hang out are the credo of this third Hokage. It was dark outside, and it was already past the time to get off work. Uchiha Fusuke unexpectedly appeared in the Hokage building. Nara Shikamika's eyes were full of surprise. You're not Sakumo, here to tease me, are you? Shikamika's eyes were full of vigilance and defensiveness as he muttered in a low voice, not believing at all that the person in front of him was Uchiha Fusuke. Fusuke, are you polite? Ahem. Well, little dear, thank you for your hard work. Do your stuff. At that moment, although he felt a little unhappy, Fusuke still pretended not to care, waved his hand and prepared to leave. Here a familiar nickname. Nara Shikamiki was shocked and confirmed that the person in front of him was really Uchiha Fusuke. Go slowly, Fusuke-sama. At that moment, Shikamika's expression changed, and he immediately sent Fusuke off seriously. It turns out to be Mr. Fusuke, the sun is rising in the west. Nara looked like honey, come out and see God, and said in wonder. Far away. Uchiha, who hadn't gone far yet, trembled and his face turned dark. It's not over, right? Hard. The fist is hard. But when he thought about the hard work Lu Deo had to face, he still chose the adults don't remember the villain's faults. After Fusuke left, Nara Shikamiki was still there sighing that I can only see this once in my life when the miracle happened. Fusuke looked up at the sky, and suddenly felt a little entangled in his heart, and began to think about how to spend tonight. Of course, the fact that he was picked up by a beautiful girl last night could only be regarded as an accident to him. He can't just stay in someone's house without knowing what's going on, right? Why don't you go and stay at Sakumo's place for one night? Uchiha Fusuke thought to himself secretly. Think about it. The only person in the village who is familiar enough to stay overnight without being out of place is Heitake Sakumo. As for sleeping in the office, this was never on Fusuke's radar. At this time, a cute figure huddled up suddenly stood up from the front and appeared in front of Feng Ji in 2 steps. Fusuke-sama, I'm here to take you home. Ui Korone said softly to Fusuke with a little face that was slightly red from the cold. It was the middle of winter. Even in the land of fire, which has spring-like weather all year round, it is inevitable that there is a cold wave everywhere. For a ninja like Ui Korone who specializes in illusions, it is still difficult to ignore the cold current in the middle of winter. She was wearing a furry wool coat, which tightly wrapped her slender and graceful body, making her look very girlish. Looking at Ui Korone who suddenly appeared in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Uchiha Fusuke's eyes, even though he is already a genuine veteran. But looking at Yuri Hong in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a feeling in his heart. The warm feeling of your lovely girlfriend coming to pick you up from get off work. This feeling was something he had never felt before. Looking at Korone Ui, whose face was red from the cold, Fusuke knew that she might have been waiting here for a long time. Seeing this, Fusuke's heart softened. He directly took Yuri's red and tender little hand. Immediately, a chakra of Yang escape attribute was passed from Fusuke's hand to the girl's body, helping her dissipate all the chill. Feeling the warm touch from her palm, a hint of shame flashed in Yuri's beautiful eyes. In Fusuke's heart, his purpose is simple and his motives are pure. He was just helping the girl in front of him to keep out the cold. But in the girl's mind, Feng's actions represent a completely different meaning. Woo, Fusuke-sama's hands are so warm. Is this Mr. Feng's initiative? Ziri Hong thought timidly in her heart, and Feng also showed a hint of sweetness in her heart. Then I have to take the initiative to respond to Fusuke-sama. At that moment, the girl suppressed her shyness and held Uchiha Fusuke's big hand with her backhand. Then, she didn't dare to look at Fusuke's cheek at all, she just turned her head and said in a low voice, "Fusuk-sama, let's go home." Feeling Yui Hong's hand being held actively, he just thought it was a girl who was greedy for the warmth provided by the Yang escape chakra. Although Fusuk felt a little strange in his heart, he didn't think about it in detail. After all, it's not a problem for Grandpa to take his granddaughter shopping, right? Perhaps. With this thought, Yunji just responded with a smile for a week. His eyes returned to Yui Korone's perspective. Back to morning. Because I had too many random thoughts last night, BCBF, my little head was in a mess and I went to bed too late. By the time Yuri Hong woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Yui Hong looked at the dazzling sun outside the window, and she immediately twisted her soft black hair into a chicken coop in a panic. Ouch, that's bad. It's too late. Fusuk-sama doesn't think I'm a sloppy woman, the girl screamed in her heart, her face full of pressure. After a while, she opened the door carefully and stuck her little head out. Fang, sir? Yui Hong spoke cautiously, her eyes full of nervousness. It seemed as if this was not her home, but on a battlefield full of jungles. There was no response from the empty living room for a long time. Then she walked out of the bedroom and searched around the room. It wasn't until she saw the clean and new guest bedroom that Yui Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Obviously, Uchiha Fusuk left long ago. Soon, Yui Korone saw a note left by Uchiha Fusuk on a table. The content is probably that he left first. If you need help with anything, you can go to the Hokage building to find him. Then, Yui Hong stood there blankly, feeling her fluctuating emotions, feeling a little confused inside. What's wrong with me? The girl asked confusedly in her heart. She had never cared so much about someone before meeting Uchiha Fusuk. After standing there for a long time, she just thought of something. Fusuk-sama, where will you go tonight? No, an old man Yui Hong, who was still homeless, suddenly woke up. The girl's empathetic attribute was once again stimulated. Worry, shyness, joy, worry, nervousness. I can't tell what kind of complicated emotions I have. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Uchiha Fusuk still hadn't returned. She still chose to take the initiative. I just want to repay Master Fang for saving my life. The girl deceived herself in her heart. Later, she chose to step out of the house resolutely. After arriving in front of the Hokage building and waiting for a long time, Uchiha Fusuk finally appeared. Until now, holding Uchiha Fusuk's hand and walking on the streets of Konoha, Yui Korone's mood changed again. Hey, isn't this the little girl from the Yui family? This is. On the roadside, an aunt greeted Korone Yui after seeing her, and then looked at Korone and Fusuk holding hands in confusion. Especially after seeing Fusuk's appearance, the aunt's eyes paused slightly. This young man is so handsome, but after taking a closer look, Big Mom didn't recognize Fusuk's identity. In Konoha village, most people can't bear to watch the activities. Ordinary people still make up the majority. The news of Uchiha Fusuk's return is currently only circulating among some ninjas. For ordinary residents, the third Hokage is undoubtedly a legendary character. Even if they look at the Hokage rock every day, when Fusuk actually appeared in front of them, it was definitely difficult to recognize him. Just like your friend, one day he really fell in love with a certain female star. When they appear in front of you, you will only sigh that this woman is so beautiful, but will not associate her identity with a star. This is the passerby effect. Seeing meeting an acquaintance, Ju Hong was obviously a little nervous and at a loss. Aunt Mitsui, this is my friend. I heard that my aunt asked about their relationship. After thinking for a moment with a red face, she gave a reply of friend in a cohesive manner. The aunt showed a meaningful honest smile, and then left wisely. On the road, people kept saying hello to Hong. Korone Yui also responded obediently using this rhetoric. Feeling the envious looks coming from all around, Hong's mood changed again. Gradually, she seemed to have figured out what the unresolved feelings in her heart were. At this moment, the girl thought of her deceased mother for no reason. Mom, I seem to be in love. Yui Hong said Nunyo in her heart, her big bright eyes full of sweet emotions. And beside her, Uchiha Fusuk looked at Korone, who seemed to be very popular and well-behaved. There was not only some emotion in my heart. It would be great if I could have a daughter like this. Think of this. Fusuk only felt that his action of holding Yui Hong's little hand made him feel more at ease. After a while, Yui Hong, who is full of good wife attributes, has already prepared a table of dishes. Tasty. After Uchiha Fusuk tasted it, he couldn't help but praise it. Faced with Fusuk's compliment, Yui Korone just blushed and kept smiling, looking a little silly and cute. A warm atmosphere came over me. In this warm atmosphere, Uchiha can't help but feel emotional. He subconsciously looked at the empty space beside Hong's body. I imagined that if a wife character could appear here, then this would be a warm family of 3. Yui Hong, you are the daughter, and your whole family is a daughter. Suddenly, The figures of Uchiha Ayako, Hyagarenka, Tsunade, and other girls flashed before his eyes one after another, until the end. A silver-haired woman with a gentle face appeared in front of Fusuk. She didn't speak, she just smiled gently at Fusuk. Suddenly, Uchiha Fusuk's eyes flashed with a hint of affection and nostalgia. "Fusuk-sama?" Ui Kurane looked at Fusuk, who was dazed in the air, tilted her head in confusion and asked. The next second, Fusuk's fantasy was broken, and his eyes instantly returned to calm. "Nothing, just staying with you. It feels very comfortable," Uchiha Fusuk said to Ui Kurane seriously. Hearing the sound, Yuri's red face instantly turned red, and wisps of steam came out of her head. Obviously, she misunderstood Fusuk's words again. Just when Ui Hong was shy and didn't know how to respond, Uchiha Fusuk's next words made her freeze on the spot. "I wish I had a daughter like you." Fusuk spoke with a longing look on his face, and there was a hint of compassion in his words. "Female, daughter," Ui Hong murmured stupidly. In this second, Yuri Hong's heart experienced a journey from heaven to hell, and then to the Taklamakan desert. Then, her complexion turned from red to white, and finally to purple. A hint of shame and anger suddenly appeared in the corner of his bright eyes. "Fusuk-sama, you are the most annoying. I'm ignoring you." At that moment, the girl's attitude changed completely. She got up angrily and returned to her room. Snapped, looking at the door that was forcefully closed. Uchiha Fusuk's eyes were full of doubts. "Did I say something wrong?" a certain old man thought silently in confusion. Just when a certain Uchiha old man was sitting there doubting his life. Suddenly, Fusuk's eyes gradually changed from confused and blank to sharp and deep. Then, Fusuk took steps towards Kurane Ui's door. Inside the house, Ui Hong slammed the door on the doorframe and got into the quilt. Just when she was about to vent her anger on the innocent doll on the bed, the girl lying flat on the bed felt a little raw pain in her chest. Then, she stood up subconsciously. "I took off my shirt and prepared to take off the obstructive bra. Brothers who don't know what it is, they do it by themselves." At this time, accompanied by a loud bang, snapped, the door behind Ui was kicked open. The girl, who still had a hint of mist in her eyes, suddenly turned her head, her eyes full of surprise. It was no one else who caught my eye. It was a certain old Uchiha whom she kindly took in. "Ah!" The girl covered her chest and let out a piercing scream. For a while, Ui Hong's eyes changed from anger and embarrassment to shock and panic, to disappointment and fear. In the girl's disappointed eyes, Uchiha Fusuk quickly approached her with a calm expression and held her in his arms. With Fusuk's speed, of course the girl wouldn't have time to react at all. Fusuk's hand gently caressed Ui Hong's slender waist, and the skin-like touch was transmitted to his palm. Fusuk didn't notice how soft and fragrant the almost half-fruited girl in his arms was. His eyes did not linger on the girl's body at all. Uchiha Fusuk looked calmly at the empty window. Then, a light blue raisonnan appeared in his hand instantly. Boom! At this time, a ghostly figure suddenly burst out of the window, holding a sharp blue kunao in his hand. The moment of sudden death. He then came straight towards Fusuk and Ui Kurane. The poisonous blade in her hand was directly aimed at Ui Hong's fair, delicate neck. In response, Uchiha Fusuk just gently pushed the raisonnan forward in his hand. What a coincidence! The fast-moving assassin crashed into the raisonnan. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations burst out from raisonnan along with turbulent air currents. Puffed! The assassin only had time to spit out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the unknown assassin crashed through the wall behind him like a cannonball and flew out. Ui Kurane still hasn't figured out what happened. Uchiha Fusuk had taken off his black robe and put it on Ui Hong's body. "Is everything okay?" Fusuk asked softly to the girl in his arms. "No, it's okay." Hearing this, Ui Hong seemed to have just come back to her senses and subconsciously replied, "This moment. Only at sunset did I wake up." Her life was saved again by Uchiha Fusuk. As Ui Hong's words fell, whizzing, accompanied by a slight noise, a white-haired man wearing a mask appeared in front of Fusuk. "Third generation Sama. Umbu's scarecrow reports to you. May I ask if your safety is okay?" As soon as he appeared, the white-haired Umbu immediately asked, "This guy is Kakashi, right?" Looking at the Umbu ninja with extremely striking features in front of him, Uchiha Fusuk secretly complained in his heart. Due to Umbu's regulations, all Umbu members are called by code names when performing tasks. Of course Kakashi can't announce his name openly. Of course, complaints are complaints. We still have to go through the process that needs to be done. Fusuk just shook his head slightly and silently let go of Ui Kurane's delicate body. At that moment, Ui Hong tightened her loose black robe tightly and hid behind Feng Ji with a blushing face. After all, under the robe, she was a veritable vacuum at this moment. Ever since Fusuk returned to Konoha, there was at least one class of Umbu ninjas hanging around him every day. The purpose is to protect him. Certainly, It is indeed difficult to say who is protecting whom, but this was also due to the village's regulations, so Fusuk naturally had no choice but to accept it silently. Until then, Fusuk was assassinated. Who noticed the movement, naturally came over immediately. Subsequently, 3 appeared together wearing different masks. 2 of them were also carrying a corpse, which was the assassin who previously assassinated Uchiha Fusuk. Fusuk raised his eyebrows slightly. When he repelled the assassin earlier, he did not kill him and spared this man's life. Report to Lord 3rd Generation. The assassin committed suicide by taking poison, and reported in due course. Fusuk didn't say much. This situation was also expected by him. Obviously, this is a death. Uchiha Fusuk walked up to the assassin and took off the assassin's mask. Under the mask is a somewhat ordinary face. But despite this, he still has an extremely conspicuous feature. This extremely obvious feature also directly exposed the assassin's identity. His eyes were blank, and his pupils turned out to be a strange pure white. In his previous life, he must have been an old cataract who could live on subsistence allowances for 10 years. But in the ninja world, these eyes are as famous as Sharingan, that is, white eyes. In other words, this is a dead warrior from Hokage. Seeing the white eyes of this assassin, the 4 present fell into silence. This assassin not only killed Hokage, but also implicated Hokage, a wealthy family in Konoha. The situation is serious. It has already exceeded the imagination of these 4 There is only one thing they can do now: silence. Where to go and how to deal with it, all they can do is follow Uchiha Fusuk's arrangements. Call. Uchiha Fusuk exhaled slightly, a hint of greatness flashed in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and looked directly at the assassin's pale pupils. As the 3 megatama in Fusuk's eyes rotated slightly, he began trying to read the assassin's memories, but soon, his gaze paused again, because in the mind of this dead soldier, all the memories have been cleared, and some are just blank. It's not difficult to read people's memories. In the ninja world, many ninjas can do it, but it is countless times more difficult to clear a person's memory. In Fusuk's knowledge, there are very few people who can do this, and among them, it happens to have an ability that he is most familiar with. That is Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this, the coldness in Uchiha Fusuk's eyes flashed away. After calming down his divergent thoughts, Fusuk ignored the 4 in front of him. He first turned around and went to Uchiha, who was still a little dazed. "I'm sorry, Red. Destroy your home. Don't worry, I will compensate you for a bigger house." Uchiha Fusuk whispered apologetically to Uchiha. It is clear. The current situation that the UI Red Society is facing is all because of Uchiha Fusuk's involvement. If not, apart from her looks, Chinin was ordinary and had no assassination value. After hearing Fusuk's words, Uchiha seemed to react. Woo! She opened her mouth, but before she could say the words in her throat, warm tears welled up in the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. For a time, all kinds of emotions in Uchiha burst out instantly. She was frightened, but also aggrieved and helpless. I could only throw myself into Uchiha Fusuk's arms, hold the wind tightly and sob softly. The assassin is pretty good. Just now, the sharp blade was only 1 inch away from the girl. This also made Uchiha clearly perceive the threat to her life. "Don't worry, it's okay, I will protect you." Uchiha Fusuk gently rubbed Uchiha's little head and comforted her again. Listen to the gentle and elegant voice in your ears. Uchiha's trembling heart gradually calmed down. Then, another touch flashed through her heart, and it beat violently. Ui thought about it again. In that bloody night. It is also this familiar embrace, and this intoxicating peace of mind. After a long time, the girl responded to Feng with a thick nasal voice. "Seeing the sunset is no longer a serious problem. Now, initiate the highest level of protection for her. Unless you get my order, it cannot be lifted." Fusuk turned his head and ordered to the 4 who turned into plaster in front of him. "Yes." X4 the 4 responded in unison. "Kaka, cough cough. It's a scarecrow. You come with me." As if he thought of something again, Fusuk once again said to the striking white-haired one among the 4. "Yes." Kakashi nodded immediately. Apparently, he knew it too. Because of his striking white hair, his identity is difficult to hide. But unfortunately, the rules still have to be followed. "Please give me flowers." "Sorry, Red. Now I need to take care of some things. Will protect you around the clock." Fusuk said goodbye to Uchiha. Hearing Fusuk call her name, Uchiha's little heart trembled violently again. "Well, I understand," she said softly in a voice that sounded like a mosquito's moan, and her eyes seemed a little wandering. Seeing this, she just thought it was because she hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Fusuk no longer delayed, ordered Kakashi to take the assassin's body, and left here. After Fusuk left, the three Umbu said politely to Kurane Ui. Miss Ui Kurane, please get out of here with us. Obviously, after this assassination, this place was not suitable for Ui Kurane to continue to stay. Hearing this, feeling the chill on his upper body, Yuri's pretty face turned red again. Okay, I'll change my clothes first. In a daze, she seemed to feel a strange feeling coming from the skin that Fusuk had touched before. This also made Yuri's beautiful eyes tremble slightly. She was completely frightened just now. As a result, I couldn't taste the taste. At this moment, Zehaihong only felt ripples in the lake in her heart. Subsequently, she went to another bedroom and changed into clothes that were more comfortable for her heartbeat. After hesitating for a moment, she finally hugged the black robe she had changed into. Feeling the familiar scent on the black robe, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Yui Hong's heart. Could it be? Is the so-called daughter the unique son of Feng Tianren? Thinking of this, the girl's face turned red again. Soon, she shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts. But once this thought came to mind, it was like opening the door to the abyss. She started to think about it unconsciously. It wasn't until Umbu urged her outside the door that she suddenly realized and left with the three Umbu with a shy face. This way. Uchiha Fusuk and Kakashi are rushing towards the Hokage building quickly. Third generation Sama. Something has happened. Minato-sama, please go and discuss it quickly. Just halfway through, they saw another Umbu ninja wearing a mask coming towards the two of them. The Umbu was a little surprised when he saw Uchiha suddenly appearing. After confirming that it was correct, she spoke to Uchiha Fusuk again. This is a female Umbu. The voice seems a little childish, probably around 12 or 13 years old. Listening to the familiar voice of this Umbu, Fusuk remembered that this person was the one who went to the Uchiha tribe to call him before. What happened? Fusuk asked with a frown. He had just been assassinated here, and something happened to Minato as well. No matter how you look at it, it seems a bit too coincidental. Killed, female Umbu said in a low voice, with a hint of sadness in her tone. What? Hearing this, Kakashi immediately exclaimed. Even Fusuk's expression froze for a moment after hearing the female Umbu's words. It was obvious that he had only met Nara Shideo not long ago, but I didn't expect it to be just for a moment. The two of them have been separated forever. Lu Deo's words, you can only see this once in this life. It actually came true. A cold luster bloomed in Fusuk's eyes, an overwhelming murderous aura burst out from his body. Fang, for adults. Feeling this boundless murderous aura, the female Umbu instantly felt difficulty breathing. She shrank and spoke to Fusuk, her voice a little painful. Sorry, I lost my temper. After hearing the voice of female Umbu, Feng Ge realized his gaffe. Present. He directly put his hands on the shoulders of female Umbu and Kakashi. At that moment, the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly displayed. An alley not far from the Hokage building has been tightly blocked at this time. This is the only way for Nara Deer to go home every day. He was also attacked and killed here. Nara Shikamika's body still lies in the alley. His eyes were wide open, and his death was miserable. A huge penetrating wound penetrated Nara Shikamiki from back to front, from the heart, and pinned them to the ground. Namikaze Minato stood quietly next to Nara Shikamika's body, closing his eyes and wondering what he was thinking. Whoosh! Accompanied by a slight sound, three figures appeared next to Minato. The visitors were none other than the three Fusuks. Hearing the sound, Minato slowly opened his eyes. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Obviously, the death of Nara Shikamiki also had a huge blow to Minato. See the arrival of Fusuk. Fusuk-sama, here we come. Minato greeted Fusuk with a sad expression. In response, Fusuk just nodded slightly. Then he inspected Nara Shikamaru's body with cold eyes. After some investigation, Fusuk suddenly noticed that Nara Shikamiki had the character house on his hand. This should be the clue he left with his own blood before he died. Seeing that Fusuk also noticed the clue of the word household, Minato no longer hesitated and slowly told Fusuk the preliminary investigation results in a dull voice. Based on inference, Shikado must have been attacked and killed by many people in this alley. Judging from the wounds on the body, the number of people who attacked Ludeo was about 5. The strength is at least elite Jonin. This means. As he spoke, Minato's tone suddenly paused, and then he spoke again in a more muffled voice. The one who killed Shikado. He is the ninja of the village. As Minato finished speaking, on one side, Heite Kakashi and female Umbu both trembled violently. Killing fellow villagers is an intolerable behavior in Konoha, and it is very simple for Minato to come to this conclusion. This is Konoha village, and it is very close to the Hokage building in the heart of Konoha. The only person who can approach this position quietly is Konoha Shinobi. After all, if an outsider really invades this position without saying a word, that would be a bit too underestimated of Konoha's defense system. Fusuk on the side was still staring blankly at the word house on the ground, without any intention of speaking. At this moment, Kakashi took the initiative to take a step forward and reported to Minato. Master 4th Generation. Master 3rd Generation was assassinated just now. The murderer is a ninja from the Hyuga clan. He has committed suicide by taking poison. With that said, Kakashi threw the body he was carrying in front of Minato. What? After hearing Kakashi's report, Minato looked shocked and his expression became serious. It seems that none of this is a coincidence. 19. They all want to be the Hokage. Minato connected the two things without thinking. Whether it is Hokage is attacked or Jonin squad leader is killed, these two events are no small matter. And these two things happened at the same time. It can only mean that there must be a connection. And the only thing that connects the two together is campaigning for Hokage. Otherwise, there is no such thing as a coincidence in the world. Over there at Hyuga, this is really too deliberate. I don't think the other party will be the real murderer. Minato continued to analyze with a frown. In his opinion, since the murderer behind the scenes chose to send a dead man to assassinate Uchiha Fusuke, then the purpose is to pursue secrecy. But the assassin is a Hyuga ninja with extremely obvious characteristics. This behavior is completely contradictory. Thus, there is a bit of deliberate frame-up in this. No, Hyuga's suspicion cannot be completely ruled out. After all, Hyuga is also one of the Hokage candidates. Suddenly, Minato frowned again and said, overturning his previous conclusion. As the saying goes, true and false, false and true. At this point in time, it is very likely that the Hyuga family will take risks. Doing the opposite is a deliberate choice to confuse. Think before and after. At this moment, Minato was also a little undecided. At this moment, he set his sights on Fusuke, who had been silent for a long time. He seemed to be aware of Minato's gaze. Uchiha Fusuke, who had been silent for a long time, finally stood up slowly. He slowly looked away from the word household in Nara Shikato's hand, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Minato, leave this matter to me. I probably have an idea of what's going on. I will give Xylu justice. Uchiha Fusuke said silently, exuding a chilling aura. A strange color flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes. He hadn't seen the master in front of him look like this for a long time. Most of the time though, Uchiha Fusuke always gives people the impression of being elegant and easygoing. But Minato knew it. That's just because they have never seen Fusuke take it seriously. Namikaze Minato still vaguely remembers it. When he was young, Uchiha Fusuke had a rather famous nickname in the ninja world. Its name is Scarlet Shinigami. Please, master. At that moment, Minato also said to Fusuke with a serious face. Hearing this title, Fang Ge's body trembled slightly. Over the years, in order to avoid creating controversy, the fourth Hokage accused Minato of relying on nepotism to become the leader. So on all occasions, Minato just calls Fusuke Fusuke-sama. Hear the sound. Fusuke didn't say anything more, just disappeared with the body on the ground. This way, Uchiha Fusuke's figure flashed again. We have arrived at the gate of an antique and magnificent courtyard. Without much hesitation, Fusuke then set off and stepped into it. In the courtyard, at the same time, the body of the beautiful woman who had been sitting upright suddenly trembled. There was also a hint of unnoticeable joy in her beautiful glass-like eyes. Then, she stood up and ran towards the door. At the same time, Uchiha Fusuke also entered the courtyard. He looked at the door in front of him, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Fusuke remembers the last time he came here. Still more than 20 years ago. 20 years have passed and nothing here has changed. It's just something Fusuke didn't expect. Now he came again because of this kind of thing. Wow! Suddenly, the door in front of Uchiha Fusuke was suddenly opened. A graceful figure appeared in front of Fusuke. In an instant, scarlet and pure white eyes looked at each other. Just like many years ago, the two of them were the same when they first started. Hyuga Renka stepped forward, as if wanting to go to Fusuke's side. But suddenly, boom! Her feet suddenly slipped and she fell flat in front of Fusuke. Good thing. With the pair of proud cushions on her chest, her fall didn't seem to be serious. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusuke's eyes flashed with nostalgia and laughter. Because he vividly remembered that when they first met many years ago, Hyuga Renhua also thrown him flat on the ground as a greeting gift. He knelt down and gently held Lianhua's shoulders, trying to pull her up. Are you okay? Fusuke helped Renka up from the ground angrily. After getting up, Hyuga Lianhua was still expressionless, stroking her forehead with one hand, without any expression on her pretty face. But only Uchiha Fusuke can see it. Deep in Lianhua's colorless eyes, there was a trace of unnoticeable grievance. Be good, you are such a big man. How can you still fall flat on the ground? Uchiha Fusuke reached out helplessly and stroked Renhua's silver hair, which was as bright and pure as the moonlight. Even though we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, but Fusuke's movements are still extremely skillful, as if he is grooming his own kitten. Feeling Fusuk's gentle caress, Lianhua's expression remained unchanged, but she tilted her head slightly. But in her extremely clear eyes, you can clearly see a hint of nostalgia. After a long time, Fusuk stopped. The two of them entered the house together. Inside the house, it's still the same tea table. Only this time, Hyaga Renka did not choose to sit across from him, but stayed beside Fusuk. Soon, with her graceful movements, a cup of fragrant tea was placed in front of Uchiha Fusuk. Thanks, Fusuk thanked him softly. He was just about to pick up the teacup, but found that Lianhua had already picked it up first. At that moment, Uchiha Fusuk's movements froze and he looked slightly embarrassed. Hot, blow. Seeing Fusuk's embarrassed look, Lianhua immediately turned her face sideways and whispered in a calm voice. Subsequently, Lianhua blew the tea in the cup with sips. Although she still had a cold face, but her movements are full of inexplicable cuteness, especially her face that keeps getting rounder as she breathes. It looks a bit like a squirrel foraging for food. Such a cute gesture, when placed on Lianhua's cold and beautiful face, immediately produced a doubly cute effect. For a moment, Fusuk was stunned. After some artificial cooling, Fusuk, drink. Lianhua handed the teacup in her hand to Fusuk's hand, and then stared directly into Fusuk's eyes. Fusuk, who couldn't resist, could only accept the tea from Lianhua's hand. Under Lianhua's direct gaze, Fusuk drank the tea in his hand. Good tea. The sweet tea with a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth went straight down Fusuk's throat, and he subconsciously praised it. Although there was still no change in Lianhua's face, one can see her thoughts from the beginning. That is, she is very happy. Wait until Fusuk puts down the teacup. Lianhua picked it up again and planned to continue the action of adding tea. Seeing that everything is going to develop in the direction of repeater, Fusuk hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop Lotus's movements and said, Lianhua, I won't drink the tea for now. I came to see you for something else. Fusuk knows it. With Lianhua's temperament, before getting a clear rejection, she could probably keep refilling the tea until dawn. Hearing Fusuk refuse, Lianhua's movements were suffocated and her head lowered slightly. See the subtle movements of the lotus. Uchiha Fusuk not only smiled slightly, but also had a hint of helplessness in his expression. Naturally, he knew Lianhua's character very well. If we say that there are levels of understanding of Hyaga Lotus, then Uchiha Fusuk is without a doubt Renka's top understanding master. No doubt. Lianhua's actions just now meant that she was a little depressed. It's not that I don't like your tea, and it's not that I don't like you, it's just something else. In order to prevent Lianhua from continuing to feel depressed, Uchiha Fusuk quickly explained. Hearing the sound, Lianhua's face that had nodded slightly slowly raised its head again. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Fusuk beside her, her pure white eyelashes blinking slightly. Although Lianhua's beautiful face remained unchanged, her eyes gave people a sparkling look. If we say that she was like a piece of ice in 10,000 years before, so at this moment, she is the fairy who comes to life in the painting. Just the difference in eyes is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes in people. Like? Lianhua stared into Fusuk's eyes and asked in a low voice. Like? Uchiha Fusuk smiled and answered in the affirmative. Hearing this, Lianhua's sparkling eyes revealed a touching look. I like Fusuk too, she said again, with a trace of easily detectable joy in her tone. This is undoubtedly an extremely rare thing for Lianhua. Hearing this, Fusuk still just smiled gently. In his opinion, Hyaga Lotus Silk is like an unpolluted clear spring on the top of the snow-capped mountains. Others only find him cold and unapproachable. But only he knew that Lianhua was just too pure and too clean. Therefore, in Hyaga Renhua's mind, the definition of like may be different from that of most people. This kind of like should also be a very simple like. So Fusuk didn't take Renka's words seriously. Seemingly sensing Uchiha Fusuk's thoughts, Lianhua spoke in an extremely serious tone again. Fusuk the most. These 5 short words shocked Fusuk's heart. He turned his head to look at Lianhua beside him in surprise. It's still those eyes that are as clear and moving as glass. But he found that from some unknown time, there was a hint of emotion in her eyes that was difficult for him to understand. But no matter what the emotion in Lianhua's eyes was, this moment is definitely not the time to reminisce about old feelings for Fusuk. Present. Uchiha Fusuk could only suppress the throbbing in his heart, and he said to Lianhua beside him with a straight face. Speaking of business, the Hyaga clan must give me an explanation for this matter. Fusuk spoke in a solemn voice and took out a summoning scroll. In the ninja world, summoning scroll cannot help but be used to summon summoning beasts. It can also be used to store and summon some items. As Fusuk unrolls the scroll, bang! There was a flash of white smoke, and a body appeared on the floor of the room. It is the Hyaga death soldier who failed to assassinate Uchiha Fusuk not long ago and committed suicide by taking poison. Saw a corpse that suddenly appeared. Hyaga Renhua's expression remained unchanged. But for Fusuk, who is the Lianhua top understanding master, he has already seen her thoughts. Lianhua is disgusted with this man on the ground. This kind of disgust is not the disgust of the living towards the dead, it's about hating this man himself. In other words, when this man was alive, Lianhua knew him and hated him. This is undoubtedly a rare thing for Hyaga Lotus. Fusuk, who is familiar with Renka's temperament, understands. Lianhua's character is naturally indifferent, and there are not many people who can care about her. In Lianhua's eyes, most people are probably no more than ants on the roadside. No matter how stupid the behavior of an ant is, how can it arouse the disgust of a human being? After all, there are not many ants in this world that Lianhua can hate. What exactly is going on? Uchiha Fusuk stared at the Hyaga Lotus in front of him with burning eyes. No doubt. Of all the events tonight, the Hyaga dead man on the ground is undoubtedly an extremely critical link and a very important piece of evidence. After surveying the scene where Nara Shikami was killed, in Fusuk's mind, he has already locked 3 suspect targets. No, don't even say suspect. Uchiha Fusuk is sure that the mastermind behind this must be one of the 3, and one of them is Hyaga Lotus in front of him. In other words, it is someone who is close to Hyaga Renka and has a good status in the Hyaga clan. In Fusuk's mind, Lianhua is the least suspicious and least likely of the 3 suspects. Therefore, he chose to proceed from simplicity to complexity, and first came to Hyaga for verification. At the same time, Fusuk also knew clearly, Hyaga Renka would never lie to him. Because of Lianhua's temperament, she would never lie. Even if he lies, he can't hide it from Fusuk, who is Renka's top understanding master. Finally, facing Fusuk's problem, Lianhua said coldly, "I asked him to go." Although the tone is still cold, but to Fusuk's ears it was no less than a nuclear bomb going off. Hyaga Renka's short sentence. But Uchiha Fusuk couldn't help but sit up straight. He looked at Hyaga Lianhua next to him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that these words actually came from Lianhua's mouth. But soon, Fusuk's face froze, he thought of another possibility, and his body relaxed again. He looked helplessly at Lianhua beside him and asked, "What did you ask him to do?" Hyaga Renka tilted his head expressionlessly. Then, she suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed Fusuk's big hand. The touch of Lianhua's little hands is cold and delicate, like half-frozen gummy candy, which makes people unable to put it down. Before Fusuk could react, she took Fusuk's hand and placed it on her delicate and perfect face like an egg. For a moment, a smooth touch returned to Fusuk's palm. He was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyes and looked directly into Hyaga Lianhua's eyes. The beautiful eyes like lotus flowers and glass are still as indifferent as water. This time, even Uchiha Oka, the Renka top understanding master, it's hard to guess what she plans to do. This made Fusuk stunned on the spot, but Lianhua remained calm about this. Feeling the warm touch on her cheek, she tilted her head expressionlessly and rubbed Fusuk's palm. A trace of satisfaction flashed through the depths of his indifferent eyes at the right time. At this time, Fusuk realized belatedly that there seemed to be some bright powder in his palm. It turned out that a layer of invisible pearl powder was applied to Lianhua's face. Then, she spoke calmly. "The pearl is gone." He went to pick it. Hearing the sound, Fusuk seemed to understand something. "You mean, you just asked him to go pearl hunting because you ran out of pearl powder?" Fusuk looked directly into Renhua's eyes and asked. Lianhua nodded slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. But the next second, millimeter. But she rubbed her face against Fusuk's palm again, acting like a cute kitten. Uchiha Fusuk's eyes flashed with helplessness. Why are there always such problem girls around him? Jian Lianhua gave an affirmative answer. 12 Uchiha Fusuk also breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, looking at Lianhua's iceberg face that could be broken by any bomb, Uchiha had a flash of evil thoughts in his heart. He raised his hand slightly, pinched Lianhua's fair and tender face, and then kneaded it gently. No doubt, it felt even better than he imagined. Cue elasticity, smoothness, delicateness, and softness. It's simply hard to put down. Looking at Hyaga Lianhua's iceberg face that seems to have remained unchanged for 10,000 years, constantly changing into various funny shapes in his hands, Feng Xiao felt a sense of joy in his heart. "I'll make you gasp when you talk again," he thought to himself, and then glared at Hyaga Lianhua viciously. Seeing Fusuk's actions, Lianhua still tilted her head, a trace of doubt flashing in her glazed pupils. It seems that Fusuk's behavior makes her feel a little incomprehensible. Feeling the strange touch on her cheek, Lianhua didn't dislike it. When she saw Fusuk's seemingly happy eyes, the confusion in her eyes gradually faded. Just when Fusuk was ready to say enough is enough, suddenly, Renka suddenly took Uchiha Fusuk's other hand and put it on the other side of her face. At that moment, the fierce movements suddenly stopped. Feeling the stagnation of Feng's movements, Lianhua just spoke vaguely. "Fusuk, pinch, hear the sound." Looking at Renhua's serious eyes, Fusuk just hesitated for a moment. The next second, rub, rub, rub. Feeling the smooth and soft touch on his fingertips, Fusuk felt extremely happy. At this moment, he finally understood why some people in previous lives like to squeeze plasticine to relieve stress. Family members? Who knows? Because it's really fun. As the top wealthy family in Konoha, the Hyuga clan naturally has an extremely powerful intelligence network within the village. Although the assassination of the third Hokage happened not long ago, but the news has already reached Hyuga Hayashi's ears. After repeated verification, Hayashi was sure of one thing. That is, the one who assassinated third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. The moment I got the news, Hayashi suddenly felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was falling. He never expected it. At this juncture of competition for the Hokage position, something like this could happen. What makes Hyuga Hayashi even more horrified is, it happened at the same time as this. There was a more serious matter. Nara Shikamiki was assassinated. Shikamiki is not only Konoha's Jonin squad leader, but also one of the Hokage's candidates. His death will undoubtedly have extremely serious consequences. The two incidents happened together, which undoubtedly pointed the finger directly at the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi simply couldn't imagine it. If the village and the third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk identified the Hyuga clan as the murderers of Shikamiki and the assassin of the Hokage, how terrifying this would be. Ever since, Hyuga Hayashi doesn't care about anything else. He hurried towards Hyuga Lianhua's residence. Plan for today. He only hopes that the third generation will give the Hyuga clan a chance to prove their innocence for the sake of Hyuga Lotus. All the time, Hyuga Hayashi respects his clan sister, who is like an iceberg. But the stakes were so high at the moment that Hayashi couldn't care less. He walked straight into Lianhua's residence without saying hello and went straight to the front hall. He shouted as he walked, "Sister clan, Sister Yin, big things are bad, big things." As he spoke, Hyuga Hayashi's unfinished words suddenly got stuck in his throat. The extremely anxious expression on his face was frozen instantly. The next second, Hayashi's expression changed from anxious to confused, and then from confused to numb, because he saw a picture that made his rationality diminish, as if he was in a dream. He only saw the object of his anxiety and worry, Uchiha Fusuk. At this moment, she was rubbing the pretty face of Sister Bingshin clan without any scruples. The unscrupulous evil hands were rounding and flattening that gorgeous face into various strange shapes, and that big iceberg is enough to freeze penguins to death. At this moment, it was as if he was under an illusion, and he just sat there, letting Fusuk's evil hands do whatever he wanted. And what makes Hyuga Hayashi feel even more unreal is that he actually saw a hint of nostalgia in Hyuga Lianhua's eyes. This shocked Hyuga Hayashi. It's like your playing cards will suddenly sing JAS lightning one day. Hyuga Hayashi lowered his head in disbelief and rubbed his eyes. I must be dreaming, must be, he muttered to himself while rubbing his eyes. After a moment, wait for him to raise his head again. However, he discovered that Hyuga Renka and Uchiha Fusuk not far away were sitting upright at this moment. Fusuk even held up the teacup in front of him with a nonchalant expression, as if he was savoring the taste of the tea in the cup. Only Hyuga Renka's little face, which had been rubbed red, was telling Hyuga Hayashi everything he saw just now was real, not a dream. When Hyuga Hayashi raised his eyes again, he saw a line of sight that was enough to freeze to death a polar bear. He saw Hyuga Lianhua looking at him coldly, an infinite chill spreading from his heart to his limbs. Moment. Cold sweat soaked Hayashi's back. That, Private Marseille, snapped. I was the one who was abrupt. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi's body froze and he fell to his knees directly, his forehead making a crisp sound with the ground. After he gave the two people at Tuxie a seat salute, he immediately got up and ran away as if running away. After escaping, Hyuga Hayashi breathed heavily, his eyes full of fear. If Hyuga Hayashi lived in modern times, he would probably inevitably take out his mobile phone and post a question on Facebook at this moment. Shocked. What should I do if I find out that my female boss is having an affair with the CEO? Wait online, it's very urgent. I never thought my iceberg boss would be like that. Who knows, family members, the iceberg goddess secretly means to lick dogs. But when I think of Hyuga Renhua's face turned red just now, physics, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Sister clan, you seemed quite cute just now. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi trembled violently, his eyes full of fear. Would normal people fall in love with a piece of Wang crushed ice? Hayashi felt deeply ashamed and frightened by his thoughts. Wait until the intruding Hyuga Hayashi leaves. Uchiha Fusuk just put down the teacup in his hand. He looked at Lianhua's little red face, a trace of apology flashing in his eyes. It's all because he was so engrossed in F***G just now that he didn't even notice Hyuga Hayashi's sudden arrival. Seeing Fusuk's eyes, Lianhua seemed to have some misunderstanding. Fusuk, pinch? She leaned her head forward slightly, tilted her head and spoke slowly. No, no, no. Looking at Lianhua's red face, Fusuk immediately waved his hand. The last time Uchiha Fusuk showed this expression was when he was collecting lucky money during the new year in his previous life. Seeing Feng's refusal, Lianhua once again withdrew his head expressionlessly. Seeing Renhua's innocent look, Uchiha Fusuk felt a flash of guilt in his heart. He suppressed the charm in his heart and pondered. After Lianhua's explanation, he has confirmed the general situation. Hyaga, on his side, just sent the ninja out to perform the mission. I just didn't expect that the ninja who was supposed to be on a pearl hunting mission, but suddenly he was assassinated. Fusuk has no doubts about this statement and explanation. First of all, Lianhua doesn't lie. Secondly, the matter of clearing memory is indeed beyond the capabilities of the Hyaga clan. The blank memory of the Hyaga death soldier is obviously abnormal. So there must be someone causing trouble in this. This is also consistent with Fusuk's conjecture. After excluding Hyaga, there are only two suspects in Fusuk's mind. Thinking of this, Fusuk's eyes flashed with a hint of depression. During this period of time when Uchiha was deep in thought, looking at Uchiha Fusuk, who was deep in thought, there was a slight wave in Hyaga's beautiful eyes. It seemed like he remembered something. The ripples in her eyes became calm again, and some were just absolute. The next second, a powerful wave began to boil from Lianhua's eyes. Threads of blue ripples began to pour out from the pure eyes of lotus-glazed color. All of a sudden, boom, terrifying power burst out from Lianhua's body. The antique room instantly became a mess. A trace of pain appeared on Lianhua's face, and veins popped out from the corners of her eyes. This movement also directly disrupted Fusuk's thoughts. Lianhua, seeing Renhua's state, Fusuk was shocked. Without any time to think, he quickly moved forward and held Lianhua's frail and boneless body in his arms. Whoa! The complex ink marks instantly appeared on Fusuk's forehead. Sage mode, perfect condition. The next second, a large amount of Senjutsu chakra began to seep into Renka's body from the part where Fusuk and Renka's skin were in contact. For a while, Lianhua's rage-like power began to slowly subside. Seeing the pain on Lianhua's face, a trace of worry flashed in Uchiha's heart. He understands Lianhua's current situation very well. It can even be said that Lianhua appears in this state, more or less related to him. The reason for this situation is precisely Tenseigan went berserk. It all started many years ago. If Ayako is Fusuk's childhood sweetheart, then Renka is the heaven-falling type beside Fusuk. Then, Fusuk took advantage of the opportunity to become a disciple of Senju Tobirama and took the opportunity to escape from Uchiha's control. After leaving the group, Fusuk joins the ninja squad system created by second Hokage. Hyaga Renka was Fusuk's teammate during the ninja team. It is worth mentioning that the captain of this problem team is none other than Senju Tobirama himself. In life and death battles one after another, Fusuk gradually established a deep friendship with the eccentric Hyaga Renka. It was the first time of the ninja war, and the two of them had to experience brutal fighting almost every day. Finally one day, Fusuk and Renj are surrounded by hostile ninjas. At that time, Fusuk was not as powerful as he is now. Under heavy siege, Fusuk finally felt exhausted. He was about to suffer heavy losses from the enemy. At this time, Lianhua stepped forward and blocked Feng Ji's attack with her body. It was also this battle. Looking at Lianhua, who was seriously injured and dying, Uchiha Fusuk just opened Mangekyo Sharinan. With Mangekyo's power, Fusuk finally fought his way out. Fortunately, the rescue was timely and Lianhua's life was finally saved. But from then on, Feng Ji began to think of ways to improve Lianhua's combat power, fearing that Lianhua would be in danger again. A few more years passed. Wait until Fusuk officially succeeds Hokage and transplants Senju Hashirama's cells. Later, he officially started the plan to help Lianhua complete her transformation. Just like Sharinan can evolve into Rinnegan, the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan can also advance. The direction of advancement of White Eyes is exactly the legendary Tenseigan. These two high-level pupil techniques were once the pupil techniques of the ancestor of Chakra, and both contain the power to destroy the world. The conditions for activating Tenseigan are somewhat similar to Rinnegan, but it is more demanding. Rinnegan's activation. Uchiha is needed to fuse the power of Senju. The activation of Tenseigan requires Hyaga to fuse Atsutsuki Chakra. Today's ninja world. There is no other Atsutsuki except the Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Higoromo. But what few people know is this. Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Higoromo actually has two descendants. That is, the two ethnic groups Senju and Uchiha. Therefore, use reverse thinking. As long as the chakra of Senju and Uchiha are fused, the result is Atsutsuki Chakra, pseudo. Therefore, after fusing Hashirama cells, rounding, Uchiha Fusuk's chakra is equivalent to Otsutsuki chakra, pseudo, as Fusuk injects his own chakra into Renhua's body. This move made Lianhua's white eyes smoothly transform into Tenseigen, pseudo, but it's a pity. Perhaps influenced by Fusuk's bootleg Otsutsuki chakra, Renj is unable to exert the full power of Tenseigen, pseudo. As long as she operates excessively, it will cause Tenseigen to go berserk. The only way to suppress this rampage, it is to use the same origin chakra, that is, the pirated Otsutsuki chakra of the wind, to calm it down. But no matter what, the awakening of Tenseigen, pseudo, will definitely bring more advantages than disadvantages to Lianhua. This allowed Lianhua's strength to undergo a qualitative change, becoming a well-deserved cage-level powerhouse in one fell swoop. Right now, I saw Lotus Tenseigen suddenly going berserk. Fang Jie skillfully injected his own chakra into Lianhua's body, trying to help her suppress Tenseigen's rampage. But soon, he discovered a problem. Due to the accumulation of power over the years, Hyuga Lotus's strength has far exceeded what it was back then. This rough method of chakra delivery is based on skin contact alone. The efficiency has long been unable to sustain the wind to suppress Lianhua's rampaging Tenseigen. In an instant, the thoughts in his mind were racing rapidly, seeing Lianhua's situation becoming more and more critical. Finally, he thought of a way. Thinking of this, Fusuk shifted his eyes to Lianhua's lips, which were more delicate than roses. Human life was at stake, and he couldn't care much. He could only grit his teeth and press his lips to Lian Huajiao's lips. With further contact, the pirated Otsutsuki chakra belonging to Fusuk suddenly poured into Lianhua's body in large quantities. The wind machine controls its own chakra and helps Lianhua quell the Tenseigen's rebellion. After a long time, the Tenseigen uprising gradually subsided. After a long time, the lips parted. Call. Uchiha Fusuk pursed his slightly red and swollen lips and took 2 deep breaths of fresh air. Wait until Fusuk bows his head again. What comes into view is a big iceberg that has already melted into spring water. Although Lianhua still had the same expressionless face as before, but the feeling is completely different. Her fair and pretty cheeks were not only covered with a seductive blush, but the expression on her little face was also a little confused and absent-minded. Even the pair of eyes that were as clean and pure as glass seemed to be scattered and blurred. The most eye-catching thing is her small and cute pink lips. At this moment it looked like a mosquito bite, with suspicious redness and swelling. At first glance. At this time, Lianhua was like a kitten that had taken catnip, silly and cute. Looking at Lianhua, who was a little distracted, Uchiha Fusuk could only take the lead in apologizing. Sorry, Lianhua. If the matter is urgent, I will obey the authority. Fusuk felt guilty and took the initiative to explain. Fusuk's voice is heard. Lianhua's somewhat distracted consciousness gradually recovered, and her blurred eyes regained their former look. She slightly stretched out a small hand and covered Fusuk's red and swollen lips. Lianhua shook her head slightly, a hint of warmth flashed in her eyes that had not yet faded. Do not blame you. Her voice is still as sweet as the clear spring flowing from the top of the snow-capped mountains. Hearing the sound, Fusuk's somewhat guilty mood was relieved. But soon, he realized another problem. Everything was fine, why did Lianhua's Tenseigen suddenly go berserk? Thinking of this, Fusuk felt a little doubt in his heart, and then he asked Lianhua, Lianhua, does your Tenseigen often go berserk? Hearing this, although Lianhua's expression remained unchanged, her body trembled unnaturally. Lianhua did not answer Fang's question, but silently moved her gaze to one side. Seeing this, Fusuk's eyes flashed with a look of deep concern. He tried to read Lianhua's thoughts from her actions. At that moment, he turned his face slightly and tried to look at Lianhua again. As soon as their eyes met, Lianhua once again turned her glazed pupils to one side. Fusuk still didn't know that Lianhua was hiding something from him. Suddenly, he seemed to feel guilty. Lianhua let go of Fusuk, stood up and stood aside, turning away from Fusuk. Seeing this, Yin immediately concluded his conjecture. He began to recall all the details of his encounter with Lianhua up to now. But after thinking about it, he still had no clue. I can only try it out casually. Is it related to Ayako? As soon as these words came out, Lianhua's body trembled again and remained silent. But sometimes, silence is the best answer. Seeing this, Fusuk knew that he was lucky and got him right. So he approached Lianhua with a serious face, held Lianhua's shoulders with both hands, and turned her body around. He looked directly at Lianhua again and asked, what is going on? Seeing the situation, Hyuga Lianhua finally had nowhere to hide. From her clear eyes, Fusuk could see the tangle in her heart. He stopped talking. He just kept putting pressure on Lianhua with his silence. Finally, Lianhua couldn't hold it any longer. I don't want to lie to Fusuk. She lowered her head as if a little frustrated, and said in a slightly low voice. This time, Lianhua seemed to have said everything, but also seemed to have said nothing. I see. Seeing this, Fusuk seemed to have figured something out, and he loosened his hand on Lianhua's shoulder. Subsequently, Fusuk raised his hand, smiled, then put his hand on Lianhua's little head and rubbed it. As Uchiha Fusuk has long known, Hyuga Renka will not lie to him, nor will he lie. Next, he still has things to do. Then, he stopped staying and turned around to leave. Whoosh! Then, with the activation of Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Fusuk's figure disappeared into the room. Wait until Fusuk leaves. Only then did Hyuga Lianhua let go of her little hand that had turned white. She stretched out her hand towards the blank space, as if she wanted to retain something, but in the end, she put down her arms weakly. At this time, the first ray of rising sun outside the window penetrated the glass and caught her eyes. It turned out to be a ridiculous night. It was already bright outside the window at this moment. Lianhua stood there blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. It wasn't until a long time later that she pursed her red and swollen lips and looked blankly at the morning light pouring in from the window. After a night of investigation, Uchiha Fusuk probably already knows who the real culprit behind all this is, but the sky was already bright. He decided to make some arrangements during the day and settle everything tonight. At the moment, Fusuk chose to return to Hokage's office first, and in this office, Namikaze Minato and Heitake Sakumo have also been waiting for a long time. Since what happened last night, Sakumo led Umbu to launch an investigation, and at the same time strengthen vigilance to avoid further victims. Minato is responsible for sitting in the Hokage office, waiting for the results of Fusuk's investigation and being ready to deal with possible situations at any time. Looking at Uchiha Fusuk, who suddenly appeared, both of them looked stunned. Then, a strange look flashed in Minato's eyes. Nothing else. Mainly because Uchiha Fusuk's red and swollen lips were so eye-catching that it was hard for him not to notice. As a married person, Minato certainly knows what this means. I asked you to investigate the case. Why did your mouth become swollen from kissing me? If it weren't for Uchiha Fusuk standing in front of him, he might have been unable to help asking. But out of trust in Fusuk, he still suppressed his inner desire to complain and ask questions. Unlike Minato's silence. Fusuk-sama, how is the situation? Heitake Sakumo, who was standing aside, immediately stepped forward to ask. I have identified the murderer. Sakumo, take Umbu with you and disperse all the residents near the Uchiha tribe. Try to be as subtle as possible in your movements and don't alert others. After hearing Fusuk's order, Heitake Sakumo's face showed a trace of solemnity. Uchiha Fusuk just nodded slightly and ordered with a somewhat sad expression. Yes. Hearing this, Heitake Sakumo immediately responded with a serious face. After hearing Fusuk's words, Minato's eyes flashed with solemnity. Is it really Uchiha? Minato lamented inwardly, secretly thinking that he was right to leave the matter to Fusuk yesterday, just as Sakumo was about to go carry out Fusuk's order. Suddenly, he also noticed something strange on Fusuk's lips. Fusuk-sama, what's wrong with your lips? Sakumo asked with subconscious concern. Although Sakumo has been married for many years and has given birth to children long ago, but after all, he is middle-aged and has passed the passionate love stage in his youth. And Uchiha Fusuk was someone he respected extremely, so Sakumo didn't even think about it in this direction. Ahem. Seeing this, Minato on the side immediately coughed slightly in embarrassment and tried to remind Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo turned his head and glanced at Minato in confusion. Looking at Minato's haggard face, Heitake Sakumo could only think that it was the sequelae of Minato being influenced by the other reincarnation technique. Seeing that Heitake Sakumo was still dumbfounded, without any understanding, Minato could only cover his head and turn his eyes helplessly. The corners of Uchiha Fusuk's eyes twitched slightly. Ha ha, I was accidentally bitten by a mosquito yesterday. He forced a smile and scratched the back of his head unnaturally. And it's also a female mosquito with white skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, thin waist, and a big cushion. Uchiha Fusuk secretly added in his heart charged. I see. Master Fusuk, thank you for your hard work. Heitake Sakumo nodded seriously, believing Fusuk's explanation. Serve the village. It should. Uchiha Fusuk said somewhat sarcastically. Hearing this, Sakumo didn't stay too long and turned around to carry out the task assigned by Fusuk. Outside the door. Walking on the street, Sakumo was suddenly stunned when he looked at the ice edges on the eaves. That's not right. Where do mosquitoes come from in winter? Not to mention the stupid Heitake Sakumo here. In the Hokage's office. After Heitake Sakumo left, only Fusuk and Minato were left in the Hokage office. Fusuk and Minato looked at each other and saw the strange color in each other's eyes. Namikaze Minato, who had endured it for a long time, could no longer bear it now. Fusuk-sama, this mosquito can survive in such a cold weather. I guess what you encountered should be some kind of mutant mosquito. I think this mosquito should have the potential to become a summoning beast. Minato spoke first, with a serious look on his face, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. You kid, you're not done yet, are you? Hearing this, Fusuk's old face turned red, and there were a few more #### characters on his forehead. Seeing that Fusuk seemed to be getting angry, Minato immediately stopped teasing him. Are you really going to do this? After hesitating for a while, he asked Fusuk again with a serious face. You don't have to worry so much. I don't think it's as bad as you think. I asked Sakumo to do this just in case. Fusuk exhaled softly and said with a smile, calming Minato's mood. Even if the worst does come to pass, at this point, I have to do this. This is the promise I made to Master back then. As he said this, Fusuk's eyes flashed with solemnity. Yes, I worry too much. As long as you are here, nothing will happen to the Uchiha clan. Hearing Fusuk mention his master, Minato also said with some emotion. As the words fell, the atmosphere of silence appeared again between the master and the disciple. Finally, Fusuk stood up slowly and spoke to Minato in a calm tone. Now, I have to confirm one last thing, and the most important thing. Hearing this, Minato glanced at Fusuk with a slightly worried look. Zhao. Minato knew that Fusuk's heart was not as peaceful as he appeared on the surface. Because of this kind of thing. It's not just a village thing, but also Fusuk's family thing. Minato didn't say anything more, he just nodded silently towards Fusuk. Whoosh! With the twinkle of flying thunder god, Fusuk's figure disappeared from the spot. Looking at the place where Fusuk disappeared, a hint of complexity flashed in Minato's eyes. Feeling that his body was exhausted, he could only smile bitterly. Next, the village can only rely on the master. Uchiha clan place, clan chief's office. Ayako sat leisurely in the courtyard, quietly looking at the scenery in the courtyard, her eyes flashing and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a moment, she seemed to feel something and turned her head slightly to look behind her. The person she had longed for appeared in front of her. Since that night, 2 more nights have passed. Ayako's heart never stops thinking about Uchiha Fusuk. Welcome back. At that moment, Ayako smiled brightly at Fusuk, looking like a newlywed wife. Looking at Ayako's beautiful smile, Fusuk felt a little complicated in his heart. He just nodded slightly towards Ayako, then slowly approached Ayako and sat down next to her. This time, he took the initiative to bring the charming Ayako into the arms of Prince Y. Feeling Fusuk's movements, Ayako's charming eyes flashed with surprise. Then, she obediently leaned into Fusuk's arms, closed her eyes in contentment and quietly felt her lover's body temperature. Suddenly, sniff, jing. Ayako's cute nose suddenly wrinkled. Then, she closed her eyes and spoke softly. It smells like little lotus flowers, hear the sound. Fusuk's body stiffened suddenly, and his eyes flickered humbly. The words that came to his lips were swallowed back by him. By the way, after being teased by Minato, Fusuk had used Yang release to eliminate the redness and swelling on his lips. But what Fusuk didn't expect was that a woman's sense of smell and love would be as good as that of a hunting dog. It wasn't until after a long silence that he asked bravely, "You have to give me an explanation for Xyla's death." Fusuk's voice is heard. Pooh-hee. Ayako suddenly laughed out loud. She took the initiative to turn around and glanced at Fusuk with a pair of charming eyes full of smiles. How? So it was my fault that you suspected Nara Shideo. Seeing Ayako's unhappy expression, Fusuk's originally anxious heart gradually calmed down. What he was most worried about was that Ayako got involved in this matter. Seeing Ayako's expression now, he finally felt relieved. Based on his understanding of Ayako, Ruoko is really the person behind everything. It was impossible for her to be so indifferent if he pointed it out to her face. In fact, it was already after the incident. Fusuk has already identified the murderer among several people. Among them, the first one is Hyaga. After verification, the suspicion has now been officially eliminated. The second one is Uchiha's side. The reason is simple. Although Nara Shikamika's strength has not reached cage level, he is one of the strongest among elite jonin. He can kill Nara Shikamiki easily and calmly. It can only mean that the person who did it either has the strength to crush Shikado and is a strong man with cage level strength, or at least they dispatched elites who were almost as strong as Nara Shikami but were several times more powerful. However, after on-site inspection, the injuries on Ludeo's body were found. There are various traces, and it's not like cage-level experts doing it. Therefore, Minato concluded that at least 5 elite jonin were encircling and killing them at the same time. In addition, the scene of Nara Shikamika's death was near the Hokage building, which means that only people in the village were killed. Combining this information, it is possible to attack and kill Nara Shikamaishi. There are only 2 Konoha giants, Hyaga and Uchiha. Because he can mobilize 5 elite jonin at once, such a feat is definitely not something that ordinary young ninjas can do. Take Yuenfei Asuma as an example. The strength of elite jonin is probably similar to that of the 12 guardian ninja warriors. And there is the most crucial point. That was the message Nara left behind before his death. the word household. At first glance, it seems that what Nara Shikamiki wants to say is that the person who killed him was a person with the character house in his name. We can speculate in this direction. In the huge Konoha, there are too many people with the word house in their names. If you follow this 330 direction to find the murderer, it will undoubtedly be equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. With Nara's intelligence, how could he leave such invalid information at a critical moment? What he really wanted to write. In fact, it is the word fan for Tuan fan. Uchiha Fusuk has already thought of this the moment he saw the character house. Only this word can have the effect of pointing out the real murderer. In the entire ninja world, when people mention Uchiha, the first thing that people think of is naturally the Uchiha clan, because the crest of the Uchiha clan is exactly the Uchiha fan. Pity. At the last moment of his life, Nara Shikamika's remaining physical strength could not support him to finish writing this word, so a half-written household was left. Otherwise, there would be no need for Fusuk to go to such trouble and pay the tragic price of red and swollen lips. Finally, add the Hyaga death soldier whose memory was erased. Fusuk has long placed the biggest suspicion on the Uchiha family, and among the Uchiha clan, the most suspicious. In addition to the patriarch Uchiha Ayako, there is also Uchiha Fugaku who controls the security department, because only 2 people in the tribe have Mangekyo Sharinan. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo is a secret to others. In Fusuk's eyes, it's certainly not a secret. Well, once Ayako's suspicion is eliminated, he manipulated the Hyaga death soldier to assassinate Fusuk and erase his memory. It can only be Uchiha Fugaku. Connect the 2 events, the assassination of the Hokage and the tragic death of Shikamiki. It is not difficult to imagine that the death of Nara Shikamiki was caused by Uchiha Fugaku. Why don't you stop Uchiha Fugaku? Fusuk looked directly into Ayako's charming eyes, which were still filled with a hint of anger, and asked with a frown, "How do I stop it? She is just a weak woman. She is still a little woman whose husband is no longer around, and she is quiet and quiet." As she said this, a trace of resentment and grievance flashed across Ayako's eyes, and her red mouth pursed. Fusuk was speechless. He really couldn't believe what Ayako said. With Ayako's character and resourcefulness, he would never believe that she was a student who would suffer so easily. "You are the patriarch. How could it not be stopped?" Looking at Ayako, who was pretending to be aggrieved, he had no choice but to speak. "You're still Hokage. I haven't seen you take charge of the village. BCFD, I am a small clan leader, and I have been ignored for a long time," Ayako said in a charming voice again, the grievance in her eyes gradually condensed into a substantial mist. Hearing this, Fusuk was finally speechless. "Cry. You have wronged others and don't tell them, even stealing with Xiao Li and Hua. He came back to attack me." The mist in Ayako's charming eyes finally began to overflow like raindrops in June. She pouted and scolded Fusuk, speaking aggrievedly. Seeing Ayako's expression, Feng Jie felt a trace of unbearability flashing through his heart. It was as if he had really done something heinous. He hurriedly tried to wipe away the tears from the corners of Ayako's eyes. Seeing Fusuk's panic movements, a hint of subtle cunning flashed through Ayako's eyes. "I want a kiss." At that moment, Ayako immediately raised her head and pretended to be angry and took the initiative to kiss Feng. Seeing this, how could Fusuk not know that he had been deceived by Ayako's acting skills? Hard. The fist is hard, boom. He directly raised his fist and hit Ayako on the head. Well, Ayako immediately covered her head and screamed in pain. Even though Uchiha Fusuk has determined that Nara Shikamika's death has nothing to do with Uchiha Ayako, but this does not mean that there are no other troublesome things in Ayako. "You're hiding something from me. What on earth is going on?" Fusuk narrowed his eyes and spoke to the tearful Ayako with a very firm tone. Seeing Fusuk's eyes, Ayako stopped pretending to be pitiful and tearful, and returned to her charming look. She stepped forward slowly, gently hugged Fusuk's strong back, and then rested her little head on Feng Jie's chest. She quietly listened to Fusuk's heartbeat and showed a satisfied smile. "Fool. Everyone has their own secrets. Don't you also hide a lot of things from me? But no matter what, I will never hurt you or anyone you care about," Ayako said calmly, then raised her head and looked into Fusuk's eyes. 2 pairs of equally scarlet pupils stared directly at each other. People say that eyes don't deceive. In Ayako's eyes, Fusuk saw only tenderness and a clear conscience. Seeing this, Feng Jie breathed out a heavy breath, feeling a little discouraged. He already knew it. Ayako won't be as easy to deal with as Renka. That's all, let her be. Wait until things here in Konoha are over. When Tsuna inherits the Hokage, I will go back to live in seclusion. Fusuk thought secretly in his heart, and the depressed look in his eyes gradually calmed down. Compared to continuing to stay in Konoha, scheming with the eternal girl in front of him who lusted after his body every day, how could he return to the sea of flowers in the world and live in seclusion every day for peace and quiet? Looking at Fusuk's calm eyes again, Ayako's charming eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, and her heart felt a little heavy. But soon, a bright smile appeared on her pretty face again, as if the heaviness just now did not exist. Ayako, it's not too late. You should organize and arrange for the innocent tribesmen to take refuge as soon as possible. Try to be as discreet as possible. Tonight, something big will happen in our clan, Fusuke said to Ayako in a serious tone. Hearing this, the smile on Uchiha Ayako's face did not change, she just nodded lightly. Rest assured. People know it, husband. Then, Ayako suddenly smiled charmingly. She deliberately lengthened the final syllable and gave Fusuke an ambiguous name. Whoosh. Hearing the sound, Fusuke suddenly trembled, covered his face, activated Flying Thunder God and fled. Seeing this, Ayako's eyes showed a smile. Ah, things have finally come to this. It's my turn to go out and do some work. She sighed leisurely, then got up and walked towards the door. Not only Hyaga Lotus. In fact, Uchiha Ayako has not left her home for a long time, but it's different from Hyaga's simple doesn't want to go out. Uchiha Ayako closed herself off and ignored things outside the window, but there was a deeper reason. 005. Finally, Ayako walked to the courtyard door, opened it and walked out. Afterwards, she just stood quietly in front of the door for a moment, and dozens of fully armed Uchiha ninjas appeared in front of Ayako. The leader was the Umbu man who had been summoned by Ayako alone before. Master Patriarch XN, all the Uchiha ninjas said in unison, full of respect. Obviously, Ayako's situation is not like what she said. She is just a little patriarch who has been emptied out. She had been preparing for this moment for a long time. I'll give you 1 day. Transfer all irrelevant people in the clan area. Be quiet. Don't you need me to teach you how to do it? Ayako narrowed her eyes, chuckled and ordered to the Uchiha ninjas in front of her. Please also ask the patriarch to make it clear. A trace of hesitation flashed in the ninja's eyes, and he asked in confusion, idiot, you can cheat if you can, but you can't cheat if you can't. Using illusions, of course. Ayako scolded mercilessly, the cold light in her eyes flashed away. Yes, the Uchiha ninja's eyes trembled when he was scolded, and he immediately lowered his head and responded. You, stay. After finishing speaking, Ayako pointed to the Umbu man who was still wearing a mask at the front and said. Hearing this, everyone except Umbu was still half kneeling on the ground. The rest of the Uchiha ninjas scattered one after another. How did things go? After everyone left and there was no one around, Ayako spoke calmly again. It's done. I got the task of delivering the invitation. Umbu male responded in a calm voice, with a hint of depression in his words. Very good. Uchiha's transformation begins today. For the village, and for Uchiha. I thought you'd know how to do that. Ayako spoke to the Umbu man in front of her in a serious tone, with a twinkle in her charming eyes. Umbu man said deeply, his tone was dull but full of seriousness. Go ahead. The third generation is waiting for you. Ayako nodded with satisfaction and gave the final order to Umbu man. Then, the Umbu man nodded and stood up, disappearing from the place with a speed that could be called a ghost. After a while, among the Uchiha tribe. His third uncle, why are you going? Me? My son brought a message, asking me to go to the village and pick up something. What about you? Oh, my niece got married suddenly and invited me to a dinner party. 2 old Uchiha men, about 50 years old, met at the gate of the clan and chatted with each other. That's not his second aunt. Why are you going? Suddenly, an old man waved to the old woman who suddenly appeared in the distance and asked, why am I going here? Anyway, I just want to go to the village. Hearing the sound, a trace of confusion flashed in the old woman's eyes, and soon she replied to Lao Deng in a confused tone. Then he took another step to leave the Uchiha tribe. Similar scenes continue to occur throughout the Uchiha tribe. The Uchiha tribe, among the countless tribes, had their turn turned to Omi for various reasons. There were still some who refused to leave because they were deceived by the illusion and passively went to the village. Hours ago. Ninja World, unknown location. Quack! A crow with scarlet eyes circled twice in the air, and then flew into a hidden cave. In the cave, Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a whirlpool mask, saw the flying crow, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he grabbed the crow in front of him and took off the letter carried on the crow's paw. Obito frowned and opened his eyes to see the handwriting on the letter clearly, but helplessly, his blurred vision forced him to hold the letter in front of his eyes to see clearly. So that's what it is. After reading the contents of the letter, Obito's eyes flashed with deep thought. At the moment, Obito's condition doesn't look good, even visible weakness. In his eye sockets, the color of the kamui was almost gray. It means that his blindness is just around the corner. Everything stemmed from his rash attack on Konoha 3 days ago. In the battle with 3rd Hokage Uchiha Fusuke, he was almost killed by a sword, although Obito narrowly escaped with his life. But his Sharingan was severely overdrawn due to overuse. This overdraft is almost irreversible. Even if Obito transplanted Hashirama cells, Kamui's damage could not be restored. there is only one way Obito can restore his eyes. This is also the method documented in the legacy of Uchiha Madara. That is, to seize the power of the eyes from the Sharingan of the same race, in order to restore the lost origin of oneself. At the same time, in Madara's legacy, there are also several pairs of 3 Megatama. It is these pairs of eyes that allow Obito's Kamui to be barely usable again. Compared to Obito, fire and dark situations are actually easier to handle. Just broken limbs. This kind of injury could not be easier to treat for Obito, who has the White Zetsu technology. All you need to do is cut off the White Zetsu's limbs and reattach them to the bodies of flame and darkness. Obito's own body is actually assembled in this way. 3 days later, fire and darkness have once again returned to full swing. Looking at the contents of the letter, Obito felt a flash of struggle in his heart. He recalled a few days ago again, the overwhelming power displayed by Uchiha Fusuk. When he thought of this, the hairs on Obito's body stood on end. Now Uchiha Obito felt a palpitation in his heart when he thought of being hostile to Fang, but helpless. There are some things that he still has to face. That monster. Thinking of Fusuk's terrifying smiling face at that time, Obito gritted his teeth with fear. If the content in the letter is true, it might be an opportunity. A bunch of idiots, how dare they play such a trick with that monster Uchiha Fusuk here? It doesn't matter, this is just my chance to restore my eye power. Obito sneered and whispered, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It would be good to weaken Konoha and cause some trouble for that monster. Obito thought silently in his heart, and felt a sense of powerlessness on his face. At the moment, what he can do is only to this extent. He wrote a bright red word on the letter in his hand, yes. At that moment, Obito grabbed the crow, stuffed the letter back again, and let the crow fly. A dark crow circled and swooped down from the sky. He fell straight into the mansion of the great elder Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami walked out of the house quickly and took the secret letter he had written and hung from the crow's feet. After opening it and reading it, I saw the eye-catching word Ken on the letter. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but feel ecstatic immediately. Haha, great, he agreed to my request. Will help us deal with Uchiha Fusuk. Kagami laughed and said to Uchiha Fugaku beside him, Great Elder, do we really want to cooperate with that guy who hides his head and shows his tail? I don't believe that such a person can be a dignified ninja Shura. Uchiha Fugaku said hesitantly. What do you know? This contact information was left behind when Madara-sama left. And the other party does possess Mangekyo Sharingan undoubtedly. Even if he is not the Shura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara himself, he is definitely a very powerful fighter. Unexpectedly, after hearing Fugaku's words, Jing was convinced of his identity. Turn out to be. When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, she left a little-known contact information among the Uchiha clan. Originally, only the clan leaders of each generation were qualified to know this method of contact. But by chance, this contact information was obtained by Uchiha Kagami. Obviously. At this time, Uchiha Kagami has secretly contacted the other party and met with the other party. The night Nine Tails was in turmoil. Uchiha Kagami also learned from Madara that Konoha would be invaded and the Nine Tails turmoil broke out. Because of this, he arranged for Fugaku to prepare and plan in advance. That's it. But can he really handle Fusuk-sama? Despite Uchiha Kagami's repeated assurances, Fugaku still felt a little uneasy and had doubts about the strength of Madara. Of course, the two of them didn't know. This Uchiha Madara was psychologically traumatized by Fusuk during the turbulent night of Nine Tails. So, after hearing Fugaku's words, Uchiha Kagami just sneered twice. No, he doesn't need to be able to defeat Uchiha Fusuk at all. Contacting him was just a precaution. In case things are exposed by then, let him step in and hold Sister Uchiha until our plan is completed. Everything will be settled. Uchiha Kagami said nonchalantly, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He is quite sober, and is not so stupid as to hope that Uchiha Madara can defeat Fusuk. Hearing this, Fugaku still had a trace of doubt and hesitation in his eyes. After all, until this moment, he still didn't know why Uchiha Kagami was so confident from beginning to end. It was as if the plan he mentioned was bound to succeed. It seems that he saw Fugaku's hesitation. In order to boost Fugaku's morale, Uchiha Kagami no longer hides it. He revealed the most crucial part of his plan. This is also why he is so confident. Fugaku, you don't know Shisui's power. So it's normal to feel doubtful, and I don't blame you for that. Uchiha Kagami looked at Fugaku with some pride and said, seeming to feel pity for Fugaku's poor imagination. Also the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku guessed that the ability mentioned by Uchiha Kagami should refer to Mangekyo's unique ability. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo ability was. What exactly are distinguished heavenly gods? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. He stopped thinking about it and simply asked directly. Distinguished heavenly gods by Shisui. The power is the ability to permanently change one's thinking and memory. Make all this person's actions go according to your ideas, Uchiha Kagami said with an enthusiastic expression. The three megatama in his eyes rotated slightly unconsciously due to excitement. What? Uchiha Fugaku was shocked, with a look of horror on his face. He never expected that such pervert abilities existed in this world. Doesn't this mean, once one is hit by distinguished heavenly gods, no matter how powerful and noble the person is, he will become the puppet of the caster forever? I have asked Shisui to bring the invitation to invite Namikaze Minato and Heitake Sakumo to the banquet. Tell them I got a clue to the real killer of Nara Shikamiki. I expect they will definitely come when the time comes. As soon as these two guys come, I'll let Shisui use distinguished heavenly gods to control them directly. Uchiha Kagami's voice was full of pride, and he was very satisfied with his flawless plan. That's when, among the 6 Hokage candidates, Nara Shikami has been killed by us. Jiraiya is nothing to worry about. Heitake Sakumo will be controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods and become a tool to remove obstacles after you succeed Hokage. Uchiha Kagami continued to talk, and every time he said the name of a Hokage candidate, the arrogance in his eyes became stronger. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku also had a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. There was no need for Uchiha Kagami to continue, he answered directly. Hyaga's side. Because of the plan you planned before to divert trouble to the east, let me control a Hyaga ninja who is out on a mission to assassinate Lord Fang. So Hyaga is extremely suspicious of assassinating Hokage and killing Nara Shikamiki. In this case, Hyaga Hayashi has no chance to compete with me. Then, he continued to follow Uchiha Kagami's words with great excitement. Good. I'm afraid that Guy Fusuk is still busy investigating Nara Shikamika's death, so he doesn't care about us at all. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami spoke in time, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. I have already determined that Senju's little girl will never come back in the short term. The 4th generation will turn to your side because they are controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods. With a little manipulation, you can secure your position as Hokage before Tsunade returns to the village. Uchiha Kagami held his head high and continued with a contented tone. Listen to Uchiha Kagami's entire plan. Fugaku was in shock for a moment. In his opinion, Uchiha Kagami's resourcefulness can indeed be called the genius of the world. To be able to become the secretary minister, Uchiha Fugaku is certainly no idiot. What if afterward, Master Fang realizes something is wrong and makes a liquidation? He was keenly aware of the only flaw in Uchiha Kagami's plan. In response, Uchiha Kagami just looked at Fugaku in front of him, showing a teachable expression. Not bad, I can think of this level. Fugaku, I recognize your wisdom. As expected of my favorite Hokage candidate. Uchiha Kagami once again acted unconcerned and had everything in mind and continued. I heard that in a powerful ancient country, I once called 2 extremely wise people Wolong and Fengxiao. Fugaku, with your wisdom, you are worthy of the title of Phoenix. Uchiha Kagami has a masterly look on his face. He used the title he saw in a certain storytelling novel to praise Fugaku. No doubt. Since he compared Uchiha Fugaku to a phoenix chick, then Crouching Dragon naturally refers to himself. You are overly complimentary, Fugaku replied excitedly. In his opinion, being praised by such a smart Uchiha Kagami is a great honor. Moreover, the title Fengchu sounds very tall and noble, which is also very appealing to him. Rest assured, I've already taken care of your worries. Even if Uchiha Fusuk discovers something is wrong afterward, it will be too late to settle the score later, because I hold a handle in his hand. Uchiha Kagami, who compares himself to Wolong, still said with a proud face, not taking Fugaku's worries to heart at all. Unless Uchiha Fusuk wants to be ruined, otherwise, he will never dare to disobey me when the time comes. I can only choose to hold my nose and admit it, Wolong said with a ferocious expression. A trace of morbid pleasure flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes at the thought that he was going to trample his lifelong enemy under his feet. I heard that Uchiha Kagami has been prepared for it. Only then did Fugaku completely put his heart into his stomach, and also imitated the Crouching Dragon look. He began to imagine that he would serve as Hokage, face the admiration of thousands of people, and reach the peak of his life. DJ. It would be great if I could just use distinguished heavenly gods to control that guy Fusuk. But that guy also owns Mangekyo. Shisui's ability may be rejected and lose its intended effect. Just in case, it's safer to use your abilities on 4th generation and Heitake Sakumo. Please give me flowers. Uchiha Kagami sighed with regret. Hearing this, Fugaku's admiration for Uchiha Kagami also reached its peak. He didn't expect that Uchiha Kagami was not only so smart in stopping ghost plots, but also as stable as an old dog. Looking at Fugaku's eyes full of reverence, Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but feel somewhat flamboyant. Count the time. Shisui should have already sent the invitation to 4th generation and Heitake Sakumo. Uchiha Kagami turned his head and looked out the window, his eyes full of expectation. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, just as Uchiha Kagami envisioned, a thin ninja wearing an umbu mask was kneeling on the ground. He was holding a dark red invitation in his hand. This person is none other than the contemporary Uchiha's #1 genius Uchiha Shisui. As a member of the Uchiha tribe, Shisui is an extremely rare person who chooses to join umbu. And on the opposite side of Shisui, Fusuke and Minato were sitting separately, listening quietly to what Shisui was saying. That's the way it is. After saying that, Shisui raised his head sharply. A pair of scarlet four-cornered windmills caught Fusuke and Minato's eyes. Looking at the scarlet four-cornered pinwheels in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, a flash of horror flashed in Namikaze Minato's heart. Sure enough, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. There are too many powerful abilities in the ninja world. But the next second, Minato said with complicated eyes, a look of relief on his face, and he didn't look like he was being controlled. Next to Minato, Fusuke, who had known the ability of distinguished heavenly gods early on, still had a calm expression and was not shocked by this. In the office, seeing Uchiha Fusuke's indifferent expression, Shisui was shocked. Since he opened Mangekyo Sharinan and awakened the ability of distinguished heavenly gods, all ninjas who knew his abilities were filled with horror. Whether it's Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Ayako, or Namikaze Minato in front of me, they all expressed admiration and emotion for Shisui's ability. Only Uchiha Fusuke's expression remained calm. It seems that distinguished heavenly gods is no different from Shadow Clone in his mind. As expected of you, Fusuke-sama. A true pride and legend of Uchiha. Shisui secretly compared it in his mind and exclaimed secretly, the reason why such a situation arises starts some time ago. Some time ago. After Fusuke said goodbye to Ayako, he returned to the Hokage office and informed Minato of the general situation. Subsequently, Fusuke began to arrange the evening's actions with Minato. At this time, tuck, there was a knock on the Hokage's office door. An umbu ninja came to report. 3rd generation Sama, 4th generation Sama. Raven, Shisui's umbu codename, said that he came to visit on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Report to Hokage on important and urgent matters. Hearing the sound, Minato glanced hesitantly at Fusuke beside him, silently asking for Fusuke's opinion. Because I already know everything. So Minato understands, the main factor behind everything is Uchiha Kagami, and Shisui is Uchiha Kagami's grandson. I am afraid that the purpose of coming to visit suddenly at this time is not simple. No problem. Let him in. In response to Shisui's sudden arrival, Fenga just nodded lightly with a calm look on his face. But what Minato didn't notice was that there was a terrifying coldness in Fusuke's eyes. Others don't know, but he knew everything about Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, under the inertial thinking, let alone Minato. At this time, even Fusuke believed that Uchiha Shisui came this time to do something with distinguished heavenly gods. The reason why Fusuke dared to meet Shisui was also very simple. Illusion is not an invincible ability, and distinguished heavenly gods is even less likely to be so-called invincible. The ninja world is so big that even Uchiha Fusuke dare not call himself the so-called invincible. Except him. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be invincible? If Uchiha Shisui dares to overestimate his own capabilities, he will naturally let Shisui know what there is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Soon, Uchiha Shisui wearing a raven mask came to Hokage's office. Although Shisui still wears a mask, Fusuke does not call him by his code name, but calls him by his first name. Uchiha Shisui, come here at this time, what do you want? Obviously, Fusuke didn't want to continue playing fancy things with Uchiha's group. He had even made up his mind. As long as Shisui dares to act rashly, he will take it down directly. It can be regarded as a preemptive strike to cut off one of the opponent's members, Admiral. After hearing Fusuke's words, Shui also took off the raven mask on his face. By now, he also knew that it would be useless to say anything else. While Uchiha Fusuke still has patience with him, being direct and honest is the way to go. At this moment, Shisui looked at Uchiha Fusuke with a determined expression, a pair of red eyes full of determination. Fusuke looked at Shisui without giving in. The atmosphere in Hokage's office fell directly into dead silence. Just as Fusuke was getting ready to deal with the distinguished heavenly gods that Shisui was about to release, suddenly, thump, Uchiha Shisui knelt down on his knees and shouted loudly, Uchiha Shisui, report Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fugaku and others for killing squad leader Jonin and assassinating Hokage, and the crime of intending to commit treason. As soon as these words came out, Fusuke was shocked and froze on the spot. Beside him, Minato's expression was even more exaggerated. He looked at the kneeling Uchiha Shisui with absent-minded eyes, and squeezed out a messy noise from his throat. Even though Fusuke and Minato were completely messed up in the wind, but in Uchiha Shisui's opinion, This behavior of the two people was due to their distrust of him, which led to doubts. Shisui began to explain anxiously again. Next, he is like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Uchiha Kagemai's plan was directly revealed in front of the two of them. Ignoring the expressions on Fusuke and Minato's faces that became increasingly strange as they listened. While listening to Shisui's story, the two of them glanced at each other in unison, and each saw the confusion in the other's eyes. From Shisui's mouth, Fusuke also learned the specific truth and details of his assassination. It was Uchiha Fugaku who took action, attacked the Hyuga ninja who was out pearl hunting. Fugaku then used Mangekyo Sharinan to erase his memory. Taking control of this Hyuga ninja, he assassinated Fusuke. That is to say, that day Uchiha Fugaku was near Ui Hong's house. As for the death of Nara Shikami, then 853 are the elite ninjas sent by Uchiha Kagemai to besiege and kill Nara Shikamiki. Shisui told everything he knew in one breath. These are basically no different from Fusuke's investigative speculations, but with Uchiha Shisui turning the dark side into the light as a witness. This can be considered as evidence that all of this can be verified. After exposing the crimes of Uchiha Kagemai and Fugaku, next, Shisui also announced Uchiha Kagemai's next action plan to Fusuke. Third Generation Sama. This is the invitation Uchiha Kagemai asked me to deliver to 4th Generation Nuasakumo-sama. The purpose is to use this to trick the two adults into going to the Uchiha clan land, then use my distinguished heavenly gods to control the two adults, Shisui said as he raised his head, revealing his Mangekyo Sharinan. Seeing this, Minato was shocked again. He looked at Shisui's young face and couldn't help but be amazed by it. Of course he knows what a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan represents. This means that the water in front of him has cage-level strength at a young age. This kind of talent, compared to his past, is not even a complete victory, but is even worse. Is this Uchiha? As expected of the most powerful family in the ninja world, there are indeed many talented people. Minato sighed secretly in his heart. Shisui glanced at Namikaze Minato in front of him calmly. After seeing the exclamation in the other person's eyes, Shisui couldn't help but feel a little confident in his heart. Obviously, he also has absolute confidence in his own potential and talent. Let me ask, a 12 or 13-year-old cage-level strong man, even looking at the entire ninja world, he can definitely be called the genius among geniuses. Thinking of this, Shui couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. But when he turned to look at Uchiha Fusuke, he only saw a pair of calm three Magatama. In front of these calm eyes, Uchiha Shisui suddenly felt that he was as small as an ant facing a high mountain. Masaka, is this the courage of Fusuke-sama? At that moment, Uchiha Shisui's pupils shrank suddenly, secretly calming his turbulent heart. This moment Shisui felt a little ashamed in his heart. How dare he be so arrogant in front of the legend of Uchiha is simply ridiculous. The Fusuke legendary tales that she heard when she was young once again came to Shisui's mind. Recalling those deeds that could be called miraculous, Shui Yuan felt a little swollen and his heart suddenly calmed down again. Instead, he felt admiration for Fusuke once again. Don't care about emotion. Next, Shisui explained the effects of his Mangekyo ability, distinguished heavenly gods, to Fusuke and Minato. This is the situation. After Shisui finished speaking, Minato on the other side of him had a look of surprise and kept sighing. But Fusuke is still at ease and seems to understand everything. Looking at Uchiha Fusuke's unfathomable eyes, Shisui was already in admiration. He also became more and more convinced that his abandoning the darkness and turning to the light was the wisest choice. Looking at Uchiha Shisui in front of him with a righteous face and thick eyebrows and big eyes, Fusuke believed Shisui's words without too much doubt. Nothing else. Based on his understanding of Shisui's character, he was someone who would do such things as kill relatives for justice. Besides, Fusuke knew that what Uchiha Shisui told was true. But compared to Fusuke's unknown prophet, Minato found Shisui's behavior somewhat incomprehensible and even unbelievable. He doesn't understand. Why did Uchiha Shisui take such a big risk to take the initiative to expose his grandfather, who seemed to be guaranteed to win and have the upper hand? After all, Uchiha Kagemai had promised him that he would push him to the position of hokage in the future. Facing the temptation of hokage, but not everyone can be like Uchiha Fusuke, who can easily regard it as dung. Shisui, Uchiha Kagemai is your grandfather. Why are you doing this? So at that moment, Minato asked Shisui directly. Hear the words. There was no hesitation on Shisui's thick-browed face, and he spoke extremely decisively. For the village, and for the Uchiha clan, I don't want to see innocent people die for my grandfather's ambition. Shisui said it extremely sincerely, and this was indeed what he was thinking in his heart. And he didn't say a word. That is, since Uchiha Kagemai planned to be hostile to Fusuke and the village, Shisui did not think he could succeed. Seeing the sincerity in Shisui's eyes, Minato also gave up his doubts and chose to completely believe Shisui. A hint of emotion flashed across Minato's face. He didn't expect that. Among the Uchiha clan, there is actually a person like Shisui who loves the village and is willing to kill relatives for justice. Seeing the emotional expression on Minato's face, Shisui couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed the test now. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he did hear an elegant and plain voice reach his ears. Gone. It was these two short words that made Shisui's heart pick up in her throat again. He raised his head and glanced at Uchiha Fusuk on the other side, but all he saw was an extremely calm look. But just such a look made the unpredictable Shisui feel more and more uneasy. Why do you ask, Fusuk-sama? Did he see something? At this time, cold sweat broke out on Shisui's spine. Suddenly, another charming voice seemed to appear in his ears. Whatever he asks you, tell him the truth. But there is only one thing, that is, you must never reveal anything about me. Shisui's eyes flashed violently, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't know how to speak. He was afraid that if he said the wrong word, everything would be exposed to Feng's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. Uchiha Fusuk looked at Shisui's erratic eyes, with a hint of deep concern in his eyes. He didn't feel that what Shisui just said and his love for the village were false. It's just that all this is a bit too coincidental. If Shisui had already had his heart set on the bright future, why didn't he expose Uchiha Kagemai's ambition earlier? But he waited until he had almost completed the investigation and was ready to take action before he came over to exterminate relatives for justice. It was like he was ready to take action. Just step on the spot and give him a stately reason to do it. Thinking of this, Fusuk casually tried to trick Shisui. Unexpectedly, this deception really exposed Shisui's flaws. But at this moment, Fusuk suddenly thought of something, which also made his heart feel complicated. While Shisui was thinking about how to answer. But I heard that elegant and indifferent voice again. Everyone has a secret. As long as you don't harm the village or the innocent people in the village. Hearing this, Uchiha's body moved. A trace of extremely complex emotions emerged in his heart. It feels like being moved, and also like the joy of being recognized and understood. Yes, at that moment, Shisui lowered his head suddenly and bowed respectfully to Uchiha Fusuk. Look up again. Uchiha Shisui looked at Fusuk with eyes full of kindness and admiration. Please rest assured, third generation Sama, I will fight to the death for the sake of the village. Shisui looked directly at Fusuk and said in an extremely excited voice. Looking at the excited Uchiha Shisui, a strange color flashed in Minato's eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that even though Shisui says everything is a village, but the respect in his eyes was exactly that of Uchiha Fusuk's. Not only Minato, but also Fusuk's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't know what he had done. Inexplicably, such a little fanboy appeared. Back. Fusuk can only boil it all down to, it's all his damn charm. See, Uchiha Shisui is so wise. Fusuk just casually established a relationship. In terms of age and relationship, I can be considered your grandfather. No need to be so distant, just call me Grandpa Fusuk from now on. He never expected that with a flat A, the opponent would directly hand over his ultimate move. This. Thump, yes. Fusuk-sama. Hearing this, Shisui knelt down on the ground in excitement and bowed his head directly. Uchiha Fusuk, now that this is the case, what else can he say? I can only accept Shisui, the little brother who is on the road. As the time approaches dusk, the silvery moonlight appears faintly in the sky. It seems that after a while, the color will completely cover the earth. At this time, Jiraiya, who was covered in stars and moonlight and looked a little dusty, finally returned to Konoha. As soon as he entered Konoha, Jiraiya smelled a chilling atmosphere in the streets. Jiraiya looked at the left and right sides, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He only felt that tonight, the bustling Konoha seemed to become a little deserted. In front of the main gate of Konoha, Master Jiraiya, welcome back. An Umbu ninja who had been waiting here for a long time came up to him immediately. Seeing this Umbu, Jiraiya was not too surprised. He just nodded slightly towards Umbu, because before he came back, he notified the village through Mount Mayaboku. It was expected that the village would send people to wait here for him. Jiraiya-sama, this is a mission issued to you personally by third generation Sama. Please accept it. Suddenly, the enemy handed a mission scroll to Jiraiya's hand. Isn't the old man no longer in charge? Why did you give me a mission? Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and opened the scroll while muttering. After quickly browsing the information in the scroll, Jiraiya's expression gradually changed from cynical to serious. I see. After reading the scroll, Jiraiya nodded seriously to the Umbu ninja in front of him. Then, he immediately rushed in one direction at high speed. That's where the Uchiha tribe is. As soon as the sky turned dark, Jiraiya rushed to the designated location according to the content in the scroll. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Uchiha tribe, countless Umbu elites have already surrounded the Uchiha tribe. As soon as Jiraiya arrived, he bumped into Heitake Sakumo, who was in charge here. Heitake Sakumo, it's you. The moment he saw Heitake Sakumo, Jiraiya subconsciously understood. Then, a trace of extremely obvious rejection and disgust flashed across his face. At that moment, Heitake Sakumo's eyes flashed with helplessness. "It's you, Jiraiya." He said hello to Jiraiya feebly snort, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya just snorted after hearing the sound. "I have no intention of taking a serious look at Heitake 3.0 Sakumo." Heitake Sakumo, he opened his mouth, intending to say something, but finally closed his mouth. The feud between Hero Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and Konoha's White Fang is not a secret in Konoha. As for why exactly, there are still different opinions. But in fact, except for Jiraiya himself, no one knows when the grievance between the two of them was forged. This includes Heitake Sakumo. Sakumo only remembered. Suddenly one day, Jiraiya, who originally had great respect for him, suddenly became unusually hostile to him. This kept Heitake Sakumo confused. He wanted to ask Jiraiya several times, but every time he asked, Jiraiya would grit his teeth and reply to him, "Scum, brute, you'd better be careful walking on the road at night." Even so, the good-tempered Sakumo didn't take the initiative to apologize. But unexpectedly, Jiraiya still didn't buy his account, but instead gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily. "Fraud, hypocritical, I'm going to skin you one day." After several times, even a clay figure will inevitably get angry at being scolded, let alone Heitake Sakumo. Ever since, the relationship between the two began to plummet into the abyss. Until later, Sannin left one after another. Heitake Sakumo also gradually lost contact with Jiraiya, and he forgot about this group. What I didn't expect was, long time no see. When Jiraiya saw him, he was still so angry. Thinking that after all these years, Jiraiya still hasn't let go of the resentment in his heart, Heitake Sakumo felt helpless. Faced with Jiraiya's unfounded hatred, Sakumo felt extremely helpless inside. "Jiraiya, I don't care what grudges you have against me. The enemy is facing you, so don't lose the big for the small." He could only suppress the depression in his heart and take the initiative to persuade Jiraiya. "Pooh, of course I understand what's right and wrong, but I tell you, it's not over between us." Jiraiya spat and glared back. Heitake Sakumo. But no matter what, Sakumo felt relieved when he saw that Jiraiya promised not to make any mistakes. At the same time, the surrounding sky also gradually darkened. In the sight of Sakumo and Jiraiya, two figures slowly walked into the Uchiha tribe. Needless to say, one of them is the haggard fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The other person next to Minato turned out to be Heitake Sakumo, who was arguing with Jiraiya. As the sun was completely covered by the mountains to the west, the land of the ninja world was shrouded in a silvery moonlight. Finally, he looked up at the bloody moon in the sky. Sakumo and Minato entered the Uchiha clan side by side. The peaceful Uchiha tribe in the past was already silent at this time. A thick chilling air shrouded the sky above the clan. Minato and Sakumo had just entered the clan grounds. A Uchiha tribesman who had been waiting here for a long time came forward to greet him. "Fourth generation Sama, Sakumo-sama, please come with me. Elder Jing and Minister Fugaku have been waiting in the clan for a long time." Minato raised his eyes slightly, taking in the appearance of the person he was greeting. This person has a long and narrow body and looks like a sharp-mouthed monkey. At that moment, this person's information appeared in Minato's mind. Setsuna Uchiha, one of the elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, according to Shisui's testimony, this person was one of the murderers who attacked Nara Shikamiki. "Thank you, Uchiha Setsuna Jonin." A hint of coldness flashed through Minato's heart, but his expression remained just a calm smile. "You're welcome." Uchiha just responded humbly, bowing his head and leading the way. From an angle that Minato couldn't see, Uchiha's long and narrow eyes held a bit of coldness like a lion majesty. Soon, the three of them walked through the silent Uchiha tribe and arrived at the gate of the elder's mansion deep in the tribe. The shadow appears, the sound comes first. "Ha ha ha, please, Master Hokage and Master Umbu, please come in person. This really makes me shine." Uchiha Kagami laughed and took the initiative to go out to greet him. In addition to Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fugaku also followed behind him. "Lord Hokage, Lord Heitake." Fugaku also opened his mouth to greet the two of them respectfully. As one of the top officials of Konoha in charge of the security department, Fugaku is closer to Minato and Sakumo. "On weekdays, I always look up but never look down." Certainly, this closer is limited to a nod of acquaintance. Faced with the enthusiasm of the two Fugakus, Minato just nodded slightly. The behavior is neither distant nor close. This is also consistent with his usual relationship status with the Uchiha clan. "Two adults, please." As the host, Uchiha Kagami took the initiative to invite the two people into the house with a smile. Minato and Sakumo didn't push too much and chose to step into it one after the other. Seeing Minato and Sakumo unpreparedly stepped into the trap they had prepared in advance, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kagami looked at each other, and each saw the excitement hidden in the other's eyes. but neither of them were shallow people, and they quickly suppressed this unspoken excitement. Then, the two followed Minato and Sakumo into the house. Click, with Uchiha Fugaku closing the door. Shua Shua, nearly 100 heavily armed figures directly surrounded the Great Elder's residence. These are none other than Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kagemai's elite Uchiha ninjas. The leader was Uchiha Setsuna, who was previously responsible for leading the way. At this time, these Uchiha elites all had murderous looks on their faces and were ready to act at any time. Obviously, this is Uchiha Kagemai's backup, just in case. He has already completed the heavy deployment and control. So far, it also means that this Hungman banquet has officially begun. Inside the house, in a spacious guest room with simple and elegant furnishings, 4 people sat in pairs. Uchiha Kagemai's etiquette is extremely thorough. He also called Minato and Sakumo extremely hospitable. In front of the 2 tables, fruits, tea and water are all available. Elder Mirror, Minister Fugaku. I'm so busy with work during the day that I really can't spare any time, so I'm sorry to bother you late at night. Minato was the first to greet him, with a well-placed smile on his face. Although Minato looked haggard at this time, his body was filled with the aura of impending Kukaki, but one can also vaguely see the modest and gentlemanly temperament he had in the past. Where there? Lord Hokage said something strong. Uchiha Kagemai responded quickly and kept her posture very low, pretending to be a hospitable host. No more gossip. Let's get right to the point. You said in your letter that you have key clues about the murder of squad leader Nara. Please also tell me this. Minato put away his smile and asked Uchiha Kagemai in front of him with a serious and sincere expression. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagemai did not rush to reply, but looked at Fugaku beside him calmly. Both of them saw a hint of joy in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect it. How dare Minato be so eager to seek death? Seeing this, Jing nodded with a serious face. Actually, this matter has to start with my grandson Shisui. That day, Shisui had just finished his mission and returned to the village late at night. Then he started to make up a story without blushing or heartbeat. Probably Shisui returned to the village late at night and uncovered the lie about the gangster attacking Nara Shikamiki. Oh, it's actually like this. Then please ask Shisui Jonin to come out and explain in detail what is going on. Minato pretended to be eager and asked eagerly. Seeing that Minato was just as expected, he turned into a laughter because of his lies. A trace of pride flashed in Uchiha Kagemai's eyes, so he opened his mouth and shouted loudly toward the door. Shisui, come in. Following Uchiha Kagemai's shout, the young Uchiha with thick eyebrows and big eyes opened the door and walked in. Now, answer Hokage-sama's question. Tell him everything you see. With the appearance of Shisui, Uchiha Kagemai said to Shisui with a serious expression. At the same time, he quietly winked at Shisui, indicating that the time has come. Shisui clearly understood the look in Uchiha Kagemai's eyes, but he just kept it secret. He walked slowly to the center of the room and raised his head slightly. At this moment, his eyes happened to overlap with Minato's. This moment. Since Uchiha Kagemai, the Crouching Dragon, and Uchiha Fugaku, the Willing Phoenix Chick, have already been excited and unable to control themselves, both bodies were trembling uncontrollably due to excessive excitement. Especially Uchiha Kagemai, who was shaking like a sieve. For those who didn't know, I thought this person had been suffering from late-stage Parkinson's disease for 10 years. To make today's plan foolproof, Uchiha Kagemai has long experimented with Fugaku's Mangekyo. In a 2-person experiment, the resistance of ninjas other than the Uchiha, 3 Megatama, clan to Mangekyo illusions is basically 0. Not to mention, Shisui's pupil technique is Distinguished Heavenly Gods that is standing above a million illusion techniques. The possibility of resistance is 0. Minato looked directly at Shisui, as if he was putting his neck under the knife without even realizing it. As long as Shisui uses Distinguished Heavenly Gods to control Minato who can fly Thunder God, the remaining Heitake Sakumo is just a lamb to be slaughtered. How could the two of them not be ecstatic? X2 The two of them shouted excitedly in their hearts at the same time. At this moment, the excitement on their faces could no longer be suppressed, and they almost stood up and slapped the table and shouted excitedly to the sky. Both Kagemai and Fugaku stared straight at Shisui, waiting for Mizuai's move. 1 second, 2 seconds, until tens of seconds later. Uchiha Shisui has been standing quietly in place, making no move. Just as if he was the one controlled by the illusion, and the door in front of him was the same as Sakumo. Finally, I was tortured like taking off my pants and suddenly disconnecting from the internet at the climax of watching a movie. Uchiha Kagemai couldn't stand it any longer. Shisui, what are you waiting for? He stood up suddenly and yelled at Uchiha Shisui in front of him with a ferocious expression. Hear the sound. There was a hint of darkness in Shisui's eyes. The reason why he behaves so strangely. It was also due to the previous agreement with Fusuk. That is, he hopes to give his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, a chance to step back from the cliff. But obviously, in the end, Shisui's good intentions fell into place. He raised his head and glanced to the other side. There, Heitake Sakumo's expression was naturally calm, while Minato's eyes were filled with encouragement and a smile. Shisui let out a small breath. Finally, he suddenly turned around to face Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku behind him and spoke sharply. Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fugaku, even now, you still don't know how to repent. The treacherous deeds of you two rebellious madmen have been completely exposed. I advise you to surrender quickly, seek leniency, and start a new life. Looking at his grandson with thick eyebrows and big eyes and an upright look scolding him, Uchiha Kagami froze on the spot. At the moment, nothing but disbelief. He only felt a stream of energy and blood rising from the soles of his feet to the sky. Suddenly, Uchiha Kagami felt dizzy and his eyes were filled with stars. For Uchiha Kagami at this moment, his state of mind was far beyond what could be described by taking off his pants and disconnecting the internet. But he is shameless, asking for connections and spending a lot of money. I bought 1 TB limited commemorative collection of learning materials. Then he went home and turned on his computer with great joy, and took out the treasured 1:1 fine restoration model. When I planned to research and study in detail, however, they discovered that the data contained only the garden baby and the Balala little demon fairy. He just took off the Thailand fencing information that was longer and bigger than him. Before he could even think about returning the product and refunding it, he was crying and scolding his mother. The computer screen went completely black, with a large panda burning incense pattern appearing on it. Such a psychological blow. It is enough for an ordinary old man to directly obtain an exquisite courtyard house with an area of 0.5 square meters. Compared to Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fugaku's situation is a little better, and he was the first to reflect it. After all, it was not his grandson who pointed his nose and scolded him in front of him. Shisui, what are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku asked Shisui in shock, his eyes filled with surprise. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Fugaku, surrender. It's all umbu outside. Uchiha Shisui said softly, looking at Fugaku with eyes full of advice and pity. Hearing this, the veins on Uchiha Fugaku's forehead couldn't help but beat twice. He thought the plan would fail. I also thought about the reasons why the plan failed. But he never thought about it. The reason for the failure turned out to be Shisui's surrendering to the enemy before the battle. Shisui, aren't you from Uchiha? At the moment, Uchiha Fugaku could only squeeze out these few words through clenched teeth. But unexpectedly, Shisui still had no reaction. Instead, he looked at Fugaku with more and more pity. His eyes seemed to say, how bold. If you don't rebel, you are not a member of the Uchiha 940 tribe. What is your logic? Only for the plot in the book, no other meaning. Don't bring in Ajidai Meng randomly, doghead saves life. It's different from the chicken feathers here at Uchiha Kagami. Some are happy and some are sad. On Minato's side, he was completely relieved after seeing Shisui's behavior. At this time, Uchiha Kagami, who was so angry that she almost suffered from cerebral thrombosis and got a 0.5 square meter exquisite courtyard house, finally regained her composure. Who would have guessed? Uchiha Kagami did not curse, nor was he hysterical. Misfortune, ha 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 ha. He just kept looking up to the sky and laughing crazily with a livid complexion. Seeing this, Minato frowned slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Good, very good. Uchiha Shisui, you did a great job. Finally, Uchiha Kagami stopped laughing. He stared at Shisui with bloodshot eyes and squeezed out these words through his teeth. Don't think that you will win this way. Fugaku, use that. Uchiha Kagami suddenly turned his head and looked at Fugaku beside him with cold and cruel eyes. Seeing this, even though Fugaku knew that the coldness in the mirror was not directed at him, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Yes, Fugaku immediately nodded toward the mirror. After making a simple seal, he cut his hand and pressed it to the ground. Surprisingly, it is summoning technique. Seeing this, Minato frowned. He shifted his attention to Shisui, wanting to get the answer from Shisui. But I saw Shisui also looking confused, acting a little at a loss. Obviously, he also knew nothing about that thing Uchiha Kagami said. This is the trump card in Uchiha Kagami's hand that even Shisui doesn't know. Bang! There was a flash of smoke. A tiny red fox with 9 tails appeared in front of Fugaku, but at this moment, the fox's eyes were dull. The beast pupils in his eyes were replaced by scarlet mangekyo. Obviously, this is a 9 tails. And it was a 9 tails that Fugaku controlled with mangekyo. Uchiha Kagami and others actually planned to follow the example of Uchiha Obito and once again manipulate 9 tails to launch a rebellion. 9 tails, who knows about my family? Every time they Uchiha cause trouble, they always take me out for a walk. It's so stupid. It seems that since the last time Fusuk chose to release the pet fox, this unlucky fox was captured by Fugaku again and fell into Fugaku's hands. Seeing this, Heitake Sakumo, who had been silent for a long time, had a flash of disappointment in his eyes. It turns out that Uchiha Kagemai's so-called trump card turned out to be just 9 tails. Obviously. As the saying goes, vision determines the brain. With the strength and vision of Uchiha Kagemai and Uchiha Fugaku, there is nothing wrong with choosing 9 tails as a trump card. After all, in their eyes, 9 tails' power is beyond comparison. After ordering Fugaku to summon 9 tails, Uchiha Kagemai kept moving. Snapped. He suddenly picked up the tea bowl on the table and smashed it to the ground, accompanied by the sound of breaking porcelain. Swish! The Uchiha ninjas who had been ambushing them all rushed out and surrounded Minato and Sakumo. Not only that. Boom! A ray of fire also took the opportunity to rise into the sky, illuminating the entire Uchiha clan sky. For red walls of fire surrounded the Uchiha Kagemai residence, forming a completely enclosed space. Uchiha Fire Formation. A secret technique for isolation and sealing. Uchiha Fugaku personally enhanced the effect of this technique. Once trapped, not even Minato's Flying Thunder God technique can easily escape. Too bad one Namikaze Minato. Do you think I won't take precautions against the Flying Thunder God? If you try now, can you still escape? Uchiha Kagemai sneered and said to Minato in a venomous voice. Don't try to control me with distinguished heavenly gods. That's in vain. Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods is indeed powerful, but it can only be used twice at most. And now there are nearly 100 Uchiha elites here. Even if you control me, they won't let you go. Uchiha Kagemai said coldly again, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Obviously. As a veteran in the ninja world, Uchiha Kagemai still saw the shortcomings in the seemingly unsolvable ability of distinguished heavenly gods. For all this today, Uchiha Kagemai can be said to have already exhausted all the mechanisms and blocked everything. How could he not think of what would happen if he failed? But like Fugaku, he didn't expect that the cause of failure was Shisui's surrendering to the enemy before the battle. Even if Shisui surrenders to the enemy, Uchiha Kagemai believes that the situation is still under his control. Moreover, he firmly held the 3 points of time, location, and people. Although they are both owners of Mangekyo Sharinan, Fugaku was somewhat resistant to Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. Moreover, despite his age, Shisui's experience and combat power are still inferior to those of Fugaku. So with Fugaku here, Shisui is destined not to make any waves. Not to mention, he also has the big killer 9 tails and nearly 100 elite Uchiha. With this power, it is more than enough to fight against Minato and Heitake Sakumo, who are both worse than before. Therefore, although Uchiha Kagemai was extremely cruel to Shisui's act of surrender, but he was not worried at the moment. Baby. Surrender. Namikaze Minato. I might even be able to give you a good time. Uchiha Kagemai said to Minato with a sneer, a cold look on his face. As for Sakumo and Shisui on the side, he had no intention of paying any attention to it. After this betrayal, Shisui has lost value in his heart, plus Shisui's dangerous abilities. Even though Shisui is his biological grandson, Uchiha Kagemai has decided to kill Shisui quickly. As for Heitake Sakumo, it's cage level though, but in the eyes of Uchiha Kagemai, he is just a follower. After solving Minato, what kind of disturbance can a follower create? Therefore, he took the initiative to persuade Minato to surrender with a win-win look. Hearing the sound, Minato still didn't seem to panic. He just turned his head slightly and looked at Heitake Sakumo beside him, as if he was consulting him for advice. Seeing Minato's actions, Uchiha Kagemai still didn't panic at all. He sneered on the spot, thinking that Minato was making a fool of himself. At this time, pang, a burst of smoke enveloped Sakumo's body out of thin air. Why? In the smoke, a faint sigh reached everyone's ears. The next second, the smoke cleared, revealing the true face of Mount Lu. Mirror, it turns out this is your trick. Accompanied by an elegant and indifferent voice, a figure with a bit of unearthly meaning appeared in front of everyone. What? Seeing the appearance of this person, Uchiha Kagemai panicked completely and let out a distorted and frightened exclamation. The nightmare that had shrouded his life appeared in front of him at this moment. It's not just Uchiha Kagemai. Even the Uchiha elites who rushed out all around looked surprised and had troubled expressions in their eyes. Because this person is not someone else. It is the legendary hero of the Uchiha clan, the third hokage of Konoha Uchiha Fusuk. What he just used was one of the basic 3 body techniques of ninja transformation technique. Turn out to be. Fusuk transformed into Heitake Sakumo early in the morning and followed Minato to attend the Hungman banquet. At the same time, to the east of the Uchiha tribe's land. At night, the extremely eye-catching flames of the Uchiha fireworks array soar into the sky. The expressions of the real Heitake Sakumo and others changed. Give me the order and start taking action. Heitake Sakumo gave an order. Countless Umbu elites appeared at the same time and rushed towards the Uchiha tribe. It's not just the east side where Sakumo is in charge. At the same time, On the west, south and north sides of the Uchiha tribe's land, Jiraiya, Uchiha Ayako and Hyuga Renka also launched the operation together. The major ninja clans in Konoha Hyuga, and the Uchiha clan members loyal to Ayako, led by 3 Kage level, rushed out from the west, south, and north directions. This is also the arrangement Fusuke made early in the morning, in order to prevent the situation from spreading and the rebel ninja under Uchiha Kagemai's command to escape. He had already deployed his troops and generals to surround the entire Uchiha tribe. Soon, with the advance of Sakumo and others, the rebel ninjas in the clan also reacted one after another. The two sides began to engage in hand-to-hand combat and started fighting. As Konoha Security Minister and Uchiha Great Elder, Fugaku and Uchiha Kagemai risked everything to rebel, and of course they would not only struggle with the nearly 100 people besieging the mansion. Can only say, appearing near the mansion were Fugaku and Kagemai's elite and confidants. In addition, the remaining rebel ninjas were placed in other locations in the clan area by the two of them. Not all of them are ninjas from the Uchiha clan, but also other ninjas hired by Mirror, as well as several small ninja clans who relied on Uchiha's breath to survive and were coerced. Poofed. In the blink of an eye, several rebel ninjas were killed by Sakumo. As a Kage-level strong man, it is natural to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers by cutting off all the enemies. But soon, Heitake Sakumo frowned. I saw him in the queue of rebel ninjas. There are several thin ninjas with iron rods and superb physical skills who are constantly attacking the Umbu elites under Sakumo. It can be seen from their skills alone that the strength of these people is far beyond that of other miscellaneous soldiers. Sakumo's eyes flashed, and he immediately recognized these people as elite members of the Sarutobi clan from Konoha. Before he could continue to be surprised, several sharp wind blades overtook him and struck him again. Sakumo dodged. Looking up again, I saw a few familiar figures, the elites from the Shimura clan. Besides, there are also 2 elite ninjas, Mito and Mito, who are in the team of rebellious ninjas. These ninjas were at the critical moment when they voted for the Hokage alternate, guys who voted for Uchiha Fugaku. Obviously, this group of people has long been involved with Uchiha Kagemai and Uchiha Fugaku. Heitake Sakumo's eyes flashed with fierceness. With a sword rising into the sky, Konoha's White Fang is destined to start a killing spree tonight. Dark place. Seeing the fighting going on in the Uchiha tribe, along with a space vortex, Uchiha Obito wearing a mask and Uzumaki, the 3 characters of fire and darkness walked out. Looking at the bloody scenes of fierce fighting around him, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. You too, help me grab Sharingan. 11 the more, the better. As long as it's eye-opening, just grab it. Afterwards, we will meet here. Remember, don't get in trouble with Uchiha Fusuke, Obito said as he threw 2 bags to Fire and Yan. The two took the bag and nodded to Obito at the same time. Then, no more time is wasted. He began to wander around the battlefield, and wherever he saw Uchiha tribesmen who died in battle, he would go there and gouge out their eyes and bag them in one go. What he didn't know was, as soon as he left, Yan and Yin looked at each other and dropped the bags in their hands on the ground. The residence of the great elder Uchiha. With the appearance of Fusuke, the atmosphere in the room fell into depression. He just glanced around lightly. Under Fusuke's calm and indifferent pair of 3 Megatama, all the ninjas under Uchiha Kagemai were trembling. Although he didn't say a word, but just showing up has already had a huge impact on the situation. Dang Rang, an Uchiha ninja, immediately lost his fighting spirit, and the sword in his hand slipped to the ground unconsciously. And this is like a signal. More and more Uchiha's rebellious eyes began to waver. That's Uchiha Fusuke, the legend of Uchiha active among legends. Many people present, such as Shisui, grew up listening to Fusuke legendary stories. Letting them fight Fusuke at this moment is like letting them attack their idol with their own hands. This is like forcing a kid to dress up as a monster and beat Tiga. For a time, the morale of the rebellious ninja under Uchiha Kagemai dropped drastically. One person can defeat thousands of troops. Fusuke's influence can be seen in Madara. Certainly, there are always exceptions to everything. Not everyone will be in awe of the so-called old-fashioned legendary stories. For example, Setsuna Uchiha, who has a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, has been indifferent to everything about Fusuke since he was a child. Seeing that the situation is unfavorable, even the backbone Uchiha Kagemai was intimidated by Fusuke's appearance. Uchiha immediately gritted his teeth and stood up, roaring at the top of his lungs. You these idiots, are you all stupid? We are rebelling now. We are plotting rebellion. Do you really think that if you surrender, you will have a chance to survive? It's just a Uchiha moment, after all, words are spoken lightly. The Uchiha ninjas were still hesitant after hearing his words, but Setsuna's words were not without effect. At least it woke up Uchiha Kagemai and Uchiha Fugaku, who were sluggish on one side. One, what are so many of you afraid of? Even Uchiha Fusuk is just one person. Don't forget, if you kill these two guys, Fugaku will become Hokage. All the resources in the village belong to us. Uchiha Kagami immediately roared, boosting the sagging morale. His words seemed to comfort everyone as well as himself. No matter how you put it, even Uchiha Fusuk is still a human being, and he will die if he is killed. At present, Uchiha Kagami still occupies the right time, place and people, so it may not be impossible to kill Fenga here. And Uchiha Kagami's words are also extremely sophisticated. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. It has been like this since ancient times. The so-called faith is often insignificant in the face of practical interests. I'm sorry, I'm an adult. Uchiha's glory requires Fugaku-sama to become a Hokage to achieve. Under the encouragement of Uchiha Kagami, an Uchiha ninja opened his mouth with twinkling eyes. This person is a member of the Konoha Security Department and a die-hard supporter of Uchiha Fugaku. Driven by interests, he chose to be the first to eat crabs. With the first one, there will naturally be the second and third. The Uchiha rebellious ninja who can appear here. In addition to their strength, most of them are also people who are closely related to Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, they also figured it out, even if they raised their hands and surrendered. It is also difficult for them to avoid liquidation afterwards. At last, even the ninja who dropped the knife on the ground chose to silently pick up the knife on the ground. At the same time, fierce shouts of killing came from outside the house. Uchiha Kagami knew that this was the arrival of support from Konoha. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. If he waited for Konoha's large army to come over, he would really be done for. What are you waiting for? Take action. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami roared hysterically. As his voice fell, nearly 100 elite Uchiha in the Uchiha fire formation attacked the three Fusuks together. In this regard, these three people always looked calm. Even young Shisui didn't panic at all. Because they have a living legend here. Fusuk just looked around for a moment. The Uchiha ninjas who came towards him seemed to have been cast a fixing spell, Zhao Li Zhao, and they were all frozen in place. No matter how hard these Uchiha ninjas struggled, they found that they could not control their bodies. This group of people enjoyed almost the same treatment as Uchiha Obito not long ago. Is this an illusion? Could it be his Mangekyo ability? No, he is clearly still in the Three Magadama state. Uchiha Fugaku on the side couldn't help being shocked in his heart. Looking at the ordinary pair of three Magatama in Fusuk's eyes, he felt as if he was in a dream. That's right. Fusuk still uses Genjutsu. Even if Mangekyo is not activated, it is just dealing with some miscellaneous soldiers of Jonin per capita. 3 Tomo Sharinan is enough for Fusuk. After using illusion to immobilize everyone, Fusuk ignored Fugaku, who was stunned on one side, and Uchiha Kagami, who was hysterical on the other side. He raised his head slightly, stretched out a hand and pointed it at the roof above his head. Lightning style. Chidori sharp spear. Along with a dazzling lightning, the roof above the head was instantly shattered into pieces, revealing the red flames all around. Uki flame formation. Looking at the surrounding scene, Fusuk's eyes flashed with emotion. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he is naturally familiar with this formation. Later in the original work, Obito also used this trick. Its strength cannot be broken even by tailed beasts in a short period of time. But just because the tailed beast can't do it, doesn't mean he can't do it either. Uchiha Fusuk just gave birth to a hand lightly. Buzz, a pure Raiznan appeared in his hand. Then, the cyan color representing wind and the red chakra representing fire were injected into Raiznan Dangchen at the same time. Under the influence of the transformation of the two chakra properties, Raiznan instantly expanded several times and turned into a striking red color. Scorch style. Spiral shuriken. Subsequently, Fusuk aimed at the surrounding Uchiha fire array and threw the scorch style spiral shuriken in his hand. Like a red meteor, the spiral shuriken hit the Uchiha fire array. Boom! The terrifying red air flow splashed out, and the Uchiha fire formation couldn't even stop it before it shattered into fire flakes all over the sky. What? Fugaku couldn't help but panic flashed in his eyes when he saw Uchiha, who couldn't resist the flame formation for even a second. The Uki fire formation that can be used by Fugaku to trap 2 cage level experts, Minato and Sakumo. The strength is naturally very good, and Fugaku has tested it himself. Even for him, it would be extremely difficult to break the Uki flame formation with Mangekyo activated. But he didn't expect that one of his carefully prepared trump cards would be so fragile in Fusuk's hands. Against the backdrop of the shattered sparks all over the sky, Fusuk looked like a banished immortal descending from the mortal world. I am third Hokage, Uchiha Fusuk. My decree. Uchiha rebelled and only punished the evil leaders, not the cronies. Raise your hands and surrender now to avoid death. As Fusuk slowly spoke, a solemn voice resounded throughout the Uchiha clan. All of a sudden, no matter which corner of the battlefield, Uchiha's voice was clearly heard. the morale of the rebel side suddenly dropped sharply. Originally, the rebel ninjas that Uchiha Kagami was struggling with had an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Coupled with the fact that Fusuk had arranged for 4 cage level experts to lead the team in advance, the rebel ninja side had no power to fight back. Seeing that the situation was over, most of the rebel ninjas chose to drop their weapons and surrender. Only a few rebel elites are still resisting. After saying this, Fusuk turned to look at Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku on the other side. It's time to put an end to things. Seeing Fusuk's eyes, Uchiha Kagami instantly collapsed to the ground with a look of fear. On conspiracy. Wolong Uchiha Kagami may be considered a good player, but when it comes to combat, Uchiha Kagami's strength is not even cage level. It would be absolutely impossible for him to muster up the courage to fight the wind. Leave the rest to you. Leave these two to me. Fusuk ordered in a low voice to Shisui and Minato beside him. Yes, X2 hearing this, Shisui and Minato nodded. He began to deal with the elite rebel ninjas around him. For these rebel ninjas who followed Fugaku and Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Fusuk had already given them a chance. Since they insist on following Uchiha Kagami's path to death, it's no wonder he is the one to blame. Kind-hearted and soft-hearted. It has never been a label on Uchiha Fusuk. At this moment, Fugaku still maintains a good fighting spirit. He stared at Uchiha Fusuk closely, although his face still had a hint of respect, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Fusuk-sama, do you think you will win? I'm afraid we haven't reached that point yet. Nine Tails, give it to me. Fugaku 500 roared, revealing Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes. Following his roar, the originally mini Nine Tails instantly expanded countless times, returning to its original terrifying size of several hundred meters. Roar! Nine Tails looked up to the sky and roared, returning to the appearance of the demon fox that wreaked havoc in Konoha that night. Seeing Fugaku's heroic actions, Uchiha Kagami looked at Fugaku expectantly, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart again. On the battlefield, everyone looked at Nine Tails, who suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, and they all showed horrified expressions. This is Nine Tails. To the west of the battlefield, Jiraiya looked at Nine Tails with a solemn expression. At the moment, although Konoha already has an absolute advantage, but what if Fugaku is really desperate to control Nine Tails and kill them wantonly, relying on the Tails' battlefield killer properties? It will inevitably cause a lot of casualties on Konoha's side. Before Jiraiya could start getting worried, suddenly, no more. Jiraiya looked at the Nine Tails that suddenly evaporated in the distance and stood there in a daze. Whoosh! Uchiha Fugaku jumped up proudly and squatted on Nine Tails' head. He looked down at Uchiha Fusuk, who was already as small as an ant on the ground, and thought to himself, same as Mangekyo Sharinan. I have already taken control of Nine Tails first, and he has no chance to exert any influence on Nine Tails, unless he defeats me first. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku once again felt confident in his heart. After all, in his opinion, the last time Fusuk quelled the turmoil in Nine Tails, he only relied on Mangekyo. Genhi Nine Tails 1v1, Fenga may not be Nine Tails' opponent. Now that Nine Tails has been obtained by him first, even Uchiha Fusuk, in his opinion, will have to fight hard to face Nine Tails. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku squatting on Nine Tails' head in midair, a coldness flashed in Fusuk's eyes. Whoa! The three Megatama in Fusuk's eyes continue to overlap and condense, forming a pair of new ring-shaped windmills. Then a word came out of his mouth coldly. The terrifying pupil power surged out from Fusuk's eye sockets, plunging like a tsunami into Nine Tails' lantern-like beast eyes. Boom! This pupil power followed Nine Tails' beast pupils and hit Fugaku's mind like a sledgehammer. Laugh! At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku screamed, and blood began to pour out of the corners of his eyes. His body couldn't support it, and he staggered and fell off Nine Tails' head. At the same time, the scarlet color in Nine Tails' eyes also completely faded, and he once again returned to his former cunning and arrogant appearance. These Uchiha bastards. As soon as Nine Tails regained his senses, he was ready to curse. But as soon as it lowered its head, it once again saw a pair of scarlet eyes that were as indifferent as water. Nine Tails swallowed the words directly and shrank his neck. Then, it shrank its body again, and silently trotted to Feng Ge's side with an extremely clever posture. Boss, you're here to save me. Fusuk looked at the pet fox squatting at his feet with a low eyebrow and a look of disdain on his face. At that moment, he made a simple seal with one hand. A stream of clear water gushes out from Fusuk's fingertips, directly on top of Nine Tails' head. Wow! The hair of Nine Tails on the ground was instantly wet and turned into a soaked fox. Nine Tails had a foxy face in the room, but soon there was a hint of anger but no words. Your head is dirty, please wash it off yourself. Fusuk just said the next sentence in a nonchalant manner, and then turned to look at Fugaku on the other side again. Hearing the sound, Nine Tails' fox eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, and it suddenly remembered that Fugaku seemed to be squatting above its head just now. Nine-Tails then quickly raised its paws and began to rub the top of its head, cleaning its hair. Fugaku held onto the bleeding Mangekyo and struggled to get up from the ground. He ignored the stinging in his eyes and the embarrassment all over his body, and looked at Uchiha Fenghuan in horror. Fusuk's expression remained calm, as if he had just swatted away a small insect. How can it be? Fugaku murmured in disbelief, looking like he had seen a ghost. In fact, Fugaku's previous confidence was not without reason. If Nine-Tails is compared to a car and Mangekyo is compared to a car key, then Fugaku is the one who took the key and drove onto the highway first. Even other people with keys cannot catch up with him, or bypass him and drive directly. Want to drive? The only way is to kill him as the driver, make the car stop, and then start driving again. But what Fusuk just did, it was as if he was forcing himself to race a car on the highway. After catching up with the car, he violently opened the cab door and forced Fugaku out of the car. This level of absurdity can no longer be described by one force to defeat 10 societies. It seems that both of them possess Mangekyo, but there is an actual gap between them, big enough for Usain Bolt to race against an 80-year-old man who had his lower body amputated, although he was severely intimidated by Fusuk's behavior. But after all, Uchiha Fugaku is also a cage-level strongman who has seen strong winds and waves. The setbacks in front of him did not defeat him. He raised his head again, ignoring the bleeding eyes, and looked directly at Fusuk on the other side. Whoa! The large triangular windmill in Fugaku's eye socket began to rotate rapidly. Wherever he could see, black, BCDG, flames of unknown appearance were ignited. One wave comes after another. Mangekyo I Technique Amaterasu. Amaterasu, the dark flame that will never go out. In the original work, the Mangekyo abilities shared by the two brothers Itaki and Suzuki were quite impressive when they first appeared. It can be speculated that Mangekyo's abilities are also hereditary and bloodborne. It is therefore not surprising that one of Fugaku's Mangekyo abilities would be Amaterasu. Facing the black flames surging around him, Uchiha Fusuk's eyes remained calm and indifferent. Since Fugaku chose to use the Mangekyo ability, he wouldn't mind a confrontation between Mangekyo. His left eye moved slightly. The pupil technique Soul Eater was poured out at the right time. For a moment, Fusuk's right eye seemed to turn into a whirlpool. The black flames burning all around seemed like a stream flowing into the sea, and were sucked in by Feng Chi's right eye. In just a moment, one of Fugaku's Mangekyo was bleeding profusely and could no longer hold on. Seeing this, Fusuk also withdrew his pupil technique. Isn't this possible? He is indeed a middle-aged man, so he is not durable enough. It doesn't feel as good as Tailed Beast Bomb. Feeling the subtle growth of his chakra, Feng Ji secretly sighed in his heart. Before Fusuk could finish sighing, a fireball the size of a truck head shot towards him. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Apparently, Fugaku still hasn't given up. In any case, it's because of Fugaku's fighting will when faced with a huge difference in combat power. He may not be a qualified ninja, but he is definitely a qualified war king. DJI. Fusuk thought to himself. It's just a great fireball, so it can't hurt Fusuk at all. He just made a seal with one hand and then spit out a ball of water cannon with the kinetic energy of the cannonball. Water style. Water cannon. The fireball the size of a truck head was instantly doused by a water cannon as big as a whale. Then, using the great fireball's feint attack, Fugaku held a kunao and rushed to Fengji's side, trying to engage in a close combat. Fusuk casually took out the Thunder God's sword. In just a few strikes, he seized an opening and severely wounded Fugaku with one blow. Puffed. Fugaku spit out a mouthful of blood after being knocked away by Fusuk. He struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood from his face. Fugaku's face was already covered in blood, and he looked like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. No matter how hard he wiped it, it couldn't be wiped clean at all. Instead, it became blurry and dirty. Cough cough cough. Before the blood on his face was wiped off, Fugaku coughed up another mouthful of blood. Eye skills, ninjutsu, taijutsu. Although the fight lasted only a few rounds, but Fugaku already knew that all his abilities were crushed by Fusuk. As for illusions, Fugaku no longer intends to humiliate himself. From the moment Fusuk started to focus on the surrounding Uchiha elite, he knew that his illusion skills were far inferior to Fusuk's. At this moment, Fugaku knew that he would not be able to defeat Fusuk using conventional means. But that doesn't mean Fugaku will surrender. When things got to this point, he could not escape death no matter what. If we fight hard, there may be a glimmer of hope. If you throw yourself in, you can only wait to die where you are. Fusuk-sama, I'm looking too far into the sky. Your strength is indeed worthy of the legendary ministers. Uchiha Fugaku praised Fusuk sincerely, with a hint of respect in his eyes again. Surrender, Fugaku. You have no chance. I'll give you some respect. Fusuk said calmly. Itatomi was not shaken by Fugaku's words. Both Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku must die. Someone has to pay the price for today's situation. Fugaku knows this, and so does Fusuk. But despite Fusuk's persuasion, Fugaku just shook his head slowly. Fusuk-sama, I haven't lost yet, because I gained the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku said again, a trace of absolute determination flashed in his eyes. He also has the last and most powerful trump card that he has not yet shown. No matter what, he won't give up until all his cards are exhausted. Why bother? Uchiha Fusuk sighed slightly and easily guessed Fugaku's confidence. Ignoring Fusuk's dissuasion, Fugaku's Mangekyo began to spin wildly. B.A. In an instant, Fugaku's blood began to flow crazily from his eyes as if it was free of charge. Boom! Orange energy burst out from Fugaku's body like crazy. In an instant, an orange-red giant with only half a body and wearing armor was summoned by Fugaku. Susanoo. Second form. As Mangekyo's ultimate move, Susanoo integrates offense and defense. It is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest ability under 6 paths, but it's a pity. It is impossible to open the complete Susanoo with only Mangekyo level Sharingan. With Fugaku's eye power, he can only open Susanoo's second form. This is the Susanoo used by Sasuke when he fights Danzo in the original work. A Susanoo giant, dozens of meters tall and holding a red sword, proudly appeared between heaven and earth. Ho, and inside the house shrouded by the Susanoo Titan, Fugaku was panting and staring at Fusuk. Obviously, driving Susan was a huge load on him, but when he saw Fusuk's calm eyes, Fugaku gritted his teeth secretly. Not enough, this is far from enough. He roared in his heart, drained the last trace of chakra from his body, and poured all the power he could mobilize into his eyes desperately. As the pupil powers surged again, the body of the orange-red giant expanded again, and at the same time, the giant, which originally had only bones and muscles, also put on a pair of armor, and transformed into a form of dual-wielding longswords, making it appear more powerful and majestic. After Fugaku tried his best, he actually broke through his own limits, making his Susanoo reach the limit that Mangekyo can open. Susanoo. Third form. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku, who had completely risked his life, Fusuk's eyes flashed with deepness. Ha. Seeing that there was finally a wave of emotion in Feng Ge's eyes, Fugaku couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. With Fugaku laughing loudly, he seemed to be pretending to be crazy at this moment. Fight until now. Uchiha Fugaku knew clearly that even if he used Susanoo, he might not be able to do anything to Fusuk. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't care. He just wants to see Uchiha using his full strength. Seeing Fusuk, his eyes changed slightly. He thought it was Feng Ge who saw him using Susanoo and planned to fight him with all his strength. Fugaku, if you insist on doing this, then I'll be a little more serious and come to play with you, Fusuk whispered, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He did not take back the Thunder God's sword in his hand, and at the same time, the Eye of Eternity in his eye sockets began to rotate rapidly. Seeing this, Fugaku's eyes flashed with excitement. Come on, use your Susanoo and let me see the power of the legend of Uchiha. Fugaku shouted, looking forward to what a magnificent and powerful gesture Fusuk would use to defeat him. So, even if it fails, when Fusuk mentions him in the future, he can't help but sigh. Uchiha Fugaku, what a formidable opponent. Thus, the name Uchiha Fugaku will be bound to Uchiha Fusuk. Many years later, he will live in people's memory with a powerful figure. Even if your rebellion fails today, you will be cast aside in the future. But when it comes to Uchiha Fugaku, people can't help but sigh. Uchiha Fugaku, what a powerful villain. This is everything Fugaku wants to achieve. He wants to prove that all his efforts are at least meaningful. Instead of being like an ant, being killed by Uchiha at will with a raised hand. Tumultuous. As the large ring-shaped windmill rotates in Fusuk's eyes, a jet-black energy like black gold surged out of his hand and was transferred to the Thunder God's sword in his hand. Ziz, boom. The next second, the dazzling yellow electric light blade on the Thunder God's sword instantly turned into a dark torrent. Susanoo. Intimidating. Then, Fusuk raised the dark lightsaber in his hand and pointed it at Fugaku's head. In the distance, Fugaku saw that Fusuk had just dyed the lightsaber without understanding the significance of it. From his perspective, it was difficult for him to understand what Susanoo dressed up meant. Why? What is he doing? Fugaku was puzzled and surprised in his heart. Compared with the orange giant, the black lightsaber in Fusuk's hand is like a toothpick. In this contrast, Fugaku did not think that Fusuk could pose a threat to him by holding up the sword. After all, Fusuk's movements are as funny as cutting someone tall with a kitchen knife. But before Fugaku could continue to be shocked, whoosh, an inaudible sound reached his ears. The next moment, Fusuk's figure appeared behind the majestic orange giant dozens of meters tall. Then, a black torrent suddenly passed through the space and penetrated time and space. Base, Susanoo outfit flying Thunder God slash. Under the black flash, the huge orange giant had no resistance and was cut into two. There is no doubt that the result of the battle between Chopper and Gundam is an instant kill. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's huge head rises into the sky. In midair, Fugaku's head flew up in time, but his eyes were still fixed on Fusuke. His gaze also changed from doubtful to surprised to calm. "I'm sorry, Fusuke-sama. I'm sorry that I couldn't let you use your full strength," Fugaku thought secretly in his mind, and then closed his eyes. At the same time, one of his Mangekyo fell directly into permanent darkness. And at this moment, in the eyes of the onlookers, the scene in front of them made them all stunned in place, including Namikaze Minato. Everyone present had a very clear definition in their minds. That's Uchiha Fusuke is very strong. So how strong is he? I am afraid that no one else in the ninja world can explain this question clearly except Madara, who is already a dog. In Minato's eyes, he only knew that Fusuke had single-handedly led Konoha and defeated the other 4 major nations in the ninja war, and he also won the prestigious name Scarlet Shinigami in the ninja world. In Shisui's eyes, he knew Fusuke was Uchiha's legendary hero. He grew up listening to the legend of Fusuke since he was a child, but it's hard for them to tell exactly how strong Fusuke is. After all, since his retirement that year, Fang Ge has rarely fought with others. The current battle between Fusuke and Fugaku gave the two of them a chance to see Fusuke's strength clearly. At first, I saw Fusuke showing absolute crushing power in Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Ijutsu, beating Uchiha Fugaku. Although the two of them will marvel at Fusuke's power in their hearts, this kind of power is at least there is a basis for it. But when Uchiha Fugaku used Susanoo, some changes occurred in their inner thoughts. After the first ninja war, the ability of Susanoo has long been hidden in the legend of the ninja world. Uchiha Fusuke did not use Susanoo in the Great Ninja War. When this epic-making and Gundam driving ability was displayed in front of everyone, the shock to everyone was indescribable. Although Shisui turned on Mangekyo, he was still alive after all. It's far from being able to master Susanoo's abilities. In the original work, Shisui also used Susanoo for the only time before his death. Seeing the powerful and majestic appearance of the orange giant summoned by Fugaku, no one would doubt the power of this orange-red armored giant, even if it is only an incomplete body. Although Shisui and Minato thought that Fusuke would win, but in their conception, even if they were as strong as Uchiha Fusuke, it would take a lot of effort to defeat such a monster-level armored giant. They have even imagined how spectacular and fierce the next battle will be. But what I didn't expect was, Fusuke simply dyed the lightsaber. Then, draw the knife, draw the sword, and kill instantly. The seemingly invincible giant in orange armor was easily killed by the sword. This action is as easy as cutting a watermelon. Such a shock. It is far more shocking than the difficult victory after experiencing the bloody and exciting Gundam battle. The impact of this unfathomable, incomprehensible, seemingly boundless force on people is unparalleled. If you are already invincible, why should this old man retire? Minato sighed secretly in his heart, with a wry smile on his face. It was precisely after witnessing all this that some subtle changes occurred in Minato's heart. Is this, Fusuke-sama? Shisui sighed secretly in his heart, his eyes filled with awe. Think of this. Shisui turned to look at Uchiha Kagami on the other side. Originally, seeing Fugaku being suppressed and beaten, Uchiha Kagami was already in despair. But after seeing Fugaku use Susanoo, the Wolong regained his excitement again. But now, Mr. Wolong was staying where he was, looking stupidly at the separated Uchiha Fugaku in the distance and murmured, "This is impossible, this is fake." Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and darkness. If I had known this, why would I have done it in the first place? Shisui sighed in his heart, because his grandfather was secretly in his heart. In everyone's heart. Uchiha Kagami is already a dead person. He was already dead, but he didn't seem to realize it yet. Bleach the lightsaber and put it away. A set of actions is completed in one go. After doing all this, Fusuke silently took back the Thunder God's sword in his hand. If you don't enter the 6 paths, you will eventually become an ant. This is no joke. All ninjas know that dealing with ordinary ninjas at cage level is as simple as chopping vegetables. But what they don't know is, when reaching the realm above cage level, the gap between the strong will become more obvious. The powerful Super Shadow beats the ordinary cage level, just like a father beating his son. Susanoo is indeed an ability that can be called a bug. When Fugaku drove Susanoo to the 3rd form, his power had indeed reached the super peak level. With Susanoo's pervert, it is not impossible for Fugaku to leap level challenge to fight some weaker Super Shadow. But unfortunately, he faced Uchiha Fusuke. Although Fusuke only uses a sword. But what is attached to the Thunder God's blade is the powerful armor from Fusuke's complete Susanoo, the 3rd stage of complete physical training. Of course, there is no doubt that a father spanks his son. To be precise, it should be grandfather beating his grandson. Because there is still a gap between the complete body and the 3 stages. Fugaku's seemingly invincible Susanoo armor is of course as brittle as paper under Fusuke's full power and sword. Paired with Flying Thunder God Slash, not to mention Fugaku. Even the vast majority of Super Shadow strong men cannot resist this sword. After sheathing the knife, Fusuk turned to look at Fugaku's body. At this moment, something incredible is happening to Fugaku's body. Fugaku's originally severed head actually returned to his body again. Not only that, Fugaku, who was already dead, struggled to get up again. Seeing this resurrection from the dead scene, Minato's eyes flashed with horror. Uchiha Shisui was not too surprised. Izanagi, the powerful forbidden technique that reverses life and death at the cost of giving up a Sharingan. This technique is familiar to most powerful Uchiha ninjas. Please give me flowers. A Mangekyo in Fugaku's eye socket has turned completely gray. This means that he has another chance to use this forbidden technique. In this regard, Fusuk's face remained very calm and he was not surprised. It's just Izanagi, just kill him twice more. Just when he was about to take the knife. Thump, suddenly, Fugaku knelt in front of him. Then, he inserted his hands directly into his eyes. Puffed, he reached out with his own hands and dug out the only remaining Mangekyo. He raised his hands and handed the eye to Fusuk. What do you mean? Fusuk raised his eyebrows, with a trace of exploration in his eyes. Fusuk-sama, please give me a moment. I know that my sins are serious and I cannot escape death, but I hope you can give me a chance to deal with the hereafter. After handling it, I will come back and take the initiative to die. Fugaku said in a deep pleading voice. At this moment, he, who was blind in both eyes, had completely become a blind man. Fusuk was not stupid enough to say, if I kill you, your eyes will also be mine, because he knew that as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, it was very simple not to let the enemy get his eyes. The first ninjutsu that every Uchiha tribesman needs to learn after becoming a ninja is how to make the Sharingan self-destruct before death. After hearing Fugaku's request, Fusuk's expression did not change, but his eyes flickered slightly. You only have 10 minutes. Finally, he spoke. After saying that, Fang turned around and stopped looking at Uchiha Fugaku. Certainly. In order to ensure that Fugaku can keep his promise, he has left the Flying Thunder God mark on Fugaku. Arrive in 10 minutes. Either Fugaku comes back to lead death or he helps Fugaku die. After receiving Fusuk's reply, Fugaku immediately stumbled up and ran towards a certain direction of the clan. Subsequently, Fusuk turned around and walked towards his old friend Uchiha Kagami in the distance. Now, the chaotic situation on the scene has been completely calmed down. Fugaku has been defeated. With the combined efforts of Shisui and Minato, the surrounding Uchiha rebels were also strangled. Uchiha Kagami was the only one left in the entire open space. At this moment, Kagami, who had witnessed the defeat of Fugaku and the elimination of his subordinates, was sitting on the ground with blank eyes. Whizzing. At this moment, there were several slight noises. Jiraiya, Heitake Sakumo, Hyaga Hayashi, and other high-level Konoha combat forces arrived here. Obviously, the battles in other places in the clan have also been resolved. After a few seconds, two pink beauties with peerless beauty arrived together. The two have two completely different styles, but the only thing they have in common is their unparalleled grace and the ink-colored diamond mark between their eyebrows. Needless to say, the two are Uchiha Ayako and Hyaga Renka. Behind Ayako, there were dozens of Teieiha ninjas with red strips tied on their arms. It was the Uchiha ninja who was on the right side in this night of genocide. As soon as Ayako arrived, she saw Fusuk walking towards Uchiha Kagami. A gleam of light suddenly appeared in her charming eyes. Darling, after letting out a sweet cry, Ayako, dressed in a red dress, jumped high into the air and hit Fang Ge's arms. On this battlefield where traces of blood can be seen everywhere, her figure is still as charming and dazzling as a blooming poppy. Uchiha Fusuk is preparing to go to Uchiha Kagami to end all this with his own hands. At this moment, he also heard the deadly screams coming from behind him. Fusuk could only turn around helplessly, seeing that Ayako's delicate body was about to fall. If he didn't care, he would probably fall badly. Helpless, he could only stretch out his arms reluctantly. The next second, whoa, the warm fragrance of nephrite fell into my arms. Giggle, I knew it. Husband is the best, Ayako said in a soft tone. Her beautiful eyes could only accommodate Fusuk at the moment. Speak nicely, or I'll throw you to the ground. Fusuk helplessly covered his forehead, and then threatened Ayako fiercely in his arms. Hear the words. Ayako then restrained herself, got out of Fusuk's arms, and followed Fusuk obediently. See that show of affection between Fusuk and Ayako. Everyone around also showed kind eyes. After all, it is in their hearts. Fusuk and Ayako have been a real and anonymous couple thousands of years ago. Certainly, not everyone is happy to see this scene. Far away, Hyaga Lianhua looked at this scene. Her already cold pretty face was as cold as the severe winter. Waves of chill surged out of her delicate body unconsciously. This caused a vacuum zone to be formed within 5 meters around her. Here, Hyaga Hayashi, who had expected it for a long time, had instinctively moved aside, hiding in the distance and secretly congratulating Hiro. Not far away, Uchiha Kagami, who was slumped on the ground, looked at Ayako, who was usually polite to men, but she was so accommodating to Fusuke. A trace of sting and jealousy flashed unconsciously in his eyes. Ayako was keenly aware of the sting and jealousy in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Ayako's eyes flashed and she revealed a smile that could charm all living beings. Then, while the wind was not paying attention, Ayako quickly pecked Fenga on the face. Feeling the soft and moist touch on his cheek, Fusuke wiped his face with some disgust. From a distance, Uchiha Kagami was even more jealous after seeing this scene. Uchiha Kaze Suk, he stood up and roared like a beast. Endless jealousy, fear, and anger gathered in his heart, and finally condensed into a kind of hysterical resentment. Why? Uchiha Kagami kept roaring, his expression full of madness. Even Uchiha Shisui on the side has never seen him like this. At this moment, in the heart of Uchiha Kagami, he only felt as if his whole life was shrouded in Fusuke's shadow. Be it the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan chief, the previous generation, his father, Ayako, or even his grandson Shisui. The people these people choose are all Fusuke. The woman he likes, the future, power and recognition he pursues, all these things finally passed him by because of the appearance of Uchiha Fusuke. Anyone with a brain understands this. Uchiha Kagami's coup has completely failed. In sharp contrast to his losing dog, Uchiha Fengao on the opposite side has completely lost. The Hokage position he wanted was completely abandoned to Fusuke. The woman he wants is also very devoted to Fusuke, lying in his arms and letting him pick her. Even his grandson knew that he was bound to fail, so he joined Fusuke's camp early on. 010 Under these blows, Uchiha Kagami's heart has been completely twisted and crazy. He seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly roared in his heart. I want to prove that I didn't lose. I can't die. I want to ruin Uchiha's reputation. Originally, Fusuke still had some questions in his heart and planned to get the answers from Uchiha Kagami. But looking at the crazy-looking Uchiha Kagami in front of him, he couldn't bear to talk nonsense with him. God's evil deeds can still be forgiven. People who commit evil will not live. So he planned to give this loser a good time to understand the matter thoroughly. Next to Fusuke, he saw Uchiha Kagami, who was completely crazy and was stimulated. Ayako's charming eyes flashed with a depth that no one could understand. Fusuke took out the Thunder God sword again and pointed it at Uchiha Kagami. To deal with such a weak chicken, it is obvious that there is no need to use Suzanu's power equipment at all. A regular flying Thunder God slash will suffice. Seeing Fusuke suddenly pointing the Thunder God sword in his hand at him, Uchiha Kagami's brain was running wildly. Having witnessed Fugaku's defeat with his own eyes, he certainly knew how swift and fatal Fusuke's next blow would be. Uchiha Fusuke, you can't kill me. I have something against you. If you dare to kill me, your reputation will be ruined. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami roared. He even tore his throat because of too much force. Hearing the sound, Feng Ji, who was about to take action, flashed a look of awe in his eyes. He slowly put down the Thunder God sword in his hand and just looked at Uchiha Kagami on the other side with cold eyes. Seeing Fusuke stop moving, a trace of crazy joy flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Ha ha, he doesn't dare to do anything. That's true, it is true. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Ha ha, he burst into laughter and looked crazy. Beside Fenga, Ayako saw Fusuke put down his hand. A dangerous look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Whoa! In an instant, the heart-shaped windmill in Ayako's eyes began to rotate rapidly. Just when Ayako was about to give birth to Uchiha Kagami, Fusuke suddenly stopped Ayako. Don't move, let him talk. Hearing the sound, Ayako's face froze, and her eyes calmly returned to the state of 3 Megatama. Fusuke looked at Uchiha Kagami on the other side coldly. Because of Fusuke's existence, the situation of the Uchiha clan is 10 times better than in the original book. In the original work, the trigger event that led to the Night of Genocide was the Nine Tails Rebellion. It was also calmed down by the appearance of Fusuke. Even the key figure who promoted the Night of Genocide, Shimura Danzo, has long since died. So why did this Night of Genocide that shouldn't have happened anyway? The time is even much earlier than before. It can be expected, if not for the appearance of Fusuke. This Night of Genocide will cause Konoha to suffer heavy losses. So who is behind all this? Fusuke had suspected early on that there might be something hidden behind this incident, and until now, Fusuke was confused. What gave Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku the confidence to launch a rebellion, even though they managed to control Heitake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato? But without his approval, it is simply a dream for Uchiha Fugaku to sit in Hokage's position. Now, since Uchiha Kagami is willing to do not blame himself, then he didn't mind hearing what was going on. And across from Fusuke, seeing Fusuke stop, Uchiha Kagami had a completely different idea in her heart. He felt more and more that the reason why Fusuk did not dare to take action was precisely because of the handicap in his mouth. This further proves that the news he holds is true. Misfortune, misfortune. Uchiha Fusuk, you sanctimonious villain. I will expose your hypocritical face in front of everyone today. Uchiha Kagami roared loudly with a hoarse voice. He glanced around and took in all the faces of everyone present. Fourth Hokage, Sunin, Chief Hyaga, Chief Umbu. It can be said that all the prominent figures in Konoha are basically here now. These people are also Fusuk's beloved relatives and friends. It can be said that there is nothing better than exposing Feng Ge's evil face in front of this group of people. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kagami became even more excited. He did fail miserably in reality, but at least before he died, he could destroy the bright image that Uchiha Fusuk had worked so hard to create over the years. Moreover, once he breaks the news, he might be able to survive the desperate situation. Hearing the sound, Feng still looked at this lost dog expressionlessly. As the saying goes, it is better to open up than to block. Even if he now kills Uchiha Kagami in order to conceal the news, it was just laying a thunderbolt for the future. It's better to see what Uchiha Kagami is planning to do. Unlike Fusuk's calmness, the audiences around him were already ready to move. Minato's brows were furrowed, with a look of disgust on his face. Jiraiya's eyes were cold and he clenched his fists. Heidake Sakumo took out the short blade on his back and sharpened it. Hyaga Hayashi walked away quietly to avoid being accidentally hurt by the excited people around him, especially Hyaga Renhua, even though her pretty face is expressionless. But on both sides of the corners of her eyes, veins could not help but pop up frequently. A cold murderous aura radiated from her body to the surroundings unconsciously. Just when Lianhua couldn't bear it any longer, she planned to kill this idiot who was talking nonsense regardless of Fusuk's obstruction. Uchiha Kagami shouted again. Uchiha Fusuk, do you still remember the shameless behavior you did in the Kingdom of Thunder by bullying your master, destroying your ancestors, and killing your colleagues? You personally killed 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, and all of Tobirama's disciples. This allowed me to sit on the Hokage as Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami pulled his throat and roared in a hoarse voice. As soon as these words came out, Yishi made everyone present take a breath. Before anyone could react, he spoke again. Now, I am just imitating the person you were back then. Why can you use this method to be a Hokage? But I can't. Do you think these things have been revealed here? No one will know about it anymore. What a big mistake. Today, I will expose you as a shameless villain. Uchiha Kagami yelled out the last word suppressed in his heart with a distorted face. At this point, a trace of morbid joy flashed across his face. He glanced around again, but this time, the onlookers around him no longer looked like they were going to kill him immediately. Seeing this, Uchiha Kagami felt even more proud. Sad he collapsed on the ground and kept letting out cold and sick laughter. At this moment, even Heitake Shuo is such a die-hard loyalist. He also had no intention of taking action because of Uchiha Kagami's arrogant words. This is not because he listened to Uchiha Kagami's one-sided words. But Heitake Sakumo felt a little throwing a weapon against the rat. After Uchiha Kagami threw the depth bomb of deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor in such a public place, things have developed in an uncontrollable direction. After all, no one could prove to Uchiha Fusuk what happened in the Land of Thunder. If Sakumo kills Uchiha Kagami at this time, it will only make all this unclear. Then it will be exactly what Uchiha Kagami envisioned. Uchiha Kagami used his death to pour a basin of smelly and dirty water on the originally glorious and majestic Fusuk, and it is still the kind that cannot be washed away. Even Heitake Sakumo thought of this level. Minato, Jiraiya, Renka and Ayako, who are all about Fusuk, naturally understand this. As a result, everyone's expressions were the same. They all turned their attention to Fusuk. This matter can only be handled by Fusuk himself now. After hearing about this shocking incident that could ruin his reputation, Fusuk still looked calm. I see. After hearing you after Zaibo Jing's words, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. At this point, everything is correct. Uchiha Kagami dares to rebel, and the biggest trump card is the dirty water in his hand. If his rebellion succeeds, you can use this dirty water to force Fusuk to recognize Uchiha's coup. If his rebellion fails, you can also use this basin of dirty water to save your life from nauseating Fusuk. Have you finished speaking? Thinking of this, Fusuk just looked indifferently at Uchiha Kagami, who was still laughing on the other side. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami was like a hen being strangled by the neck, and the sound suddenly stopped. Then let's hit the road. With that said, Uchiha Fusuk raised the Thunder God sword in his hand again and pointed it at Uchiha Kagami. Looking at the crackling Thunder God sword in Fusuk's hand, a trace of fear flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Seeing that Fusuk's actions don't seem to be fake, Uchiha Kagami felt that the tide of death began to submerge him bit by bit. Isn't he afraid? This is impossible. When death was imminent, Uchiha Kagami's heart was filled with fear. He knew that if he didn't do something, he would be dead. Uchiha Madara, how long will it take if you don't show up again? Uchiha Kagami yelled like crazy. His shouts sounded like a madman talking nonsense to those around him. After all, in everyone's heart Uchiha Madara has long been turned into a handful of Lois. Only Uchiha Fusuke paused and frowned slightly. Of course he knows who this Madara Uchiha Kagami is talking about. The real Madara is indeed dead, and of course there is only one Madara active in the ninja world now. Uchiha Obito. This kid Obito actually dares to get involved in this matter. Was the warning given to him last time not enough? A cold glint flashed in Fusuke's eyes. Although out of some selfish motives, there is still a use for him to keep Daigen alive. But if Obito insists on seeking death, it's not his fault. This is completely crazy. Everyone sighed in their hearts. At this time, whoosh, two figures in black robes suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Kagami. I knew it, it's you two, where is Madara-sama? Uchiha Kagami shouted in surprise, recognizing the two people who suddenly appeared. Hearing this, the two figures didn't show any expression at all. They just stared at Uchiha's style on the other side quietly. These two people are also familiar faces. It was the fire and darkness that escaped Fusuke's hands. Seeing that Uchiha Kagami was really called out for reinforcements, everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. Fusuke also frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, he actually caught two bugs before he could make any move. As soon as they appeared on the scene, Yan and Darkness did something that no one could have imagined. 1.1 Yan is close to Uchiha Kagami, as if ready to whisper something to him. Mr. Wolong Uchiha Kagami thought Yan had some clever plan to defeat the enemy and wanted to give him some advice. But he didn't expect to get bad news that made his face froze. Madara is not coming, Yan said next to Uchiha Kagami's ear. Before Uchiha Kagami could ask. Suddenly, puffed, a sharp kunao has pierced Uchiha Kagami's heart. And Xin, please take the first step, Jing. We'll come soon, Yan said again, with a hint of comfort in his tone. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami opened his eyes wide, filled with disbelief. He suddenly felt that this voice was so familiar. At this moment, all the past scenes appeared in Jing's mind. He suddenly understood why when he went to meet Madara, the two people came to him for a confidential discussion afterwards. He also suddenly understood the secret of why the other party wanted to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. The light of life gradually faded from Uchiha Kagami's eyes. He murmured to himself, reaching out his hand to take off Yan's mask. But just when his hand was about to touch the Yan mask, his arm fell heavily. Uchiha Kagami never figured it out until her death. He is just a tool to be used. He didn't even think about it. Who is the person taking advantage of him? Yan slowly placed Uchiha Kagami's body on the ground and turned to look at Uchiha Fusuke. Long time no see. My old friend, son, Suke. Yan gritted his teeth and greeted Fusuke. When he said the last two words, he seemed to want to bite his teeth into pieces. Yan no longer deliberately blurred his voice, pretending to be hoarse and deep. At this moment, Yan seemed to have put down all his baggage and used his voice to his heart's content. Hearing this familiar voice, Uchiha Fusuke's eyes flashed with realization. He vaguely remembered that the voice seemed very familiar, but he couldn't remember at all who the owner of this voice was. Not only Fusuke, but also older ninjas such as Hyaga Hayashi and Heitake Sakumo all felt familiar with this voice. Who are you? Heitake Sakumo stared coldly at Yan, who had his head hidden but his tail exposed, and he sternly scolded. Who I am? I didn't expect that Heitake Sakumo was just a little genin back then. You can actually scold me with such a voice now, Yan said in a low tone, his voice full of mockery and sarcasm. I just don't know whether the irony in his words is towards himself or Heitake Sakumo. As he spoke, he slowly took off the mask on his head, revealing the old face eroded by time under the mask. The moment they saw this face, Heitake Sakumo and other senior Konoha shinobi players took a deep breath at the same time. At the same time, and next to Yan also took off his mask. Behind the mask is an old face with an X-shaped scar on the chin, which is also covered with weather. 11 I didn't expect that, Uchiha. The two of us were supposed to be the evil spirits in hell. I will appear in front of you again. As soon as he took off his mask, he smiled sinisterly and said to Fang, his eyes full of malice. Seeing the two people with Lushan faces in front of them, Fusuke's eyes flashed with surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinura Danzo. So you're not dead yet. Fusuke sighed quietly, looking at the two people with eyes full of complexity and emotion. Hidden under the mask, hanging out with Obito, hiding the flame and darkness at Sarutobi Hiruzen, fire, and Shinura Danzo, darkness, who were supposed to die. Shinura Danzo suddenly laughed loudly, and his laughter contained endless hatred. Of course we won't die. 12. Otherwise, how can I take revenge on such a sanctimonious guy like you? He stared at Fusuke with malicious eyes and said, his tone full of viciousness. With the appearance of the two people, the final answer to the matter seems to have been completely revealed. No one here is stupid. Minato frowned, and instantly thought of the hidden story behind the night of Uchiha genocide. Even though Minato was not a ninja of the same era as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo, they had never met before. But these two people were also considered leading figures in Konoha at that time. Of course, Minato had heard of their names. After all, not everyone can be accepted as a disciple by Hokage. What's more, these two people were Hokage candidates back then. I see. It was the two of you who caused this rebellion. It's also because of the intervention of the two of you. Only the four ninja clans, Sarutobi, Shinura, Shimeki, and Mito, will help Uchiha Kagami launch a rebellion. Minato stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo in the distance, and said with a deep expression. After hearing Minato's analysis, everyone also showed a look of "this is how it should be." It was because of the two legendary ancestors who came forward that the Sarutobi clan and the Shinura clan helped Uchiha Kagami launch a rebellion. As for the two ninja clans, Tencho and Mito, probably because of the ancestors of their family, Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu. He once had an irreversible friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo, so he was dragged into the water and eventually embarked on a path of no return. Looking at the sudden appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo, everyone had different expressions. Only Ayako, who was next to Fenga, first glanced at Uchiha Kagami, who was on the ground with no eyes open. Then he glanced at the Yan and Dark not far away in front of him, with a hint of surprise and relief in his eyes. It's just that the brilliance in Ayako's beautiful eyes stayed too short, and no one noticed it. That's right, it wasn't just us who helped Uchiha Kagami launch his rebellion. And we were the ones who told Uchiha Kagami the truth. Shinura Danzo answered Minato excitedly, his words full of joy that the plan succeeded. The so-called truth in his mouth is exactly what Uchiha Kagami revealed before his death: deceive the master and destroy the ancestor. After today, Sarutobi, Shinura, Tanzania, and Mito will not be able to escape the fate of being exterminated. Is it really worth it for you to do this? Minato asked quietly, with a hint of coldness deep in his eyes. This time, Shinura Danzo did not speak. The one who answered Minato was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent for a long time. Worth, he spoke decisively, and although his tone was not as vicious as Shinura Danzo's, it still contained shocking hatred. Until this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were still locked on Fusuke. His eyes were full of undying resentment. Seeing the look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, everyone subconsciously had such an idea in their minds. What kind of hatred or resentment is there, so much so that he would not hesitate to use genocide as the price for revenge? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but have some doubts in their hearts. At this moment, as Uchiha's rebellion gradually subsides, more and more Konoha shinobi began to move towards this place spontaneously, intending to come to support. Therefore, this conversation was also heard by Konoha Umbu, Hyaga, and other ninjas from the big and small ninja clan. Although third Hokage Uchiha Fusuke usually has good reviews and high prestige in the village, but the so-called people's opinions make gold. The best example is the incident involving a certain CCTV host surnamed Zu. No matter how high your prestige and reputation were in the past, you also need a short essay that does not require evidence and can easily ruin your reputation. Not to mention, the big melon today that has been revealed now has two witnesses suddenly appearing at this moment. According to the rules on a certain sweet potato, this is tantamount to a stone hammer. After all, no one would use the lives of the whole clan to slander a person. After all, no girl would use her innocence to slander someone. For a while, the Konoha ninjas present were all excited, and began to look at each other with complicated expressions. Those who eat melons are often the masses, as the relatives and friends of the parties. Several Konoha cage-level experts present still maintained their unconditional trust in Fusuke. Among them, the attitudes of Sakumo, Ayako, and Renka need no introduction. For Minato, Fusuke is not only his master, but also his biggest supporter in succeeding the Hokage. So whether it is from a personal or political perspective, Minato will only support Fusuke unconditionally. Once the rumors that Fusuke is incorrectly appointed are confirmed, so Minato, who was single-handedly promoted to the position of Hokage by Fusuke, will inevitably suffer disaster. To Jiraiya, Fusuke was the master who took him under his wing when he was still young. Not to mention suspicion, even if Fusuke really deceives his master and destroys his ancestors as Uchiha Kagami said, Jiraiya would not say anything. There are a few pure and innocent little white flowers who can be jonin. It's like, your father used to collect protection money after seeing the scene. Will you and your father be at odds with each other because of this? At that moment, Jiraiya quietly shifted his gaze to Feng Ji's face. But he found that Fusuke just stood there quietly, saying nothing and seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't seem to be at all panicked by the Black History revelations. Seeing that his master still looked calm, he didn't seem to take the matter in front of him seriously. Jiraiya was a little anxious and couldn't sit still. The situation is not good. He sighed secretly in his heart. What happened back then was somewhat unclear, and after the fall of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Konoha officials only gave the official news that second Hokage was killed and all his subordinates were hit. How did the second generation die? And how did all the Hokage candidates die in battle without any explanation? The details of what happened are completely blank, and Fusuk has never even explained it publicly. This inevitably leaves room for rumors and daydreams. Now Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo suddenly jumped out and vowed to throw dirty water on Fusuk. Whether true or false, it's completely inexplicable. Jiraiya finally figured it out. If these two people dare to show up, they are already prepared to die. If you don't care about anything now, just kill these two people directly. On the contrary, it will confirm the rumors that Fusuk is not in the right position. After all, there is a saying that goes well: if you are upright, you will not be afraid of the shadow seat. Since you haven't done it before, why do you want to silence yourself? But the embarrassing thing is that decades have passed and it is impossible for Fusuk to produce evidence to prove his innocence. Everything seems to have become a dead end. No matter what, we can only take action first to stabilize the situation and prevent the situation from getting worse. Jiraiya looked at the growing number of Konoha shinobi gathered around him, his eyebrows already knitted together. Snort. I don't care whether you were a second-generation disciple or a Hokage candidate. Since you didn't die back then, why haven't you returned to Konoha after all these years? Jiraiya suddenly spoke and spoke loudly to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side. Now he is colluding with Uchiha Kagami, who intends to rebel, and has become a rebellious ninja who betrayed Konoha. You are just two traitorous ninjas, and you want to slander the third Hokage who has made outstanding contributions to Konoha with your empty words. Do you think we will believe it? Jiraiya said loudly, and the words reached everyone's ears. Here, Minato's eyes suddenly lit up as he was thinking about how to break the situation. He turned to look at Jiraiya beside him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya's words are not unwise. His words hit the unavoidable pain points of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and directly the identity of the two rebels was confirmed. This way, no matter how they defend themselves, they will fall into the trap of Jiraiya's words. After hearing Jiraiya's words, all the Konoha shinobi members around also looked shocked. Yes, no matter who they were in the past, they are just two rebellious ninjas now. How could I listen to them and doubt the purpose of third generation? I should be damned. Yes, third generation has worked hard for the village for so many years. We really shouldn't miss him so much. Yes, yes. Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion among the crowd. Through Jiraiya's eloquent speech, the situation was saved. Listen to the discussion around you. Take advantage of this reversal of public opinion. Jiraiya winked at Minato and Sakumo beside him. He signaled them to take advantage of this opportunity to capture Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Seeing this, the two of them nodded silently and prepared to take action. But who knows, far away. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo actually looked at each other and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Jiraiya scolded sternly, a bad premonition flashing through his heart. White-haired brat, are you going to fall into your trap because of us? Back when I was running rampant in the ninja world, you were still at home nursing your baby. Shimura Danzo replied with a sinister smile, his expression full of ferocity. Hearing this, Jiraiya's heart suddenly thumped. That's right. Jiraiya's words are indeed impeccable and flawless. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo try to explain, it will inevitably be unexplainable. But what he didn't expect was that the two of them had no intention of defending themselves. Uchiha Fusuk, you don't know how to be. We're going to come here unprepared and die. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Fusuk. His tone was also full of the pleasure of being about to get revenge. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Fusuk, as if he wanted to see the expression on Fusuk's face that broke his defense. But who would have thought that the faces of the four of them would be nothing but indifferent? Not only that, he actually saw a hint of pity in Fusuk's eyes. It was this trace of compassion that completely stimulated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fusuk, you're still trying to be mysterious when you're about to die. Next, let me completely remove the veil of your kindness in front of everyone. Show your ugly face. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily. At the same time, his hands began to form seals rapidly. It can be seen from the way of forming seals that the ninjutsu he performed is an advanced and complex ninjutsu. Although they don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to do, everyone knows that once he is allowed to complete this technique, something bad will inevitably happen. Not good. At that moment, everyone secretly thought something was wrong. Not caring about many things, everyone tacitly planned to strike first to gain the upper hand. Minato, Jiraiya, and Sakumo simultaneously launched their strongest attacks and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Flying Thunder God, Raiznan, Daemon. The three forces attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen at the same time. But in this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression did not change at all. but instead showed a trace of excitement in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Shimura Danzo beside him. Upon seeing this, Danzo nodded deeply, and then he stepped forward and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obviously, he planned to block the attack of the three men, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gained time to use his ninjutsu. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing his body that was engraved with black talismans and looked neither human nor ghost. Then, Danzo simply made a seal. Puffed. In an instant, his body melted directly, and the disgusting black liquid splashed around like an explosion. Inside, the 4-image seal. This is a technique that costs life. Once activated, all surrounding objects touched by the black water will be swallowed and sealed. It can be regarded as a low-end version of sealing the ghosts in one move. At that moment, all attacks from the 4 Minatos were blocked and devoured by the seals of the 4 elephants. Shimura Danzo's desperate self-destruction tactics successfully stopped the attack of the 4 Minatos. Finally, as the next seal was completed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's technique was successfully performed. "Don't worry, I won't let you down, my dear friend." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the dark sewage on the ground, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. After bidding farewell to his best friend in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at Uchiha Fusuk with angry eyes. Snapped. He squatted down suddenly and slapped his hands on the ground. Boom! A dark-colored coffin marked with 2 suddenly appeared in front of him. Uchiha Fusuk. Get ready for it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Fusuk in the distance with a ferocious smile, his heart filled with the pleasure of revenge. The moment this gray-colored coffin appeared, Fusuk's eyes were firmly fixed on the coffin. In an instant, his expression suddenly changed, and an astonishing murderous aura erupted from his originally calm eyes. Boom! A terrifying chill radiated from his body. Under this astonishing murderous intent, even though they were hundreds of meters away, the Konoha shinobi practitioners around them all felt a chill in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deserve to die. Fusuk squeezed out this sentence from the corner of his mouth with a cold face. As his emotions agitated, the pair of large ring-shaped windmills in his eyes began to rotate rapidly. But soon, Fusuk's eyes gradually faded from cold to complicated, and then began to struggle. Beside Fusuk, looking at Fusuk whose eyes were constantly changing, Ayako did not speak. She seemed to read Fusuk's innermost thoughts. Ayako just smiled slightly, stepped forward gently, held Fusuk's hand, and silently gave Fusuk encouragement. Call. Feeling the soft touch on his palm, Fusuk's heart softened and he sighed silently. He. Sarutobi Hiruzen just opened his mouth and kept sneering. Seeing this, he just thought that Uchiha had completely broken his defense in front of the mountain of ironclad evidence that was about to appear next. Now, his technique has been successfully performed. Even if Uchiha Fusuk wanted to stop it, it was too late. And on the side, most Konoha shinobi looked puzzled when they saw the gray coffin summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But there are still a very small number of veteran Konoha shinobi practitioners whose expressions changed, as if they had thought of something together. Here, several senior officials of Konoha looked at each other. Look at the word 2 on the gray coffin. Everyone said in unison with extremely shocked expressions. Reanimation Jutsu. As a high-level official in Konoha, he is certainly no stranger to the Book of Sealing. Back then, they all had the opportunity to learn the forbidden technique from the sealed book. After the research and development of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the third Hokage Uchiha Fusuk, 2 ninjutsu development masters, Konoha's Book of Sealings is filled with records of nearly 100 powerful secret techniques, forbidden technique. The further back in the sealed book, the stronger the forbidden technique effect becomes. Yamato Pervert. Jiraiya clearly remembers that the status recorded on the last page of the sealed book is exactly impure world reincarnation. Along with the sound of decay coming from the gray coffin, the wooden door of the coffin slowly fell from top to bottom. Snapped. Finally, as the coffin board fell to the ground, the scene inside the coffin was revealed. In a narrow coffin, a corpse covered with cracks all over the body, like pieces of paper stuck together, caught everyone's eyes. He was wearing dark armor, had short white hair, and had a black mark on the left and right sides of his cheeks and chin. As he slowly opened his eyes, all the ninjas present couldn't help but gasp. Because this person is Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama. At the same time, dark place. A strange man wearing a vortex mask was standing on the top of the tree, looking angrily at the scene in the distance. These 2 bastards. Obito cursed angrily, his eyes filled with rage. He never expected that at this critical moment, the 2 guys Yan and Darkness would lose control. Turn out to be. After Obito gave the order to the 2 people, asking them to help him collect Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo did not obey Obito's orders, but went to Konoha's cemetery and started stealing corpses and digging graves. After successfully obtaining Senju Tobirama's corpse cells, the 2 of them rushed back to the Uchiha tribe. I happened to hear Uchiha Kagami asking for help, and the 2 of them appeared immediately. As for Obito, Although the ninjas of the Uchiha clan all have the ability to make Sharingan their own, but Obito is a cage-level strongman, coupled with Kamui's elusive ability. Relying on sneak attacks, it is not difficult to dig out Sharingan. Soon, Obito gained a lot from Uchiha's rebel side. Seeing the fighting subside, Obito was also ready to call it a day and take his 2 black slaves back home. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. When Obito arrived here, what he saw was the scene in front of him. At this moment, Obito really wanted to bite his teeth into pieces. After knowing the true identities of the two, Obito thought about it and understood the reason why the two lost control. Nothing else. Mainly because in the last battle, Uchiha Fusuk's strength was too terrifying. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo understand, over time, the strength gap between the two of them and Fusuk has already widened. Even Obito had to walk around when he saw Fusuk. It was impossible for the two of them to kill Fusuk alone. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo, who were desperate, made up their minds. Even if he couldn't get revenge by killing Feng Jie, he still had to use this method of losing his reputation to relieve the hatred in his heart. Why? What a pity for 2 useful cannon fodder. After thinking about everything, Obito could only sigh quietly. Then, he activated Kamui and left the battlefield without looking back. As for your rescue, what to do to save? Just rely on Uchiha Fusuk's genjutsu that amazes gods and ghosts. If he dares to show his head, Fusuk will kill him immediately. Plan for today. All Obito can do is to take the first step by cutting off the strong man's wrist. As the coffin boards fell, Senju Tobirama opened his eyes and swayed out of the coffin. I am impure world reincarnation. He lowered his head slightly and looked at his limbs, and then figured out his current state. But before he could think deeply, the bursts of exclamations that reached his ears disrupted his thoughts. This. Look, it's second Hokage. Second generation has spoken. It's really him. It's really Tobirama-sama. I saw countless Konoha shinobi people staring dumbfoundedly at Senju Tobirama, who suddenly faked corpse resurrection and burst out in exclamations. It Lord Tobirama. At this moment, even Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Heitake Sakumo-san all looked downcast at the same time, and their eyes became complicated. See the second Hokage who was suddenly resurrected. There was no trace of joy in the hearts of these people. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw how ugly their eyes were. At this point, the situation has become very obvious. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen used impure world reincarnation to resurrection the second generation was to use the irrefutable evidence of the second generation to restore the truth of the year, and since he dared to be so confident, then the truth of that year. It's most likely what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Uchiha Fusuk took the position of Hokage after he personally killed his mentor second Hokage and silenced all the Hokage candidates. If we say that the credibility of this incident just now is half doubted, so now, the credibility of this matter has reached 90%. All it takes now is for second Hokage Senju Tobirama to seal it all in person. It can be said. Previously, Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shinura Danzo had their own one-man shows. It just creates doubt and shakes Fusuk's authority. So once Senju Tobirama admits it himself, this is tantamount to a complete stone hammer, completely ruining Fusuk's reputation. Not only that, if something like this happens, Konoha will surely be in turmoil, and Uchiha Fusuk will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. The prestige and popularity he built up over the past few decades will all be gone. Konoha is so big, smart people are definitely not Shiswiman District 3. In addition to these 3 people, many Konoha shinobi fans in the crowd have already thought of this level. Ever since, there was a subtle change in the way everyone looked at Uchiha Fusuk. Many Konoha shinobi people sighed. The vision has also changed from the guilt and admiration before to the disappointment now. This look seemed to say, I didn't expect you to be such a third-generation project. Here, Senju Tobirama, who was resurrected by impure world reincarnation, glanced at everyone present. At a glance, there is only one guy with an extremely eye-catching appearance, so handsome. Gaba, Uchiha Fusuk. At that moment, Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and moved the joints of his hands and feet. Whoosh! Then, he rushed straight towards Feng Jie. Facing Senju Tobirama, who was coming straight towards him, Fusuk's expression was dark and his eyes were complicated. He just stood there stupidly, with no intention of moving. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Minato, Jiraiya, and others all trembled, and couldn't help but lament in their hearts. In the eyes of everyone, Senju Tobirama angrily went to Fusuk to retaliate as soon as he was resurrected. This is not completely true to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. At this moment, in addition to helplessness, there were also some indescribable emotions permeating the hearts of the 3 of them. This emotion is a bit disappointing, but also a bit angry and disbelieving. No matter how much they believe in Uchiha Fusuk's character, they can only despair when facing the truth. They couldn't believe that Uchiha Fusuke would actually be a despicable person who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. Different from the disappointment of Minato and others, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side has already the eyebrows are filled with joy. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh, his eyes filled with the joy of revenge. He knows that from today on, Uchiha Fusuke, it's over. Here, Tobirama rushed to Feng Ge's side with lightning speed. Seeing this, Uchiha Fusuke didn't show any signs of hiding. He just stared blankly at Senju Tobirama, who was approaching rapidly, as if he was in a daze. And beside him, Ayako just took a deep look at Fusuke beside her, her eyes softened, and she quietly stepped aside. Finally, Tobirama rushed to Fusuke's side, swung his fist, and hit Fusuke on the head. Boom. There was a dull collision sound between the iron fist and the scalp. At that moment, a big bump swelled up on the top of Uchiha Fan's head. Fusuke screamed in pain and rubbed the top of his head with a look of pain on his face. Silly boy, why don't you hide? Suddenly, Tobirama seemed to be half relieved and asked, I'm sorry, master. In response, Fusuke did not answer directly, but apologized with apologetic eyes. Hearing the sound, Senju Tobirama's ice cube face showed an imperceptible smile, but it was only for a moment. Soon his face returned to that cold cool guy attitude. Tobirama glanced calmly into the distance, and then saw a cold and pretty face like his. Sensing Tobirama's eyes, Hyaga jumped lightly and came to Tobirama and Fengji. Team leader. Lianhua Shiren bowed to Tobirama and then said hello. What could be clearly seen was an extremely obvious fluctuation flashing through the cold glass pupils. It's Xiao Lianhua. How many children have you had with Fusuke? Seeing Renhua's arrival, Tobirama sighed with a cool guy face. After hearing Tobirama's words, Feng's eyes froze and his movements froze. And Hyaga Lotus's glazed eyes first flashed with a hint of emotion, and then a hint of depression flashed. No. She shook her head slightly and said in Gujing Liubo's voice. But Fusuke, as the master of understanding Renhua's behavior, knew that Renhua seemed to be in a very low mood at this moment. Hearing this, Tobirama's eyes flashed, and a hashtag appeared on his forehead. You brat, I have long taught you to be single-minded. At that moment, Tobirama turned around again and hugged Fusuke's neck with a skillful throat lock. No, master, please let go. Fusuke quickly scratched his neck and struggled. The movements are really like a 20-year-old youth fooling around. The other side. Namikaze Minato, Heitake Sakumo. Jiraiya, Konoha Ninja, why is it different from what you imagined? Everyone stared at each other with puzzled expressions. Faced with the enemy who killed him, shouldn't Senju Tobirama beat up Uchiha Fusuke, and then kill this traitor who was wolf-hearted? Why does it look like the three lucky treasures with Hyaga Lotus and Uchiha Fusuke now? Not to mention the depression in the hearts of the Konoha people. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side was already completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? He was twirling his thin hair a little crazy, and his eyes were full of resentment and confusion. It begins with the resurrection of Tobirama just now. He didn't even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and went straight to Uchiha Fusuke. At this moment, he continued to interact with Fusuke Renka and the other three, directly leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen, his loved disciple, aside. This is like saying, you have no place in Lao Zi's heart, I don't care about you. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen accept this? Ming. He really couldn't understand why Senju Tobirama was so kind to Uchiha Fusuke, who killed him with his own hands. Could it be that he has been dead for too long and has lost his memory and his brain is confused? Teacher. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared directly at Tobirama's back. Hearing the sound, Fusuke's Tobirama action stopped while he was still locking his throat. He let go of Fusuke and turned to look behind him with doubtful eyes. Then, Tobirama saw a middle-aged and elderly ninja with a stooped figure and a weathered face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about 60 years old at this time. At this time, Zheng Zheng was shouting at him with a face full of grief and anger. With master. The extremely impactful picture left Tobirama stunned on the spot. A question suddenly appeared in Tobirama's mind, and he did not choose to hide it, but blurted it out directly. Who are you? Upon hearing these three words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly trembled. It turns out that Tobirama died in battle decades ago. Due to the existence of the Eternal Seal, Uchiha Fusuke and Hyaga's appearance has not changed at all compared to decades ago. Therefore, Senju Tobirama will naturally feel friendly despite preconceptions. But as time goes by, Sarutobi Hiruzen is now old, and his appearance has changed drastically from a few decades ago. It's normal for Tobirama to not recognize him for a while. This is equivalent to having an old man call you daddy as soon as you hit the street. Who can stand this? Who are you? These three short words brought harm to Sarutobi Hiruzen that may take a lifetime to heal. Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that Senju Tobirama, whom he summoned to deliver justice, would not recognize him at this moment. At that moment, he spoke with great sadness and anger. Teacher, I am a little monkey. To awaken Tobirama's memory. Sarutobi Hiruzen even used the affectionate nickname Tobirama liked to call him back then. Hearing this heartrending cry, Senju Tobirama's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his toes uncontrollably grabbed the floor twice. Just imagine, in full view of everyone, an old man suddenly said to you, "Have you forgotten me? I am the little monkey by the Daming Lake back then." The impact this feeling brings to a normal person's heart is naturally unparalleled. If Senju Tobirama was a social terror, he would probably have covered his face and run away at this moment. But second Hokage is second Hokage after all, so he can still calm down. "Oh, it's Hiruzen. So you are already so old." Senju Tobirama pressed the corners of his eyes that kept twitching and spoke calmly. Senju Tobirama's reply can be regarded as pouring cold water on Sarutobi Hiruzen from head to toe. At first glance, Tobirama calls Sarutobi Hiruzen quite affectionately, but there is no harm without comparison. Compared with his cordial interaction with Fusuke, this simple greeting sounded particularly distant. This is an extremely obvious near, and distant relationship, and anyone who is not stupid can certainly see it. And this made the situation that had been finalized once again become confusing. What exactly is going on? All the onlookers present wondered in their hearts. Their eyes kept jumping back and forth between Uchiha Fusuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if trying to pursue the truth with their eyes. Before they could continue to wonder, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked a little shaky, yelled first, "Teacher, have you forgotten what happened before you died?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked loudly, looking at Senju Tobirama with a bit of nervousness in his eyes. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the facts were so clear that Tobirama still made such a move. Then there is only one explanation. It's true that he has been dead for too long and has lost his memory. That's why Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait to ask. Hearing the sound, Tobirama raised his eyebrows, a hint of depth flashed in his eyes. "Of course I won't forget it." Tobirama then replied, with a hint of depth in his eyes that ordinary people cannot understand. In fact, any dead person summoned by impure world reincarnation, the memory will remain at the moment before his death. That is to say, from Senju Tobirama's perspective, the last second was the scene before his death. The next second is the scene after impure world reincarnation. So of course Tobirama will not forget everything that happened when he died. On the contrary, he remembered everything very deeply. On the other side, when Senju Tobirama said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became happy again. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Senju Tobirama seemed to realize something. He glanced around again. Except for the old face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, what caught his eyes were basically all unfamiliar faces. It seems like a long time has passed. Senju Tobirama sighed with emotion, a trace of nostalgia and reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Time flies and changes occur. It wasn't until this moment that Tobirama felt it clearly. It turns out that he has been dead for a long time. "Fusuke, you should be a Hokage already." Tobirama turned to Fusuke again and asked. His eyes stayed for a moment on the black diamond mark between Lotus and Fusuke's eyebrows. Obviously, Tobirama, who is the master of ninjutsu development, has already figured it out. Why after so many years, Fusuke and Renhua's appearance still haven't changed at all? Hearing Tobirama's question, Fusuke nodded slightly and gave Tobirama a positive answer. Seeing this, Tobirama did not show any surprise, but nodded slightly. Taking advantage of the gap, Namikaze Minato also used Flying Thunder God to flash in front of Tobirama. "Nai Dame. I am Konoha's current fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato." He saluted Tobirama respectfully. Whatever the reason, he should say hello to Tobirama. In love, he is the successor of Tobirama. Yuli, he has inherited the mantle of Hokage and should show respect to his predecessors. It's Flying Thunder God, not bad. Hearing the sound, Tobirama turned to look at Minato, who suddenly appeared in front of him. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. It can be said that Tobirama was the most satisfying masterpiece of that year. Now that he sees that his most satisfying masterpiece has another successor, Tobirama is naturally very happy. Following Minato's footsteps, Jiraiya also came to Tobirama. After all, it makes no sense that his apprentice Minato has come to report to the ancestor, while Jiraiya, the master, is still squatting aside to watch the show. "Master, I am Jiraiya, master's apprentice." He scratched his head and said hello to this master whom he met for the first time with a smile. Seeing this, Tobirama's eyes flashed with sparkle, and he took a look at Jiraiya. I found that the oily ninja aura in this aura was very deep, and he was also a cage-level strong man. Good. Tobirama nodded again and affirmed Jiraiya. "Lord Tobirama, do you still remember me? I am Heitake Sakumo." Heitake Sakumo also escaped and came to second Hokage's life. Many years ago, Sakumo, who was the genin at that time, had a relationship with Tobirama, so the two were barely acquaintances. Feeling the aura of a cage-level strongman in Sakumo, Tobirama's eyes lit up again. Who are you? That brat from the Heitake family. I remembered. Tobirama's brows furrowed slightly, and he thought deeply for a moment before remembering the identity of Heitake Sakumo in front of him. It's me. Seeing that Senju Tobirama actually remembered him as a little person, Sakumo immediately responded to Tobirama in surprise. Although Heitake Sakumo was just an insignificant genin back then, it stands to reason that Tobirama would not remember such a small person. But because Sakumo and Tobirama are both members of Konoha's white-haired army, Tobirama still has some impression of him. Think of this. Tobirama turned his head and glanced around the heads of Sakumo, Minato, and Jiraiya. Seeing Konoha's white-haired army growing stronger day by day, Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned to look at Uchiha Fusuke to the side again, with a hint of joy in his eyes. That look seemed to say, as expected of you, you are my apprentice, your vision is unique. Uchiha Fusuke, Namikaze Minato, sensing Tobirama's gaze, Minato didn't know what it meant, but he felt unnaturally offended. At that moment, Tobirama looked at Fusuke with eyes filled with relief. Including Hyuga Lotus, the cage level who appeared in front of him at this time, there are already 5. The current strength of Konoha can be seen in Madara. Thinking of this, Tobirama also silently let go of his worries about Konoha. Just a simple meeting. Tobirama exchanged a few words with several cage-level experts in Konoha. How long has it been since I died? Then, he asked again. More than 30 years. This time it was Hyuga Renhua who answered him, although I know that a long time has passed. But when he actually heard this answer, Tobirama's cool guy couldn't help but feel a hint of loneliness on his face. But the loneliness on his face only lasted for a moment. As the strongest second Hokage in his life, Tobirama's mental endurance is naturally extraordinary. Tobirama's expression returned to seriousness again, and he looked beyond the crowd and focused on his 2 disciples. Fusuke, hiruzen. I should have said, not as a last resort. Never use the impure world reincarnation technique. So tell me, what is the reason why you choose to disturb my sleep? As the person who single-handedly developed the impure world reincarnation technique, Senju Tobirama certainly knows how evil and unethical this technique is. Therefore, he gave many orders to several disciples that year. Unless Konoha reaches a moment of life and death, this technique must not be used. As a deceased person, it is undoubtedly an extremely presumptuous thing to be disturbed from his sleep. Originally, Tobirama saw Fusuke as soon as he was resurrected, and mistakenly thought that impure world reincarnation was performed by Feng Jie. That's why he got so angry and gave Fusuke a violent shock. But now, with the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobirama has vaguely guessed something with his wisdom. Therefore, he chose to directly question the 2 of them. Hearing Tobirama's question, everyone present held their breath at the same time, because everyone knows that the highlight is coming. At the same time, Minato and others also knew that it was not their turn to intervene in what happened next, so they retreated silently. After hearing what Tobirama said, while waiting for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already impatient, naturally took the initiative to answer. Teacher, tell everyone quickly. What happened on the day you died in battle? Don't you want to expose the villain Uchiha Fusuke and avenge yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Tobirama eagerly, his eyes full of desire for revenge. Hearing the sound, Tobirama frowned again. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's twisted eyes full of malice, and his frown became tighter and tighter. He was not in a hurry to recover Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he glanced at Fusuke not far away. It turns out you concealed everything that happened back then. Fusuke, Tobirama asked Fusuke softly, with a hint of relief in his tone. In response, Fusuke's eyes flickered slightly, but he still just stood there silently. It's hard for you, child. In an instant, Tobirama's eyes gradually softened and his tone became gentle. Anyone who knows Tobirama knows that such a look is extremely rare in Hokage, who has always shown himself as a cool guy. Teacher, what are you talking about, teacher? On the other side, seeing Tobirama showing such an expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in disbelief. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Tobirama's eyes gradually became cold and stern, scanning the surrounding scene, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twisted with anger. With Senju Tobirama's wisdom, he had already guessed the general outline of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, since you want to know everything about that year so much, then, let me, the second Hokage, reveal to you all the truth about what happened that year, Tobirama said calmly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hint of disappointment and coldness in his eyes. Hear the sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't notice the strange look in Tobirama's eyes, but instead shouted with excitement on his face. That's great, teacher. You finally figured it out and stopped protecting that villain Uchiha Fusuke. That's great, that's great. Sarutobi Hiruzen just kept roaring excitedly like a demon, with a trace of animality in his eyes that was not like human beings. The other side. After hearing that Tobirama planned to reveal the truth, Uchiha Fusuk's expression suddenly changed. Master, he took a step forward suddenly, grabbed Tobirama's hand and tried to stop him. Child, what are you afraid of? I'm just a bad old man who has been dead for more than 30 years. Seeing Fusuk's anxious expression, Senju Tobirama just smiled slightly and said with firm eyes, Master. Looking at the determination in Tobirama's eyes, Feng's eyes became a little dark. Uchiha Fusuk opened his mouth and was about to say something, but before he could react, Senju Tobirama had resolutely broken free of Fusuk's hands that were trying to stop him. Then, he turned to clasping his hands together and began to form seals quickly. And to the onlookers in Konoha, the current scene is undoubtedly brain-burning to the extreme. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to be so confident that he did not hesitate to use impure world reincarnation to resurrect Tobirama for questioning. It shows that the truth of that year is undoubtedly beneficial to him, and there is a high probability that everything is true as he said. But the weird thing is, since Tobirama's resurrection, the situation has turned strangely. On the contrary, Tobirama put Sarutobi Hiruzen aside and only interacted cordially with Fusuk, who had a murderous hatred with him. Just when everyone thought there must be something hidden, Uchiha Fusuk might have been wrongfully accused. Fusuk once again prevented Tobirama from restoring the truth. This behavior is naturally extremely illogical. In this world, I am afraid that absolutely no one would be willing to bear the unjust reputation of bullying the master and destroying the ancestor without going through the process of cleansing himself. As the saying goes, if a person has no shame, he has no fear. Fusuk's actions can only show that the truth is not good for him, and he is afraid that the truth will be exposed. Why? In my opinion, I'm afraid everything is still as Sarutobi Hiruzen said. That's right. Otherwise, why would third generation be so obstructive in restoring the truth? This is completely unreasonable. I never expected that he would be such a third generation project. The Konoha ninjas couldn't help but talk about it again. The edge of the crowd. Uchiha Ayako bit her sexy red lips and looked at Uchiha Fusuk in the crowd with worried eyes. Everything back then. Uchiha Fusuk literally never mentioned it to anyone, but this does not mean that no one will really know about it. Uchiha Ayako will always remember the lonely look that Feng had when she returned home after the demise of second generation. Based on Ayako's understanding of Fusuk, she concluded that Fusuk would never do anything to deceive his master and destroy his ancestor for Hokage. The reason why she chose to retreat just now. One is to leave room for communication between master and apprentice Tobirama. Secondly, Ayako knew that given Tobirama's dislike for Uchiha, it would be better for her to avoid it. But at this moment, Ayako always understood one thing in her heart. That is, no matter what, Feng Ge actually doesn't want to face what happened back then. And there was this, Fusuk needed her. Thinking of this, Ayako quietly came to Fusuk's side and took the initiative to hold Fusuk's hand. Feeling the delicate warm touch from his left hand, Fusuk turned his head slightly. What caught my eye was Ayako's beautiful eyes full of tenderness. This time, Fusuk didn't choose to refuse. He took the initiative to hold Ayako's hand and accepted the encouragement given by Ayako. At the same time, there was also a feeling as cold as jade on Fusuk's right hand. No need to think too much, this time of course it comes from Lianhua. Fusuk looked slightly sideways. Unlike Ayako, Renhua's cold and pretty face remained expressionless, but Fusuk still noticed a hint of worry about him from Renhua's glass eyes. Thank you all. Fusuk's tense face relaxed slightly, and he whispered to the two confidants who had been with him for many years. At the same time, the seals of Senju Tobirama have also been completed. Water style. Water curtain. Wow. Along with the sound of liquid flowing, a huge water curtain appeared in front of everyone. Next, I will project fragments of my dying memories onto this water curtain. All the truth is up there. Whether it is right or wrong, please watch it together. As he spoke, Tobirama put his index and middle fingers together and pointed them at his temple. Suddenly, the water curtain was like the curtain of a movie, and many fragments began to emerge. Seeing this, everyone was amazed. For Tobirama, he developed countless ninjutsu throughout his life. Of course, it couldn't be easier for him to do a little trick like retrieving memories and projecting them into reality. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the water curtain, quietly watching the clips on the water curtain. Boom! Along with a harsh thunder, bursts of torrential rain poured down from the sky. Whoa whoa whoa! Under the heavy rain, a team of 6 people ran at high speed under the rain. When passing through a forest, the white-haired man running at the front suddenly stopped, staggering and leaning against the trunk of a giant tree. Teacher! A lean man who was following him immediately stepped forward to help the white-haired man. At the same time, the other 4 people also came closer, forming a circle around the white-haired man in the center, looking around warily. These 6 people were the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and his 5 disciples Uchiha Fusuk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. Fusuk, help the teacher heal him quickly. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was supporting Senju Tobirama, immediately turned around, frowned and said bossily to the wind, "Hear the sound." Fusuk, who looked younger and had no ink diamond mark on his forehead, immediately stepped forward to check Senju Tobirama's injury. I saw an extremely obvious penetrating wound in Senju Tobirama's abdomen, and a large amount of blood was gushing out from it. The blood quickly dissolved under the wash of rain until it seeped into the ground without a trace. Based on Fusuk's many years of experience, this injury may have damaged Tobirama's internal organs. Buzz. Without hesitation, Fusuk immediately activated medical ninjutsu to treat Tobirama. The wound in Tobirama's abdomen healed quickly and no longer bled. Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were overjoyed, but Fusuk knew that this was just the surface. In fact, Tobirama's real internal organs were damaged beyond repair. Several of his important organs have been completely destroyed and cannot regenerate. Not only that, but even more terrible. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's body is still clinging to an extremely powerful poison. Medical ninjutsu can only treat, not detoxify. To detoxify, set up a detoxification chart in a place that requires time and quiet. This extremely powerful poison erodes Tobirama's body all the time. This made Tobirama's already weak body even worse. It can only be said that the bloodline of Senju of the forest is too strong to survive until now. The internal organs were severely damaged and there was no way to save him, plus he was extremely poisonous. Tobirama's current state can only be said to be beyond redemption, but in this regard, Fusuk still had no intention of giving up. He still used medical ninjutsu tirelessly to try to treat Tobirama. Snapped. Suddenly, Tobirama grabbed Fusuk's hand. "No, Fusuk." Tobirama gently shook his head towards Fusuk and refused Feng's further treatment. His family knows his own affairs, and Tobirama knows that he is hopeless. It's better to let Fusuk keep the precious chakra for the next battle, because he already had a premonition that the pursuers were coming soon. The reason why the dignified second Hokage ended up in such an embarrassing situation all started 3 days ago. This was at the end of the First Ninja War, led by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Konoha has won several foreign wars, until 3 days ago. Konoha's last opponent, Cloud Shinobi of the Kingdom of Thunder, finally couldn't hold on any longer and sent envoys to proactively seek peace with Konoha. At this moment, Konoha, which had been fighting continuously, was at the end of its strength and desperately longed for peace. Therefore, Tobirama agreed to negotiate peace with Cloud Shinobi. In order to show his sincerity, Tobirama took only a few of his disciples and set off to the Kingdom of Thunder to discuss the specific details of the peace. This choice is actually understandable. After Hashirama's death, he became Hashirama's younger brother. Master of forbidden technique Tobirama is not as pervert as Senju Hashirama, but with many forbidden techniques and a smart and calm mind, he managed to become invincible in the ninja world, and his strength was obviously stronger than the cage of the other four major ninja villages. Therefore, Senju Tobirama can also be said to be superior to his contemporaries and a real Super Shadow level powerhouse. Therefore, Tobirama feels that with his strength, there will be no big problem even if he is alone. Not to mention, Tobirama also has a magical escape skill, Flying Thunder God. Therefore he is even more fearless. Bringing a few disciples is just for training and training. At the Alliance Conference in Cloud Shinobi Village, everything went as Tobirama expected. Second Raikage always lowered his eyebrows and looked like he was willing to accept the last position, and agreed to many conditions of Konoha. When the conference was over, Second Raikage, as the host, took the initiative to host a banquet, Xiaqing Senju Tobirama. Whether it is due to personal accidents or political considerations, this meal Tobirama is naturally inevitable. Then, the two heads of their respective villages gathered at the table. In addition, he is accompanied by Jin Jiao Yin Jiao, who is also a cage-level strongman. As for Fusuk and others, because they are not high enough, they are only responsible for security. During the dinner, both Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao also cited their not enough level as the reason. He just sat at the corner of the table with a low eyebrow and poured wine and food for the two of them. Second Raikage didn't say anything about the two people's actions, but just greeted Senju Tobirama. Seeing this, Tobirama certainly would not interfere in the affairs of Cloud Shinobi Village, but chose to acquiesce. At the dinner table, Tobirama was very alert. In order to avoid being poisoned by Second Raikage, Tobirama always maintains a state of I eat what he eats and I drink what he drinks, until the wine has passed 3 rounds and the dishes have passed the 5 flavors. Second Raikage suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and sprayed a mouthful of old blood on the seat. Tobirama then realized something was wrong, he was poisoned. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, who had been waiting for a long time, swarmed up and rushed towards Second Raikage. It turned out that this pair of second and fifth boys had been planning a coup for a long time. They poisoned their meals, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Hokage and Raikage. This behavior is absolutely appalling and audacious. Caught off guard, it was not only second Raikage who was hit and fell to the ground. Even Tobirama never expected that he would also fall victim to second Raikage testing the poison. Seeing second Raikage falling to the ground with poisonous hair, he was about to suffer the poisonous hands of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. In order to avoid the failure of this trip, Tobirama took the initiative, tried to rescue second Raikage, and fought with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. In the narrow banquet hall, the two sides were fighting hand to hand, so they could only fight hand to hand. Tobirama's forbidden technique has nowhere to show. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers were originally pseudo-Jinchuriki possessing the Nine Tails chakra. With the blessing of the tailed beast coat, the two men fought extremely fiercely. Originally, as a super shadow level strongman with a Senju of the forest bloodline, Tobirama was not afraid of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn in terms of physical skills. However, due to the severe poison in his body, his strength was completely reduced. Just as they were fighting, Tobirama was caught off guard by the poisonous hair that pierced his chest and abdomen with a move from the Golden Horn. It wasn't until this moment that Tobirama finally woke up. The situation was unfavorable, and he had already fallen into the tiger's mouth. The only option now is to run away. At the moment, without caring about the fallen second Raikage, Tobirama hurriedly rushed out of the banquet hall and quickly met with the disciples outside the door. Outside, Fusuk and others have already been entangled and killed with countless rebellious ninjas and Cloud Shinobi. Not caring much, Tobirama reluctantly led his disciples to fight their way out of Cloud Shinobi and fled to a forest somewhere in the Land of Thunder. Time returns to the present. After a bloody battle, he was seriously injured and poisoned. Please give me flowers. Senju Tobirama finally couldn't bear it any longer, and a strange flush flashed across his face. Puffed, a mouthful of dirty blood was spurted out of Tobirama's mouth. But soon, as the heavy rain washed away, the bright red blood disappeared without a trace again. At this point everyone knew that Tobirama was not in the right state. Uchiha Fusuk, what's going on? Did you deliberately hold back and not treat the teacher's injuries? Usually, I think you can cure this kind of trauma in a few or two strokes. Uchiha Koharu, the only female ninja in the team, immediately opened her eyes and angrily yelled at Fusuk, with a mean look on her face. That's right, Koharu is right. Even if your teacher is dissatisfied, we can't withdraw the ladder at this time, right? Another person in the team, Mito Kato Homura, echoed in time, holding Uchiha Koharu's smelly feet, and what he said was even more heartbreaking. After saying that, he turned around and greeted Uchiha Koharu with a flattering smile. It can be seen that this person is also a best two-faced turtle. Before Fusuk could say anything, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also jumped out. Fusuk, is this really true? He asked Fusuk with a face full of astonishment, as if to give Fusuk a chance to defend himself. But soon, as if he was afraid that Fusuk would explain, he spoke again. Fusuk, how could you do this? You disappoint me so much. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately looked at Fusuk with regret, his eyes full of regret. He. Shimura Danzo on the other side just looked at Fusuk with a sneer, his eyes full of disdain. Obviously, the purpose of these four people singing and harmonizing is very simple and clear. That is, suppress Fusuk. Hearing this, Fusuk's eyes turned cold and he lost his intention to defend himself, because he knows that it is useless in this case. Forcibly arguing with an idiot will only bring you down to the level of an idiot. He also understood the reason why these four guys huddled together to target him. It's just for the Hokage's position. Basically all Konoha Shinobi fans know this. The position of the next generation of Hokage will definitely come from several disciples of the second Hokage, and from the day Fusuk walked into Tobirama's door, he has become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of several guys. Nothing else. Fusuk is not only talented but also strong, and more importantly, he is still young, has ninjutsu research and development capabilities comparable to Senju Tobirama, and is liked by Tobirama. This makes Tobirama feel sad from time to time since he first accepted his disciple. I really want to pass on the Hokage's position to you. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Tobirama said this, but the subtext is actually saying it. I will not pass on the Hokage's position to you. As a smart person, Tobirama understands this, and so does Fusuk. In fact, given Fusuk's lazy personality, he never had any extra thoughts about becoming a Hokage. Fusuk also knew in his heart why Tobirama trained him. The main reason is to check and balance Uchiha, out of political considerations. After all, Fusuk has always had an awkward relationship with the Uchiha clan and was on the opposite side. Tobirama's training of Fusuk is more like setting up a target to divide the Uchiha clan. Certainly. Having said that, Tobirama never kept anything secret from Fusuk. Whether it's ninjutsu, knowledge, or the resources and knowledge Fusuk needs, Tobirama has always given everything to everyone without sparing any effort. Fusuk actually understands that this may be a kind of compensation from Tobirama to him. It is precisely because of this that Fusuk can get rid of the constraints of the Uchiha family and grow at an extremely fast speed. About this, the four Sarutobi Hiruzen may or may not understand, but this does not affect the four people's behavior towards Fusuk. Fusuk's existence is like a catfish in the group of Hokage disciples. In order not to be eaten by Fusuk, the catfish, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other four sardines had no choice but to huddle together for warmth and try their best to attack Fusuk at all costs. Tobirama is actually well aware of the conflicts among his disciples. It's true that he is a master, but he also has another identity, Hokage. Therefore, Tobirama has only one choice: sit back and do nothing. Therefore, it has become normal for the four Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack Fusuk in front of Tobirama. The four people's methods are different, but their ultimate goal is extremely consistent. Uchiha Koharu is responsible for provoking conflicts, and picking holes and making things out of nothing are her common methods. The best two-faced turtle Midokado Homura is responsible for supporting and praising Uchiha Koharu's smelly feet. Sarutobi Hiruzen is responsible for the hypocritical justice. In fact, they quietly pulled and stepped on Uchiha Koharu's false accusations. Finally, Shimura Danzo is responsible for the last hit of Yin Zeze. The four-person team has a clear division of labor and their cooperation complements each other. But Fusuk didn't expect that at this critical moment, these four guys wouldn't give up. He must pretend to be confused while pretending to understand and beat Tianlai to the ground. Enough, stop fighting. What does it look like when the enemy is facing us? Finally, Senju Tobirama frowned and shouted violently, stopping the four people from suppressing Fusuk. Then, he glanced at the faces of the five disciples. After seeing their expressions, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Facing Tobirama's scolding, Uchiha Kohara pretended to be well-behaved on the surface, but in fact he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes, and he didn't care at all about Tobirama's scolding. Midokado Homura seemed to be introspecting, but in fact he was always secretly glancing at the pretty Uchiha Kohara next to him, with a dog-licking attitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "I am doing it for his own good," and pretended to be helpless and confused. Shimura Danzo looked downcast, as if it had nothing to do with him. Only Fusuk still had a calm expression on his face, neither humble nor arrogant. In fact, Tobirama has always been very clear about everyone's little thoughts. "Did I do something wrong?" Tobirama whispered in his heart with a blank look in his eyes. But soon, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes again. "I'm Hokage, I can't be wrong." Thinking of this, Tobirama's expression once again returned to its former calmness and indifference. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. All the information currently flashed through Tobirama's mind like a quick glance. Soon, Tobirama realized two extremely important things. The first is that he can no longer live. Tobirama knew in his heart that whether it was the poison soaked into the bone marrow or the internal organs that were irreversibly damaged, these two injuries determine that even if Tobirama uses Flying Thunder God to escape back to Konoha, he will not escape death. No matter where you die, it's the same. Instead of returning to Konoha and dying on the hospital bed, it's better to die on the battlefield and do the last thing for Konoha. Second, after his death, Konoha needed a Hokage, a new Hokage. As the largest force in the ninja world, the situation inside Kunyi is extremely chaotic. In addition, we just encountered the Ninja World War. 720 Konoha must not lose Hokage's leadership at this moment. In order to avoid greater trouble, Tobirama must immediately determine the candidate for the next Hokage. This is the most important thing. Other than that, nothing else matters. Fortunately, several Hokage candidates whom Tobirama trained early on are now by Tobirama's side. This also provides convenient conditions for Tobirama to select Hokage. As Hokage, before he died, all Tobirama's inner thoughts were about surrounding the village. He had already made up his mind. For Konoha, he can die, even his disciples can die. The important thing is how to select a Hokage who can lead the village to the light. This is the first priority. To this end, Tobirama will do whatever it takes. Immediately, he closed his eyes and started thinking in his heart again. Be honest. Before that, Tobirama's innermost choice for Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hypocrisy or hypocrisy. These seemingly shortcomings are not shortcomings when it comes to the position of Hokage. If you want to be a Hokage, you have to be able to pretend to be a good person in normal times and be ruthless at critical moments. Since Tobirama succeeded Hokage, he has been doing one thing throughout his life. That is to increase the proportion of civilian ninjas and strengthen the status of civilian ninjas. The establishment of the ninja school and the establishment of Umbu are all to give civilian ninjas a future and an opportunity to display their talents. From this point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was born in the Xionin clan, is undoubtedly a perfect fit for Tobirama's concept. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen's palace and identity are things Tobirama is extremely satisfied with. Ranked second is Shimura Danzo. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo's shortcomings are extremely obvious. Although his identity and city are very suitable, he meets the conditions for becoming a Hokage. But Danzo has a huge flaw in his character. It's just too much ruthlessness and not enough measure. The so-called hokage is a bright person who always stands in the spotlight and enjoys cheers and applause. The hokage can be ruthless and ruthless behind his back, and he will do whatever it takes. But on the bright side, he can only be the most bright person. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy will become the greatest advantage. Danzo's cruel and perverse character will become a flaw. As for Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Homura, a delicate girl and a senior wolf warrior, two-faced turtle, although two people can become Tobirama's disciples, they each have their own advantages. But their obvious shortcomings in character rank them third and fourth in Tobirama's heart. Finally, there is Fusuke, who was given the surname Uchiha. To choose such a big thing as Hokage, Tobirama naturally cannot decide it in his mind so easily and hastily. So Tobirama decided to make a final assessment on the candidate for the next Hokage. And what he will assess is also the most important condition for becoming a Hokage. Ahem. Tobirama coughed twice, and a mouthful of blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth again. My injuries are serious. Need to return to Konoha quickly for treatment. So I'll keep it short. While wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he told the four disciples in front of him. Hearing the sound, the five Hokage disciples present trembled at the same time. Uchiha Koharu, Midokado Homura and Shimura Danzo all had a strange look in their eyes. Seeing Tobirama's demeanor before, they all thought that Tobirama was dying. Unexpectedly, there is still hope. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fusuke showed strange expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sad expression on his face, but there was a glint in his eyes. And Fusuke frowned, looking deeply at Tobirama. At this time, Tobirama did not pay attention to everyone's expressions, but continued to speak. To ensure that most people return to Konoha safely, now there has to be someone willing to distract the pursuers. Which of you wants to go? Tobirama paused for a moment, then asked the people in front of him in a heavy tone. Wow! As Tobirama's words fell, the only sound left in the forest was the sound of rain hitting the leaves. Hearing this, the expressions of the four Sarutobi Hiruzen changed. Tobirama's meaning couldn't be clearer. As a Hokage and a division commander, it is obvious that Tobirama cannot do such a job as chasing troops. At this moment, it is undoubtedly a fatal situation to distract the pursuers. Midokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu's expressions of resistance almost had the words "greed for life" and "fear of death" written on their faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo looked hesitant, wondering what they were thinking. Impossible, I have already confirmed that the teacher's injury cannot be saved at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought secretly in his heart, feeling a little hesitant. He vaguely guessed Tobirama's thoughts, but he didn't dare to risk his life to confirm. So, he subconsciously turned his attention to Tobirama. What Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect was that his eyes met Tobirama's. Seeing Tobirama's eyes that seemed to have a hint of meaning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately calm. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready to respond. But before his voice could be squeezed out of his throat, a calm and powerful voice had already taken the lead. Master, let me go. I'm willing to distract the pursuers. Fusuke's calm voice reached everyone's ears. The next second, boom, a bolt of lightning flashed across, and everyone focused their attention on Uchiha Fusuke's face. Among them, several people's eyes looked surprised, confused, gloating, and anxious. But the only person who responded to them was Fusuke's handsome face that was beaten by the wind and rain, but still remained calm. Looking at Uchiha Fusuke's face, Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly burst into light. You go, you sure? He stood up abruptly, walked straight to Fusuke, and looked at Fusuke without giving in while questioning. Well, I'm going. In response, Fusuke just nodded lightly and looked at Tobirama without flinching. Looking at Fusuke's pair of plain megatama, Tobirama's heart flashed with a hint of complexity. Because at this moment he couldn't see what Fusuke was thinking in his heart. He treated my injury just now, with Fusuke's medical ninjutsu skills. It's impossible not to know about my situation. And with his intelligence, it's impossible for him not to guess what I'm thinking. He should know that he has no chance. For a while, Senju Tobirama's eyes kept changing, but he still couldn't make up his mind. At this time, teacher, as your first disciple to be admitted into the gate, how can I watch my junior brother die? Let me go. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke. His eyes were full of pits, he spoke high-sounding words, and he had a selfless look on his face. He looked like a model senior brother. At this moment, even if the Oscar actor comes, I am afraid that he will be extremely impressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's acting skills. No matter how picky the director is, he probably won't be able to find any fault with his acting skills. But Sarutobi Hiruzen overlooked one thing: he overacted. Because the junior brother he said he couldn't bear to watch die was Uchiha. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo's mind is actually as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen's. It's just that compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is more greedy for life and afraid of death. Originally, he had been hesitating back and forth between the vortex of greed for life and fear of death and give it a try. But now, I see Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfless face. Danzo totally figured it out. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he would die for him, Danzo would probably believe it. But only Sarutobi Hiruzen will never sacrifice for Fusuke. At this moment, Danzo also recalled his daily life. How did Sarutobi Hiruzen make plans behind the scenes and arrange for them to target and frame Fang Huan? He was finally convinced this is all a test of Senju Tobirama. Thinking of this, how could Danzo still sit still? As a result, Danzo immediately straightened up and pretended to be selfless as well. Fearless, he shouted eagerly, "Teacher, let me go." Senior brother Hiruzen is extremely talented, and he still wants to inherit the teacher's legacy. "Let me sacrifice for the village," Danzo said impatiently, as if he was anxious to be reincarnated. At the same time, his words also dug a hole for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Oscar winner, then Shimura Danzo is a dead beater who is scolded as an extra. His face, which was usually sinister and ruthless, suddenly assumed a selfless and fearless look. The more you violate the peace, the more you violate the peace. At this time, even Koharu and Homura Minato, who were extremely greedy for life and fearful of death, reacted belatedly. The two of them looked at each other. Under the temptation of becoming a Hokage, even the best double-sided cabinet Mito-Kato Homura couldn't help but be the first to say it. "Teacher, let me go. I think it's most appropriate for me to go." Before he could finish speaking, Yudin Kohara beside him couldn't sit still and interrupted him directly. "Brother Homura, let me do this kind of thing. Several senior fellow apprentices all have great futures, but a female prostitute like me cannot be put to great use. It's better to die for the village." Yudin Kohara persuaded Mito-Kato Homura delicately while taking advantage of her as a female boxer. At this moment, looking at the scene of brothers, friends and brothers respecting each other around him, Tobirama suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Tobirama is smart. But at this critical moment, his plan shot himself in the foot. Whether it is intentional or unintentional, his carefully planned test has been completely disrupted by Feng Jie. At first glance, no matter how you look at this rushing to death scene, it is a harmonious scene. But behind the scenes, the evil in human nature is vividly and exquisitely performed at this moment. Uchiha Fusuke this be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Fusuke in his heart. He turned his eyes in annoyance and looked at the surrounding fellow apprentices whose eyes were filled with lust for power. Knowing that Tobirama's test has been completely uncovered, he has missed his chance. Obviously, everything just now was a test for Tobirama. Among them, the injury is serious and requires rescue is the examination question. You need people to take the initiative to lure away the pursuers is the answer along the way. Tobirama did not hide the fact that he was seriously injured and was severely poisoned. As long as you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find this. After knowing this, it is not difficult to guess that Tobirama said this for the purpose of testing. At this critical node, what else can be tested besides Hokage Inheritance 4.9? This test. At first glance, it seems to be a test of selfless sacrifice. This is not the case. The questions he asked were actually to test the two most important factors in becoming a Hokage: scheming and courage. Although the test just now was just a short paragraph, but it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to figure it out in a very short period of time and be willing to truly risk your life and agree to it. Not only that, Tobirama's move also serves multiple purposes. The person who can respond first will occupy the Great Righteousness in the title. This will directly pave the way for the next successor Hokage. So just now, Tobirama opened a small stove for his favorite Hokage candidate, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I just didn't expect that Fusuke would take the lead. As for Tobirama, isn't it possible that Tobirama is not afraid that there will be a silly young man, so he bites the bullet and agrees to sacrifice on his own initiative? All I can say is, a wise disciple is better than a teacher. As a smart man, how could Tobirama accept a stupid apprentice? And since you are a smart person, there is no one who is not afraid of death. Senju Tobirama never thinks that fear of death is a bad attribute. On the contrary, in his opinion, as the leader of the village Hokage, the first priority is to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, the dignified Hokage must do everything personally and rush to the front line. What if you die suddenly? Who will take care of the village then? Certainly, if one day, Tobirama needs to die to protect the village, he will be happy to do so. But most of the time, he would not hesitate if his men could die on his behalf. This is not only for himself, but also for Konoha. Tobirama understands that all his disciples are smart people, especially Uchiha Fusuke. He is the smartest among them. It's not clear to Fusuke that he has no chance of becoming a Hokage, but why does he want to fight? Did he really have the idea of becoming a Hokage? Why? Thinking of this, Tobirama did not hesitate and directly asked Fusuke the question in his mind. He looked directly at Uchiha Fusuke, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Seeing Tobirama's eyes, young Uchiha Fusuke's eyes flickered slightly, but it only took a moment for a trace of relief and determination to appear in his eyes. In a person's life, he will always experience countless good and bad things. No matter what, Fusuke always had one idea firmly in his mind. That is, he only does what he feels is right. Uchiha Fusuke knew it was time for him to show his cards. Faced with Tobirama's questioning, the four of them had no intention of explaining. He just silently took out a delicate silver kunao from the ninja bag on his waist and handed it to Tobirama's hand. Senju Tobirama took the kunao and looked at it carefully. I saw a dark and complicated formation mark engraved on this silver-white kunao. As a master of ninjutsu research and development who has developed countless forbidden techniques throughout his life, Tobirama could see at a glance what the mark on this kunao represented. Flying Thunder God. Tobirama's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously exclaimed. Hearing the sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others around him looked shocked at the same time. Everyone is familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. With Tobirama's character, he basically never hides anything from his disciples. Moreover, this technique is the most proud work of his life, so of course he will give priority to teaching it to his disciples. But unfortunately, learning time and space ninjutsu requires too much talent. With the talents of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is impossible to learn the profound and complicated Flying Thunder God. Same. After putting Fusuke behind the wall, Tobirama also passed this technique on to Fusuke. Since Fusuke had never seen him perform it before, Tobirama could only assume that he had no talent for time and space ninjutsu. But what he didn't expect was that Fusuke had learned Flying Thunder God a long time ago and just kept activating it. Faced with Tobirama's surprise, Fusuke did not hesitate. He once again took out a silver kunao from the ninja bag on his waist and threw it into the air. Whoosh! Accompanied by the speed of the silver kunao, Feng Gai appeared directly in Kongchen the next second. Whoosh! After another flash, Fusuke returned to Tobirama. The landing point was the silver kunao in Tobirama's hand. Looking at Fusuke, who was close at hand, 12, there was a hint of complexity in Tobirama's eyes. Facing this surprise given by Fusuke, Tobirama didn't know whether to be happy or angry for a while. Before he could speak, Fusuke gave Tobirama what he called surprises. Fusuke raised his head and locked eyes with Tobirama. The next second, aha! The three scarlet megatama in his eyes continued to rotate rapidly, and finally merged into a brand new ring-shaped windmill. Exactly Mangekyo Sharinan. After seeing Mangekyo in Fusuke's eyes, Tobirama's eyes were completely glazed over. He had been fighting with Uchiha for most of his life, but how could he not recognize the origin of these eyes? Master, you should tell me what it means to the eyes. At this moment, Fusuke suddenly spoke slowly, his tone still full of calmness. Since the last time I was in danger with Renhua and opened Mangekyo, he had never shown these eyes in front of anyone. No one except Hyaga Renj knew that Fusuke had opened Mangekyo, and with Lianhua's character, it was certainly impossible for him to leak the news. So everyone, including Senju Tobirama, had no idea about it. Hearing the sound, Tobirama fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the four others also fell silent. Whether it's Mangekyo or the Flying Thunder God, it all shows one thing, that is, the Uchiha Fusuke in front of him is already a genuine cage-level strongman. At this moment, the four young Sarutobi Hiruzen have obviously not been able to enter this field yet. I can Flying Thunder God, so it's best for me to go and lure away the pursuers. After luring away the pursuers, I will use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Fusuke spoke again, his open-headed windmill flashing with bursts of eerie red light. Hearing the sound, everyone fell silent. Including Tobirama, there is nothing to say at this moment. At this time, Flying Thunder God is only in the initial stage, and its development and use are not as mature and free as it will be later. Therefore, Flying Thunder God can only support the caster's own teleportation, but cannot lead people to escape. This is also the reason why Tobirama didn't use the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha with several disciples. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't do it. At this moment, Fusuke has also not been able to fully develop Flying Thunder God, so it is also unable to achieve teleportation with people. Fusuke looked at Tobirama again and spoke softly. Besides, Master, I hope you can live. Hearing this, Tobirama's expression gradually changed from stiff to relaxed, and finally became completely complicated. He stared closely into Fusuke's eyes, as if trying to detect a hint of hypocrisy in them. But Tobirama can see only sincerity in Fusuke's shrewd and wise pupils in the past. Finally, Tobirama slowly closed his eyes, seeming to be entangled in his heart. Looking at Senju Tobirama, who closed his eyes and said nothing, Fusuke's eyes showed a trace of relief. No matter what, he has already done everything he can do. With Flying Thunder God, in today's crisis, Fusuke has already mastered the safety valve to escape unscathed. What to do next, just leave it to Senju Tobirama to decide. previously, Fusuk had not shown the abilities of Flying Thunder God and Mangekyo, mainly because the levels of these two abilities are too high. Once revealed, he will inevitably become the focus of the village. Combined with his status as a second-generation disciple, regardless of whether he wanted to or not, driven by public opinion, Feng Jie had no choice but to move closer to Hokage's position. In addition, he is already a thorn in the flesh of the four Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm afraid it will be even more troublesome by then. In Fusuk's mind, he had no intention of taking the Hokage position from the beginning, so why bother with this kind of trouble? That's why Fusuk has been hiding his abilities silently. This is not to hide your capabilities and bide your time, but just because you are afraid of trouble. Until just now, Tobirama asked him why. Fusuk then made up his mind to reveal all this. And he gave his answer from two aspects, emotion and reason. In reason, don't you need someone to distract the pursuers? Then Fusuk, who has Mangekyo and can fly Thunder God, is probably the best candidate. In this way, you can distract the pursuers without sacrificing yourself. Isn't this the best of both worlds? In love. The real reason why Fusuk did all this is, he really doesn't want Tobirama to die. In any case, when dealing with Fusuk, Senju Tobirama did everything a master should do. He helped Fusuk get out of the quagmire called Uchiha and gave Fusuk everything he needed. Even though this master is not perfect, Tobirama is very kind to Fusuk. For this reason, Fusuk doesn't want anything to happen to Tobirama. So when Tobirama said that he could still be saved and needed to return to Konoha, although Fusuk knew in his heart that Senju Tobirama was fatally injured. But as the saying goes, there are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. Maybe the Senju of the forest with rich heritage can really bring Senju Tobirama back to life? Although the chance is slim, Fusuk is willing to give it a try. Anyway, with Flying Thunder God by his side, Fusuk doesn't need to worry about the issue of retreat. No matter what he chooses, he will not suffer any loss. So why not give it a try? As for whether all this is Tobirama's test or something else, this is not important to Fusuk. Because from beginning to end, he never paid attention to Hokage's position. There is no fear, so the group meeting is fearless. Fusuk always had one idea firmly in his mind. That is, he only does what he feels is right during this period of time when Tobirama closed his eyes and thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others on one side were completely unable to sit still. In their view, at this critical juncture in the fight for Hokage's position, the Flying Thunder God and Mangekyo Fusuk revealed were like a powder keg detonating. He also instantly changed from harmless little sheep to humans and animals. It has become a tyrannical and cannibalistic stumbling block. Not caring about so much, the four of them exchanged glances in unison and reached a consensus in an instant. Without much hesitation, the four decided to follow the old method. At that moment, Uchiha Koharu, who was XXN, had a flash of anger in his eyes. Uchiha Fusuk, why did you hide the fact that you learned Flying Thunder God and started Mangekyo? Okay, I guess you have already had evil intentions. What do you want to do now? Do you want to force me to have a baby? Uchiha Kohara said with a mean look and activated his unique skill false accusation plus bone picking. Yes, I think junior sister Kohara was right. Uchiha Fusuk is clearly ambitious. Mito Kato Homura also followed closely behind, activating the skills excellent double-faced turtle and pornographic feet. Junior brother, I never thought you were such a person. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented with a disappointed look on his face, looking at Feng Gao with eyes full of heartache. Uchiha Fusuk, I look at you so damn much. Finally, Team Shinura threatened Fusuk fiercely. As the saying goes, there is no need to blame someone if you want to. After hearing what these four people said, Fusuk didn't bother to defend himself. Like Tobirama, he just closed his eyes silently and waited for the result, as if all he heard in his ears were the barking of dogs. Outside the water curtain, most of the Konoha shinobi who saw this couldn't help but sigh. What kind of teammates are these? Critical moments will only hold you back. I think third generation is right. As long as he leads away the pursuers, won't everything be fine? A Konoha shinobi fan lamented, feeling a little more sympathy and recognition for the young Fusuk on the water curtain. Yeah, third generation Sama is so pitiful. Sarutobi Hiruzen and these guys are really stupid. The enemy is only focused on attacking their own people. It's a good thing we didn't let these four losers become the Hokage. Another Konoha shinobi opener the mouth agreed. Obviously, most ninjas can only see through the superficial phenomena and cannot understand the rapids behind it. But no matter. The performance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others has already made them unpopular. You have only seen through the first layer, let me tell you the second layer. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are clearly competing with third generation for the position of Hokage. Those just now are the tests of second generation's purpose. Listen to me. At this time, some smart people saw through the secret behind it and began to give advice. Following his analysis, everyone shook their heads and sighed like I see you're right. Then, how did third generation become hokage? How did second generation and these hokage candidates die? One ninja couldn't help but ask. Nonsense, it hasn't been broadcast yet. How do I know? The analyst emperor in the crowd rolled his eyes, and then shifted his gaze to the water curtain again. Seeing this, everyone turned their heads and continued to pay attention to the development of the situation on the water curtain. Shut up. After closing his eyes for a long time, he finally opened them again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he shouted loudly at the noisy Uchiha Koharu and others in front of him. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Koharu, who was still chattering, suddenly turned pale, and his pink face turned red instantly. Mito Kato Homura and others all showed expressions of disdain. Tobirama glanced at the four Sarutobi Hiruzen with disappointment. At this moment, he was finally sure of one thing. That is, his indulgence towards the four people in the past 803 days has caused them to lose their ability to judge right and wrong at critical moments. So much so that now that the enemy is facing them, a few people are still fighting among themselves over their own petty ideas, and ignored one extremely important thing. Then, Tobirama turned his eyes and looked at Uchiha Fusuke opposite. At the same time, Fusuke slowly opened his eyes, and their eyes met in the air. Looking at Fusuke's scarlet eyes, Senju Tobirama thought a lot at this moment, but ultimately, about Fusuke's answer. His answer is, he believes it. He believed that Fusuke was hiding his abilities because he was afraid of trouble. I also believe that Fusuke really believed his words and wanted to lure away the pursuers and help him seek timely treatment in Konoha. There is only one reason. That is Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who are currently seriously injured, are probably no match for Fusuke. As a man who has fought with Uchiha for most of his life, he knows very well what kind of power Fusuke's eyes have. If Uchiha Fusuke really wanted to be the Hokage, so the difference between a dead Tobirama and a living Tobirama is not that big at this moment. Tobirama knows only too well how terrifying Fusuke's strength is at this time with the Flying Thunder God in Mangekyo. He is fully capable of killing several people and making sure not to leave any traces. In this case, Fusuke is still willing to face the harsh criticism of Uchiha Koharu and others indifferently, and he can sincerely explain it to Tobirama, which is enough to explain everything. On one side is Fusuke, who is unfazed by favors and humiliations, is affectionate and willing to consider Tobirama at critical moments, is smart and capable. On the other side are the four Sarutobi Hiruzen who are endlessly fighting among themselves at critical moments. Which one is better and which strategy is better has been decided. Thinking of this, Tobirama let out a leisurely sigh in his heart. Strength, wisdom, ability, courage, sense of responsibility. Fusuke, you are such a natural Hokage. But it's a pity. Tobirama sighed secretly in his heart. If Fusuke had not taken the surname Uchiha, there would be no need for any controversy over the choice of the next Hokage. Unfortunately, the word Uchiha has always been stuck in Tobirama's throat, making it difficult to swallow. But now that things have happened, Senju Tobirama's inner thoughts have also changed subtly. Since you are willing to believe in me as master, then why can't I take a big gamble and trust you, Uchiha? Tobirama stared at Fusuke in front of him, with a deep look in his eyes. Until now, he was finally willing to abandon his prejudice against Uchiha. Give Fusuke a chance to truly level the playing field. Thinking of this, he squatted down suddenly, leaned his back in front of the big tree, and said lightly to the 5 disciples in front of him, "Come all over." After hearing what Tobirama said, the 5 people have different expressions. Although I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Tobirama's gourd. However, none of them disobeyed Tobirama's intention, and they all silently walked in front of Tobirama. It can only be clearly seen that there is an extremely obvious gap between the 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fusuke. Turn around, take off your shirt. Seeing several people walking in front of him, Tobirama ordered again. Hearing the sound, the 4 male ninjas were still puzzled, but they just followed the instructions. Only Uchiha Koharu, whose gender is XXN, blushed and gritted his teeth. Everyone knows that wearing a bar has a strong sense of restraint and oppression for women. Therefore, most female ninjas who perform missions will choose to go into battle in a vacuum in order to ensure the convenience of their own activities. Faced with Uchiha Koharu's embarrassment, Senju Tobirama had no intention of showing mercy to him. "Hurry up," he scolded in a low voice, with a cold look in his eyes. After hearing Senju Tobirama's urging, Koharu reluctantly took action. Present. The excellent two-faced turtle on the side immediately couldn't help but tilt his head, his eyes widened like bells. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would pretend to be casual and turn their heads slightly from time to time, eating ice cream with their eyes. Only Uchiha Fusuke closed his eyes tightly and stood there without saying a word with a calm face. There was only a knife-like determination on his handsome face. Looking at Fusuke's handsome face with his eyes closed, a trace of distortion flashed in Koharu's eyes. Nothing else. From her perspective as an XXN, Fusuke's behavior questioned her charm and was an insult. But at this moment, the 5 people felt a slight sting on their backs. The four Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other, with a trace of confusion in their eyes. Before their doubts lasted too long, the slight tingling sensation disappeared. Tobirama, who was behind the five people, opened his mouth to answer their questions. I have carved the mark of the flying thunder god on your backs. Don't try to erase, because I only need to notice your actions of erasing the flying thunder god's seal. I will immediately teleport behind you and kill you. Tobirama spoke word by word, his tone full of cold murderous intent. As Tobirama finished speaking, boom, a bolt of thunder fell again, turning Tobirama's face as white as a Shinigami from the underworld. As soon as Senju Tobirama said this, the five people were shocked. XXN Yutaten Koharu, the most fearful of life and death, turned pale and suspected that she was hearing hallucinations. Teacher, what did you say? At that moment, she immediately stammered and asked Tobirama. Teacher, are you kidding? Gudu. The best double-faced turtle Mitokato Homura couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and asked with a dry mouth. And the other side. Uchiha Fusuk, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were all silent with complicated expressions. Boom, another pale lightning pierced the night sky, and the deafening lightning strike hit everyone's hearts hard. Senju Tobirama remained silent, his cold and ruthless expression did not change at all, but the coldness in his eyes became more and more piercing. Anyone can understand Tobirama's expression when he sees it. He really wasn't kidding anymore. Whoa! At that moment, the faces of XXN and the ultimate two-faced turtle instantly turned pale, and a bad premonition flashed through their hearts. As expected, the next second, another piece of bad news reached their ears. Now, in the name of Konoha's second hokage, last mission issued to you five. Listen carefully, Senju Tobirama said coldly with a cold and heartless pale cheek. The pursuers will be here soon. Now I command Uchiha Fusuk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yutaten Koharu, Mitokato Homura. You should do whatever it takes to kill them. Senju Tobirama named each person and looked them in the eye. In Tobirama's eyes, the five of them could only see steel-like hardness and coldness. Boom, another thunderbolt fell. This moment of light revealed the bloodless pale faces of Mitokato Homura and Yutaten Koharu. At this moment, both of them clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, staring blankly at Senju Tobirama with a cold expression. Until this moment, it seemed that they had met this teacher for the first time. Teacher, why, you are asking us to die? Yutaten Koharu asked Senju Tobirama loudly with a pale face, his eyes full of fear and shrinkage. There is nothing wrong with XXN Yutaten Koharu's words. After all, if you can survive a fight, why run away? If you turn around and deal with the pursuers now, what else can you do but risk your death? This time, Mitokato Homura, the top two-faced turtle, did not desperately agree with Yutaten Koharu. He just looked pale and looked at Senju Tobirama, who was slowly standing up. Senju Tobirama just stood up slowly with an indifferent expression, and then raised his hand slightly. Zi, a lightsaber flashing with electric light appeared in his hand at the right moment. He glanced at Yutaten Koharu coldly, and the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly burst out. Looking at Tobirama's terrifying expression. Click. At that moment, Yutaten Koharu's legs softened and he collapsed on the muddy ground. As a legend in the ninja world who has experienced countless wars, big and small, since the Sengoku era, Senju Tobirama defeated and killed countless enemies in his life, and the murderous aura in his body was even more terrifying. In the past, Tobirama's face was paralyzed in front of his disciples, but his attitude was gentle most of the time. This also made a few people gradually forget that the person standing in front of them was the cold-blooded and ruthless Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's actions at this moment told them, ninjas never have the right to refuse to perform tasks. Either carry out the mission or die. On the war zone, cowardly people never die at the hands of their enemies. If you don't believe it, just look at the red-stained blade of the combat supervisor behind you, outside the water curtain. The sudden reversal shocked everyone present. They never expected that second Hokage Senju Tobirama would issue such an order. Did I hear you correctly? The second Hokage just ordered his disciples to die? F***K. What the hell is going on? This is too nerve-wracking, I can't do it. The sudden change of situation caused all the Konoha shinobi viewers to freeze in place, completely confused about the situation. Even the former analyst emperor could not tell Tobirama's thoughts from Tobirama's cool face filled with murderous intent. Even Hatake Sakumo and Jiraiya, who are cage-level experts, looked blank, with expressions full of shock and confusion. They also couldn't figure out why Tobirama did this. In the field, only a few people can guess Tobirama's thoughts through the situation in the water curtain. Among them, Namikaze Minato is Hokage. Second generation is really great, Minato murmured secretly in his heart, and then lowered his head sadly. Seeing this, he basically guessed what was going to happen next. At the same time, Fusuk also cast his eyes to the face of Tobirama in the distance, who was maintaining the water curtain to show the memory fragments. there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. Everything finally came to the content that he was least willing to expose and accept. He seemed to sense Fusuk's mood swings. Both Hyuga Renka and Uchiha Ayako silently held Fusuk's hand, trying to encourage Fusuk in this way. The scene in the water curtain is still changing. In the water curtain, see Tobirama in action. On one side, Uchiha Fusuk, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo showed expressions that were completely different from the death-hungry duo. The eyes of the three people were different, but their expressions were all uniformly heavy. Soon, the first peach picker appeared. There was a hint of excitement and eagerness in Shimura Danzo's eyes. "Teacher, I accept this task." He actually agreed to the task assigned by Tobirama. Then, he turned his head directly and left to make some preparations to face the enemy. Seeing Danzo's actions, Tobirama's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes became darker. "Teacher, I'm going to prepare too." Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hesitated and chose to agree. But compared to Danzo's excited expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face had a heavy reluctance. Hearing the sound, Tobirama nodded slightly this time and took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two looked at each other slightly. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Tobirama saw suppressed dissatisfaction. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen also turned and left. From the direction he left, it seemed that he was preparing to meet Danzo. Until the two left, Uchiha Fusuk took action. He didn't say anything, just sighed, then turned and left in the opposite direction to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before they could look at each other, Tobirama only saw Fusuk's determined back. Until the end, all three people were seen leaving. "Junior sister Koharu, let's go." Midokado Homura just pulled up Uchiha Koharu from the ground, gritted his teeth and reincarnated away. Finally, he turned his eyes and glanced at the cold-looking Senju Tobirama behind him with desperate and sad eyes. But Midokado Homura discovered that on Tobirama's face, which seemed to be made of cast iron, there was no fluctuation except for the coldness. "Wait until everyone has left for a long time." Senju Tobirama couldn't help but slump down on the ground. A hint of bitterness appeared on the cool guy's face. At this moment, he was simply the worst master in the world. But at the same time, he is also the most competent hokage in Konoha. After leaving Tobirama's side, Sarutobi Hiruzen caught up with Shimura Danzo, who had taken the first step. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo followed closely behind, with a look of wariness and distrust on their faces. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you doing here?" Danzo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him, silently placing his hand on his side as he spoke. There, Danzo's ninja tool bag is placed. At the same time, his previous politeness and trust had long since disappeared. "Danzo, what are you doing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wry smile. He approached Danzo with a kind expression while smiling wryly. But who would have expected that after hearing this, the vigilance in Danzo's eyes actually increased? Stop doing this," he snapped at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing the sound, the amiable smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly froze. In the blink of an eye, his face had turned colder little by little, and gradually turned expressionless. I'm used to seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiable look, but seeing this expressionless look again, it's really eye-catching to the extreme. "It seems you understand what the teacher means. Don't worry, I haven't done that yet," Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, but his tone was not as gentle as usual, but had a hint of permeability. Seeing this, Danzo dropped his guard. "That's pretty much it. So, you want to join forces with me?" he sneered, with a hint of probing in his tone. "No, not joining forces. At least until there are only two of us left, we must cooperate closely. This also includes Uchiha Fusuk." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone suddenly stopped, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. That's fine." At this moment, Danzo also instantly understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. He twitched the corners of his mouth and sneered again, with a hint of cruelty in his smile. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Brother Hiruzen," Tuan said. "Wait for us." Astonishingly, the top two-faced turtle chased after him with XXN Uchiha Koharu. Seeing the arrival of the two people, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo looked at each other instantly. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled again and returned to his usual amiable appearance. Shimura Danzo, on the other hand, suppressed his smile and had a water-cooled look that did not allow strangers to enter. "Two senior brothers, is the teacher crazy? Now, what should we do?" Midokado Homura complained in a panicked tone and asked the former backbone Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Homura, how can you think so? The teacher must have a reason for doing this. Everything is just a test. Didn't the teacher say that? His injury is not that serious. Don't worry, the teacher was just trying to scare you. The teacher carved the flying thunder god on our backs to save us in times of crisis." Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished Midokado Homura with a kind expression, and then explained to the two of them kindly. Hearing this, Midokado Homura showed an expression of sudden realization. I misunderstood the teacher. Yuditen Koharu on the side also murmured with enlightened eyes, and he was also convinced of Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. Ninjas have the duty to perform tasks. Since the teacher has issued the task, as long as we unite as one, we will definitely succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with sincerity and encouraged Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu in front of him. Senior brother is right. As long as we work together, we will be able to overcome the difficulties together. Yuditen Koharu, who came back to his senses, immediately responded, seemingly regaining his confidence under the comfort of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this situation, Shimura Danzo, a shady person, unexpectedly took the initiative to speak, which was extremely rare. Don't worry, as long as we cooperate well, I will definitely complete the mission and return to the village. Danzo's sinister face actually showed a bit of decency at this moment. Upon hearing this, Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu were shocked at first, and then a glimmer of recognition flashed in their eyes again, feeling that there was nothing wrong with what Danzo said. Brother Hiruzen, what should we do now? Yuditen Koharu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a trusting expression. Hearing the sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled kindly, and then opened his mouth to arrange for a few people. Now, we just need to do this. Regarding this, both Midaman and Koharu looked serious. Danzo was the only one who laughed slyly, his eyes filled with disdain. At the top of a tall tree, Fusuk leaned against the tree canopy and looked into the distance, the direction of Cloud Shinobi Village. He knew that in less than 2 minutes, the pursuers of Cloud Shinobi Village would catch up. Or, Fusuk murmured something lowly, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Tobirama's arrangement just now has already explained to him that the matter of returning to the village for treatment does not exist at all. It was true that he wouldn't live long. Everything is just a test. It is actually not difficult at all to understand Tobirama's thoughts at this time. Just think about it from Tobirama's perspective. Originally, Tobirama's delay plan was a clever plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen stands up immediately and expresses his willingness to distract the pursuers. With this selfless act, Sarutobi Hiruzen will firmly occupy the moral high ground and gain the support of righteousness. Tobirama will use this as an excuse to pass the position of hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of everyone. This is the so-called title, with the double blessing of righteousness and status. This way, Sarutobi Hiruzen has legal principles under the support of legal principles. Several people present today will lose the possibility of competing with Sarutobi Hiruzen for hokage from now on. No matter what a few people think, in the face of this fact, they can only help Sarutobi Hiruzen honestly. As for you being dissatisfied, if you don't accept it, there is nothing you can do. Under the suppression of legal principles, as long as a few people try to get involved in the position of hokage, it is tantamount to rebellion. This is what is called a political victory. But the bad is the bad. Tobirama overestimated the force Sarutobi Hiruzen and underestimated Uchiha's style. He never expected that Fusuk would take the initiative to divert the pursuers away before Sarutobi Hiruzen. And relying on its strong strength, no one can find fault at all. This way, Tobirama then lost his best chance to pass the position of hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the saying goes, 1 step behind is 1 step behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the second to step forward, but he had already lost the initiative. As expected, Danzo and others refused to give in and fought for it one after another. These all illustrate one thing. That is, if Tobirama forcibly passes the position to Sarutobi Hiruzen, without the support of legal principles, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to sit still. After all, we are all second-generation disciples. Why should you be a hokage? Is it because the teacher favors you? Even with Tobirama's powerful suppression, several people responded in person. But once today is over, Danzo and the others who are dissatisfied will definitely not give up. At that time, civil strife will break out in Konoha. In order to avoid 797 internal strife in Konoha and leave a good situation for the hokage in the future, Tobirama had no choice at all. There was only one way left before him. In ancient times, in order to select the most powerful gu, people who raise poisonous insects will lock various poisonous insects together and let them fight each other. What remains is the greatest surplus. This is what is called raising gu. The so-called resourcefulness, thickness, courage, all of this can be summed up in 2 words: strength. Since ancient times, nature has chosen the survival of the fittest. The winner is king is an eternal truth. Who is Senju Tobirama? For the sake of Konoha, he was willing to die. Not to mention that he would be merciful to his apprentice. At this point, then let strength speak. No matter what method is used, the one who survives is the winner. By the hands of brothers with golden horn and silver horn, he can determine the strength of each disciple. It can also nip the possibility of civil strife in Konoha in the cradle and clear the way for the next generation of hokage. It is in this case Senju Tobirama has included Uchiha Fusuk in the Hokage selection for the first time, and for the first time, a relatively fair competition platform was provided for several Hokage candidates. Fang Ge naturally knew all of this. In the current situation, it is true that Senju Tobirama has no choice, but what about him? Does he, Uchiha Fusuk, have a choice? As a time traveler, Fusuk knows very well that this trip to Cloud Shinobi is the time of Tobirama's fall. He also tried to stop Senju Tobirama, but in the end it was all in vain. After experiencing a ninja war, Konoha finally had the last laugh as the winner, but the trauma of the war still cost Konoha too much. Given the current situation in Konoha, a truce with Cloud Shinobi is inevitable. Not to mention that Cloud Shinobi's truce attitude was obvious at this time. Even if he doesn't know how sincere Cloud Shinobi is, Tobirama will not refuse Cloud Shinobi's peace proposal. This is forced by the situation and cannot be stopped by one person on his own. What's more, at this time, Fusuk was a low-key person within Konoha, and as the Uchiha clan is ostracized by Konoha's top brass, if he talks too much, it will only arouse Tobirama's dissatisfaction and suspicion. So in the end, Fusuk can only remind Tobirama, beware of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. Travelers are not omnipotent. Even if Fusuk knew that Tobirama died at the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, how exactly did he die and what were the steps? He didn't know either. But obviously, even with Fusuk's reminder, as a Super Shadow level expert who surpasses the current generation, Tobirama does not take the two pseudo Jinchuriki seriously. He simply put Fusuk's reminder behind him. Wait until the dust settles. Facts tell Uchiha Fusuk that his reminder is in vain. When he saw Tobirama appearing in front of him with poison and serious injuries, Fusuk can only choose to accept it all. Perhaps one day in the future, Fang Ge will have the power to fight against a ninja village on his own and directly defeat everything, but that day at least is not now, nor is it now. So is this moment. Uchiha Fusuk, who has no interest in the position of Hokage, is also forced into a corner at this moment. Facing the Hokage test given by Tobirama, there was no way he could retreat. This Hokage, now for Fusuk. It can be said that he should be treated as he should and should be treated as he should be. Not to mention, Tobirama has already made his attitude clear. He wants to decide the final heir in the most straightforward and brutal way. Among the 6 people today, only one can finally return to Konoha alive. In this case, even if Fusuk relies on the Flying Thunder God to escape back to Konoha, but he could escape for a while, but he could not escape forever. In the past, with Tobirama's protection, Fusuk could easily obtain any resources he wanted, but Tobirama's death is already doomed. After his death, once Hokage is replaced, will he still have the convenience he has now? Who should be the Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Fusuk certainly couldn't tolerate this result. Whether in person or behind the scenes, the 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously have irreconcilable conflicts with Fusuk. Therefore, no matter who among the 4 becomes Hokage, it is an unacceptable result for Fusuk. Apart from these 4 people, the only one who is qualified to be a Hokage is Uchiha Fang himself. Therefore, there is only one way left for Fusuk: become the 3rd Hokage. At this moment, a group of figures entered Fusuk's field of vision. The leader was none other than the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, who had just launched a coup in Cloud Shinobi and successfully seized power. Since I have decided to fight, I will do my best. I want the heads of these 2 guys. At that moment, Fusuk said secretly in his heart, with a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. It's true, I left a mark on Senju Tobirama's body with the 7-star sword. The mark is in the woods ahead. We are very close. A silver-haired man with red eyes and double horns said excitedly. Very good. Today is the time for our 2 brothers to become famous in the ninja world. This Senju of the forest is nothing more than that to me. Only our brothers are the strongest descendants. Another man with the same red eyes and double horns but blonde hair echoed. Behind the 2 of them were more than 20 Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Unlike ordinary Cloud Shinobi ninjas, these 20-odd ninjas not only looked extremely fierce when looking at the mountain, but their eyes also exuded a frightening red light. At first glance, these guys look more like beasts than humans. And this group of people is the notorious Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops in the ninja world. Young ones, the forest in front of the target. F***KME. Following the Golden Horn's order, Zi. Ouch. The members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troop behind him screamed strangely and rushed forward. The 2 brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, were holding the battle from behind with calm expressions. It seems that they feel that their Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops alone are enough to hunt down Senju Tobirama and his disciples. At the same time, in the forest on one side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato Homura and Uchiha Koharu are hiding in a bush. Homura, Spring. Let's act according to the plan we made before. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the greedy for life and fear of death duo with a kind face. Senior brother, can your plan work? Before leaving, Yutatin Koharu asked again with a worried look on his face. Rest assured, have you forgotten that every time you go on a mission with your teacher? In critical moments, teachers can rush to the rescue. This time the teacher carved the mark of Flying Thunder God on us to save everyone at the critical moment. Wait until our plan succeeds. Maybe I won't praise your courage later. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly again and encouraged the greedy for life and fear of death duo in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words successfully brought back memories for the two of them. The two remembered that indeed every time in critical moments, Tobirama would appear in time. Thinking of this, Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura looked at each other. The two of them no longer hesitated. One of them picked up a square box at their feet and rushed to the doctor. Wait until the two of them rush out. Shimura Danzo sneered and grinned at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. As expected of you, Hiruzen. I just deceived these two fools so easily that I was willing to die on my own initiative. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already put away his smile and replaced it with that permeating gloomy face. You can't blame me. The only thing to blame is these two guys being stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly, a trace of compassion flashed across his gloomy face at the right time. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with fear, and he subconsciously took a step away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Here, I saw Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura suddenly rushing out of the forest. The more than 20 red-eyed ninjas from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Force were all stunned. Then, their faces showed excitement again. This was the first time they had seen such prey delivered to their doorstep. Ouch! At that moment, more than 20 red-eyed ninjas let out weird howls at the same time and divided into two teams to kill Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura. In response, the two people far away seemed to be dumbfounded and stood there without hiding. Seeing that the red-eyed ninjas of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops are about to kill, the two began to form seals together. Whoa! As the seal was completed, the two of them slammed their hands on the floor at the same time. Earth-style. Earthquake core. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to sink dozens of meters rapidly. A long tunnel was formed. Several red-eyed ninjas who were caught off guard fell into the tunnel. At the bottom of the tunnel, Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura were also trapped in it. But looking at the members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops who followed them into the tunnel, the two of them showed expressions of satisfaction. Then they opened the box they were holding. The detonating talisman that was already full inside was revealed. Without much hesitation, the two of them lit the detonating talisman at the same time. Seeing this situation, the chasing members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops were shocked. On weekdays, when mentioning the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, Cloud Shinobi will only think of the word crazy. But now, looking at Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura, who did not leave any escape route for themselves and used themselves as human bombs, only the members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops know what truly crazy criticism means. At that moment, these guys immediately wanted to run out of the tunnel at all costs. But I never thought about it. Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura began to form seals again. Earth-style. Earth-shore return. Earth-style. Cover from heaven. The two cast two different earth styles, but the effects were similar. That is to summon a huge boulder and completely seal the exit of the tunnel. This time, it's not just these members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops. Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura also sealed themselves in the tunnel. F***K. Are you kidding me? Lao Z have encountered crazy criticism. A red-eyed member of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Force cursed angrily, looking at the bottom of the tunnel with fearful eyes at the mysterious faces of Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura. Suddenly, a mysterious Middle Eastern power seemed to envelope Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura. Looking at the two people who were still smiling, all members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops showed expressions of despair. Seeing the red light on the detonating talisman becoming more and more conspicuous, only then did Yutatin Koharu and Midokado Homura realize that something was wrong, and they felt a little uneasy. Where's the teacher? Why hasn't the teacher come yet? Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen say that the teacher would arrive at the critical moment? The two of them asked in unison, and their expressions began to become anxious. Until the red light on the detonating talisman became hot and dazzling, the two finally showed a panicked and twisted expression. They didn't understand until this moment. There is no rescue at all. Senju Tobirama will not save them. Sarutobi Hiruzen lied to them. But unfortunately, it's too late to run away now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I test NM. Midokado Homura was so angry that he only had time to curse. X2 accompanied by two loud noises. The violent explosion covered up the curse of the best double-sided cabinet. The large amount of fire erupting from the tunnel also shattered the boulders covering the tunnel. Obviously, the duo greedy for life and afraid of death did the last thing before their death. A perfect grave was dug for them. Same. The two people's human flesh self-destruction also caused the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops to be reduced by half in an instant. See the brilliant results achieved by the crazy self-explosion duo. In the bushes, Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered with pity on his face. Pity. Junior brother Homura and junior sister Kohara really can't hold their breath. You should wait a little longer before detonating the detonator. This way we can catch all these guys in one go. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly as he spoke. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly taking the words hypocrisy and thick black to the extreme. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior, even Shimura Danzo, who thought he was ruthless, couldn't help but feel palpitations. At this moment, Danzo recalled what Sarutobi Hiruzen had just said to the self-destruction duo. Hiruzen, junior brothers and sisters, when the time comes, you will bring all the detonating talismans, trap the enemy in the hole and then detonate it. At the critical moment, the teacher will definitely take action to rescue you. Kohara brother, why don't you go? Hiruzen, how could you think that? I'm so disappointed, Haru-chan. Hiruzen, I'm thinking about you all. Once this trick is used, it will have no effect if you use it again. I couldn't bear to see you fighting and facing danger. I came up with this method. Hiruzen, for you, Danzo and I donated all the detonating talismans. Koharu, I'm sorry, senior brother, I misunderstood you. Thank you so much, senior brother. Homura, it's great to have senior brother Hiruzen here. Looking at the remaining half of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo beside him and said, it's time for us to deal with the remaining enemies. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo did not hesitate. He took out his blade and carefully followed Sarutobi Hiruzen a few meters behind. The two of them did not choose to foolishly charge towards the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops. Instead, he chose to make noise to attract the remaining members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops into the forest. Ouch! Over there, a member of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn force with a ferocious expression roared and discovered the noise caused by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. So, dozens of people swarmed forward and plunged into the forest. From a distance, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers looked a little ugly when they saw this scene. Hateful, these two crazy batches. It takes a lot of effort to train these guys. I killed 10 of them at once. Silver Horn complained to Golden Horn next to him. Why wait until this is over, then go back to the village to find a new test subject. Jin Jiao shook his head helplessly and comforted Yin Jiao. Of course, the two of them would understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's simple tactic of luring the enemy. But while the two of them were talking like this, they had no intention of chasing back the dozen or so people who broke into the forest. I don't know if they don't care about the life and death of their subordinates, or they are full of confidence in the creations they have cultivated. Somewhere. The cold man with silver hair just observed everything silently, with an unreadable depth in his eyes. In the forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo fled separately, and then finally reunited. After they met, they suddenly turned around at the same time and leaned against each other in a back-to-back position. Behind them, there were 7 or 8 pursuers each. Seeing these 7 or 8 pursuers, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had a smug sneer on their lips at the same time. They never expected that the plan would go so smoothly. It turned out that the two of them had already laid a large number of traps in the forest. Under the cover of heavy rain, these traps are even more difficult to detect. At present, this group of Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops have already entered the coverage area of the trap without knowing it at all. Whoosh! X2 As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo accurately threw a shuriken at the same time, triggering the mechanism that had been buried earlier. Shua shwa shwa, blades all over the sky were mixed in the heavy rain, shooting out like raindrops, aiming directly at the members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops. Chi. For a while, the sound of iron being penetrated into flesh could be heard continuously. Under the dense cover of iron weapons, these pursuers were directly covered with hidden weapons, turning into a group of iron hedgehogs. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo put away their alert posture at the same time. In their view, no one can survive being stabbed like a hedgehog by a hidden weapon. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and were about to leave, suddenly, a roar like a wild beast came from a dozen iron hedgehogs. I saw these iron hedgehogs struggling hard at the same time. Whoosh! The blades originally stuck on their bodies were blown away in all directions, revealing the skin hidden under the hedgehog hair. A scarlet coat like lava was seen flowing on their bodies. This coat is filled with a sense of evil viscosity, which makes people feel uncomfortable when they see it. As an experienced ninja, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo are newbies. They recognized at a glance that the gold-horned and silver-horned troops were wearing the tailed beast coat. Under the background of this tailed beast coat, these members of the Golden Horns and Silver Horns troops suddenly looked like hungry ghosts in hell, extremely terrifying. The so-called tailed beast outerwear. It is a coat formed by Jinchuriki using tailed beast chakra, which is attached to the body surface. This coat is not only extremely defensive, but also highly corrosive and high temperature. Obviously, all the traps carefully set by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo just now fell on this beast coat, but it did not harm the members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops themselves at all. How can it be? How come there are so many Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in disbelief, his eyes filled with dullness. Not only him, but Danzo on the side was also dumbfounded, with a look of dumbfounded expression on his face. And on the opposite side of the two people, a member of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troop silently took out a small bottle containing a bright red liquid from his arms, unscrewed the cap and poured it into his mouth and drank it all. After drinking the unknown red liquid, his eyes instantly turned red, and the tailed beast coat on his body became a little thicker again, accompanied by a beast's roar. The members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops wearing tailed beast clothes all got down on all fours and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo like wild beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who had no time to continue being shocked, could only use their special skills to fight against the enemy. But helpless. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops already have an absolute advantage in numbers. Moreover, covered by the tailed beast outfit, most of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's attacks are immune to and blocked by the tailed beast outfit. What's even worse is that these guys are all like wild beasts, not only very manic but also fearless of death. Under the siege of this group of fake Jinchuriki, the two of them could only flee in embarrassment, without the ability to fight at all. In the distance, I heard the sound of monk roars coming and going in the forest. Brothers Jinjiao and Silverjiao showed a satisfied smile at the same time. At the same time, Jinjiao took out a transparent vial from his arms, then cut his finger and filled the vial with his own blood. After this battle is over, it seems another wave of bloodletting is inevitable. I think it's better to prepare in advance. While Jin Jiao was bleeding himself, he spoke to Yin Jiao beside him. Hearing the sound, Yin Jiao seemed calm and unhurried. Don't worry, wait until these consumables are used up this time. There is probably not much left in his lifespan. I will wait until the next batch of new consumables are ready before bleeding, Yin Jiao said lazily, with a flash of disinterest in his eyes. 2. Hearing this, Jin Jiao also stopped his bloodletting action. Turn out to be. The so-called Golden Horn and Silver Horn Force are not just an elite ninja force, they are also the guinea pig troops of the two brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Many years ago, the brothers Golden Horn and Silver Horn were swallowed by Nine Tails by chance. Thanks to their strong bloodline, the brothers survived by devouring the flesh and blood of Nine Tails. After getting out of trouble, the two miraculously possess abilities comparable to Jinchuriki and share the power within Nine Tails. Since then, the two brothers have possessed monster-like powers. Later, as ambition gradually expanded, the two brothers were unwilling to stop there. They began to secretly study how to share and spread the power of Nine Tails. After some brutal and bloody experiments, the two brothers finally found a way. Using the blood of gold and silver horns as the medium, they can spread the power of Nine Tails in themselves to other ninjas. But the side effects of doing so are also extremely obvious. As long as you drink the blood of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, you can use this power of Nine Tails. Not only will their lifespan be greatly reduced, but their sanity will gradually fade away and they will degenerate into beast-like monsters. And this is the truth behind the all Jinchuriki of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops. There is no doubt about the power of Nine Tails. This is why the two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, have full confidence in their men. Therefore, the two of them were not in any hurry to take action, but just chatted in the background. Just when Jin Jiao looked proud and was thinking about the future to Yin Jiao. If you ask me, once we kill Senju Tobirama, we will. Suddenly, his expression suddenly changed. Silver Horn, be careful, Jin Jiao immediately shouted at Yin Jiao. Hearing the sound, Yin Jiao's expression changed drastically and he turned his head suddenly. Zizi. What caught Yin Jiao's eyes was a pair of scarlet eyes full of murderous intent and a dazzling purple electric light. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Fusuk, who had been lurking for a long time using Earth style. Taking advantage of the distraction of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, he chose to speak directly. Aha! With the turning of the scarlet pinwheel in Fusuk's right eye, the illusion of Kyoka Suijutsu has been cast on Ginkaku's body. Ginkaku's originally horrified pupils instantly became dull, apparently having fallen into the control of the Mangekyo illusion. Please give me flowers. There was no hesitation. Fusuk waved his right palm with a purple electric light, and thrust it straight into the back of Ginkaku, whose face was dull, with one movement. Lightning style. Reikuri. It was hit by the S-class lightning style without any precautions. Even if Silver Horn carries the Six Paths bloodline, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. But something strange happened. Yin Jiao's eyes, which were originally trapped in an illusion and could not move, quickly regained their clarity. On the contrary, the expression on the side of Jin Jiao became a little dull. Roar! At the moment of life and death, Yin Jiao only had time to let out a beast's roar. The scarlet-tailed beast chakra continuously spurted out from Silverhorn's body. A layer of blood-red coat covered Silverhorn's body. A red rune with thick wooden strips also appeared behind him. This is not a simple tailed beast coat, but has entered a state of half-tailed beast transformation. Boom! At the same time, the purple lightning on Fusuk's right hand pierced Ginkaku's back. Zilla! The raging purple electric light exploded instantly, turning into electric current and dissipating to Kongchen. Due to contact with Ginkaku's body surface, the skin of Fusuk's right hand was also corroded and burned, making a sound like flesh and blood melting into oil. Due to the presence of the tailed beast's coat, Fusuk's killing blow failed to work. It only caused the half-tailed beast Silverhorn to suffer heavy losses. But something terrible happened. In the state of half-tailed beast transformation, Silverhorn's incomplete body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Jin Jiao, who was sluggish for some reason, recovered. On the contrary, Silverhorn fell into sluggishness again. 38. Furious, Golden Horn jumped up suddenly and kicked Fusuk angrily. In mid-air, Golden Horn also activated the half-tailed beast transformation state. At this extremely close distance, Fusuk obviously had nowhere to hide. Seeing that he was about to be kicked by the Golden Horn, Fusuk showed no intention of defending or hiding. He endured the discomfort in his right hand and took out a silver kunao from his ninja tool bag and inserted it into Ginkaku's body. Under the powerful healing ability of the half-tailed beast, the scars stabbed by the silver kunao healed instantly. Before it even had time to pull out, it was already contained in Yin Jiao's body by flesh and blood. In this blink of an eye, Golden Horn has also arrived. Boom! Along with the dull sound of impact, Feng Ji's body flew out like a cannonball. Under this unparalleled force, Fusuk suddenly felt his chest was covered and sprayed a mouthful of blood mist in the air. Whoosh! With the violent sound of breaking wind. Bang! Bang! Fusuk's body flew upside down and did not stop until it broke two big trees. As brothers, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers have a strange talent for overcoming illusions. That is, two people who are mentally connected can temporarily transfer illusions to another person's body. In the moment of crisis just now, Jin Jiao first took the initiative to transfer the illusion in Yin Jiao's body. After Yin Jiao activated the half-tailed beast transformation to save his life, the illusion returned to Yin Jiao again. And under the Manjikyo ability of Fusuk Kyoka Suijutsu, Ginkaku still cannot break the illusion until now. But as a Six Paths bloodline, the illusion resistance of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers is terrifyingly high. It is estimated that within a few minutes, this illusion will be broken by Silver Horn. Until this moment, Yin Jiao is still deeply trapped in the illusion. Jin Jiao turned around and glanced at his younger brother who was struggling and saw that he was only injured but not seriously injured. He had a ferocious look on his face, not intending to let go of Fusuk who had just been injured, and pursued Feng Ji. In the distance, Fusuk was still just lying under the broken tree stump, looking indifferently at the Golden Horn that was coming towards him. At this moment, Golden Horn was wearing a blood-red-tailed beast coat, with a fierce aura and a hateful face, like a terrifying beast. Looking at Jin Jiao's terrifying face, Fusuk just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth indifferently. Then, he calmly took out a kunao from his ninja bag. Then formed seals and performed ninjutsu. Wind style. Vacuum sword. At that moment, a layer of extremely sharp airflow stretched out from kunao and turned into a long knife. A kunao made of metal alone is not enough to pierce the tailed beast's coat and injure the Goldhorned and Silverhorned brothers. Obviously, Fenga planned to use this kunao to battle the two half-tailed beast-turned Golden Horn and Silverhorn brothers. In just a short moment, Golden Horn was already in front of Fusuk. Die! He roared and stretched out his blood-red claws to hit Fusuk's neck. If he were hit by this blow, Fusuk would definitely die. Fusuk seemed stunned by this and still just sat under the tree stump. At the moment when the Scarlet Beast's claws were about to break Fusuk's neck, he silently raised the kunao with the wind style vacuum sword attached to it in his hand. Flying Thunder God, activate. Fusuk's figure mysteriously disappeared from where he was. What? Looking at Uchiha Fusuk who suddenly evaporated and disappeared in front of him, the golden-horned and blood-red beast pupils shrank violently. Before he could use his strength, he smashed the broken tree stump that Fusuk was leaning against with one claw. Boom! Sawdust exploded all over the sky. At the same moment, whoosh! Fusuk raised the kunao with the vacuum sword in his hand and suddenly appeared next to Ginkaku. I saw that Yin Jiao's dull eyes were quickly regaining their clarity at this moment, and he was probably not far away from breaking free from the illusion. But it's a pity, it's too late. He has never had this chance. As soon as Ginkaku broke free from the genjutsu, he saw a kunao with a vacuum sword attached to it that was constantly dilating in his pupils. Puffed, blood splatters. Gilialu, a ferocious head rolled directly to the ground, and the body of the silver-horned half-tailed beast also fell to the ground softly. The tailed beast clothes on Silverhorn's corpse suddenly faded away, revealing the corpse's original appearance. With his death, the power of 9 tails in him also dissipated. It is true that the half-tailed beast has a strong self-healing ability, but self-healing does not mean immortality. If the head is cut off, even a tailed beast will die, let alone a mere half-tailed beast pseudo-jinchuriki. In the forest, to escape for one's life, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo went their separate ways. The two of them were each being hunted by 7 or 8 fake jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen holds an iron rod transformed from a summoning beast, struggling to resist the pursuit. But it was just an accident. He was once again entangled by a pursuer behind him. The situation is not good. He quickly dodged the opponent's attack, boom. 3-1-0 then, Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of the situation to counterattack, knocked him away with a stick, and then continued to escape. The member of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops who received a blow from Sarutobi Hiruzen fell heavily to the ground, but quickly got up without any pain. The pursuit continues towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even young Sarutobi Hiruzen is pretty good, but facing this monster-level enemy, he was still completely unable to withstand it. Unless they are truly strong at cage level, ninjas below cage level will be helpless in the face of this monster that is immune to death and cannot be shaken off. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength was far from as sophisticated as it would be in the future. Looking at the monsters still chasing behind him, these monsters, he could only grit his teeth and curse angrily before running for his life. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. Whoa! He saw that among the 8 monsters who were originally chasing him, the tailed beast coats on 5 of them disappeared immediately. At that moment, these 5 people fainted and fell into a coma. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ecstatic. He just thought it was the other party's transformation time. Of course, the real reason cannot be so careless. Everything is still due to the impact of Yinjiao's death. The power of the tailed beasts borrowed from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops comes from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. After Silver Horn's death, the power of 9 tails in him faded. The members of the Silver Horn force who drank Silver Horn's blood naturally lost this power. Under the backlash caused by the disappearance of the tailed beast's power, most of the members of the Silver Horn force also fainted and died on the spot. Regarding the sudden fainting of Companion, the other members of the Golden Horn force who had already fallen into the state of animal transformation showed no intention of stopping. At this moment, in the hearts of these beasts, tearing apart Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of them is their only purpose. But compared to the previous 1 against 8, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who only faced 3 people, finally stopped running away and chose to turn around and fight them. Snort! He snorted coldly, held a stick in his arm, and fought with 3 members of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops wearing tailed beast outerwear. A similar situation occurred on Danzo's side, but I can only say that the thing luck is illusory, but it does exist. Among the 7 people who were chasing him, only 2 suddenly ended their transformation and fainted to the ground. Obviously, these 2 are the only members of the Silver Horn force who drank Silver Horn's blood. See this. Danzo gritted his teeth, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He knew that running away like this was not an option. Fight! He simply gritted his teeth and took the initiative to turn around and launch a counterattack. The 1 against 5 mode was launched. Looking at the sawdust flying all over the sky in front of him, Zhao seemed to suddenly realize something. He turned around suddenly, just in time to see the scene where the wind took the silver-horned owl's head. No, Jinjiao's eyes were about to burst, and he let out a painful roar. The parents of the brothers Jinjiao and Yinjiao died young, and the 2 have been dependent on each other since they were young. Naturally, their relationship is extremely deep. Seeing Yin Jiao being killed in front of his eyes, Jin Jiao went berserk. Boom! Scarlet chakra erupts from the golden horns of the half-tailed beast. Stimulated by anger, the number of tails behind Jin Jiao actually increased from 6 to 7. At that moment, Golden Horn was like a crazy bull, rushing towards Uchiha Fusuk like crazy. With the powerful blessing of the half-tailed beast transformation, a distance of hundreds of meters was instantly covered by the Golden Horn. Seeing that the sharp horn on Golden Horn's head was about to pierce him, Fusuk still refused to dodge. The next second, the sharp horn on the top of the Golden Horn pierced Fusuk's body. Bang! The hearty piercing sensation that Jin Jiao expected did not come. He only felt as if he had hit the air and only stirred up a burst of smoke. Obviously, this Fusuk on the ground is just the shadow clone left by Fusuk. The real Fusuk had already fled away after killing Silver Horn. The shadow clone on the ground was just a target he deliberately left to attract the Golden Horn. Roar! The already furious Jin Jiao became even more angry after being teased. At this time, Jin Jiao was completely angered and had lost the sense that a ninja should have. He had no idea that danger was coming. Uchiha Fusuk's true form once again shot out from behind him. Wind style. Raise-non. A Raise-non infused with wind attribute chakra was hit hard by the wind on the back of Golden Horn. At that moment, Raise-non exploded. Boom! A terrifying air current suddenly exploded from Fusuk's hand, blowing away the half-tailed beast's golden horn. Boom! Jinjiao's body smashed directly into the forest, transforming into a bulldozer and breaking a large number of trees. After the attack was successful, Fusuk still didn't let up. He stared at the smoke in the distance, as if waiting for something. Fusuk doesn't think that facing this kind of monster that has become a tailed beast, he can get into the soul with just one shot of Raisnon. Coming. Suddenly, Fusuk secretly thought in his heart, and the circular windmills in his eyes began to spin rapidly. In the smoke and dust in the distance, bursts of faint black light suddenly emitted. Not long after, Golden Horn's figure was revealed. I saw him opening his big scarlet mouth, aiming at Fusuk and constantly accumulating power. A dark ball kept accumulating in his mouth, and in a moment it had condensed into the football world. After successfully stealing the power of 9 tails, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers were not only able to enter the half-tailed beast transformation state, you can even use the tailed beast's most powerful skill, Tailed Beast Bomb. At this moment, Jinjiao, who was completely furious, finally couldn't bear it anymore and pulled out his own tricks. Watching Jinjiao choose to open up directly, Fusuk, who knew the terrifying power of the Tailed Beast Bomb, did not sit still and wait for death. Call. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and placed them in a triangle shape in front of him. 3 distinct streams of chakra flowed out of Fusuk's palm. With the injection of 3 completely different attributes, a transparent triangle began to gather in the hands of the wind. In the huge ninja world, various bloodline abilities seem to be all kinds of strange, but the reality remains unchanged. All abilities are actually evolved from the nature transformation based on the 7 attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang. Any 2 combinations form the so-called blood inheritance limit. Once 3 of them are combined, bloodline will be eliminated, and after including them all, the blood succession snare is achieved, which is the real power of the immortal. Many years ago, when Uchiha Fusuk first traveled to the ninja world, he has already begun research on bloodline and attribute nature transformation. After years of research, the research results at this time are equivalent to those of Oniki's master and apprentice in the original work. That is to say, it has entered the bloodline elimination level that results from the fusion of 3 natural attributes. At this moment, facing the threat of Tailed Beast Bomb from Golden Horn, Fusuk seems to be planning to use Dust Release, the product of bloodline elimination, to counterattack. It's just that unlike the square dust release of Rock Shinobi Oniki's master and apprentice, Fusuk developed a triangular dust release. As for why, you ask? Of course it's because of the stability of triangles. For a while, the dark sphere and the transparent triangle continued to condense in front of the 2 people. In the distance, Golden Horn, who was charging up the Tailed Beast Bomb, was also shocked when he saw the transparent triangle in Fusuk's hand. This is Chen escape. No way, this must be a cover-up trick by damn Uchiha. How could people in Konoha use dust release? Jinjiao was secretly shocked and angry, feeling unbelievable. After all, for many years, the skill of dust release has been labeled as Rock Shinobi. But whether he believed it or not, everything was right in front of Golden Horn. At this moment, Golden Horn's Tailed Beast Bomb has been accumulated. So what if I escape from the dust? In the face of the ultimate destructive power, everything is false. Jinjiao secretly said angrily in his heart, and took the lead in spitting out the Tailed Beast Bomb in his mouth. Whoosh! The jet-black Tailed Beast Bomb shot straight towards Fusuk. He also threw the transparent triangle in his hand. Next, Double Fang seems to be about to enter the rhythm of counterwave. The dark-tailed beast bomb and the transparent triangle were heading towards each other in the air, just when they were about to collide. Suddenly, the Manjikyo in Fusuk's left eye began to spin violently. Aha! Seeing that the jet-black-tailed beast that was about to collide with the transparent triangle seemed to be immobilized by something, Madoka suddenly stopped in place. The next moment, Tailed Beast Bomb suddenly disappeared out of thin air, as if it was eaten by something. After the Tailed Beast Bomb disappeared, the transparent triangle without any hindrance flew straight towards the Golden Horn. On the other side, Jin Jiao saw that the Tailed Beast Bomb he released suddenly disappeared out of thin air. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and roared in disbelief. No, how is that possible? For a moment, Jin Jiao even suspected that he was under an illusion. But before he could continue to be frightened and angry, the transparent triangle had already flown in front of him. Aha! The transparent triangle suddenly opened, and the dazzling white light instantly enveloped him. The Golden Horn, which was about to burst, only had time to let out an unwilling roar before it was drowned in white light. Dust escape. Original stripping technique. After the white light, Jinjiao's body had been broken into the most basic atoms, and his head filled with unwillingness fell to the ground. Click! In the distance, after witnessing the death of Golden Horn, Fusuk couldn't help but slump to the ground. Red and warm blood was continuously flowing out of Fusuk's left eye. He closed his left eye tightly and covered his eye socket with his hand, constantly trying to wipe away the blood left in the corner of his eye. That's right, it was Fusuk's left eye's Mangekyo pupil technique that instantly reversed the situation at the critical moment, so leading. It's still a bit too forced. Feeling the severe pain in his left eye, Fusuk smiled bitterly. Forcibly swallowing the tailed beast bomb with Mangekyo really made the wind's chakra soar. But equally, the side effects are also extremely obvious. Now the vision of his left eye is probably going to drop a lot. The plan to obtain the eternal eye must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Fusuk thought secretly in his heart, forced himself to stand up with his badly injured body, and silently used medical ninjutsu to heal himself. Although he killed the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers at an extremely fast speed, but he also paid a corresponding price. Golden Horn's half-tailed beast kick, coupled with the side effects of Mangekyo's overload, were enough for Fusuk to drink a pot. Secretly, Senju Tobirama looked at Fusuk, who had killed the 3.9 brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. It turns out that Fusuk has grown to this extent without knowing it. As the only spectator of this wonderful battle, only Tobirama knows how amazing Fusuk performed in this battle. From the very beginning, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers fell into Fusuk's scheme. After seeing the way the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers cracked the illusion, Fusuk then deliberately received a blow from Golden Horn. At first glance, it seems that it is to exchange injury for injury with Ginkaku. In fact, it was to plant the Flying Thunder God Kunao on Ginkaku's body to prepare for the next sure kill, when he was knocked out by the Golden Horn. In order to prevent the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn from transferring illusions again, Fusuk waited until the last moment when Golden Horn was about to attack him, then activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to Silver Horn. Whether it is 1 second earlier, Gold Horn transfer illusion, Silver Horn resumes action, it was still 1 second too late, Silver Horn broke free from the illusion on his own. Everything will undoubtedly fall short. After killing Silver Horn, Fusuk deliberately left Shadow Clone behind to completely anger Golden Horn in a teasing way. He used the wind-attributed Raise Nan to knock the Golden Horn away, also to create distance between the two. As expected, the enraged Jinji Yao chose to directly zoom in on the wave. This happened to fit into Fusuk's plan. Finally, with the move Soul Eater, Fusuk shot into the soul and completed the final kill. Fusuk just took advantage of a simple test to gain insight into the two brothers' weaknesses. Whether it is illusion, Flying Thunder God, eye technique, or dust escape, he has used these abilities perfectly. Thinking of this, Tobirama silently clasped his hands together, with a flash of wonder in his heart. Bang! Along with a puff of smoke, Senju Tobirama disappeared directly in place. It turns out that the one who was silently observing Fusuk was just one of his Shadow Clone. As the Shadow Clone dissipated, everything the Shadow Clone observed was transmitted back to Tobirama's mind. After receiving the news from Shadow Clone, Tobirama's eyes showed a hint of surprise and complexity. It's just that the complexity on Tobirama's face didn't last long, and soon his face returned to normal color again. Because at this moment, there are more important things to deal with in front of him. He lowered his head and glanced at the ground. Danzo, who had been breathing out more and taking in less air, silently shook his head. Any last words? Danzo, Senju Tobirama asked in an indifferent voice towards Danzo lying on the ground. Looking at the cold-faced Senju Tobirama in front of him, Danzo, who was dying, used his last strength to ask for help, his eyes full of desire for life. But in response, Senju Tobirama just turned around indifferently, leaving Danzo with a cold back. Looking at Senju Tobirama's cold and decisive back, Danzo struggled with his face, but in the end he could only close his eyes weakly. A few minutes ago, Danzo's battle with 5 Golden Horn Force members ultimately ended in his defeat. After a bloody fight, Danzo achieved the Extreme 1-for-3 record, but in the end, facing the remaining 2 beast-like monsters, he could only fall down. Before his eyes he was about to be destroyed in the monster's hands. Tobirama, who had been hiding for a long time, showed up and killed 2 members of the Golden Horn Force. Then, Tobirama turned and left. Danzo was left to die alone on the ground. Not Tobirama unfeeling, but in this game of chasing the peak of power, dying quietly is the best destination for the loser. Unlike Danzo, who was defeated by the Golden Horn forces, facing only 3 enemies, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally achieved a narrow victory after paying a heavy price. But his condition is not much better at the moment. A large hole was dug out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdomen, and red and white objects were scattered on the floor. Although he still seemed conscious, he probably wouldn't live long. Whoosh! At this moment, Senju Tobirama appeared in front of him using the Flying Thunder God mark on Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. Teacher, 12, you are finally here. Looking at Senju Tobirama, who suddenly appeared in front of him, a trace of ecstasy flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, he has completed the task excellently, so now he should take over Hokage's position. As for Uchiha Fusuk, who as always never appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already forgotten about it, guessing that Uchiha Fusuke was the one who fled and was killed by Tobirama. But what he didn't expect was that Senju Tobirama immediately gave him a bolt from the blue as soon as he opened his mouth. "Hiruzen, do you have any last words?" Tobirama still said coldly. Hearing the sound, the ecstasy on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly froze. After a pause, he seemed to understand the hidden meaning in Tobirama's words. "Why?" After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen just said 3 words with a stiff expression. In the end, Tobirama was not as ruthless as he was when facing Danzo, his most proud disciple in the past. "You lose." Tobirama calmly uttered 3 words in response. Tobirama did not elaborate. "But if you compare it seriously, it's not just a loss? It's a complete defeat. Over there, Fusuke single-handedly killed 2 cage-level experts and successfully avenged Senju Tobirama. Here, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced a miscellaneous soldier but only narrowly defeated him. The comparison between the 2 sides is simply irresistible. Not to mention, in order to win, Sarutobi Hiruzen also used deception and trickery to kill 2 of his companions. Think of this." Tobirama took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and chose to turn around and leave indifferently. From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen tricked Utaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura into dying, he should have understood the cruelty of this test long ago. Tobirama did nothing to stop him from deceiving Mitokato Homura and Utaten Koharu into committing an ugly act. Same. Now when it was his turn to face death, Tobirama would not interfere. The winner becomes the hokage, writes everything, receives flowers and glory. The loser loses something and becomes a stepping stone for the winner, paving the way for him. That's all fair, isn't it? Aha! Looking at Tobirama's leaving back, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an unwilling roar. But eventually, his voice was still drowned in the sound of the falling rain. Why? It's all Uchiha's fault, it's all this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** hokage now. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept roaring on the spot with a crazy expression. No, I don't accept it. I want to find the teacher. I want to. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he got up, the contents of his body burst out from the hole in his abdomen. Snapped. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell heavily to the ground and stopped moving. At the same time, deep underground, a white Zetsu witnessed everything that happened on the surface and fed back all this information to the elderly Madara behind the scenes. Since Madara took a back seat, in order to keep abreast of the situation in the ninja world, he spread a large number of white Zetsu in the ninja world to detect intelligence. It just so happened that there was a white Zetsu lurking underground at this moment, so he learned all about it. Ninja world, unknown underground. After receiving the message from white Zetsu, the elderly Madara, who was sitting on the white chair, suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, he was not as weak and old as he would be later, and he was not yet in need of intubation to extend his life at all times. Interesting. These are two good experiments. Uchiha Madara murmured in a low voice, and then ordered white Zetsu to bring both of them back. After a while, Madara, who was on crutches, went to a room similar to a laboratory, and the one who accompanies Madara is Black Zetsu, who occupies the body of Jujutsu. In the room, half-dead Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were lying here. Ahem. The technology of living body transformation is not very mature yet, so we should try it with these two guys, and these two guys have good talents and can be used as consumables when implementing plans in the future. Uchiha Madara thought for a moment and directly decided the fate of the two of them. Yes, old man, but after rescuing them, how can I make them useful to me? Black Zetsu asked in a hoarse voice, confused. As Konoha Shinobi, how could these two people be willingly used by Uchiha Madara? He. You must never underestimate the power of hatred. It just so happens that I also need to try the results of thinking transformation on these two guys. Uchiha Madara just chuckled, a pair of scarlet eternal eyes full of indifference. GG, it's you as expected, old man. Black Zetsu laughed in a hoarse voice. Subsequently, he began to implement living transformation on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The organs in their bodies need to be replaced and replenished. Within a few days, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were successfully revived by Black Zetsu. Where am I? Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his head and glanced at the surrounding environment with some pain. Soon, he saw Shimura Danzo, who was in a similar state to him. Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Soon, the two of them looked at each other with expressions of surprise. Tuck, camp. At this moment, there was a sound of crutches leaning on the ground from far to near. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, but the first thing they saw was a pair of slightly rotating large scarlet windmills. At that moment, the two of them stayed in place at the same time. Who do you hate the most? Uchiha Madara walked forward slowly with a cane in one hand and asked the two of them softly. Uchiha Fusuke x2 Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were in a daze, spoke in numb voices at the same time. Hearing the sound, Madara nodded slightly, seeming to understand something. While the two were in coma, Madara had already explored their memories. So at this moment, he has already thought of how to tame the two of them. Listen to me. That's why you hate Uchiha Fusuke. It's because he killed your teacher, tried to silence you, and took your Hokage position, Madara said to the two of them in a calm tone. His words seemed to have some magic power, making the two of them look confused and their eyes widened. Under Madara's brainwashing, the memories in their minds changed subtly. The person who killed Nido Kato Homura and Udaten Kohara became Uchiha Fusuke. The one who killed Senju Tobirama and wounded both of them became Uchiha no. The two of them were created as innocent victims, until much later. With Madara's brainwashing completed, the memories of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have been completely changed, so, if you want revenge, you can only help me. Do you understand? Madara spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in a calm tone. Hear the sound. X2 at this moment, there was only overwhelming hatred in their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo nodded at the same time. Uchiha Fusuke, I will make you pay the price. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes filled with vicious hatred. Very good. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's old face showed a satisfied smile. From today on, you two are not allowed to show your faces in front of others without my permission. The name, identity, and everything before it no longer belongs to you. Uchiha Madara ordered the two of them with an indifferent expression, and handed them two masks to cover their faces. Just call it Yan. Just call it darkness then, he pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo respectively, because the two casually picked up the name. Yes. X2 hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo just numbly put on their masks and lowered their heads in response. Outside the forest. Due to the war between Fusuke and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, the place is now in a mess. After some simple treatment, Fusuke was fine. He held Silver Horn's head and walked towards Jin Horn's lonely head. Snapped. He threw Yin Jiao's head in his hand next to Jin Jiao's head, forming a pair for the brothers. Afterwards, Fusuke sat quietly, as if waiting for something. Didn't wait too long. Whoosh! Senju Tobirama's figure appeared behind Fusuke. Fusuke turned slightly and looked at Tobirama behind him. You are here, master. Regarding Tobirama's appearance, he just said calmly, without any surprise in his tone. When the cruel power game is over, it's time to announce who the real new king is. Tobirama said nothing, and an abnormal blush flashed across his face. Puffed. The next second, a mouthful of black blood spurted out. Master! Fusuke was startled and quickly stepped forward to check Senju Tobirama's condition, but it was discovered that Senju Tobirama was already poisoned and his life was on the verge of death. In order to last longer, Senju Tobirama used a secret technique that stimulates the human body's potential. At this moment, the effect of the secret technique dissipated, and the strong reaction almost killed him. Fusuke is preparing to use medical ninjutsu to prevent Tobirama's condition from getting worse, but Tobirama grabbed his hand. Fusuke, I don't have much time. You listen to me. Although he was dying, Senju Tobirama still had that extremely indifferent and calm face on his face. Hearing this, Fusuke's eyes flashed with sadness, and his movements froze. He had already guessed what Tobirama was going to say next. From today on, you are the third Hokage of Konoha. Tobirama said word by word, his eyes fixed on Fusuke's eyes. But when he 507 finished speaking, he found that there was no trace of excitement in Fusuke's eyes, but only a hint of sadness. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed with silence. Now, we are facing this result. Not for Fusuke, but for Tobirama. They were all a little unhappy. From Tobirama's perspective, he passed the Hokage position to Uchiha Fusuke, which was a last resort move and a huge gamble. And for Uchiha Fusuke, he also had to become Hokage and sit in this position that he once rejected in every possible way. If you force yourself to explain everything in front of you, that can only be said. Neither Senju Tobirama chose to make Fusuke the Hokage. It wasn't Uchiha who chose to become the Hokage. Everything is fate. Standing at this turning point of fate, neither of them can resist the decision of fate. Yes, master, I see. In the end, Fusuke slowly spoke, accepting the identity that countless people longed for, Hokage. From this moment on, he also officially became the third Hokage of Konoha. Hearing this, the master and the disciple were filled with complex feelings. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Tobirama, who devoted his life to weakening Uchiha, finally passed the position of Hokage to a member of Uchiha's tribe. This scene is really ironic. For a time, an indescribable atmosphere of silence filled the relationship between the master and the disciple. Fusuke, becoming a Hokage is a road full of hardships, but I believe that with your ability, you will eventually overcome everything. Finally, I hope you can promise me 3 things. After pondering for a long time, Senju Tobirama's eyes flickered slightly and he spoke to Fusuke again. Hearing the sound, Fusuke just nodded silently. He could roughly guess Tobirama's inner worries. At that moment, Tobirama directly spoke out his first request. First, after becoming a hokage, you must not also serve as the leader of the Uchiha clan. To this, Fusuke nodded in agreement. He knew that Tobirama was wary of Uchiha and that he, a member of the Uchiha clan, would lose control in the future. Second, promise me to protect Konoha and make Konoha stronger. Tobirama said again, a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. This time, his words were no longer harsh, but full of sincerity. Yes, I will do it, master. Hearing the sound, Fusuke held Tobirama's hand tightly, feeling the breath of life flowing from Tobirama's body bit by bit. At this moment, Senju Tobirama also felt that Shinigami was approaching him, and a trace of recollection flashed in his eyes. Everything in the past flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his elder brother Senju Tobirama, who had passed away many years ago. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, Tobirama's eyes immediately shined with a sparkle. This third thing is also the most important thing. You must do it no matter what. He grabbed Uchiha Fusuke's hand forcefully and said in a decisive and unquestionable tone, I hope you. Before Senju Tobirama could finish speaking, suddenly, while water curtains were scattered all over the place, outside the water curtain, all the Konoha shinobi who were watching the critical moment were stunned. What the hell? What on earth is this third thing? How come it's gone after half of it? Yes, what exactly did third generation promise second generation back then? My heart feels like a cat scratching me. What is going on? The onlookers Konoha shinobi complained. Everyone looked towards Senju Tobirama in the distance. I don't know when, but Uchiha Fusuke rushed to Tobirama's side with an embarrassed look on his face, interrupting Tobirama's ninjutsu release. Obviously, he was the culprit who interrupted the show. It was precisely because of Fusuke's timely interruption that the third incident that was about to be made public was forcibly cut off. You kid, what are you doing? Tobirama looked unhappy and glared at Fusuke who interrupted him. There is no doubt that Fusuke's doing this shows that he has something in his heart. In other words, the third thing Fusuke promised Tobirama back then was not fulfilled. Seeing Tobirama's sharp eyes, Fusuke's eyes kept shifting back and forth, seeming to feel guilty. And this further confirms Tobirama's conjecture. Tobirama said with an unhappy expression, a hint of danger flashed in his eyes. But before Tobirama could make any move, at this time, Minato on the side suddenly stood up and rescued Fusuke. Tobirama-sama, that is to say, Master Feng was completely innocent about what happened back then. Everything is made up by Sarutobi Hiruzen in Chimera Danzo. The purpose is to maliciously target Mr. Feng, Minato said with a solemn expression, bringing everything back on track. That's right. Tobirama nodded and directly confirmed Minato's words. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately caused an uproar, and everyone couldn't help but start talking. I see, Mr. Third Generation is indeed innocent. Yes, fortunately, the appearance of Nidaime shattered the ambition of the traitorous ninja. As expected of Lord Third Generation, he was so powerful when he was young. That's right, killing Cloud Shinobi's two lights is like chopping vegetables in melons. Third Generation is awesome, Midei is mighty. For a time, all previous doubts about Uchiha Fusuke disappeared and were replaced by a flood of praise and praise. But the Konoha ninjas who were watching had not been excited for too long. But a discordant voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. Second Generation Project. He killed his own disciple with his own hands, a Konoha shinobi exclaimed in a solemn voice. As the ninja finished speaking, for a moment, the scene on the water curtain just now appeared in the minds of all the ninjas. One scene shows Tobirama's cold face as he carves the flying thunder god on the backs of several disciples. Another scene shows his cold expression when he seems to be dead and refuses to save him. Although this Konoha shinobi's statement seems a bit extreme, it is actually not wrong. After all, no matter what, Tobirama acquiesced in Sarutobi Hiruzen's murder of Yutaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura. Internal killing is definitely not tolerated within Konoha. This is enough to ruin the reputation of the lofty third Hokage Uchiha Fusuke. It was also enough to make second Hokage Senju Tobirama's former reputation plummet, even if Senju Tobirama has no choice but to do so. But what's done is what's done. This is an unchangeable fact. OT. Now, I understand. Why does the third generation keep preventing the second generation from recalling its memories? It turns out that he is trying to preserve the reputation of second generation. A more rational Konoha shinobi sighed leisurely. Hearing the sound, all the Konoha shinobi suddenly reacted, with a hint of sadness in their eyes. Then, everyone focused their attention on Uchiha Fusuke, with a hint of respect in their eyes. Whether in front of or behind the scenes, all Uchiha Fusuke's actions can be regarded as affectionate and righteous. So this is Jiraiya sighed, a look of emotion flashed across his face. He turned to look at Uchiha Fusuk, his eyes full of pride and admiration. Witnessing the glorious deeds of his teacher in the past made Jiraiya feel equally honored. Fusuk-sama, live up to the village, live up to the mission, and truly deserve to be the greatest Hokage. Needless to say, the only person who can do such a rainbow fart is Fusuk's most loyal old fanboy Heitake Sakumo. In the crowd, Shisui looked at Uchiha Fusuk in awe. Only when he saw what Fusuk went through, did he understand how difficult it was to become a Hokage in the name of Uchiha. Only Fusuk-sama can become a Hokage in the name of Uchiha. Grandpa's delusion is really a little too ridiculous. Shisui smiled bitterly in his heart. He turned to look at Uchiha Kagemai's body with a trace of sadness in his eyes. The Uchiha tribesmen present also had the same view as Shisui. The longevity of Uchiha depends on Fusuk-sama. Yeah. If Mr. Fang hadn't become a Hokage, Uchiha would have been in danger. Several Uchiha tribe members communicated with each other, their voices full of sighs. The other side, looking at Uchiha Fusuk, who was the center of attention at this moment. Although Ayako didn't speak, her pretty face was filled with a look of great honor. She seemed to be saying, "Look, this is my man, so envy him." But next to Ayako, Hyuga Renka just said 4 words silently, and at the same time raised a delicate white thumb towards Fusuk. Fusuk is great. Only if you look closely can you find that Lotus Flower's glazed pupils are filled with extraordinary splendor at this moment. Looking at everyone's gaze, Fusuk showed a wry smile. Well, this time I was inexplicably forced to gain a wave of reputation and favor in the village. He does have the idea of preserving Tobirama's reputation, but it's not all about Tobirama. More importantly, he didn't want to recall the cruel test. After all, being forced to Hokage was not a good memory for Fusuk. Everyone knows what happened next without going into detail. Uchiha Fusuk took the token of succession to the Hokage, returned to Konoha with the heads of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, and the body of Senju Tobirama, and succeeded the third Hokage. Impossible, this is impossible. At this moment, a discordant sound suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Following this voice, everyone gradually shifted their attention. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking crazy, mumbling something to himself in a daze. After Fusuk has been cleared of the slander of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors and killing his companions, no one took Sarutobi Hiruzen, the despicable and shameless traitor, seriously. After all, he was surrounded by more than 1,000 Konoha shinobi and several cage-level experts. No one thought Sarutobi Hiruzen could make any waves. Feeling the attention of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in complete collapse. The teacher is lying, you are all lying. Junior sister Koharu and junior brother Homura were obviously killed by Uchiha. The teacher was clearly killed by Uchiha Fusuk. While roaring, he looked towards Senju Tobirama in the distance. He still seemed to think that Senju Tobirama would testify on his behalf. But it's a pity. When he saw Senju Tobirama's gaze, he only saw a trace of pity and disgust in Tobirama's eyes. Uchiha Fusuk, I am going to kill you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was completely crazy, said helplessly and furiously, once again venting all his inner resentment on Feng Jie. After the roar, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly lowered his head and sneered, as if he had a schizophrenia. Extreme misfortune, since you are always favoring Uchiha Fusuk, sensei. Then don't blame me. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his hand, as if planning to do something. Before he could take action, Fusuk suddenly frowned, guessing what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely jumped over the wall, preparing to use impure world reincarnation to forcibly control the second generation and stubbornly resisting. At that moment, this person suddenly reached out and grabbed forward. Something strange happened, his arms suddenly disappeared as if he had escaped into another dimension. In the ninja world, somewhere beneath the sea of flowers. He, let me study you carefully. My little baby Orochimaru was staring at a glass petri dish on the scientific research table with a face full of enthusiasm, licking his lips constantly. But before he could take action, suddenly, snapped, a big hand grabbed the back of Orochimaru's neck. Hiss! At that moment, Orochimaru sucked in a breath of air as he felt the huge force coming from the back of his neck. Then, his whole body was instantly kicked away by a huge force. On the other side of the laboratory, looking at Orochimaru, who was suddenly snatched away by a strange hand in front of him, Yakushi was stunned, and the document in his hand fell to the ground. But soon, she seemed to understand something and showed a slightly helpless expression. Tuk-tuk, at this moment, there was a slight knock on the door. A cerebellum enters the laboratory. Sister Yakushi, little Uncle Snake. Time to eat. Lin closed her eyes tightly and said with repulsion. It seemed that as soon as she opened her eyes, everything in the laboratory would taint her eyes. Certainly. For a pure girl, everything is true. Lin, Orochimaru-sama was taken away by Fusuk-sama. let's just have dinner for the two of us today. Yakushi Nanoya said helplessly to Linear. Hear the words Fusuk. Lin exclaimed, opened her eyes and searched for Fusuk's figure in the laboratory with gleaming eyes. She resisted rejection and her eyes passed through the glass jars containing severed limbs, but in the end, nothing was found. Don't look for it. Master Feng has left. Seeing this, Yakushi Nanoya could only chuckle and persuade Linear profound. Hearing the sound, Nohara Lin responded in despair. Brother Fusuk clearly said he would be back in 2 days. It's been several days, why hasn't he come back yet? Lin lowered her head and muttered, her big watery eyes filled with disappointment. Don't worry, Lin is so cute. How could Sir Feng be willing to leave you behind? He'll definitely be back soon. Saying that, Yakushi Nanoya stepped forward and hugged the girl, walking towards the ground. Really? The innocent girl chose to believe Yakushi Nanu's words. Real, Yakushi answered affirmatively. The two figures also disappeared into the laboratory. Uchiha Tribe Land. As Fusuk raised his hand, a man wearing a white coat and purple eyeshadow was dragged out by him. Slow down, teacher, it hurts. As soon as Orochimaru appeared, he held his neck and begged Fusuk for mercy. Hearing Orochimaru's plea for mercy, Fusuk immediately let go of his hand and spoke to Orochimaru with a serious face. Little Snake, remove the control of impure world reincarnation from second Hokage. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked confused. What second Hokage? What is the teacher talking about? He glanced around with a confused look, and many familiar people came into his eyes. The two student wives, Jiraiya, Minato, Heitake Sakumo. Just when he was confused, he suddenly saw Senju Tobirama, which seemed to be spliced together by pieces of paper. Combined with what Fusuk just said, he understood instantly. The teacher doesn't know who I learned it from, but he likes to pinch people's necks. After Orochimaru complained in his heart, he planned to remove the control of impure world reincarnation from second generation. On playing impure world reincarnation, in the entire ninja world, Orochimaru is ranked second and no one dares to be ranked second. Good for money. This trick of Sarutobi Hiruzen is not enough in front of Orochimaru, but before Orochimaru could take action, Tobirama on the other side had already shaken his head and chose to speak first. No, Fusuk. Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru, who suddenly appeared, and knew that this was another cage-level strong man, and it can be seen from his white coat that this is a cage level with research expertise. At that moment, Tobirama felt a sense of relief in his heart. Konoha at this time seemed to be stronger than he imagined. At the same time, the Sarutobi Hiruzen seal on the other side is trying to use impure world reincarnation to manipulate Senju Tobirama, but he found that no matter how he manipulated it, he could never affect Tobirama in the distance. What exactly is going on? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became more ferocious, and he jumped up and down in anger. Monkey, you really disappoint me. Have you forgotten that this heaven was developed by weight? Senju Tobirama said coldly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with cold eyes. It turned out that Senju Tobirama had unknowingly released himself from the control of impure world reincarnation and regained his freedom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you should have gone to hell with me decades ago. It's my fault as a teacher to let you live in this world for decades. Now, just go with me to where you should go. As he spoke, Tobirama kept approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tobirama has made it clear that he wants to clean up the door on his own. In this regard, Fusuk and others in the distance had no intention of intervening. Even though Tobirama is currently in the state of impure world reincarnation, Fusuk believes that with Tobirama's ability, it will be easy to deal with a Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Tobirama's stern look, a hint of resentment appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's crazy face. Senju Tobirama, you favored Uchiha Fusuk while you were alive. I will favor him even if I died. What kind of teacher are you? He spoke to Tobirama with great hatred. Hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's hateful words. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but feel a little chilled. Not only Tobirama, but everyone present felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little unreasonable. It can be seen from Tobirama's memories just now that the person Tobirama favors the most has always been Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect that at this moment he could be so heartbroken and could say such blasphemous words. The gloominess in Tobirama's heart only lasted for a moment, and soon his eyes were filled with sentang again. Since everything was a mistake from the beginning, it was up to him to correct the mistake. Looking at the approaching Senju Tobirama, the hatred in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became even stronger. Senju Tobirama, do you really think you're still the all-powerful second Hokage? I'm afraid you are only working hard at less than 20% now. How dare you kill me? Stop dreaming, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sharply, his expression full of distortion. Most of the dead summoned by the low-end version of impure world reincarnation can only retain 1 or 2 levels of strength when they were alive. Even though Tobirama was able to crush Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was alive, it is still very difficult for him to deal with the cage-level Sarutobi Hiruzen now that his strength is greatly reduced. Killing you is enough. But in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ridicule, Tobirama just said coldly. Then, he rushed straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Senju Tobirama charging towards him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with contempt. I saw him using the summoning technique to summon an iron rod and hit Senju Tobirama with one blow. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning, Senju Tobirama did not avoid it at all. Pang! With a dull blowing sound, Senju Tobirama's head was shattered by Sarutobi Hiruzen's stick. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with pride. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is Senju Tobirama with the body of impure world reincarnation, which is immortal. Although Senju Tobirama's body has lost its head, its movements have not stopped. His arms were like a pair of iron vices, firmly clamping Sarutobi Hiruzen's body from behind. Crashing, Senju Tobirama's shattered head was once again spliced together with confetti-like fragments. At the same time, Tobirama's body suddenly bloomed with a red light. A striking word explosion appeared on Tobirama's body. Almost all ninjas are familiar with this red light. This is exactly what comes from the detonating talisman. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and wanted to break free from Tobirama's chokehold. But no matter how hard he struggled, it was always in vain. Come to hell with me, monkey. Tobirama whispered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, and then jumped up high with Sarutobi Hiruzen in his arms. No, Sara 987 Hiruzen kept shouting wildly, his expression full of fear. The next second, there was a violent explosion in the sky. Boom boom boom. The powerful explosions continued like New Year's fireworks, turning the entire sky red. Under such continuous explosions, it is basically impossible for anyone to survive. This is the forbidden technique from Tobirama, tandem paper bombs. In the original work, Tobirama even used this move to nearly stun Obito, who was 10 Tails Jinchuriki. After a while, the explosion stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared from this land forever, leaving no trace behind. While in the air, accompanied by several pieces of paper like debris flying from the air, Senju Tobirama's body was pieced together again bit by bit. On Tobirama's face, he still had that indifferent expression like a cool guy. With the execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the turmoil of this night of genocide has completely come to an end. Teacher. Uchiha Fusuk took the initiative and went to Tobirama's side. Tobirama turned his head slightly and looked at Fusuk's face, with a trace of warmth in his eyes. Now that the matter has been resolved, he, the dead man in Hades, should go back to where he came from. Fusuk, I really saw the right person. You did great. Tobirama praised Fusuk in a gentle tone, and the cool guy also showed a rare gentleness on his face. After saying that, Tobirama glanced around again. Seeing that today's Konoha is not only strong in military strength, but also full of talents, his eyes once again showed a trace of relief. Hearing Tobirama say this, Oka knew that it was time to say goodbye. All banquets in the world must come to an end. Thinking of this, Fusuk's eyes flickered slightly. Senju Tobirama is still in the state of impure world reincarnation and is freed from the caster's control. If Tobirama doesn't want to go back to Hades, he can survive with this immortal body. Not only that, with Orochimaru's years of research on impure world reincarnation, it is even possible to replace Senju Tobirama with a more perfect body. It can restore Senju Tobirama's strength to 90% of its peak. As long as Senju Tobirama is willing, he can even reach the point of immortality. Even though Fusuk knew that given Tobirama's character, he would most likely refuse, he still planned to give it a try. Teacher. Fusuk's eyes flickered slightly and he spoke slightly hesitantly. But before he could finish speaking, Senju Tobirama interrupted him. I know what you want to say. Fusuk, you should understand that this head cannot be opened. Otherwise, what will the world be like if everyone is like me? Tobirama persuaded Uchiha Fusuk with a serious face. As Tobirama said, people are dying every second of every moment. If everyone cannot face the death of their relatives and friends and uses impure world reincarnation to give them eternal life, then the world will be completely in chaos. It's a lie to say you don't want to live. Who wants to die if you can live? But as a Hokage, Tobirama clearly knows that the weight of some responsibilities is far greater than life and death. Fusuk's eyes darkened and he said a little depressed. Although he had already expected this outcome, when the time of departure came, he still couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. Long before Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Senju Tobirama with impure world reincarnation, with Fusuk's ability, he had already known from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seal movements that the technique he cast was impure world reincarnation. I also guessed that the target of Sarutobi Hiruzen's reincarnation is Senju Tobirama. With Uchiha Fusuk's strength, he can completely prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from using impure world reincarnation. But in that moment, Fusuk still hesitated. Nothing else. He just wanted to see Senju Tobirama again. Among all the people, only Ayako saw Fusuk's inner thoughts and expressed support to Fusuk in time. So, when Senju Tobirama was resurrected, he rewarded Feng with a Storm Queen. Fusuke just said I'm sorry. It's not because Feng Ge once really deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, but because of his own selfishness, he felt guilty for not stopping Sarutobi Hiruzen from using impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama may or may not know Fusuke's mood, but nothing matters at this moment. Being able to see that Konoha is so powerful today under Fusuke's governance, he has finally fulfilled his wish. You brat, why are you so childish? Brother is still waiting for me below. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly and comforted the wind in front of him, but after saying that, he mentioned the word big brother. It seemed that a certain nerve in Senju Tobirama was suddenly triggered, making him recall some forgotten things. This made Senju Tobirama, who was originally planning to contact impure world reincarnation and return to the underworld, suddenly stop. At that moment, Tobirama squinted his eyes directly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Seeing this, Fusuke shrank his neck instantly, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes. You kid, come here. At this moment, Tobirama once again used the max-level throat lock, dragged Fusuke and left. Master, don't. Fusuke struggled hard, but still couldn't break free from Tobirama's iron time. In the distance, Orochimaru looked thoughtful when he saw this scene. I saw Tobirama dragging Fusuke directly and found Hyuga Renhua and Uchiha Ayako on the side. When he approached Ayako, Tobirama squinted his eyes in dissatisfaction, and looked at Ayako with a look of repulsion. Come with me. After saying these words, Tobirama dragged Fusuke, who looked helpless, towards an unoccupied corner. It seems that there is something to be discussed secretly. Seeing this, Hyuga Renhua followed him expressionlessly. Uchiha Ayako hesitated slightly for a moment before choosing to follow. Seeing the four people leaving, all the Konoha shinobi fans on the side all showed scratchy expressions. I still really want to know, what was the third thing when the third generation project agreed to the second generation project? A Konoha shinobi member said with a depressed expression. Who says it isn't? I think there must be something hidden in it. Another Konoha shinobi also said with an 8 trigrams look on his face. What do you think it will be? Judging from second generation's expression at the time, it must be a very important thing. Another Konoha shinobi was thoughtful at first, then suddenly realized. What did you guess? Tell me quickly. All the anxious-looking Konoha shinobi gathered around and asked. That's what I thought. You see, second generation is said to be the most important thing. What else could it be? Of course it involves the position of hokage, that's the important thing. This person swore emphatically and said it as if it was true. You are right, keep talking. All the Konoha shinobi practitioners showed expressions of approval, and then spoke to urge them. It is rumored that second hokage never got close to women and had no children. I don't think that's possible. Do you think it's possible that the second generation made arrangements with the third generation before they died? After the third generation steps down, his illegitimate son will continue to inherit the position of hokage. This Konoha shinobi expert suddenly broke the news. You are obviously talking nonsense. How is it possible? Fourth generation is obviously 27. A Konoha shinobi immediately sneered after hearing this, but before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned his head to look at Namikaze Minato in the distance. When I saw Minato's eye-catching white hair, he suddenly seemed to have discovered some new world and couldn't help but take a sharp breath of air. This. The Konoha shinobi people around looked at each other with expressions of I'm afraid if I think about it. Even if there are occasional voices such as fourth generation originally had blonde hair, they are quickly drowned out by the illegitimate child remarks. Far away. In fact, not only ordinary Konoha shinobi people, but also cage-level experts such as Jiraiya and Sakumo are also very curious about this. Regarding the discussion in the distance, although the faces of several people remained calm, their ears were already perked up. Puffed. When he heard Namikaze Minato's illegitimate child theory, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, Minato glared at Sakumo fiercely. I'm sorry, I just remembered something happy. Heitake Sakumo immediately covered his face and apologized, not daring to let Minato see his expression. Minato, can't you? At this moment, Jiraiya on the side suddenly jumped out and said first. Finally, Minato couldn't bear it anymore. Master, he sternly scolded Jiraiya and Heitake Sakumo who were being careless around him. Turning around, a flying thunder god came to the front of the Konoha shinobi. That ends tonight. As the fourth Hokage, I order all information tonight to be classified as S-class secret. Everyone has to leak, except for members Umbu and Uchiha who stayed to clean up the battlefield. The rest were disbanded where they were. Minato ordered all the Konoha shinobi with a cold face. Yes, XN. At this moment, all the Konoha shinobi responded in unison and then prepared to leave. When the show ended, there were still sporadic discussions that reached Minato's ears. Look, what did I say? Why the fourth generation classified everything as a secret? Isn't it because they are afraid of his illegitimate child? At that moment, Minato immediately glared in the direction of the sound. The revealing king in the distance instantly felt a chill running down his spine. He shrunk his neck and immediately shut up and fled the crime scene. After everyone left, Minato looked up at the sky helplessly. "Master, I have been harmed by you." Minato smiled bitterly and sighed helplessly in his heart. On the other side, somewhere hidden, after Tobirama made sure that no one was around, he looked at the three good babies in front of him. Fusuke, Renji and Ayako were all a little uncomfortable under Tobirama's oppressive gaze. The one who behaved the most stiffly was Ayako, who used to be fearless. Lianhua, on the other hand, still performed very freely, without any fluctuation on her face on the ice. "Master, what are your instructions? You might as well say directly." Fusuke looked at Tobirama in front of him with erratic eyes and asked, seeming to feel guilty in his tone. Seeing that Fusuke was still pretending to be stupid, Tobirama glared at Fusuke in front of him. Seeing Tobirama's eyes, he could only smile helplessly. Of course he didn't want to do this, but the thing he agreed to Tobirama back then seemed a bit unspeakable now. Seeing Fusuke's expression, Tobirama was not worried at all. "Are you Uchiha Ayako?" Instead, he turned around and spoke to Ayako on the side. Ayako replied in a weak voice. The charming and confident face in the past now looked a little awkward and stiff. It seems that no matter how mature and confident a woman is, she still shrinks a little when it comes to meeting her parents-in-law. Tobirama took a close look at Ayako's eyebrows with a cold face, and found that her charming face was like a ripe apple, white and rosy, and she had become a woman for a long time. Looking at Lianhua again, I saw that although her beautiful face was flawless, it still had a hint of youthfulness, which was undoubtedly a girlish state, so Tobirama concluded in his heart that Ayako was Fusuke's current real wife. After confirming this, Tobirama frowned again and glared at Uchiha Fusuke, who looked helpless next to him. That look seemed to say, "I don't know what's so good about Uchiha." Facing the look in Senju Tobirama's eyes, Fusuke didn't know how to explain it. Is he going to say, apart from being sensible, good-looking, long-legged, perky big cushion, knowledgeable and not clingy, this woman really doesn't have anything good? In the end, facing the never-married Senju Tobirama, Fusuke could only remain silent. In fact, Ayako and Tobirama are no strangers either. After all, when he accepted Fusuke as his disciple, he had already backed Fusuke. I know that Ayako and Fusuke have a relationship similar to that of childhood sweethearts. From this point of view, it is not surprising that the two later entered the palace of marriage. Ever since, Tobirama became more certain of Ayako's identity in his heart. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Tobirama still has that cool guy face, and he is very capable of elderly style. "Ayako, right?" he asked Ayako again, but this time he removed his last name and his attitude was gentler. Yes, hearing Tobirama's slightly changed attitude, Ayako breathed a sigh of relief and responded, "I think so. Women are not just businessmen. You should also learn to accept some things, so that you can keep more of men's hearts." Tobirama still said with a cold face, but the words in his mouth didn't sound right. After hearing Tobirama's words, Ayako was dumbfounded. I don't understand why Senju Tobirama, who looks like a cool guy, suddenly turned into a friend of women. Seeing Ayako's round and charming eyes, he just assumed that Ayako was not interested in his proposal. Women are just trouble. Tobirama frowned and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But who is he? The majestic second Hokage Senju Tobirama. How can you give up before the goal is achieved? So he continued. For men, it's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As Fusuke's wife, you have to be more considerate. After listening to Tobirama's persuasion, Ayako's originally white and charming eyes suddenly froze, and she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. As smart as she is, how could she not know that Tobirama had a misunderstanding about her identity? Although she really wanted to take the opportunity to make mistakes. Unfortunately, some things cannot be achieved by pretending to be the leader. "I'm sorry, Tobirama-sama. I think you misunderstood. I'm not Fusukenai's wife yet." At this moment, Ayako returned to her usual mature and charming look. She asked Tobirama in front of her in a low voice to apologize. Although her tone was very calm, everyone present could hear that there was a hint of depression in Ayako's voice. 27 Facing these two words, even Lianhua's eyes on one side showed a strange color. After hearing Ayako's explanation, Tobirama's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Uchiha Fenghuan, who had a complicated expression on his side. Ayako's already a married woman thing cannot be faked. And looking at Ayako, she looks like she is full of Fusuke. So that is to say, how dare Uchiha Fusuke take it all and refuse to admit it? So you are not married yet? Tobirama looked at Uchiha in surprise and asked, with a hint of strange color in his eyes. Yes, to this, Fusuke could only agree bravely. Next, Fusuke expected to receive a scolding from Tobirama. But unexpectedly, I just heard Tobirama sighing quietly. So what happened back then was true. Tobirama looked directly into Fusuke's eyes, his eyes extremely deep. Hearing the sound, Fusuke did not answer, just remained silent. 27. Why are you waiting for a woman you are destined to never wait for? Tobirama sighed leisurely, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Fusuk's face became increasingly serious, but he remained silent. Hearing the sound, Ayako and Lianhua beside them were also shocked. The two women couldn't help but look at each other. They all know that there seems to be someone lingering in Fusuk's heart over the years. This is also the reason why he has never accepted them. But as for the identity of that woman, Ayako and Rinhua still knew nothing about it. Over the years, the four of them have never shown any unusual intimacy to the person of the opposite S*X around them. This also makes this person's identity extremely mysterious. For this reason, Ayako, Renka and Fusuk have always remained at the level of more than friends, not quite lovers. It wasn't until recently that Ayako crossed that line through careful planning. From what Tobirama said, he seemed to have some idea of the woman's identity. Rinhua and Ayako's eyes flashed at the same time. Both of them stared at Tobirama silently, waiting for Tobirama to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Neither the master nor the apprentice had any intention of speaking. This topic ended abruptly. After a long time, a trace of disappointment flashed in both Ayako's and Rinhua's eyes. They know that there is no chance of solving the mystery. Suddenly, Tobirama's expression turned positive again. He stared at Fusuk in front of him. So when are you going to marry Tsunade? Hearing this, Ayako's face stiffened again. Even Lianhua's expression on the other side became a little unnatural, and her breathing suddenly became a little faster. After hearing Tobirama's words, Feng Ji's expression changed from silence to bitterness again. I knew it. He whispered helplessly, recalling the third condition he promised Tobirama many years ago. On his deathbed, Tobirama suddenly thought of his elder brother who had lived for more than 10 years. When he thought of Senju Hashirama, he thought of Hashirama's granddaughter, the only person he couldn't worry about now, Tsunade. At that moment, a wonderful idea came to Tobirama's mind. It is a fact that Fusuk succeeds Hokage. Is there any way? It can not only take care of Tsunade, who has been worried about him after his death, but also ease the relationship between Senju and Uchiha. By the way, it forms a check and balance for Uchiha Fusuk. After thinking about it, Tobirama came up with the only way. That is marriage. As a being who has been active in the ninja world since the Sengoku era, Tobirama's inner concepts are still relatively traditional. The method of marriage was also a common political method among the major ninja clans in the Sengoku period to avoid wars and fights. Since Fusuk wants to be Hokage, there is nothing wrong with using this method on him and Tsunade at this time. No matter how you look at it, this is a wonderful move. Ever since, Tobirama held Fusuk's hand tightly and spoke to him in a sincere tone. I hope you can marry that girl Tsunade after I die. This is my last and most important request. You must promise me. Tobirama stared at Fusuk with intense eyes. It seemed that if Fusuk didn't agree to this request, he would die in silence. Seeing this, a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed across the young Feng's face. Promise me. Seeing this, Tobirama grabbed Fusuk's hand a little harder and became even more sincere. Confronted with Tobirama's dying plea, even if Fusuk is hard-hearted, he can't help but be a little shaken. So in desperation, he had no choice but to agree without conscience. No matter what, the best thing to do now is to send him off with peace of mind. And seeing Fusuk agree, Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, it seemed as if half of his strength had been drained away by Shinigami. Not long after, he closed his eyes and stopped breathing in Fusuk's arms. And this was the first thing Fusuk promised Tobirama to do when he succeeded Hokage. Obviously, Fusuk failed to comply with Tobirama's last request. He did not marry Tsunade, but took her as his apprentice. And when Fusuk discovered that Tsunade showed the tendency of jockey contempt, he also chose to retreat in time and directly retired. When Senju Tobirama mentioned this matter again, Fusuk didn't know how to respond and could only stand there in silence. A grown man, what's wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Little Lianhua's matter. I've been waiting for you for most of my life. I think it's better to accept it together. And Ayako, since you've done it, you dare to do it and admit it. When Tsunade comes back, let's work together. Now that everything has been sorted out, Senju Tobirama simply arranged everything in one fell swoop. In the entire ninja world, the only one who dared to use such an attitude, tone, and say such words was Senju Tobirama. Master, please don't mess with the rules. Fusuk begged Tobirama with a wry smile, his face full of indignity. Unexpectedly, Senju Tobirama didn't even look at him, but turned to look at Renka and Ayako on the side. What do you two think? This question undoubtedly went directly to the heart of the two women. Yes, master. At that moment, Ayako smiled sweetly and agreed calmly. Good. Lianhua also quickly nodded in agreement. Although her little face was still expressionless, no matter how you looked at it, she felt that her movements were urgent, and her nodding seemed like a slap in the face. This time, Fusuk's scalp on one side was completely numb. Forget it, Ayako. Lianhua, why are you fooling around with Master? Fusuk spoke weakly, feeling a sense of powerlessness all over his body. But after hearing Fusuk's words, Lianhua just tilted her head expressionlessly, seemingly confused. Seeing that Renhua seems to be planning to use acting cute to get through, Fusuk has no choice. Looking at Fusuk, his face was still bitter and he seemed to be resisting. Please give me flowers. 00 Tobirama also sighed helplessly. He understands that some things can only be said to be frozen 3 feet and not frozen in a day. He glanced at Renka and Ayako's faces. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Ayako's face. Come here for a moment. As Tobirama spoke, Ayako obediently went to Tobirama's side. Tobirama seemed to whisper something to Ayako, which made Ayako's charming eyes shine brightly. Okay, Master. After listening, Ayako immediately called Tobirama sweetly Master. Hearing the sound, Tobirama's eyes flashed with mixed colors. Whoa, he suddenly took out a scroll and threw it into Ayako's hands. This thing can be regarded as a wedding gift for you. I think you should know how to use it. Ayako took the scroll given by Tobirama with a surprised look on her face, opened it and looked at it. Suddenly, I saw 4 big characters written on the first side of the scroll: Impure World Reincarnation. When Ayako opened the scroll, she was not carrying Uchiha Fusuk. Therefore Fusuk can also clearly see the contents of the scroll. Uchiha Fusuki knows where this is Impure World Reincarnation. This is clearly the sort of Shangfang. Tobirama almost explained the sentence: if this boy dares to disobey me, call me out again. Master, is this really necessary? Fusuk hesitated to speak, but finally opened his mouth to complain to Tobirama. Every banquet in the world will come to an end, you brat, you're just a waste of time. I hope there won't be a day when we two meet again. Gone. With that said, Tobirama turned around and released the reanimation jutsu himself. The movements are natural, without any hesitation. Master. Fang Ge's eyes were startled, but he could only see Tobirama's body instantly disintegrating like confetti and disappearing with the wind. He didn't expect that the separation between the two would be in this way. Looking at the scraps of paper scattered in the wind, Fang stood there in silence for a long time. When he turned his eyes again, he saw 2 beauties with their eyes locked on him, seemingly waiting for him to say something. By the way, the sword of Shangfang in Ayako's hand has long since disappeared, and it has obviously been hidden by her. Under the scorching gazes of Ayako and Renka, Fusuk's heart suddenly thumped. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. That. It seems that Fugakugai escaped. Let me go and see, he said quickly to Renhua and Ayako, and then used the flying thunder god to escape. After Fusuk left, he looked at the empty space in front of him. Puk. Not only was Ayako not disappointed, she actually smiled. On the other side, Lianhua was not surprised by this, but walked slowly to Ayako's side. How? Lianhua turned her head slightly and asked Ayako coldly. I really didn't expect second generation's intrusion, but it doesn't matter. Everything was as I expected. In this case, the first phase of the plan was successful. Ayako responded softly to Lianhua, with a charming smile on her lips. What to do next? I'll help you. Lianhua still just nodded expressionlessly and said indifferently. Next, we just need to do this. A trace of brilliance flashed in Ayako's charming eyes, and she whispered close to Lianhua's ear. Hearing this, Lianhua's ice-like skin suddenly flashed an abnormal blush, but it soon returned to its original state. Good. With Lianhua's heavy nod, the exchange between the two came to an end. Uchiha Tribe Land, Fugaku House. Since he knew about tonight's turmoil early in the morning, Fugaku made appropriate arrangements for his wife and son. He hid his wife and 2 sons in a hidden secret room in his home. In the secret room, the uneasy Uchiha Mikato held Suzuki, who was only a few months old, and Itaki, who was 6 years old, waiting for news about Fugaku. Until much later. Click. The secret room was opened from the outside. The smell of blood instantly poured into the secret room. Uchiha Mikato immediately stood up and ran towards the door of the secret room. The scene he saw made Uchiha Mikato instantly scream in horror. Nada. Fugaku, who has no good flesh on his body and is blind, is lying in a miserable state at the door of the secret room. Aha! Seeing this, the 6-year-old Itake's pupils shrank suddenly. He immediately stepped forward to check Fugaku's condition. Although he is only 6 years old, Itake has already begun to receive ninja training. The basic ninja abilities are almost mastered now. So Uchiha Itake was not frightened at all by Fugaku's tragic situation. Instead, he helped Fugaku wipe his bleeding face and looked after Fugaku Zero as much as possible. Mikato, Itaki. Fugaku called his wife and son's names while groping in front of him. It's just that as a womanly person, Uchiha Mikato has already lost her sense of proportion at this moment. She was at a loss as to how to help Fugaku, and just stood there with a painful look on her face. It wasn't until Uchiha Itake took the initiative to grab Fugaku's hand that Fugaku calmed down. How is little Suzuki? Fugaku asked. It was obvious that he was still a little worried about his youngest son at this moment. My brother is very good. Itaka spoke softly, looking at his father in front of him with sad eyes. "Father, how can we help you?" he asked Fugaku again, with a calmness beyond his age in his tone. Hearing Itaka's calm voice, Fugaku felt relieved. Staying calm in times of crisis, his son is indeed a genius. But in the end, Fugaku just shook his head with a bitter look on his face. "Itaka, you can't even help me. I was so wrong. I don't have much time, now you listen to me," Uchiha Fugaku said as he firmly grabbed his eldest son's hand. Whoosh! With an inaudible sound, Uchiha Fusuk's figure appeared in the secret room of the Fugaku family. Through the flying thunder god mark left in advance, he came to Fugaku very easily. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was secretly grateful that he had successfully escaped from the forced marriage scene. The scene around him made Fusuk's eyes flash with depression. This is a dark secret room. In the center of the secret room, a blood-red candle burned. The dim candlelight made this narrow secret room somewhat eerie. A pungent smell of blood is filling the secret room at this moment, making people feel a slight discomfort in the nasal cavity. Uchiha Style 677 is located at the door of the secret room, and in front of him was the target of his trip, Uchiha Fugaku. Or rather, it's Uchiha Fugaku's corpse. Yes, he is dead. And the death disguise is extremely miserable. Fugaku's body fell to the ground, and his head above the neck had disappeared not far away. The main source of the pungent blood in the secret room is Fugaku's neck, which is still spurting blood. Another source of blood smell from a female corpse next to Fugaku's corpse. The woman's eyes were full of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that she would suddenly encounter something unexpected until she died. The main cause of a woman's death was a sharp instrument inserted straight into her heart. It can be seen that the person who did it was ruthless and decisive, and he was a ninja with rich experience. He killed him with one blow without causing any unnecessary pain to the deceased. And this female corpse is Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikado. Just look back slightly. You can see the really depressing things. Not far from the two corpses, standing there was a little boy with a dull expression and a somewhat gloomy look. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the two corpses on the ground, with a trace of scarlet eyes flashing from time to time. That's not even the most depressing part. The most terrifying thing is that in the boy's right hand is a huge head. This head is the detached head of Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Fugaku's head. He was closing his eyes tightly, with a faint smile on his face, making him look even more absurd and gloomy. In the boy's left hand, he was holding a sleeping baby boy. At his feet was a sharp kunai dripping with blood. A secret room, a headless corpse, a female corpse, a little boy holding a human head and a baby. If this were another place, it would be a proper horror movie scene. If it were someone with a slightly weaker mental capacity, I'm afraid they would have to vomit directly. Uchiha Fan just glanced at the horrific situation in front of him. In his mind, he roughly imagined what happened here. Then, he subconsciously let out a quiet sigh. This slight sigh startled the little boy standing aside. He raised his head suddenly and looked at Feng Huan in front of him with a pair of scarlet eyes. At this moment, in the boy's eyes, 3 scarlet megatama and a large triangular windmill were constantly changing back and forth, looking extremely unstable. Seeing this, Fusuk's eyes changed. Of course he knew what the unstable triangular windmill meant. Before Fusuk could continue to be surprised, suddenly, the little boy who was standing there suddenly fell to his knees. "Greetings to Mr. Third Generation. The traitorous ninja Uchiha Fugaku and his wife were killed by me myself. This is his head, please check it." Uchiha Itaki held Suzuki in one hand, bowed his head and knelt down, raising the head in his hand. Although his movements were extremely calm, the tremor in his voice could not be hidden from Fusuk. Hearing the sound, Fusuk's eyes flashed with confusion. He did not answer Itaka's words, but walked slowly to Itaka, knocked Uchiha Itaka's head out of his hand and said, "Son of Fugaku, Uchiha Itaki, keep your head up." Although Fusuk's tone was not harsh, just these words made Itaka's body tremble.